In a world reminiscent of the realm of Naruto, I find myself, as the young lord of the land of whirlpools, facing the imminent threat of the warring mist ninja forces. I choose to wield technology as a means to safeguard my nation. Utilizing the ceiling scroll chakra capacitor as an energy source and the Tachikawa rocket cannon vessels for firepower, I prepare to defend our homeland. As the mist ninjas commence their hand seals, my fleet of Black Bee drones blots out the sky. I shall merge modern military technology with sealing techniques to forge a fortified land of whirlpools, ensuring that no invaders return unscathed. Chapter 1. The attack of the Mist Village begins. Upon my arrival in this world, I feel an overwhelming vitality coursing through my body, with every muscle pulsating with strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully traversing dimensions. Memory transfer complete. Reward: Mastery of physical control elevated to maximum level. Uzumaki Victory gazes ahead at the four guards flanking his residence, recalling the memories of the Whirlpool's ninjas. The inhabitants of this village belong to the Uzumaki clan, yet other ninja clans, driven by greed for our sealing techniques, launched an assault that led to the near annihilation of our nation, with the Mist Village orchestrating the attack from the shadows. Uzumaki Victory cannot suppress the throbbing pain in his head as a cacophony of urgent voices erupts outside, signaling an emergency. A genin rushes to his side, panting heavily. Lord Uzumaki Victory, the Tsuchikage has issued an urgent order. The Mist Village has invaded our land of whirlpools and is amassing forces at the border. You are requested to report to the Tsuchikage's hall immediately. With the threat of annihilation looming closer, I, the son of the Tsuchikage, must confront the impending crisis that endangers our clan. I must devise a plan to rescue the land of whirlpools. One by one, elite jonin enter the Tsuchikage hall, with the Tsuchikage, Uzumaki Rumina, seated at the center of the round table, clad in armor and exuding a solemn demeanor as he leads the assembly. Uzumaki Victory steps forward to report. Father, the Mist Village has invaded our land of whirlpools and urgently summons us for a discussion on countermeasures. Fear not. There is no challenge that can overwhelm the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Rumina responds, a flicker of regret in his eyes. Our adversaries outnumber us vastly, necessitating the full mobilization of our clan to resist them. I have failed to adequately protect our land and you. The jonin gather in the hall, each radiating a unique aura, adorned with the Uzumaki village forehead protector and clad in polished armor. Their expressions are grave, brimming with an aura of ferocity as they fix their gaze upon the Tsuchikage. A chunin rushes in, whispering urgent updates to Elder Uzumaki Akira. Elder Akira clenches his fists in fury, releasing his pent-up rage against Konoha as he rises. Report to the Tsuchikage. According to the latest intel, the Shadow Unit has approached Konoha seeking assistance, but the third Hokage has refused under the pretext of engaging with the Sand Ninjas. Uzumaki Victory slams his palm against the table in discontent, voicing his frustration loudly. Where's our Water Lord? If the Nine Tails were to join the battle, Victory would undoubtedly belong to the land of whirlpools. Elder Akira, with a weary tone, continues, the Shadow Unit has attempted to meet with the Water Lord, but the third Hokage refused due to the Nine Tails rampage. Every individual present feels the sting of betrayal from Konoha. Our Water Lord should never have allied with them. Uzumaki Rumina surveys the assembly, closing his eyes in deep contemplation before proclaiming, the enemy has deployed 10 large vessels at the border. They merely await their forces to assemble before launching their invasion. They outnumber us by several times. Consider those behind you, wives, parents, family, friends. This battle cannot be lost. The hope of our clan rests in our hands that a figure suddenly descends from the ceiling, observing the discussions below, unnoticed by all. Uzumaki Victory must accept the perilous situation facing the Uzumaki clan and engage his intellect to devise a strategy for survival. A wave of unease washes over him, gradually intensifying. The highest combat strength of the clan is present, yet the source of his anxiety remains elusive. The members of the Uzumaki clan are born with potent chakra and exceptional sensory abilities, which can even manifest into the Kagura Hard Eye. The feeling of unease grows stronger. Suddenly, he raises his gaze, discovering the source of his trepidation. Uzumaki Victory witnesses a terrifying scene, realizing that no one has sensed the enemy's presence. Clutching a shuriken in hand, he tosses it with precision, forming hand seals. Shadow clone shuriken technique. Countless shurikens slice through the air, Yet before they can strike their target, the assembled Jonin react swiftly, gazing upward in horror. How did the enemy infiltrate the heavily guarded Tsuchikage Hall? The shuriken peers through the enemy's form. Yet to their astonishment, the foe remains unharmed, their body transforming into liquid upon impact, exhaling softly. Only sealing techniques or elemental jutsu can counter this threat. Recalling his training, Uzumaki Victory forms hand seals and unleashes Vajra sealing, a unique ability of the Uzumaki clan, capable of restraining tailed beasts' positioning himself protectively before his father. The Jonin retreat beside the Tsuchikage, guarding him while glaring at the enemy, relieved that the young lord has detected the intruders. The enemy regards the assembly, introducing himself in a condescending tone. I am the leader of the Kirigakure clan, Hozuki Hoshien. To minimize casualties, it will be quite simple for you to spare the land of whirlpools. All that is required is for you to impart all your sealing knowledge to me, and the land of whirlpools will pledge allegiance to the Mist Village, paying an annual tribute of 100 million ryo. The ninja gathered at the borders will then retreat. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Rumina erupts with powerful chakra, his eyes glowing crimson, and his fiery hair swaying with the surge of energy. Step aside, my son. I shall deal with this arrogant brat. The audacity of the Mist ninjas to confront us alone, unafraid of retribution, is beyond comprehension. Your status, as the leader of the Hozuki clan, means capturing you could yield the intelligence we seek. Surrender now, Uzumaki Rumina declares, forming hand seals. Vajra sealing technique. He charges forward, chakra chains erupting from his back, targeting Hozuki with lethal precision. Hozuki Hashin watches as the chains approach, his expression sharpening with determination as he forms hand seals. Water release. Water iron cannon technique. This secret technique of the Hozuki clan mimics a pistol, firing liquid projectiles with the force of bullets, penetrating foes effortlessly. The bullets strike the chakra chains repeatedly, but as they close in on Hozuki, the chains shatter mere centimeters from him. The Uzumaki clan members' faces pale instantly. The Tsuchikage's signature technique, the Vajra sealing, has been countered by the Mist Village. Uzumaki Victory locks his gaze on Hozuki Hashin, aware of the latter's extraordinary control over water jutsu. The bullet's impact did not break the Vajra sealing. Rather, it was the continuous assault on a single point that weakened his father's chakra, ultimately causing the chains to fracture. Uzumaki Rumina channels more chakra, the Uzumaki clan renowned for its vast reserves, causing the floor to crack beneath the force. The Vajra chains regenerate once more. Hozuki boy, when I became the Tsuchikage, you were still in diapers. Allow me to demonstrate the might of a village leader. As the Tsuchikage's aura surges, Hozuki Hashin smooths his wind-tousled hair, reminding everyone that the Hozuki clan commands 7 blades. Forming hand seals, he declares, summoning technique, 7 blades. The explosive blade Fubuki and the great sword Joko manifest, ready for battle. Chapter 2. Finally repelling the mighty foe. Uzumaki Victory observes, recognizing the familiar blades summoned by Hozuki. Be cautious, my father. The explosive blade Fubuki looms on the left. The ability to conjure countless explosive talismans allows for the creation of a battlefield through the swirling shards of a blade. By utilizing these explosive symbols inscribed upon the sword, one can unleash devastating explosions over a wide area. To the right lies the formidable blade, Shark Skin, which possesses the remarkable ability to absorb the enemy's chakra, allowing the user to inject this energy into their own body. This process of exchange facilitates the storage of a vast reservoir of chakra, stimulating cellular regeneration at an accelerated rate. As the spectral figure of the Ghost Lantern, Huanxing wielded Shark Skin to confront the formidable barrier of the diamond. He actively engaged, relying on the blades' chakra-absorbing capabilities to frequently siphon off the chakra from the chains. The moment the shards of the blade absorbed enough chakra, the explosive talismans enveloped it, shattering the diamond chains into mere fragments. Before the chains could reach Huanxing, they were reduced to shattered remnants, akin to delicate glasswork. Vortex Victory squinted, contemplating strategies, aware that his father's chakra had been significantly drained by the adversary, which posed a disadvantage for their side. With his body under control, his muscles bulged, and he formed hand seals, fire release. Phoenix Flower Claw, RED-AS, he invoked the Phoenix technique. Shuriken were imbued with intense heat, launching from all directions. Huanxing, with a disdainful smile, effortlessly deflected the incoming fire release with Shark Skin. Victory anticipated this development, having already interspersed smoke bombs within the fire release to obscure the enemy's vision. The smoke bombs detonated, unleashing a dense fog. He promptly issued commands for a full-scale assault, aiming to maximize chakra absorption and unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. With the smoke bomb providing cover, their collective onslaught caused the chakra to reach its absorption limit, striking Huanqing directly. "Damn it, this is utterly infuriating, you wretched lot." Huanqing's face contorted in rage, pondering how they had detected his illusion stealth. Initially intending to infiltrate and gather intelligence, he had hoped they would remain unaware of his presence. He formed hand seals. Water release. Water barrier. The torrent of water erupted from his mouth, encircling him and forming a protective shield to effectively ward off ninjutsu attacks. As ninjutsu detonated, ash billowed into the air, obscuring visibility, rendering it impossible to ascertain whether the enemy had been vanquished. Son, it is fortunate to have your strategy, or we would have been worn down by the opponent. Vortex Rina retracted the diamond barrier, his immense chakra nearly depleted due to the fierce battle. He leaned against his knee, breathing heavily as he surveyed the smoke-laden battlefield. As the fog gradually dissipated, Huanqing was revealed, kneeling with the upper portion of his attire reduced to ashes and his body severely burned. "Haha, your ninjutsu has proven ineffective. It merely drew a bit of my blood. Watch how I repay you. Your chakra has thoroughly satiated my shark skin," he declared, forming hand seals. Great blade shark skin, accelerated regeneration. The chakra stored within shark skin surged forth, and Huanqing's wounds began to heal as the chakra enveloped him. Elder Vortex observed the scene, recognizing that despite their singular foe, they faced a monster. How could they contend with such a being? Lost in thought, he murmured, "The Vortex clan possesses methods for dealing with monsters, such as the sealing technique. Corpse demon sealing." Vortex Rina steadied himself, reluctantly acknowledging that there was no chance against the fully powered Huanqing. "Vortex Country's ninja, heed my command. I hereby appoint Vortex Victory as the new generation of Vortex Shadow." The Vortex clan expressed their respect for the command, astonished and doubtful. "The battle has only just begun. Are you already prepared to meet your demise at my hands?" Huanqing's face twisted into a malevolent grin. He had already regained half of his strength. The prospect of the Vortex clan's arrangement filled him with exhilaration. The clash of top-tier experts would determine the ultimate victor of this encounter. "Your ability to endure thus far in my presence is commendable." Seizing the moment when the enemy appeared distracted, Vortex Victory dispelled his ninjutsu. Transformation technique. This technique allows one to transform in myriad ways, commonly employed in both combat and daily life, akin to the transformation technique, harem technique. In an instant, he leapt from the crater created by the ninjutsu bombardment, transforming a large rock into Vortex Victory as he swiftly executed another ninjutsu, forming hand. Seals, sealing technique, 4-symbol seal. This ninjutsu can seal tailed beasts. When combined, it can create an 8-trigram seal. Huanqing, witnessing the sudden appearance of the small spirit, instinctively recoiled, brandishing shark skin to sweep away the threat. Vortex Victory, poised for action, fixed his gaze on the swinging shark skin, ready to implement the sealing technique. The runes climbed up Huanqing's arm, and he noticed Huanqing preparing to activate the explosive talismans, which were already igniting, revealing a sinister smile. With a deafening explosion, both Huanqing and Vortex Victory were propelled by the shockwave, with Victory being caught in his father's embrace. Huanqing collided with the wall, the impact fracturing it, and the healing abilities of shark skin were abruptly halted by the sealing technique. With his body unable to recover, he coughed up blood, wiping it from his hand and gazing at the crimson-stained back of his hand. "Curse Vortex wretch, why must you resist? You could have been dealt with so easily." Vortex Victory steadied himself, supporting his father, and, as he surveyed his condition, he couldn't help but chuckle. The majority of the shock had been mitigated by the earth flow wall technique, and his father's embrace had further cushioned the impact, providing a final layer of defense, leaving him unharmed. "Father, the enemy's blade has been sealed. Now is the perfect opportunity to strike." Vortex Rina, fixated on the opponent, understood that he could not display any signs of weakness. Regardless of his dwindling chakra, he pushed his body to its limits, forming hand seals, sealing technique. Diamond lock that he surged forward, the diamond chains drawing nearer to Huanqing, 5 chains aimed directly at his vital points. Huanqing perceived that his opponent showed no signs of fatigue, his menacing demeanor evident as he glared at Vortex Victory. "You accursed Vortex wretch, when we meet again on a battlefield, be prepared. Without the aid of these comrades, you shall discover the consequences of thwarting my plans." Huanqing surveyed everyone, memorizing their faces, and formed hand seals, summoning technique. Reverse summoning. Vortex Rena observed the enemy's summoning with silent resolve, retreating to the wall and sitting down against it. Watching his clansmen rejoice, his anxious heart finally eased, allowing him to exhale deeply as his chakra-depleted body succumbed to fatigue. Vortex Victory gazed at his father, and upon seeing him collapse, called out urgently, "Healers, quickly attend to my father." Chapter 3. Finally, the ruler of the Vortex country, In the fierce struggle against the Vortex shadow, Huanqing's retreat in the face of such intense conflict was entirely understandable. After all, he had merely infiltrated to gather intelligence, not to stake his life on this endeavor. The medical ninjas had been awaiting their moment, and as the sounds of ninjutsu resonated, the lower-ranked shinobi were tasked with evacuating the civilians. The middle-ranked shinobi assembled around the Vortex Shadow's palace, employing the sealing ninjutsu for purple flames formation to prevent the conflict from spilling into the surrounding area. As the clamor of battle abruptly ceased, the observing middle-ranked shinobi were tense, anxiously awaiting the outcome of the confrontation. Upon witnessing Sasuke Uzumaki rush forth to summon the medical ninjas, a sense of relief washed over as he realized the battle had finally come to an end. However, upon entering, he was met with the sight of the unconscious Lord Hokage, and the previously settled heart began to race once more, swinging between hope and despair. Uzumaki Naruto, lacking any proficiency in medical ninjutsu, could only stand anxiously by as the medical ninjas tended to his father's wounds. After a thorough examination, they revealed that Lord Hokage had succumbed to a state of unconsciousness due to excessive chakra usage, which drained his vitality. Lord Uzumaki Naruto, one of the medical ninjas, reported, "Our assessment indicates that Lord Hokage's mind was overly strained. Upon finally relaxing, he fell into a deep slumber. With proper energy replenishment, he will awaken on his own." With this revelation, the weight on his heart began to lift. As Naruto surveyed the chaos surrounding him, the remnants of the battle lay scattered, the devastation wrought by the Mist Village's formidable techniques evident. The Jokin, capable of absorbing chakra, posed a significant threat to the Uzumaki clan, who predominantly engaged in combat through chakra-infused strikes. The Jokin could easily dismantle the Uzumaki defenses by siphoning the chakra that enveloped their bodies, while the explosive tags of Mizukagami could pierce their defenses effortlessly. Elder Uzumaki Akira felt despondent at the thought, facing a single adversary from the Mist Village. Tears welled in his eyes as he gazed at the fallen Hokage. "Our clan is doomed. We must disperse and flee to protect the last vestiges of hope for the Uzumaki lineage," he lamented. Disregarding the elder's words, Uzumaki Naruto seized Akira by the collar, a mix of frustration and indignation flushing his face. "Silence, you old fool. I know we have not lost, nor will we. If we take down one enemy, we break even. If we take down two, we profit. I refuse to be a coward who runs away." With resolve, Naruto adjusted his armor and stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of chakra that commanded the attention of all present, his fiery hair billowing in the wake of his power. "Listen well, everyone. My father, Lord Hokage Uzumaki Erasure, appointed me as the new Hokage before falling unconscious in battle. All matters at hand shall be entrusted to me." Respectfully, Uzumaki Akira released his grip, acknowledging Naruto's declaration. Elder Akira, having felt the pressure in Naruto's grip, took a deep breath and spoke loudly. "The Mist Village is one of the 5 great ninja villages. They have merely dispatched a leader from a bloodline clan, alongside the infamous Kagaya clan, known for their brutality. Among them is the enigmatic 3rd Mizukage, whose appearance remains a mystery. The infamous 7 ninja swordsmen, led by the formidable Jokin, are also present. The Three Tails is particularly destructive. Our barrier could withstand their assaults, were it not for the Three Tails tailed beast bomb." Impatiently, Uzumaki Naruto pushed Elder Akira aside, unwilling to entertain his defeatist sentiments, causing the elder to stumble heavily to the ground. Akira, pointing an accusatory finger at Naruto, retorted, "We have yet to settle our scores, and you continue to be insufferable." Disregarding Akira's reproach, Naruto knelt before him, his gaze unwavering as he placed his hands over his heart. I, Uzumaki Naruto, captain of the first guard of the Land of Waves, hereby pledge my allegiance to the second Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. At this moment, astonishment rippled through the crowd as they weighed the elder's reasoning against Naruto's oath. Just then, another figure emerged to pledge loyalty. Uzumaki Shinya knelt, fixating on Naruto, hand over heart. I, captain of the second guard of the Land of Waves, Uzumaki Shinya, pledge my allegiance to the second Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. One by one, the captains of the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th guards followed suit, kneeling and pledging allegiance to Naruto, echoing, "We, the captains of the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th guards of the Land of Waves, pledge our allegiance to the second Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto." Elder Akira, witnessing the collective loyalty towards Naruto, felt despair for the future of the Uzumaki clan wash over him, leading him to tears. The assembled shinobi exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Naruto, sensing the weight of their collective resolve, approached Elder Akira, gently patting his back and murmuring, "The Uzumaki clan still has a chance. We will find a way to overcome this. Initially, it was my father, the first Hokage, who needed to lead us out of this predicament. Now it is I, the second Hokage, who will guide the Uzumaki clan." In that moment, Elder Akira wiped away his tears, contemplating that the Uzumaki clan could only regain hope if they rallied together. "I may be old, but I will use my life to protect the next generation." Kneeling before Naruto, he placed his hand over his heart. "I, Elder Uzumaki Akira, pledge my allegiance to the second Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto." The blood of the assembled shinobi surged with renewed vigor, their spirits ignited, as they declared, "Let Lord Hokage preside over the meeting to vanquish the scoundrels of the Mist Village." With the fervor of the crowd bolstering his resolve, Naruto believed they could forge a path forward. He clasped his hands together, forming a seal. Earth release, earth flow, rampart. The chakra shifted in response. The Hokage's chamber reformed amidst the battlefield's ruins, complete with a round table and chairs, and he stepped forward to pull out the head. "Seat. After our arduous battle, everyone has worked tirelessly. Let us gather and discuss our next steps." As they settled into their seats, Naruto, the last to sit, mused about the impending battles that lay ahead. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for commanding a victory against the Mist Village and averting a crisis for the Uzumaki clan. Reward, sealing technique 1. A voice echoed in his mind, and in an instant, a plethora of sealing techniques flooded his consciousness. His foundational knowledge of sealing techniques, once shaky, now solidified, and his skills elevated to a new level. The information on sealing techniques felt as though he had practiced them countless times, with the various hand seals and runes becoming second nature. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Naruto contemplated how to employ these sealing techniques against the Mist Village. "Now, I kindly ask Elder Akira to elucidate our comparison with the enemy forces." Chapter 4. The emergence of my Takayusha rocket launcher. Elder Chiming rose to report the intelligence he had gathered, gesturing towards the center of the round table with his hands forming seals. As the sealing scroll was activated, it was revealed that when minor conflicts arose between the Whirlpool clan and the hidden Mist Village, our Whirlpool ninja suffered a grievous ambush due to their confusion regarding the sea and terrain. The first Hokage immediately took this matter seriously, presenting a meticulously crafted geographical model of the land of Whirlpool, which he had personally developed. The model, made of clay, depicted the battlefield, the sea, the Whirlpool ninja village, the shortcut passages, and the hidden Mist Village across the ocean, each represented in distinct colors. Various clay figures symbolized the key individuals from both sides, including a figurine of a victorious Whirlpool. The second Hokage noted that the land of Whirlpool was surrounded by water on all sides, with the hidden Mist Village gathering at the border of the water country, preparing 10 large sailing ships and mobilizing over 4,000 ninjas, while their own forces were limited to merely 800 ninjas, lacking large sailing vessels. The land of Whirlpool was in close proximity to the land of Fire, and while their small fishing boats sufficed for daily activities, the island nature of their country, coupled with ongoing minor conflicts with the hidden Mist Village, meant they possessed 300 medium-sized fishing vessels, each able to accommodate 50 individuals when crowded. Whirlpool Victory surveyed the terrain model, astonished that his father had crafted such a decisive tool. The proximity of the land of Fire to their left and the distant enemy, the hidden Mist Village, To their right indicated that a journey from the water country's border to the land of Whirlpool would take a day by boat. The numerous islands, reefs, and undercurrents created a complex terrain, necessitating that the war not be brought to land. The land of Whirlpool was flat, and if the hidden mist village successfully landed, they would face defeat. With so many fishing boats at their disposal, it seemed as though fortune favored them, yet the detailed terrain model could only support 1,000 ninjas, leaving a daunting 2,200 ninjas yet to contend with. Deep in thought, he initiated a brainstorming session. Elder Chiming, aside from our ninjas, how many able-bodied individuals can we mobilize? It is imperative that our entire clan works together at this moment, Whirlpool Chaya remarked. His expression grave as an aura of tension radiated from him, his fists clenched. Second Hokage, I disagree with sending non-chakra bearers into battle. Ordinary individuals stand no chance against lower-ranked ninjas before their chakra is depleted, and they would merely be targets. The atmosphere in the Hall of the Whirlpool Shadow intensified, but Whirlpool Victory urged everyone to remain calm as he confidently demonstrated sealing techniques to the gathered leaders and elders. Utilizing the sealing scroll to contain chakra, Whirlpool Victory, having recently advanced his sealing techniques, found it relatively easy to create technologies of a new era by combining his knowledge. Chakra capacitors could store the ninjutsu of the casting ninja within the scrolls, allowing for replication of their power upon release, requiring only contact with the sealing technique user to unleash the ninjutsu without expending personal chakra. However, at present, Whirlpool Victory's sealing technique level was insufficient to store ninjutsu, only capable of retaining elemental chakra. Captain of the 6th Squadron, Whirlpool Sasuke, harbored a profound passion for sealing techniques. Having been entrusted by the first Hokage to study all sealing arts of the Whirlpool clan, he aspired to develop a technique on par with the Corpse Demon Seal, eliminating the need for the caster to sacrifice their life in devotion to the Shinigami. Witnessing the sealing technique demonstrated by the second Hokage left him in awe. This was a sealing art never before seen within the Whirlpool clan. His scalp prickled, and his body trembled as he took a deep breath to regain his composure. Second Hokage, entrust this sealing technique to me. I am certain I can formulate an even more powerful version. Whirlpool Chaya observed the second Hokage's sealing technique. Perplexed at its relevance to the Whirlpool clan, as ordinary individuals possessed only a minuscule amount of chakra, he hesitated to voice his doubts regarding the scrolls, which merely stored elemental chakra, as their existence made no tangible difference to those with little chakra. The Whirlpool clan comprised 21,000 individuals, including 2,800 elderly and 3,500 children. They could muster a force of 14,000, which, although seemingly greater than that of the Hidden Mist Village, lacked the combat prowess to match. At this moment, after creating chakra capacitors, Whirlpool Victory had a vision that diverged from the others in this world of ninjas. While all regarded chakra as merely a means to perform ninjutsu, he, hailing from another world, could adeptly merge technology with chakra. To him, it was akin to the principle of explosive tags. He could construct a rocket launcher, utilizing Earth release to solidify it, while also fabricating combat heads filled with ample gunpowder and metallic shrapnel. By encasing sealing scrolls within the rocket launcher, filled with fixed gunpowder, ordinary individuals would merely need to create the launcher, gunpowder, and shrapnel, while ninjas would handle the sealing assembly. A fuse would conduct chakra to activate the fire attribute chakra within the scroll, sequentially igniting the gunpowder in the launcher, causing the internal strings to strike and amplify the explosive power with the fire attribute chakra, ultimately unleashing kinetic energy. The rocket launcher would ascend into the sky, triggering the second phase of detonation, propelling it forward along a designated path. In due course, they would mount the rocket launcher onto their fishing boats, with the design featuring 24 interlaced I-beam launch rails, arranged in 2 staggered rows of 12. I have named it the Sea Takayusha rocket launcher. Please, allow me to explain. Whirlpool Victory interjected, laying out blueprints for everyone and elucidating the design of the rocket launcher. This is a secret of our Whirlpool clan. For this naval battle, we shall rely on this secret weapon. We must now recruit our entire clan for the construction of the rocket launchers, while ninjas expedite the process with their ninjutsu. The enemy's assembly will take 4 days, and we have 3 days to ambush them in the islands on our way. We must depart in half a day and lie in wait for another half. Elder Chiming observed the excitement of those present, yet his heart was heavy. Indeed, the prospect of defeating the enemy with long-range rocket launchers was worth celebrating, But how many could realistically be manufactured in 3 days? The quantity might suffice to contend with mid-level and lower-level ninjas, inflicting some damage upon upper-level ones, but would be ineffective against top-tier experts. The Hidden Mist Village had greater numbers, and the rocket launchers could only serve to mitigate the disparity faced by the lower-tier ninjas. How would they confront the likes of the Mizuki'd, the 7 ninja swordsmen, the Mizuno-Kuni clan leader, and the Kagaya clan leader, all formidable opponents? It was crucial not to dampen morale any further. Chapter 5. Tsunade arrives in the land of Whirlpool at that moment. A knock echoed from outside the conference hall. Knock. Knock, knock. Whirlpool Jiro was captivated by the second Hokage's explanation of the Takayusha rocket launcher, but soon grew restless. Who is knocking? Do they not realize the stakes of our clan's survival? Before he could finish his complaint, the door creaked open, and upon seeing the newcomer, he was left speechless. His eyes gleaming with recognition. The forehead protector gleamed. A Leaf Village ninja, someone vaguely familiar. To his astonishment, it was Tsunade Senju, the legendary succor and descendant of the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. Could it be that the Shadow Group had successfully requested support from the Leaf Village? It appeared that the Whirlpool clan had found hope. At that moment, joy illuminated the faces of all present, and Whirlpool Victory, taken aback by Tsunade's arrival, rose to greet her. I am the second generation of the Uzumaki clan's leaders. I am sincerely grateful for Lady Tsunade's assistance. May I inquire how many ninjas from Konoha have come to our aid? Tsunade reminisces about a time not long ago, when she often observed her grandmother, Uzumaki Mido, standing alone in front of the great tree in the courtyard, lost in thought for hours until the sun dipped below the horizon. Only when her sister, Uzumaki Kiona, called for her to eat would Mido's face light up with a smile. Reflecting on the loss of her grandfather, she realized that only she and the Uzumaki clan remained of their family, yet they faced an invasion from the Hidden Mist Village. As Team 1 of the Kage made their way to the Hokage Tower, Mido could only stand at a distance, yearning for information. She was aware of the third Hokage's refusal to heed the clan's pleas for help, citing the need to guard against a potential attack from the Sand Village. However, when Team 1 sought Mido's assistance, the Hokage had ordered the guards at the Senju residence to block her passage, leaving her to grieve silently behind the door. Mido, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, was the steadfast anchor of Konoha. Now, as war loomed between Konoha and the Sand Village, she felt compelled to aid her clan. The presence of the Nine Tails in the land of whirlpools would invite not only the Mist Village's aggression, but also the Lightning Village's opportunistic strikes, potentially leading to the devastation of Konoha. Despite being part of her own ninja clan, she faced the painful reality of being unable to offer assistance, a sentiment Tsunade could not yet fully comprehend. Observing Mido's growing despondency, Tsunade resolved to take action. She grasped Mido's hand and said, I understand your sorrow, grandmother. The Uzumaki clan is under siege, and you have been unable to intervene. Do not despair. I will represent you in the land of whirlpools and fend off the invasion from the Mist Village. Mido's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she turned to enter her bedroom, gesturing for Tsunade to follow. Tsunade extended her hand, acknowledging the dangers that lay ahead as she prepared to journey to the land of whirlpools. You must learn to protect yourself, Mido instructed, presenting Tsunade with 2 scrolls containing ninjutsu, the creation rebirth technique and the reverse summoning of the slug. Master these techniques before you embark on your mission. Tsunade nodded in understanding, though she felt a pang of frustration at Mido's overprotectiveness, knowing too well the heartache of loss in times of war. As Tsunade prepared herself, her thoughts briefly wandered to her fellow ninjas, focusing on Uzumaki Kiona. I have come alone from Konoha. My grandmother, Uzumaki Mido, cannot join me, so I shall stand in her stead. Please, instruct me on how I may assist. Kiona was already aware of the dire circumstances. If Konoha had been able to provide timely support, the Hidden Mist Village would not have been able to threaten their existence. Tsunade's arrival was a bold act, and Kiona, recognizing her determination, approached her. As a medical ninja, your primary duty will be to tend to the injured when our forces meet. With your healing techniques, our wounded will swiftly return to the battlefield. Tsunade felt a mix of disappointment and indignation at being relegated to a support role, believing she was more than capable of fighting. Lord Kiona, I came here to battle, not to be confined to the rear. Kiona, though impressed with Tsunade's confidence, pondered whether the young woman could truly defend herself in the heat of combat. If you are so certain of your abilities, let us spar to test your strength, she proposed, stepping outside the Uzumaki hall. Elder Akira, I entrust you with organizing the people of the land of whirlpools to produce the necessary supplies and materials. Uzumaki Sasuke. Oversee the assembly of the sealing scrolls for the Tachi Chisha rocket launcher and ensure safety protocols are in place. Tsunade noticed that Kiona was around her age, and with a newfound confidence, they walked side by side to the arena, exchanging determined glances. The hand seals exchanged were a gesture of respect, indicating the imminent confrontation. Outside the Uzumaki Hall, Chunin were diligently ensuring the safety of the venue. Tsunade, undoubtedly a figure of admiration, was known as Princess Tsunade, a title reflecting her beauty and lineage. Furthermore, being Mito's granddaughter, her prowess was undeniable, though her gambling luck was notoriously poor, earning her the nickname the legendary Big Fat Sheep. Nevertheless, her popularity drew a crowd eager to witness the impending duel. Kiona, possessing mastery over her physical form, expanded her muscles with precision. With her chakra enveloping her left fist, she charged at Tsunade with remarkable speed. Tsunade, endowed with extraordinary strength due to her Senja heritage, concentrated her chakra to unleash devastating force. As their powers clashed, the resulting shockwave reverberated through the air. Unable to withstand Kiona's overwhelming strength, Tsunade was sent sprawling, rolling several times before landing roughly 3 meters away, her arm numb from the impact. With resolve in her eyes, she prepared to retaliate. Chapter 6. The conclusion of Tsunade's battle. Feeling the numbness in her arm, Tsunade quickly formed hand seals. The medical ninjutsu, healing palm, would allow her to recover from the injury. Observing Tsunade's use of medical techniques, Kiona recognized the effectiveness of her prior assault and rushed forward without hesitation. With a swift series of hand seals, Kiona unleashed the sealing technique, adamant chains. 5 chains erupting from her back and charging towards Tsunade. Tsunade's expression shifted as she shook off the remnants of her previous numbness. Though Kiona's power was formidable, Tsunade was equally formidable. Utilizing the chakra scalpel technique, she concentrated her chakra into her hand, transforming it into a blade capable of internal damage without external wounds. The chakra blade met the adamantine chains, severing them with precision. As Kiona circled around Tsunade, the chains attacked from all directions. Tsunade, struggling against the relentless onslaught, wielded her chakra scalpel with determination, swiftly closing the distance. If brute strength was not sufficient, she would unveil her ultimate technique. With a sudden leap, she gathered her chakra into her legs, launching a downward attack. The painful heaven kick was a strike imbued with the force of nature itself. Facing Tsunade's impending assault, Kiona unleashed a powerful wave of chakra, creating a thunderous roar as air exploded around them. As the battle intensified, the combatants became increasingly exhilarated. The adamantine chains retracted into the body, and the chakra enveloping their forms dissipated, converging instead within their arms. Muscles were controlled and fully liberated, relinquishing self-protection. In the next moment, Tsunade and Naruto clashed once more, their impact resonating like meteors colliding, creating a thunderous roar that echoed outward. The ground trembled under the force of their confrontation, fracturing inch by inch as dust and debris were sent swirling into the air. The onlookers shielded their eyes from the flying particles, squinting to witness the thrilling duel unfold before them. In this renewed contest of strength, Naruto did not achieve the overwhelming advantage he had in their previous encounter. Both fighters were struck by the other's might. Naruto was dragged 2 meters by the residual shockwave, while Tsunade executed 2 rolls in midair to dissipate the force, landing safely, but being pulled 3 meters by the energy. Was this the prowess of the new generation of Hokage? The Senju clan had always been renowned for their strength, far surpassing the Uzumaki clan. It appeared that Naruto was considerably stronger than anticipated. Tsunade shook her numb feet, her expression one of bitter reflection, realizing she had been quite naive. She had come to fulfill Mito's final wish to repel the encroaching foes, not to remain in the rear. Naruto maintained his composure, clenching his fist discreetly. Feeling the discomfort in his knuckles, he hadn't expected Tsunade to unleash such formidable power at such a young age. After 2 consecutive battles, Naruto sensed his stamina waning but noted that his breathing remained steady. Observing Tsunade, he recognized that their 3 exchanges had taken their toll on her as well. She was now panting heavily, her energy clearly depleted. It seemed prudent to conclude today's demonstration, preserving strength for the impending conflict in 3 days. Tsunade stood silently by, refraining from contesting Naruto's assessment. For her, this bout had indeed resulted in failure. Despite unleashing her strongest abilities, she had been repelled by Naruto. In her past in Konoha, she had faced no worthy opponents among her peers, and it was unexpected to find herself bested now. Naruto stepped forward, gazing into her eyes. Tsunade met his gaze. Her lips pressed together. The audience continued to marvel at their duel, puzzled as to why it was not yet concluded. After a prolonged moment under Tsunade's scrutiny, Naruto awkwardly scratched his head. "Tsunade, I apologize. Being the granddaughter of Lady Mito, and so young, I needed to assess your strength. Otherwise, we risk tragedy on the battlefield. Your abilities have been sufficiently demonstrated. I entrust you with the battles to come." With a calming expression, Tsunade acknowledged his recognition of her strength. Joining the front line was her goal in visiting the Land of Waves, and she was now on the path to achieving it. "Your strength has also gained my acknowledgement, Naruto," she replied, sealing their agreement with a handshake. The onlookers erupted in applause. Proud of the second Hokage's prowess and filled with confidence regarding the impending war with the Hidden Mist Village. Hearing the cheers, Naruto felt a surge of purpose. This duel was meant to showcase his capabilities. As the newly appointed second Hokage, it was crucial to bolster the Uzumaki clan's faith in him by demonstrating extraordinary strength. Yet, he felt a weight in his heart regarding the necessity of this display. Success in the upcoming war depended on the collective effort of everyone present. "Tsunade, I have one more request. My father is battling the leader of the Hozuki clan from the Hidden Mist Village and has overexerted his chakra. Please assist with his healing." Tsunade paused, realizing the state of disarray in the Hokage's hall upon her entry, recognizing the urgency of the situation. The first Hokage had already fallen against the Hidden Mist. Taking a deep breath, she understood the gravity of their circumstances. "Naruto, while I may not be your equal in battle, my healing abilities are unparalleled. Leave the treatment of the first Hokage to me." A smile spread across Naruto's face. The more formidable Tsunade's healing skills, the more delighted he felt. Among the spectators, someone called out, "Tsunade, your performance was commendable. You demonstrated considerable skill." Turning to see her teammates, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Tsunade was taken aback. "What brings you to the Land of Waves?" Orochimaru, with his pale complexion and narrow golden eyes, replied, "After you left Konoha, Lady Mito expressed concern for your safety, prompting the third Hokage to send us to assist you." He continued, "Our teacher, the third Hokage, reassigned us from the front lines in the Land of Wind. We never expected to witness such an exhilarating duel, but given the vast disparity in numbers, I still advise a strategic withdrawal from the Land of Waves." Tsunade fell silent, glancing at Naruto, eager to discern his intentions. He exhaled deeply, his expression grave. "Our Land of Waves has 28,000 residents and over 300 vessels. In 3 days, we can only evacuate 7,000. Will the rest simply await their demise? And where would we escape to?" The greed directed at the Uzumaki clan would only lead to combat in another location. Chapter 7. The Rocket Artillery Factory. Rocket Test Launch in the Realm of Ninja Combat. The victor remains uncertain until the final moment. With a smile, Naruto surveyed the crowd, addressing everyone present. "As the second Hokage, I will lead us to victory. Now, please report to Uzumaki Sasuke." The audience, invigorated by the thrilling battle, responded in unison, "Yes, Hokage, we believe in you." Despite the impending threat from the Hidden Mist Village, the Uzumaki clan's spirit remained unbroken, united in purpose, prompting Jiraiya to reflect on their resilience. Naruto recognized the morale boost and nodded approvingly. "Uzumaki Jiro, lead Tsunade to the hospital to tend to my father. The rest of you, follow me. I shall reveal our trump card for this victory." And with that, Naruto set off towards the Rocket Artillery Factory, accompanied by Jiraiya and Orochimaru. There, Uzumaki Sasuke was rallying the ninjas, instructing them to inscribe sealing scrolls and coordinating with Elder Kaming to gather materials. They swiftly organized the ordinary Uzumaki clan members to install gunpowder in the rocket tubes, progressing to assembly before finally placing the Chakra Capacitors into the launchers. As Orochimaru arrived at the factory entrance with Naruto, he raised his gaze at the massive structure, transformed from a warehouse. Ordinary Uzumaki clan members, devoid of chakra, busily transported materials in and out, hauling supplies to construct the cylindrical rocket tips. "Lord Hokage, it seems your entire clan is mobilized, with commoners participating. Such a grand display suggests the presence of a secret weapon," Orochimaru remarked, impressed by Elder Kaming's adept management. Many clan members were still engaged in constructing the second and third rocket artillery factories. The strength in numbers became evident. Relying solely on the ninjas was insufficient. The 800 ninjas of the Uzumaki clan could efficiently allocate tasks that suited their capabilities. In this factory, we, the Uzumaki clan, have developed a new weapon to combat the hidden mist village. As Uzumaki Victory strode forward, Orochimaru observed the materials coming in and out, most of which were gunpowder. Furrowing his brow, he pondered whether they intended to conceal the produced gunpowder along the seaside, yet the land of Whirlpool was surrounded by water on all sides, rendering such a strategy questionable. Shaking his head, he ventured inside to investigate, discovering ordinary workers engaged in tasks that required no chakra, while 300 remaining ninjas were inscribing sealing scrolls. 200 ninjas infused the scrolls with fire attribute chakra, enviously admiring the high caliber of the sealing techniques. However, when combined, the purpose remained elusive. Jiraiya, with a carefree demeanor, inspected the assembled rocket launcher, which measured a meter in length, weighing it in his hands. Second Hokage, what is the purpose of this? Are we to load gunpowder inside and have ninjas launch it? Yet, the weight seemed less effective than an explosive tag attached to a shuriken. Uzumaki Victory couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity of using people for such a task. Jiraiya, you are correct. It is indeed for launching, but not with people. Follow me. Uzumaki Taro, notify everyone that I intend to fire the rocket launcher. The explosion might startle them, but they needn't panic. Orochimaru was eager to witness the power of the sealing scrolls combined with gunpowder. Upon seeing the arrival of the second Hokage, Uzumaki Sasuke promptly stepped forward to greet him. Lord Hokage, the rocket launcher employs a 24-bar I-beam launch track, but it is not yet completed. Should we wait until it is finished before testing? Uzumaki Victory shook his head and gestured for Jiraiya and Orochimaru to follow him to the training ground for the test firing of the rocket launcher. Jiraiya, still holding the rocket launcher shell, hoisted it and made his way to the training area. Upon arriving, he sought out a clear patch of land, spotting a tree on the hillside across from them and nodding in approval. The rocket launcher had a range of 9 kilometers, with a speed of 90 kilometers per hour, making this location ideal. Uzumaki Victory formed hand seals. Earth release. Earth flow wall modified. He raised the soil to create a single-barrel rocket launcher. But due to the insufficient hardness of the earth, he formed hand seals again. Earth release. Hardening technique, which would make the soil harder than rock. The combination of the two techniques was perfectly suited for crafting a single-barrel rocket launcher. Jiraiya, place the rocket shell into the launcher. I shall demonstrate the power of this new weapon. Curiously, Jiraiya examined the rocket launcher, wondering about the potential of their combination, before inserting the rocket shell. Let me give it a try. Uzumaki, tell me how to activate it. After a moment of contemplation, Uzumaki Victory nodded, extending his index finger to gauge the wind speed, calculating the parabolic distance, and forming hand seals to adjust the launch pad. All right, I leave the operation to you. Secure the fuse and step back. Infuse it with fire attribute chakra, and it will launch successfully. Elder Chiming arrived at the training ground with several captains, observing the panting leaders with curiosity. Lord Hokage, we have only heard of the rocket launcher's power. We wish to witness the test firing. There was a hint of pressure regarding the test firing. A failure might shatter the hopes of the captains. Gazing at the clear sky, Victory declared, let us begin, Jiraiya. Show everyone the might of our creation. I have already locked onto the target tree. Upon seeing the multitude of spectators, Jiraiya felt a pang of regret for personally conducting the test. Steeling himself, he approached the designated spot, gathering fire attribute chakra and channeling it into the fuse. After 2 seconds of anticipation, nothing happened. Had he made a mistake? Suddenly, a thunderous boom resonated in their ears. The rocket soared into the air, accelerating at the second ignition point. With a whoosh, it descended at 90 kilometers per hour, striking the target precisely and erupting in a massive explosion. The rocket's gunpowder, enhanced by fire attribute chakra, unleashed 3 times the power of ordinary gunpowder, obliterating the tree into fragments, scattering metallic debris, and creating numerous small craters at the impact site. Jiraiya stood in awe as the rocket ascended and swiftly struck its target, the sheer force leaving him momentarily speechless. Orochimaru's pupils dilated in surprise, acknowledging that this technique rivaled B-rank ninjutsu and could be operated by students from the Ninja Academy without the need for high-ranking ninjas. The battlefield might indeed transform with such innovative weaponry. Elder Chiming was left agape, utterly astonished by Lord Hokage's unparalleled genius in conceiving this weapon. A true blessing for the Uzumaki clan. Lord Hokage, we shall exert every effort to produce more rocket launchers within 3 days. The Uzumaki clan members, filled with joy, leaped in celebration. I shall return to the production line now. Chapter 8. The first Hokage awakens and heads to the training ground. In the medical facility, several staff members were calibrating nutritional fluids. Uzumaki Rina remained in a deep coma due to excessive chakra depletion. Captain Uzumaki Mutu of the 5th Division gazed at the unconscious Hokage, frowning inwardly, realizing he could only administer nutritional fluids to allow the Hokage's body to recuperate. Uzumaki Taro led Tsunade into the hospital, which had been established alongside the land of Whirlpool. The once bustling hospital now lay quiet, as everyone devoted themselves to the Uzumaki clan's cause. Mutu, where are you? Come out and take me to see the Hokage. As the chief physician of the Uzumaki clan, Mutu quickly intervened. Can't you see I am treating Lord Hokage? Your shouting disrupts his rest. It is utterly unacceptable. Disregarding Taro's admonition, Mutu smiled faintly and stepped aside, allowing Tsunade to approach. We have invited Lady Tsunade, a medical ninja, to treat our first Hokage. Please, lead us to the ward. Taro knew Tsunade was a medical ninja, but she had yet to establish a significant reputation in that field, primarily known as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Her youth was an advantage in the medical realm, yet Taro found it concerning that such a young medical ninja was attending to the Hokage. After all, the second Hokage was quite young as well. Was this not reckless? Taro's expression darkened slightly. Tsunade entered and examined the medications prepared for the Hokage. She closely observed Uzumaki Rina, noting the furrowed brows, cold sweat, and labored breathing, symptoms common to the Senju clan. The Senju possessed remarkable vitality, often exhausting their chakra in battle. By pushing their robust life force, they could unleash formidable chakra, but this would lead to deep comas and reduced lifespan. It seemed the previous battle had been intense. Tsunade opened Rina's mouth and retrieved a specially crafted soldier pill from her ninja tool pouch. Typically, soldier pills served as nutritional supplements during combat, providing an instant boost to chakra recovery. However, this particular pill was Tsunade's custom formulation, designed to effectively replenish stamina and accelerate recovery from chakra depletion. Placing it beneath Rina's tongue for gradual absorption, she formed hand seals. Medical ninjutsu, healing palm technique. With her hands over the heart, she channeled chakra to accelerate the healing process for Uzumaki Rina. As her chakra intensified, Rina's metabolism quickened, and the soldier pill was gradually absorbed. As the furrowed brow gradually relaxed, the cold sweat ceased, and the breath became steady. The effects were almost instantaneous. Uzumaki Jiro now comprehended that the medical prowess of his counterpart surpassed his own by several tiers. It was no wonder that the second Hokage had summoned this individual to treat the first. He hastily inquired about the crucial question that any medical ninja would ponder. Lady Tsunade, how did you achieve this? Despite being the foremost healer in the land of Whirlpool, he could not fathom how Tsunade had managed to treat the Hokage. The second Hokage had fallen into a coma due to the excessive use of chakra, a fact well known to them all. While administering nutrient solutions could yield similar results, Tsunade's approach was far more intricate. She explained that chakra is a fusion of physical cells and mental energy. When the cells lack vitality, the Hokage could only rely on sheer willpower to move his body. When that willpower waned, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The special soldier's food pill I utilized gently replenishes the energy of the body's cells, while my medical ninjutsu fortifies the heart and enhances overall vitality, precisely controlling chakra infusion into the bloodstream to replenish the chakra deficit in all cells. Once the cells are restored, they regain the capacity to generate new chakra, allowing the Hokage to recover at an astonishing rate. Overwhelmed by the wealth of knowledge, Uzumaki Jiro couldn't help but admire Tsunade, the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama. Under Tsunade's care, Uzumaki Amina opened her eyes, as if she had plunged into the depths of an ocean, the pressure immobilizing her. Yet, a warm current lifted her from the abyss. How long have I been unconscious? Did the battle with the Mist Village conclude? Upon hearing the Hokage speak, Tsunade maintained her composure and continued her treatment. A Chunin rushed in, announcing that the first Hokage had regained consciousness. Congratulations, Lord First Hokage, on your recovery. Lord Mutu, The second Hokage wishes to test the rocket launcher at the training ground. I have come to inform you. Uzumaki Amina felt a pang of anxiety. It appeared another battle loomed on the horizon. A rocket launcher? It seemed her son had devised a strategy against the Mist Village. She promptly rose, declaring, I must see this so-called rocket launcher. You should rest. Your injuries are not yet healed, Tsunade interjected. I'm fine. Your treatment has been remarkably effective, and I feel much lighter. I need to see the rocket launcher to feel at ease, Amina insisted. Uzumaki Jiro and Uzumaki Muta contemplated dissuading her, yet understanding her nature, they acquiesced. Though Amina had little stamina, she knew a brief nap would suffice to rejuvenate her. She rallied everyone, leading the way outside. Tsunade could only shake her head in silent resignation as she watched Amina leave. As they approached the training ground, a resounding boom echoed through the air. A rocket soared skyward, followed by another thunderous roar. Is that the new weapon? It resembles an arrow from a bow, yet it can also spew fire. No wonder it's called a rocket launcher. Watching the rocket take flight rekindled Amina's hope for battle, invigorating her spirit. She hastened towards Uzumaki Shoyuri. Entering to see the elongated rocket tube, measuring a full meter, crafted from Earth-style ninjutsu. It was evidently the mechanism for launching the projectiles. Upon noticing his father at the training ground, Shoyuri rushed forward. Father, your injuries are not yet healed. How can you move about? Before he could finish, Amina interrupted, pointing at the rocket tube. Lady Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is indeed impressive. Now, aside from feeling a bit fatigued, my body has mostly recovered. A good night's sleep will have me ready for the battle in 3 days, Amina reassured. Shoyuri, how many of these rocket launchers can we produce by then? Shoyuri glanced at Uzumaki Sasuke, who stepped forward to respond. Lord First Hokage, today we have a factory capable of producing approximately 100 to 700 units daily. With 2 additional factories coming online tomorrow, by the time of the decisive battle in 3 days, we should have around 1,200 units. Tsunade gazed towards the target, astonished by the explosive potential of the rocket launcher, which boasted a range of 9 kilometers. Chapter 9. Gathering, Internal Strife in the Mist Village. Excellent. Let's celebrate with a drink tonight, Amina proposed, her weary body dragging her down. The others heartily accepted her suggestion. As evening descended, the atmosphere was filled with revelry. Tsunade noticed Shoyuri leaving the table and followed him, finding him in the garden, gazing at the stars. At his age, he possessed strength that surpassed hers. Having become the second Hokage of the land of Whirlpool, capable of creating machines that could alter the battlefield to confront the Mist Village. Tsunade's curiosity about Shoyuri deepened, her desire to understand him intensifying. Our prodigy, everyone is celebrating your invention. Why are you out here staring at the stars? Bathed in starlight. Shoyuri regarded Tsunade for a long moment, causing her to blush. The rocket launcher is indeed useful, but this battle will determine the fate of the Uzumaki clan. I wish to observe more of this world. I can only contemplate the upcoming conflict in the limited time I have. Tsunade stepped closer. Recalling her grandfather's words, when one approaches a task with hope, at least one person should be there to cheer for them. It won't be that difficult. We will face it together. Shoyuri withdrew his gaze from Tsunade, stretching his limbs. Thank you for your encouragement. But do not forget, I am the second Hokage of the land of Whirlpool. When challenges arise, I will be at the forefront. Tsunade retrieved her ninja pouch, producing a specially crafted soldier's food pill and offering it to him. Receiving the medication, Shoyuri looked puzzled. Isn't this a soldier's food pill? We have plenty. There is no need to single me out. Tsunade shot him a knowing glance. Am I going to give you a regular soldier's food pill? This one is specially made. It was used to treat your father. As the Hokage, you cannot afford to falter. This is specifically for you. Now come on, my dear Hokage. Let us enjoy a drink together. Shoyuri accepted the pill, smiling. All right, Tsunade, your medical ninjutsu is quite remarkable. Could you teach me? Of course. When we return from battle, I will teach you everything without reservation, Tsunade replied with a grin. As everyone continued to indulge in food and drink, Jiraiya and the first Hokage engaged in lighthearted banter. While Orochimaru analyzed the sealing scrolls, the atmosphere in the land of Whirlpool was vibrant, yet in the land of water, Kisame Hoshigaki returned from a summoning. Battered by the forces of space, with a cough, he spat out blood, barely finding time to rest. Suddenly, a sunbond darted towards his heart. Sensing the danger, Kisame rolled to the right, quickly turning to confront his assailant. Suigetsu Hozuki fixed his gaze on him. Upon seeing Kisame's evasive maneuver, he surged forward like lightning. delivering a powerful kick. In an instant, Kisame's body turned to wood. Substitution Jutsu. Suigetsu Hozuki, do you intend to betray the Mizukage by attacking me? The other remained silent, his lips curling into a cruel smile as he formed hand seals. Hair Needle Sunban. His hair began to launch at the enemy, ultimately embedding itself in the ground as he initiated a piercing assault. The ghostly light of Hozuki Mangetsu found itself devoid of chakra, rendered immobile and displaying a visage of terror. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon gazed down upon its fallen opponent, poised to pierce Hozuki's body with a flurry of needle-like projectiles. The thought of eliminating Hozuki filled it with satisfaction, knowing that it would subsequently gain control over the formidable sword, Semihata, without fear of it being summoned away. In an instant, Hozuki Mangetsu was pinned to the ground by the onslaught of needles, writhing in agony. Hatred etched across his face as he glared at the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon. You need not cast such a hateful gaze in my direction. If blame is to be assigned, it lies with your inability to maintain control over Semihata. I was well aware of your reverse summoning technique long before this moment, waiting patiently here each time you embarked on a mission. Do you have any idea how long I have bided my time for your return? Bearing a menacing grin, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon raised its blade and thrust downward. The clash of metal rang out, the blade shattering upon impact. Hozuki's illusions were merely that, illusions, and not the true Hozuki Mangetsu. Scanning the surroundings, Hozuki spotted not far off, kneeling in the distance, the second Mizukage, Hozuki Mangetsu. A look of dread crossed the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon as it knelt before him, cautiously lifting its gaze. Lord Mizukage, I meant no harm. I was merely sparring with Hozuki Mangetsu. With the imminent invasion of the land of the whirlpools, I would never jeopardize your interests. The second Mizukage, usually warm-hearted and generous, transformed into a figure of cold ruthlessness when faced with battle. Hozuki Mangetsu regarded the Pufferfish Demon with a wry smile and delivered a swift kick. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon was sent crashing against the mountainside, embedded within it, while Hozuki Mangetsu remained kneeling nearby. Speak to me about the formidable warriors of the land of the whirlpools. My blood is already boiling with anticipation. Hozuki Mangetsu glanced at the Pufferfish Demon, still prostrate on the ground, before hastily rising to follow the second Mizukage. The Pufferfish Demon, resembling a vengeful spirit, ground its teeth in frustration. Hozuki clan, do not afford me another chance. I shall repay this debt. Slowly rising, it trailed behind the Mizukage back to the encampment. Lord Mizukage, we have gathered intelligence on the land of the whirlpools. Konoha and Suna have clashed and will not send reinforcements. The only remaining fighters are the 6 captains of the elite squads, the Whirlpool Shadow, and his son. There is no need for you to go. I can lead the charge and vanquish the entire land of the whirlpools. A glance from Hozuki Mangetsu silenced the Pufferfish Demon, realizing that such a bloodthirsty warrior as the Mizukage would never allow him to lead. Soon, the encampment of the Land of Water came into view, Chunin dispersing to summon Jonin for a meeting. Hozuki Mangetsu took his seat upon the Mizukage's throne, witnessing the assembly of the elite, including the 7 ninja swordsmen, the Mizuki clan, and the Kagaya clan. The Mizukage surveyed the gathered assembly, the mightiest of Kirigakure united. In 3.5 days, supplies would arrive, and 10 ships would be ready for deployment, poised to conquer the land of the whirlpools. The assembly erupted in a rallying cry. Let us conquer the land of the whirlpools. Seated as the Whirlpool Shadow, Uzumaki Katsumi observed the gathering, which included his father, the first Whirlpool Shadow, Elder Uzumaki Akira. The 6 captains, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, the most powerful of the land of the whirlpools, had come together. Katsumi raised a cup and salute. In 3 days, the rocket artillery and 300 medium-sized ships will be assembled. We shall set sail to defeat Kirigakure. The crowd responded with fervor, shouting, Defeat Kirigakure. Chapter 10, Chains of Ships, a clash of spirits. At this moment, 300 medium-sized fishing vessels had been transformed into warships. Uzumaki Katsumi surveyed the assembled forces. All aboard. Set sail. The Whirlpool Ninja lined up neatly to board the ships, braving the waves as they embarked on their journey. As the second Whirlpool Shadow, Uzumaki Katsumi led the charge. Elder Akira and the various captains dispersed to different vessels. One ship, notably larger than the rest, housed the command center for all the warships. With only Tsunade remaining beside Katsumi, he instructed the communication ninja to relay orders. Observe the war map closely. We must not allow the conflict to extend to the homeland of the whirlpools. Engaging Kirigakure on open water would disadvantage us. Between the two opposing forces lay two small islands. Father, you will lead the deployment of 1,200 rocket launchers, 800 of which shall be stationed on the islands. I will command the ships from two directions in two waves, launching 400 to inflict damage on the enemy's forces and vessels. This area, fraught with complex terrain and vast expanses, is devoid of supplies, making it impossible for the enemy to reach the land of water or the land of the whirlpools. We can thus compel them to retreat to the islands for rest. After 3 days of tactical deliberation, the plan was set, but a heavy weight lingered in the air. Taking a deep breath, he exited the command room, stepping onto the deck to observe the sea. Tsunade approached him, saying, "I will accompany you on this assault. My presence will ensure your safety." As her words faded, the tranquil sea transformed abruptly. Waves surged violently, tilting the warships at a precarious angle. The once calm waters had turned tempestuous, and the vessels, still grappling with their new warlike forms, struggled to withstand nature's onslaught. Grasping Tsunade's hand, he urged her back to the command center. "We are still half a day's journey from our destination," he commanded. "Secure each ship with chains to bolster their stability against the waves." The communication ninja promptly complied, forming hand seals. Ninjutsu, heart-to-heart technique. This technique emulated the mind transfer technique, enabling communication. Elder Akira took the order and rushed to the deck, connecting the chains between the 300 ships. Just as the connections were made, a colossal wave crashed over them. The linked chains caused the entire fleet to tilt alarmingly. Realizing the severity of the situation, Katsumi released Tsunade, instructing her to remain inside. He hastened to the deck, forming hand seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. Chakra coalesced at his throat, unleashing a massive torrent of water that countered the waves. The two forces clashed, gradually calming the tumultuous waves. The Whirlpool ninjas looked up to the second Whirlpool shadow with admiration. Jiraiya wiped the sweat from his brow, while Orochimaru remarked, "What a disastrous start. We nearly retreated before the battle had even begun." As Katsumi regained his chakra, he too felt the sweat trickle down his brow. Turning to find Tsunade watching him with concern, he waved reassuringly. The ships, still struggling against the waves, required adjustments to manage the recoil of the rocket launchers. He turned and instructed the communication ninja, "Do not sever the connecting chains. Divide them into 3 sections. One section will accompany me, while the other 2 proceed to the small islands." "Tsunade, look ahead." She pointed towards the 2 small islands. Katsumi inhaled deeply and relayed the orders. The sensing ninjas activated their Kagaya Eye, remaining vigilant for Kirigakure's large warships, while the remaining 2 teams advanced to their designated locations. "Tsunade, are you truly determined to join me? We cannot anticipate the dangers that lie ahead. Rest assured, in the face of danger, I can still save your life. Granny Mito has taught me the art of reverse summoning, which allows me to protect myself effectively in perilous situations." Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Naruto and remarked. The sensing ninja tightly closed his eyes, channeling his mental energy into his sensing chakra, capable of monitoring targets within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Suddenly, 10 black dots began to enlarge. The large warships of the Mist Village had appeared. A sudden surge of blood erupted from his mouth, prompting Naruto to rush forward. "Lord Naruto, the enemy is 30 kilometers away. I wish to ascertain the situation aboard their ships, but their formidable experts have detected us. For now, we can only observe their movements from the periphery. The enemy has discovered our presence. We need to modify our tactics. Communication ninja. Our chains will be unbound." Dispersing to designated locations, while 2 rocket launchers concentrate their fire on one ship. The recoil from the rocket launch will force us to abandon this warship and proceed to another. The sensing ninja continued to maintain awareness, instructing to wait for my command when the distance is 10 kilometers. It is imperative to ascertain the presence of their elite fighters. "Tsunade, guard from the side while I confront their experts." As he spoke, Naruto settled onto the ground, opening his body control, concentrating his chakra, and forming seals with his hands. The sensing ninja technique, God Music Hard Eye, enabled his mental energy to soar to 30 kilometers. He detected the target. The 10 large warships of the Mist Village loomed before him. Taking a deep breath, he ventured forth to probe. His mental chakra flowed through the hulls of the ships. The water shadow sensed another surge of mental chakra intruding. Eyes closed and focus sharpened, his mental chakra surged forth. The 2 forces engaged in a tangle. The Water Shadow's mental chakra was more aggressive, launching an assault infused with illusions, while Naruto aimed to gather intelligence. Evading confrontation against the Water Shadow's illusionary attacks, he opened his body control, diminishing his sense of smell and hearing while amplifying his perception and chakra control. He roamed, gathering information. As his body control expanded, his mental chakra intensified, solidifying and colliding fiercely with the Water Shadow's mental chakra. He hastily retreated. Within the warship, the Water Shadow abruptly opened his eyes, feeling the sting from the collision of opposing mental chakra, igniting a fierce determination within him. His mustache twitching with a smile as he became emboldened. Just moments ago, a sensing ninja had infiltrated the warship, prompting the Land of Waves to take the offensive. The Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish ghost dared not meet the Water Shadow's gaze. Lord Water Shadow, grant me the great blade of the shark's skin, and as the vanguard, I shall test the strength of our adversary, leaving the formidable ones for you to handle. Forget about the shark's skin, I will deal with the Land of Waves appropriately, replied the Water Shadow. The Ghost of the Mist, cunning as always, understood that the members of the Uzumaki clan were renowned for their immense chakra reserves, affording them considerable advantages. Clenching his teeth, he added, I have not forgotten the ambush from last time. It would be best if I died at the hands of the Uzumaki clan. The Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish ghost had no choice but to seek assistance from the Water Shadow. The ghost of the Lantern Moon showed no interest in such matters, dismissing them with a wave of his hand. Find the Uzumaki clan's title ninjas, he commanded. The mental chakra returned to the command room, and the body control mechanism was turned off, restoring all bodily functions to normal. Naruto smiled at Tsunade, saying, the information we gathered about the Mist Village and its personnel aligns perfectly. Our chances of victory have increased. Chapter 11. The fourth rocket launched. The sensing ninja continuously tracked the enemy and suddenly exclaimed, Lord Uzumaki, the target has entered within 10 kilometers. The atmosphere grew heavy. Silence enveloping the scene. Inform the gunners to prepare, on my command. Divide into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. 400 rockets shall be launched in 4 waves. Naruto issued his orders with calm authority. The Uzumaki ninjas aboard the warship maintained serious expressions, gathering fire chakra, grasping the fuses in anticipation of the command. Lord Uzumaki, the target is within range of our cannons, they reported. Adjust the position, Group A to the west, Group B to the south, and Group D to the north. Naruto roared. 24 launch tracks arranged in an interlaced pattern erupted in a series of thunderous roars. Boom, boom, boom. The rockets ascended into the air, activating their secondary stage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They soared rapidly through the sky. A sensing ninja aboard the Mist Village warship noticed the approaching objects. Lord Water Shadow. Nearly 200 cylindrical projectiles are rapidly advancing. The ghost of the Lantern Moon stroked his mustache knowingly. I suspected the Land of Waves would dare to confront us at sea. They must have some reliance. All units, let us see what that reliance truly is. At 9 kilometers, the warships of the Land of Waves became visible. The ghost's eyes widened with excitement as the rockets continued their accelerated assault. Isn't that just an enlarged bow and arrow? Shouted the sensing ninja. Lord Water Shadow, it's merely an oversized arrow. Let us shoot them down. Leaping into the air, he formed seals. Water release, water trumpet technique. A torrent of water surged toward the rockets. The rockets collided with the water, exploding upon impact. The Northern Group A's rockets disrupted the water trumpet technique. Boom, boom, boom. The bombardment proceeded successfully. Damn it, how did they get through? They all slipped past. Shouted the ninja. Forming seals. Combined ninjutsu, water release, water barrier. The 7 ninjas pooled their strength, erecting a towering wall of water. The Northern Group B and Southern Group C launched their rockets. Naruto calmly assessed the situation. The rockets from the Southern Group D collided with the water barrier, igniting explosive waves of fire chakra, sending scorching energy radiating outward and evaporating the water curtain into steam. Naruto aimed to unleash the next round while visibility was obscured. With the Southern Group D's rockets expended, the chakra of the 7 ninjas dwindled rapidly. The sensing ninja gasped for breath. Look, it's not my fault. Where did the Land of Waves get such powerful weapons? Lack of strength is no excuse. I have blocked every one of them. The 7 ninjas dismantled their formations. The Northern Group A and Southern Group C's rockets continued their relentless assault at 90 kilometers per hour. The sensing ninja aboard the Mist Village warship felt their abilities diminish amidst the chakra-laden environment. This is bad. Another wave of rockets is incoming. Before he could finish, a volley of rockets struck the 10 warships. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted. The swift strikes rendered them unable to react. The rockets ravaged the decks of the warships, engulfing the mist ninjas in flames. The scorching winds from the explosions swept across the faces of those present. The water shadow, witnessing such losses, wore a grim expression and roared in anger. What are you all still babbling about? Return and witness how I will punish you. Forming seals. He unleashed the water release, 1,000-feeding sharks technique. Countless chakra-infused sharks erupted from the sea, surging toward the rockets, bombarding them relentlessly. The warships that had launched the rockets were devastated by the recoil. Quickly, to another ship. According to the Water Shadow's orders, we must regroup at the island. Naruto directed everyone to hastily navigate toward the island as a fleet of 100 warships retreated in formation. However, countless chakra-manifested sharks surged from the depths of the ocean, relentlessly pursuing the retreating warships. They leapt from the water, tearing at the hulls with ferocity. The Whirlpool Ninja's eyes widened in fury, gritting his teeth. Damn it! The hidden mist has underestimated us. A mere handful of sharks cannot keep us here. He formed hand seals. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Countless fireballs erupted from the Whirlpool Ninja's mouth, obliterating the chakra sharks in swift succession. The damaged ships hastily followed the chains toward the untouched vessels, severing the connections to make a swift escape. The Whirlpool Victory commanded the battle with unwavering resolve. Watching the enemy retreat further into the distance, Hozuki Mangetsu seethed with anger. Unable to pursue any longer, he ordered his subordinates to assess the losses. Out of 10 warships, only 5 remained operational, and among those, several were riddled with shrapnel from rocket fire. Nearly half of the 4,000 hidden mist ninjas had fallen, with a few sustaining injuries. Frustration mounted, exuding a terrifying aura that bore down upon those present. A small nation like the Land of Water could inflict such losses upon us, and I am left to resolve this. What kind of punishment do you require? The faces of all were ashen. Among the 7 ninja, Hozuki Mangetsu understood the ruthlessness of the water shadow and battle, kneeling before him. My lord, your strength is unparalleled. We cannot compare. The Land of Water shall pay dearly for this. Hozuki Mangetsu snorted coldly, fixating his gaze on the departing Whirlpool Victory. Sensing a prickling sensation on his back, Whirlpool Victory turned around. Their mental energies clashed once more, the tension radiating from both sides. Seeing the retreating ships return to the island, he breathed a sigh of relief. He too set sail, retracting his mental chakra while sending a message forward. Water Shadow, this time I have triumphed. You may retreat to the Land of Water and find a way to survive. To follow us any further is but a path to your demise. The second Water Shadow of the Hidden Mist was a battle maniac, merciless in combat, and once roused, he would become a fervent force. He launched attacks without regard, hoping my intelligence proved correct. Otherwise, the enemy would directly assault the Land of Water, forcing us into a corner on the sea. Hozuki Mangetsu's aura grew increasingly fearsome as he gazed upon those kneeling before him. Rise and regroup. Pursue the remnants of the Land of Water. Hozuki Mangetsu quickly stood. My lord, instead of chasing the Whirlpool Ninja, let us attack the Land of Water directly, compelling them to pursue us. What do you think of this strategy? Before he could finish, Hozuki Mangetsu struck him down with a slap. Fool, what of the injured? The ships are severely damaged, without resting on the island. How can we continue? This is reckless. Hozuki Mangetsu lay stiffly on the ground, slapping himself twice. My lord, I am clearly not as wise as you. I shall go repair the vessels. Suigetsu, hidden in the shadows, smirked, waiting for the moment he could eliminate you once more. Hozuki Mangetsu exhaled, his fervor subsiding. Regaining his composure. Chapter 12. The first stage successful, 2 great ninja clans appear. The Whirlpool Ninja warships returned one after another from the sea, stepping onto the moist earth. The tension from the pursuit dissipated, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have returned alive. Lord Erasure, it is the Whirlpool Ninja warships. They have reached the island. Elder Akira pointed from a small hill on the island, his voice brimming with joy. The Whirlpool Ninjas, aiding the wounded, gathered at their assembly point. The first wave of combat had been a resounding success, and Whirlpool Victory also felt a sense of relief. Spotting Tsunade as she disembarked, He rushed to lend a hand, displaying his gentlemanly demeanor. Tsunade, noticing his outstretched hand, cast him a sidelong glance before accepting it and slowly descending. I must attend to the wounded. The Water Shadows jutsu can be quite potent against lower-ranked ninjas. The Whirlpool ninjas, seeing Tsunade approach with medical supplies, teased, "Lady Tsunade, might you consider staying in the land of water? Our second generation of Whirlpool ninjas is still without a partner. We could introduce him to you." Despite their pain, the injured ninjas couldn't resist a jest, eliciting a firmer grip from Tsunade. The wounded immediately cried out in pain, yet their injuries healed rapidly under the enhancement of chakra. Even wounded, you cannot remain silent. All of you quiet down. Tsunade shot a glance at the eavesdropping Whirlpool Victory, who, upon being discovered, promptly exited the scene. Prompting a beautiful smile from Tsunade, a nervous lower ninja rushed forward. "Lord Whirlpool, the guard captain is commanding the camp, awaiting your presence." With Tsunade occupied with her duties and no one to accompany him, Whirlpool Victory adjusted his armor and took a narrow path toward the command camp. Inside the command camp, discussions about the recent actions were fervent. The first-generation lord, the second-generation's command in this battle was truly commendable. Of the 10 ships, only 5 remain. Yet we have decimated half the enemy forces. The remaining 2,000, we shall eliminate 2 each. The Whirlpool clan debated passionately. The first generation beamed with pride at the praise for his son, when suddenly, a familiar chakra signature approached. Enough chatter. The second-generation Whirlpool ninja has returned victorious. Everyone present rose to welcome him. "Please, everyone sit." Regarding this battle, we took advantage of the enemy's ignorance of our rocket artillery's power, executing a surprise attack. Next time, it will not be so easy. Father, your barrier technique is unparalleled. The island is surrounded by water, and we must set up barriers around the camp to prevent any surprise attacks. Elder Akira urged everyone to rest, knowing the enemy would soon strike again. Emphasizing the need to conserve energy, Elder Akira promptly headed to command. As Whirlpool Victory entered the command room and took a seat, Orochimaru noticed Jiraiya beside him. Lost in thought, "Is this your first time on the battlefield? Why do you appear so dazed?" "I am merely astonished by the power of the rocket artillery. 3 days of preparation is too short, yet 400 can cause such a commotion. Imagine if we had 4,000 or 40,000. Whirlpool Victory is truly a genius." Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya with mild surprise. "You idiot, are you considering such things? The rocket artillery seems impressive, but do you know what the 5 great shinobi villages are? After the establishment of one nation and one village, we are the strongest among the 5 great shinobi villages. Whether Whirlpool Victory is a weapon genius remains to be seen. However, I do acknowledge his brilliance in sealing techniques. The sealing technique that absorbs chakra for storage resembles my cursed seals. Perhaps there is potential for mutual exchange. To aid the land of water against the invasion of the hidden mist, I must make good use of this favor." Observing the joyful smiles on everyone's faces, Whirlpool Victory sighed inwardly. The rocket artillery, in its initial attack, is at its strongest. Now that it has been used, the next deployment will be met with caution. It will not prove as effective. After all, a single rocket artillery is akin to a weakened B-rank ninjutsu. Against skilled opponents, it merely serves to drain their chakra without delivering a decisive blow. Using a barrage of fire, perhaps we can achieve effectiveness, yet the preparation time is insufficient. With ample time, we could manufacture tens of thousands of rocket artillery pieces, but the industrial capabilities of the land of whirlpools are severely lacking. The materials were cobbled together from various sources, allowing the production of merely 1,200 rocket artillery pieces. The economic condition of the land of whirlpools is dire, and its population is grossly inadequate. Victory of the Whirlpool clan shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. Now is not the time for such considerations. Those can wait until after our triumph. Amidst the misty battleships, 2 figures swiftly darted across the water's surface, arriving before the Mizukage before anyone had a chance to react. The leader of the Kagaya clan, Kagaya Maken, and the leader of the Mizuki clan, Mizuki Junpei, bowed deeply before the esteemed Hokage. Kagaya Maken cast a disdainful glance at the 7 ninja swordsmen, asserting, "Mizukage, the 7 ninja swordsmen are woefully inadequate and unfit to serve as your guards. It would be far better to replace them with my Kagaya clan, ensuring the land of whirlpools remains utterly unapproachable." At this moment, the deck of the misty ship was enveloped in silence, the audacity of Kagaya Maken's words shocking everyone present. The 7 ninja swordsmen fixated their gaze on him. Had the Mizukage not been present, they would have undoubtedly retaliated against him. Kagaya Maken remained unfazed by their scrutiny. We must accelerate our actions. We are here to deal with the land of whirlpools and cannot allow the lightning village to gain any advantage. Gazuki Matsu did not concern himself with the internal strife of the Mist Village, for only Gazuki Hashin belonged to his family among the 7 ninja swordsmen. The rest were merely commoners selected through a process. The Gazuki clan retained control over the ninja blades, and without the 7 ninja swordsmen, their combat prowess was reduced by at least half. Gazuki Matsu was entirely unconcerned about a potential betrayal from the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kagaya Maken noted the Mizukage's disregard for his remarks and internally scoffed. As the largest clan in the Mist Village, the Gazuki clan was always on guard against the Kagaya clan, the second largest. Their own weakness made them eager to deplete the other's strength. The Mizukage's indifference was anticipated by Kagaya Maken. After all, the fool had already lost his position. It was essential to seize every opportunity to weaken the opponent. Mizukage, I can resolve the hull repairs single-handedly, though it will cost 10 million ryo. Gazuki Matsu was well aware of Mizuki Junpei's extravagant lifestyle. The Mizuki clan was filled with handsome and beautiful individuals, living in opulence. Each intervention required substantial funds, yet the Elder Council was dominated by the Mizuki clan, leaving them little recourse as long as they did not err. We shall settle the bill after conquering the land of whirlpools. Chapter 13. The rocket artillery launches again. Mizuki Junpei nodded in satisfaction, forming hand seals with both hands. Water release, bubble chaos. A vast quantity of bubbles erupted, adhering to the cracks in the hull. He formed hand seals once more. Secret technique, 1,000-kill water flight. The bubbles quickly solidified into ice blocks, sealing the ruptured hull. Mizukage, you may emerge now. If you delay, the ice will melt. At this moment, 2 small islands appeared. Shortly after, the Mist Village's warships approached the islands. The whirlpool ninjas concealed within the islands remained undetected. A sensory ninja from the Mist Village began to probe the situation on the islands. Mizukage, there is a barrier technique from the Whirlpool clan within the island, making detailed investigation impossible. We have determined that their camp is situated right in the center of the island. The barrier extends to the north, south, and west, leaving only the eastern entrance accessible. Mizukage, let us concentrate our attacks to break the 3 barriers and launch an assault from all sides. The land of whirlpools has fewer combatants than we do. We can encircle and annihilate them. Gazuki Hashin, acting as the strategist, proposed the tactics. Gazuki Matsu felt his blood boiling with excitement, struggling to maintain composure as he impatiently pointed towards the camp. That is the main force of the land of whirlpools. Let us advance and eliminate them all. A report came in. The Mist Village has surrounded our camp and is launching an attack. They are not targeting the barriers, but are opting for a direct frontal assault. Anxiety gripped the hearts of all present, including Victory of the Whirlpool clan, as they realized the Mist Village had prepared and was advancing much more swiftly than anticipated. We are stationed on Island B. Notify the warships on Island B to launch the rocket artillery. The personnel on Island A will remain to operate the launchers. Everyone else should regroup at the command camp. Lord Yueying, why not unleash all our firepower to crush the enemy? The Mist Village had already made preparations. The rocket artillery launch was merely a means of exhausting the opponent's chakra while alleviating our own burdens. We have 200 rockets remaining to deal with them, which we hope will not be needed. The communication ninja hastily formed seals. Ninjutsu, mind communication technique. The captain of the second squad aboard the warship, Whirlpool Seiya, felt his rage boil over upon hearing of the Mist Village's advance. He looked at his comrades and conveyed the order, grabbing the fuse. He infused it with fire chakra and adjusted the aim. The captain bellowed, prepare. Countdown, 3, 2, 1, launch. The rocket artillery, towering on the warship, had 24 I-beam launch tracks arranged in staggered rows. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunder echoed as the rockets soared into the sky, igniting for a second burst. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 600 rockets were launched in rapid succession. The explosive smoke filled the skies above Island A as they advanced towards the command camp, preparing to fend off the enemy's assault. The Mist ninjas hastened their advance, but suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted ahead. What special ninjutsu is that? A tremendous pressure descended upon them, slowing their movements. Moments later, Arrows capable of detonating began raining down upon the Mist Ninja's warships. Mizuki'd. The techniques used by the Land of Whirlpools have returned. The Mizuki'd's blood surged with fervor as he gazed at the oncoming barrage of rockets. Water release. Water dragon bullet. From the depths of the ocean, 10 water dragons soared into the sky, charging towards the rockets. The two forces collided. Boom, boom, boom. The 10 water dragons consumed 200 of the rockets. The Mist Ninjas watched in disbelief, realizing the Mizuki'd's ninjutsu could not withstand the onslaught of rockets. Kazuki Matsu stared ahead, realizing he had underestimated these rockets. A single rocket's power was akin to a B-rank ninjutsu, but a multitude of B-rank ninjutsu multiplied their potency. They all utilized piercing techniques, chakra-efficient methods, and numerous attacks to counter the incoming rockets. Ice release, snow whirlwind, water release, water bullet barrage, water release, water cannon multi-thousand shuriken technique. Techniques possessing piercing capabilities and overwhelming numbers were unleashed against the approaching rockets. The rockets were shot down mid-air, exploding in a cascade of fire. The Mist Ninjas gazed at the sky, the heat from the explosions washing over them, drying the air, while the heat itself posed no harm. The ensuing rain of metal fragments was perilous. As the ninjutsu pierced through, explosions ensued, scattering metal shards everywhere. The lower-ranked ninjas, lacking the strength to withstand this onslaught, were struck by fragments, collapsing in agony. Kazuki Matsu reveled in the cacophony of despair around him, his excitement mounting. The thrill of battle was truly exquisite. Those unable to move remained stationary while the others pressed forward. The casualty count had reached approximately 300, yet the Mizuki'd, accompanied by 1,700 ninjas, continued onward. Report to Lord Vortex. The rocket artillery has targeted 2,000, resulting in 300 casualties, while the Mist Shinobi continue their advance towards the camp. The sensory ninjas of the Vortex clan have reported in. Upon hearing this, Vortex Victory's expression shifted slightly. The impact of this attack was significantly diminished, as the enemy had evidently developed a more profound understanding of the rocket artillery's capabilities. As the word of the enemy's incursion spread throughout the camp, the Vortex ninjas gathered from all directions before the command center. The time for battle had arrived. They set forth. With that, he turned and led the way out, followed closely by the others as they exited the command room. Vortex Victory surveyed the assembled Vortex ninjas and delivered a pre-battle rallying call. The enemy had breached the rocket artillery's assault and was preparing to invade the camp. The collective heat generated by the barrage could evaporate the island's moisture, rendering it arid. This dryness would allow our water techniques to consume more of the enemy's chakra. Our Vortex clan, facing the Mist Ninjas, could enhance the potency of our fire techniques. The final defensive barrier had already made its last contribution. Let us march forth to meet the enemy. In the sky, the scorching energy absorbed the moisture, leaving a cerulean expanse. Taking their positions, Vortex Victory stood at the forefront, flanked by Tsunade Senju, Vortex Amina, and the 6 captains of the Land of Vortex: Chingya, Gongchang, Jiro, Mutu, Sasuke, and Elder Vortex Chiming. The sky was shrouded in a dark crimson hue, a remnant of the rocket bombardment. Standing at the forefront was the ghostly figure of Hozuki Mangetsu, accompanied by the likes of Suigetsu Hozuki, Kirasame, Tsukumo, and others. Vortex Victory locked eyes with the Mizuki'd. Mizuki'd, this is our first encounter. You have maliciously invaded the Land of Vortex, and you shall pay the price. The Mizuki'd, unfazed, retorted, where is the first Vortex shadow? Upon witnessing our incursion into your territory, did the second pass you the mantle? You insolent brat, I am invigorated by the thought of the Land of Vortex's demise. It makes me tremble with excitement. Both the Vortex Shadow and the Mizuki'd commenced the attack. Chapter 14. Launching the Assault, the Elder Trapped. Rescue mission with the commands to attack issued from both sides. Ninjas surged forth like a tidal wave towards their foes. Vortex Victory issued his command. Elder Chiming. The enemy numbers are vast. You shall lead our Vortex clan. Let soldiers face soldiers, generals face generals, and leave the Mizuki'd to me. Upon receiving the command, Elder Chiming hastened to take charge. Collectively, they unleashed a barrage of fire techniques. The Vortex clan possessed an immense reservoir of chakra, allowing for a significant amplification of their ninjutsu. The Vortex ninjas formed hand seals for fire release, fireball technique, while Elder Chiming executed the Great Fireball technique. With a single command, countless fireballs enveloped the colossal fireball, obscuring half of the battlefield sky as they surged towards the Mist Shinobi. The Mist Village's Jonin gazed in astonishment at the gigantic fireball. How are we to contend with such a massive jutsu? Frustrated, they hastily utilized their techniques to eliminate the threat. Water release, water fong bullet. Water release, water wave. A torrent of water surged forth like a waterfall, while the water fong bullet was enhanced by compression and rotation to increase its lethality. However, in this arid environment, the water techniques were diminished. As the colossal fireball overshadowed their vision, it was akin to a spear piercing a sandbag, with sand still trickling from it. The Mist Ninjas, witnessing the spectacle, felt their pupils constrict in shock, rendered momentarily frozen. How can you be so weak? If you are vanquished, you will miss out on the spoils of the land of Vortex. My commission is contingent upon its wealth. Mizuki Junpei, with an icy demeanor, faced the Mist Ninja's defeat and formed hand seals. Water release, water pillar technique. Chakra coalesced, producing an abundance of columnar water. In the dry atmosphere, the water's potency remained intact under Mizuki Junpei's water affinity chakra. Massive water columns erupted from the ground, instantly countering the descending fireballs. The Vortex Ninjas were astounded as their combined ninjutsu was effortlessly neutralized by a single technique. This cannot be a jest. Elder Chiming steadied his gaze upon the enemy, determination radiating from him as he rallied their spirits. There is only one of them. The Mist Village Shinobi could hardly withstand our combined technique. Our Vortex Ninjas shall surely triumph. With renewed vigor, the Vortex Ninjas brandished their kunai, chakra surging to enhance their physical prowess as they charged towards the foe. The Mist Ninjas, shocked by Mizuki Junpei's display, quickly regained their composure and bolstered their morale, unleashing their own techniques. Water release, water clone technique. Originally outnumbered, the Mist Ninjas now multiplied several-fold with the water clones. The Vortex Jonin faced this overwhelming number, launching shuriken forward, knowing that the water clones possessed only a fraction of their original power. Though they could drain the Vortex Ninja's stamina, each water clone subdued only further fueled their morale. With an explosive surge of chakra, the Vortex clan's unique advantage, a vast reservoir of chakra, illuminated their eyes with a fierce crimson glow. The timid Mist Ninjas faltered, allowing the Vortex Ninjas to capitalize on the moment and eliminate them. Mizuki Junpei, observing the battlefield, realized that the situation was not swayed by the apparent numerical superiority of the Mist Ninjas. Instead, the Vortex Ninjas pressed forward with fervor, forming hand seals. Secret technique, 1,000-kill water flight. Streams of water morphed into countless steel needles that assailed the Vortex Ninjas from all directions. Elder Chiming, wide-eyed and resolute, responded with his own hand seals. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. For fire dragons erupted from his mouth, encircling and protecting the Vortex Ninjas from the onslaught of 1,000-kill water flight. Mizuki Junpei, taken aback by the prowess of the Vortex Ninjas, prepared to confront Elder Chiming, his demeanor growing icy. As the golden chains approached, he formed hand seals with a look of intensity. Bloodline limit, mirror ice crystal. From within his veins, an immense chakra surged forth, manifesting shards of mirror-like ice crystals that ensnared Elder Chiming. Mizuki Junpei could maneuver at lightning speed using the mirror ice crystals. Vortex victory. Witnessing Elder Chiming ensnared, felt a pang of urgency. It is the bloodline limit of the Mizuki clan. The mirror ice crystals are impenetrable from within. We must launch a full-scale assault to rescue Elder Chiming. It is our time to act. With resolve, he surged forward, prompting Hozuki Mangetsu to reveal a fervent smile. At last, my opponent, the second Vortex Shadow, has chosen to make their move. Hiruzen Shiranuma witnessed Uzumaki Sasuke advancing towards the mirror ice crystal and hurriedly intervened. After all, Mizuki Junpei was trapped within the mirror ice crystal, and Uzumaki Akira would be progressively weakened. Upon seeing Hiruzen Shiranuma's arrival, Uzumaki Sasuke unleashed his chakra. The body technique. Shadow Dance Leaf, a martial art passed down from the Hidden Leaf Village, executed a low kick aimed at the opponent's chin. Observing the technique employed by Sasuke, Hiruzen Shiranuma formed hand seals. The summoning technique, Long Sword Needle, was summoned. The needle was a weapon of remarkable piercing power, affixed with a sharp steel wire at its back, which could be drawn at a crucial moment. Gripping the weapon with excitement, he swung it towards Sasuke, who quickly altered his attack, attempting to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. When this initial assault proved unsuccessful, he promptly transitioned to another tactic. The body technique, leaf rising wind, tightened his waist and propelled him skyward like a slingshot, aiming a kick at the opponent's weapon in an attempt to send it flying. Kirizen Shiranuma, masked by the mist village umbu, concealed his expression but repositioned the long sword needle, drawing the steel wire to confront Sasuke's leaf rising wind. Noticing the opponent did not evade but rather used the wire to defend, Sasuke sensed something was amiss. Upon colliding with the opponent's weapon, he quickly withdrew his foot, only to discover that his thigh had merely grazed the steel wire, resulting in a thin wound from which blood began to seep. He concentrated chakra to seal the wound, feeling troubled by the long sword needle in his opponent's grasp. Chapter 15, Eastern Battlefield, Southern Battlefield. The others, observing Kirizen Shiranuma's obstruction, felt a growing urgency. The longer time dragged on, the more perilous Elder Akira's situation became, necessitating immediate assistance. In the east, Sasuke chose to break through but was intercepted, achieving no progress. To the west, Uzumaki Shuya advanced rapidly but also faced obstruction. Pipa Juzu stood at the forefront, exposing his sharp teeth as he assessed Uzumaki Shuya. You shall not pass. The 7 ninja of the mist are not to be compared with the 6 guards of the land of whirlpools. Juzu had already summoned the decapitating great sword, lying in wait at the inevitable path for an adversary's arrival. Finally, someone appeared. He formed hand seals. Water release, hidden mist technique. The air thickened with dense fog, obscuring vision progressively. Extending his arm, Uzumaki Shuya realized that the length of his arm was the limit of his sight. Beyond it lay only the murky mist. The silent killing technique of the mist village concentrated chakra throughout his body, generating a considerable amount of smoke as his speed accelerated. Pipa Juzu wielded the decapitating great sword, his blurred vision rendering his sensory abilities ineffective against the chakra-infused fog. He readied his kunai for defense. Hearing Juzu's voice emanating from the mist, he realized that the mist village was renowned for its assassinations, with those wielding the decapitating great sword being the elite among them. Your vital points, head, neck, throat, spine, heart, kidneys, are all within my sight, yet you cannot detect me. When and where I decide to strike depends solely on my whim. Your body may tremble unconsciously, and your heart may race with fear. As the opponent's voice guided him, he attempted to discern the direction, but it seemed to come from all sides. Fully aware that his adversary employed psychological tactics to induce paralysis, he could not help but feel a tightening in his chest. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his back, prompting him to swiftly turn and block with his kunai. However, upon turning, he found no trace of Pipa Juzu, filling him with dread. Not good, he thought. Forming hand seals. Earth release, hardening technique. He hardened his body with chakra to withstand physical attacks. Just as he released the ninjutsu, the decapitating great sword swung towards his waist, attempting to cleave him in two. Sensing the imminent danger, he crouched low, utilizing chakra to enhance his arm's hardness. Inhaling deeply to brace his muscles against the strike, the decapitating great sword struck Uzumaki Shuya, sending him flying until he collided with a rock, which cracked in a web-like pattern. Maintaining his defensive posture, he broke into a cold sweat, a wound appearing on his arm, which he controlled with chakra to seal. He resumed his sensory perception, wary of Pipa Juzu. The thick fog enveloped the battlefield anew, prompting the others to ponder how to resolve their dilemma. Uzumaki Ryuku, Uzumaki Jairu, and Uzumaki Mutu acted in unison, launching an assault from the south. This approach allowed them to simultaneously cover the western and eastern flanks, coordinating their attack while remaining poised to rescue their comrades. On the only path leading east to the magic cube crystal, they discovered 3 captains of the guard, Tsutsumi Yado, Nashi Shimbachi, and Kurakaji Raya, who were preparing to intercept. Without hesitation, the 3 formed hand seals. Tsutsumi Yado wielded the dull blade, Nashi Shimbachi the exploding blade, and Kurakaji Raya the thunder blade. Uzumaki Ryuku found his path blocked, but with 2 teammates protecting him, he launched a tentative offensive, forming hand seals. Earth release, rock pillar spear. He gathered chakra from the earth, forming a sharp spike aimed at Tsutsumi Yado. Seeing the attack approaching, Tsutsumi Yado leaped into the air, brandishing the dull blade, which was tethered to a hammer at one end. The hammer descended from above, shattering Ryuku's earth spike attack into fragments, rendering it ineffective. Ryuku understood the formidable nature of the 7 ninjas' weapons, yet he had not anticipated such resilience. Fully aware that his efforts were futile, Ryuku nonetheless continued to release his ninjutsu, forming hand seals once more. Earth release, rock pillar spear. This time, rather than facing a singular attack, a barrage of spikes surged towards the trio. Nashi Shimbachi did not leap to evade the incoming spikes, but instead swept the ground with the exploding blade, triggering a series of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive force of the blade obliterated the earth spikes before they could rise, leaving nothing but chaos behind. Kurakaji Raya recognized that his opponent sought to gauge his strength, yet he thought, even if you discover my capabilities, you will still be defeated. He formed hand seals. Lightning release, Thunderblade. The Thunderblade, wielded as dual swords, carried the power of lightning, enhancing speed and possessing the ability to absorb and generate electricity. As he executed the lightning release, he crossed the dual swords to store electrical energy. Once sufficient power was gathered, he unleashed a torrent of lightning, scorching the ground and turning it black as it surged toward Uzumaki Ryuku. Ryuku, witnessing the extensive range of the opponent's ninjutsu, immediately signaled to his teammates and then formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. He concentrated chakra to raise a wall of earth to shield against the lightning attack. Knowing the immense power of Kurakaji Raya's lightning release, the collision with the earthen wall created a series of cracks, and soon the wall shattered, sending debris flying and raising clouds of dust. Kurakaji Raya watched with satisfaction as the power of the Thunderblade eliminated one adversary. However, as the dust settled, Ryuku had vanished from sight. Uzumaki Sasuke found himself unable to progress. Relying solely on his strength, the likelihood of passage was slim. He resolved that if he could provide even a moment of support, it would significantly enhance the chances of success. Amidst the dense fog of the Vortex City, Vortex Nagato proved to be a more formidable challenge than Vortex Sasuke. The primary objective was to rescue Elder Vortex Kaiming. As the sandstorm rose, Vortex Lonchong formed a series of hand seals, invoking earth release to navigate through the ground, transforming the earth into fine grains resembling a fluid sea. This allowed Vortex Nagato to traverse beneath the surface, swiftly making his way to the battlefield of Vortex Sasuke. Upon noticing Vortex Nagato's escape, Haishu Raiga seethed with anger, gritting his teeth as he formed hand seals. Lightning release. Lightning strikes summoned bolts from the sky, relentlessly assaulting the ground in an attempt to uncover Vortex Nagato's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Wooly Shinba contemplated their opponent's destination, contrasting the western battlefield with the eastern one. It became evident that their adversary aimed to provide support at the western front, prompting him to hastily set off in that direction. Vortex Wooting witnessed Haishu Raiga's frenzied outburst and worried that he might inadvertently strike Vortex Nagato, who was en route to assist Vortex Sasuke. He observed Wooly Shinba heading towards the western battlefield and realized he could not allow him to pass. Forming hand seals, he invoked Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, raising a colossal barrier through an immense chakra surge to intercept Wooly Shinba. Chapter 16, Interception and Pursuit. Eastern battlefield Wooly Shinba found his path obstructed by the Earth Release barrier, halting to glare at Vortex Wooting. You are down to just 2. It seems your comrades have chosen to flee, abandoning you. Facing us 3, your demise would be most ungraceful. Are you not the least bit afraid? As chakra coalesced, Wooly Shinba surged upward, adhering to the wall. Seeing the oncoming assault, Vortex Wooting roared, "You 3 lack the power to extinguish us." Forming hand seals, he unleashed Earth Release, Earth Mound, extracting a clump of soil from the barrier, enhancing it with Earth Chakra, and hurling it at Wooly Shinba. Wooly Shinba, observing the incoming debris, swiftly brandished his explosive blade, launching it forward to collide with the projectile. The resulting explosion shattered the clump into fragments, sending the explosive blade soaring. Seizing the moment, Wooly Shinba leaped to grasp the explosive blade, rapidly closing in on Vortex Wooting. Realizing he could not halt Wooly Shinba's advance, Vortex Wooting understood the explosive power was overwhelming. He had to prevent Wooly Shinba from reaching the reinforcements. The might of the explosive blade was formidable, yet such strength bore its own disadvantages. A plan formed in his mind. He dashed to Wooly Shinba's side, denying him the chance to utilize the explosives in close proximity. Forming hand seals, he executed Earth Release, Earth Prison, a fortified version of the Vortex clan's sealing technique. The earth, infused with Earth Chakra, rose to form a cage enveloping both combatants. Wooly Shinba realized he was trapped within the confines, his chakra steadily depleting. He quickly retreated to the barrier's edge, swinging his explosive blade against the wall, triggering an explosion. The barrier cracked, yet within the confines, the sonic boom of the blast induced dizziness, causing him to kneel suddenly. Vortex Wuding too felt the tremors of the explosion, staggering against the wall. He had anticipated this scenario. The only way for Wooly Shinba to escape was by overcoming him. The longer the battle dragged on, the more Wooly Shinba's chakra would dwindle. Surprised by the explosion's potency in this confined space, Wooly Shinba observed as the cracks in the earth wall began to mend, indicating that his waning chakra was being utilized for the wall's restoration. Gradually rising, he set his gaze on Vortex Wuding, realizing that the path to freedom lay in defeating him. In the east, Jiraiya, Tsunade Senju, Orochimaru, and Vortex Lumine comprised a four-person team, advancing towards the magic mirror ice crystal to rescue Elder Kaiming. Opposing them were the formidable trio of Hozuki Mangetsu, Kagaya Maken, and Suigetsu Hozuki, the strongest group capable of breaking through the obstruction to reach Elder Kaiming. "Old man, we meet again," Vortex Lumine declared. "Allow me to introduce him. He is the former leader of the Vortex Nation. Under my onslaught, he has been reduced to the previous generation's leader. Today, I shall demonstrate my finest techniques. Prepare to lie down obediently." Hozuki Mangetsu, recalling their last encounter, scoffed at Vortex Lumine's bravado. Summoning the twin blades of the flatfish, he pointed them menacingly. Suigetsu Hozuki, harboring a deep-seated grudge against Hozuki Mangetsu, felt a wave of relief upon seeing his opponent wielding the twin blades instead of the feared Samahata, knowing it would significantly reduce his combat effectiveness. Forming hand seals, he prepared to summon the great sword Samahata, vowing that one day it would belong entirely to him. Before Hozuki Mangetsu could launch his assault, Kagaya Maken surged forward, targeting Tsunade with a bone sword. With the dance of the camellia, his attack sped up exponentially under the enhancement of chakra, piercing towards Tsunade. However, she chose not to block the bone spike, opting instead to form hand seals. With the chakra scalpel in hand, she slashed at the incoming arm, but Kagaya Maken's limbs swelled with an exoskeleton, attempting to withstand the blade. As the chakra scalpel drew near, an instinctual warning pricked at his senses. Realizing the danger, he quickly withdrew his arm, extending a bone spike from the opposite hand. Executing the dance of the willow, he deftly altered his ninjutsu, his body swirling like willow branches in the wind, evading the chakra scalpel's threat. Frustrated, Tsunade concentrated her chakra, unleashing the painful heavenly foot upon Kagaya Maken. As the attack approached, Kagaya Maken's skeletal form erupted from his body, bristling like a porcupine to deflect Tsunade's strike. In response to Tsunade's onslaught, he counterattacked, spinning rapidly to utilize the exposed bones as weapons. Unwilling to retreat, Tsunade reinforced her attack with enhanced chakra, roaring as she charged at Kagaya Maken's spiked form. The two collided. Kagaya Maken was forced back by the force of Tsunade's strike, losing his balance and stumbling backward, while Tsunade leaped backward, blood streaming from her leg. Forming hand seals, she initiated the medical ninjutsu, healing palm, chakra flooding forth to mend her injury as she focused on her teammates. Vortex Lumine, observing Hozuki Mangetsu's new weapon, noted that it was a different blade, one that did not absorb chakra, unlike Samahata, and prepared to confront him. "Let me show you how to deal with you," he declared. Forming hand seals for the sealing technique, Diamond Lock. Rushing forward, chakra chains erupted from his back, flooding his body with energy as he accelerated towards Hozuki Mangetsu. The latter, eyeing the approaching Vortex Lumine with a smirk, raised his twin blades of the flatfish. As the blades released a blue light from their circular openings, a terrifying wave of chakra coalesced, unleashing a tremendous energy pulse. A massive chakra conglomerate surged forth at an astonishing speed, hurtling towards Vortex Lumine. Vortex Uzumaki gazed in terror at the terrifying chakra conglomerate, its speed astonishing and escape impossible. With a swift motion, he formed hand seals. The Earth Release, Earth Dragon Concealment Technique enabled him to transform the ground into flowing mud, allowing him to submerge beneath the surface like an earth dragon, evading enemy perception. Retracting his adamantine chains, he fortified them with chakra, swiftly burrowing into the ground to a secure position. The chakra conglomerate reached its destination, unleashing a catastrophic explosion that radiated a blinding light. The shockwave erupted, forcing Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade to retreat. Jiraiya, dumbfounded by the unfolding chaos, uttered, "Old man Uzumaki, can you withstand such terrifying damage?" Chapter 17. Successful counterattack. Life hanging by a thread. Orochimaru observed the explosion with keen interest. Vortex Uzumaki, as the first Hokage, was not easily vanquished. With his dual blades, the Ghost Lantern Phantom Star fixed his gaze on the site of the explosion. Watching as the smoke gradually dispersed and the charred earth came into view, he muttered excitedly, "The Hokage of the Land of Whirlpools is merely a small nation." With a gentle push, he could vanish into the soil. The dual blades were overwhelmingly powerful, and he relished this strength. Among the 7 blades, his was the mightiest. Beneath the earth, Vortex Uzumaki lay covered in dirt, encased in adamantine chains, minimizing the damage he had sustained. It was time to emerge and resolve the conflict. Forming hand seals, he executed the Earth Release, undersea navigation. The rocks deep underground transformed into mud, swiftly moving to sense the opponent's chakra. At this moment, he propelled himself straight upward. Above, Ghost Lantern Phantom Star let out a triumphant laugh. Vortex Uzumaki awaited this opportunity, just as his son had against Ghost Lantern Phantom Star. The opponent was distracted, allowing for an underground assault. He would employ the same technique once more. Forming hand seals, he cast the 5 elements sealing technique. Breaking through the ground as he leaped into the air, the 5 element seal surged toward Ghost Lantern Phantom Star. Realizing Vortex Uzumaki was emerging from beneath him, Ghost Lantern Phantom Star hastily raised his dual blades to block the attack. The 5 element seal made contact with the dual blades, sealing runes crawling over them. Ghost Lantern Phantom Star's expression twisted in horror. What is happening? Wasn't Uzumaki annihilated? As he watched the sealing technique begin to ascend his arm, he formed a single hand seal. Summoning technique, released dual blades. With a resounding bang, the blades vanished from his grasp. Seeing the weapon disappear, Vortex Uzumaki seized the once-in-a-lifetime opening before him. Empowering his fist with fire attribute chakra, he launched a fierce attack at Ghost Lantern Phantom Star. Unable to evade, Ghost Lantern Phantom Star resorted to a secret technique passed down through generations, the water transformation technique, morphing his body into a puddle of clear water. Yet, Vortex Uzumaki's fiery fist, imbued with potent fire chakra, compelled him to evade as best he could. In an instant, he leaped away, landing on his knees, gasping for breath, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. As his breath steadied, his visage became as menacing as a demon. Fixating on Vortex Uzumaki, his body scorched by fire chakra, his strength visibly waned. He could only buy time now. Forming hand seals, he executed the water release, mist concealment technique. The mist, a hidden art of the Mist Village, erupted from Ghost Lantern Phantom Star, thickening and obscuring vision. Vortex Uzumaki leaped back to Jiraiya's side, where Tsunade tended to his wounded thigh. Kagaya Maiken rushed forward, eager to resolve the conflict. Observing her approach, Jiraiya formed hand seals. The Chaotic Lion's main technique, chakra coalesced, causing Jiraiya's silver hair to extend rapidly. With a whoosh, the lion-shaped hair lunged at Kagaya Maiken, entangling her and halting her advance. Success! She was momentarily immobilized. Jiraiya felt a surge of joy. The force of the Chaotic Lion's main technique was sufficient to shred the opponent. Yet, as he intensified the power, Kagaya Maiken exhibited no response. Her body encased in a protective exoskeleton. With a sudden burst, Kagaya Maiken broke free, opting not to charge at Tsunade but toward Jiraiya instead, driven by the fervor of her clan. Sensing her approach, Jiraiya formed hand seals once more. Fire release, great fireball technique. He concentrated chakra into oil and mixed it with fire chakra in his mouth, unleashing a massive fireball toward her. The fireball surged forth. Yet Kagaya Maiken showed no signs of evasion, her exoskeleton shielding her as she barreled into the flames. The fireball exploded outward, but she remained unhindered, continuing her charge at Jiraiya. Recognizing her formidable martial prowess, he formed hand seals again. Toad oil bullet, transforming chakra into oil, he sprayed it upon her. The sticky toad oil would slow her movements, and as it coated her, Kagaya Maiken felt a sense of humiliation. The bone pulse, 10-finger piercing bullet. Raising his palm from afar, he pointed at Jiraiya, launching bone projectiles like bullets aimed directly at him. As the bone bullets homed in, Jiraiya quickly retracted the Chaotic Lion's main technique to shield himself. The projectiles struck his silver hair but failed to penetrate, leading him to breathe a sigh of relief. In an instant, he fled toward the periphery, glancing back to check if he was pursued. Kagaya Maiken's strength was overwhelming, and Ghost Lantern Phantom Star was now injured. As long as she followed, his 3 teammates could handle her. Jiraiya marveled at his own cleverness. In the south, Vortex Jiro focused ahead, flanked by the furious Black Hornet on his left and the predatory Tozo Yubito on his right. Witnessing the two adopt a pincer formation, he silently lamented, "Uzumaki Sasuke, muster some spirit and return quickly to assist." Black Hornet exchanged glances with Tozo Yubito, who understood immediately. Charging toward Vortex Jiro, Black Hornet formed hand seals. Lightning release. Lightning ball. The stored electricity within the lightning blade manifested as an autonomous lightning ball that circled him. He swung his dual blades towards Vortex Jiro, who realized his kunai conducted electricity and could not block the attack. He quickly hurled his kunai at Black Hornet to buy time, forming hand seals. Earth release. Rock fist technique. The earth soil enveloped his fists with chakra, solidifying into a formidable rock fist that struck fiercely at Black Hornet. Black Hornet attempted to parry with his lightning blade, but the enhanced strength of the rock fist sent him flying. In that fleeting moment, Tozo Yubito on the right raised a dull blade to slice at Vortex Jiro. With no time to dodge, he could only use his rock fist to defend. The collision of the rock fist and the blade was successful in blocking the attack. Before he could react, Tongxiao Yebai seized the hammer attached to the other end of the large blade and struck it against the blade itself. Yin Quan lacked any defensive capability, cleaving through effortlessly as he withdrew his arm from the rock fist. In an instant, he leaped backward, where Haishu Leiyu awaited. Hands forming seals. The technique, Ninjutsu, Thunderblade Fong, activated, causing the thunder blades to spin rapidly in midair before launching 2 blades straight towards Uzumaki Jiro's rear. Chapter 18. Unable to overcome, rivals at odds. Jiraiya found himself alternating between engaging the opponent and retreating. Reflecting on the recent battle with Kaguya Maken, he acknowledged the formidable prowess of the Kaguya clan from Kirigakure, renowned for their exceptional combat skills and their troublesome bloodline limit, particularly their ability to wield their own bones as weapons. As he initiated a physical attack, their bones transformed into hardened spears, thwarting his advance, while they unleashed their full might upon him, instilling a sense of trepidation in his combat approach. Their finger bones resembled handguns, firing upon him, leaving him with no choice but to block or evade. Opting not to engage in taijutsu, he resorted to fire techniques, but his opponent's bloodline limit activated once more, enveloping them in bone, adjustable in density. The impact of his fire technique failed to inflict any significant burns, rendering Jiraiya a prime target for defeat. Fortunately, he had lured them out. He pondered how to counter the opponent's bloodline limit and reclaim control over the battle, rather than being perpetually pursued. An alarming realization struck. They had caught up. He pressed onward, unwittingly arriving at the southern battlefield. There, he witnessed Haishu Leiyu wielding the Thunderblade, swinging it skyward, rapidly spinning towards Uzumaki Jiro's back. Just as Jiro was about to be ambushed, Jiraiya shouted, "Beware behind you, Uzumaki Jiro." He dashed toward the Thunderblade, positioning himself to shield Jiro, forming hand seals. Earth release, Rock Thief Staff. He harnessed chakra to manipulate the earth, releasing it beneath to morph into sharp, staff-like projectiles aimed at the enemy. The rock staff collided with the incoming Thunderblade, resulting in a tremendous clash, shattering the rock staff into fragments. Jiro swiftly maneuvered his body to escape the debris. Through chakra control, he redirected the Thunderblade, which had been obstructed by the rock staff, causing it to accelerate back toward Haishu Leiyu. Confusion washed over Jiro. How had Jiraiya appeared here? He inhaled sharply, grateful for Jiraiya's timely rescue. Otherwise, he would have met his fate on this battlefield. "Jiraiya, your arrival was fortuitous. Facing 2 opponents is quite taxing," he admitted. Jiraiya, feeling slightly bashful, glanced around. "Jiro, I apologize, but soon you must face both alone." Jiro remained perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation, when suddenly he heard the white-haired boy run swiftly. "Yet I have found him." Willow dance. Kaguya Maken mimicked the swaying attack of willow branches, her emerging bones slashing towards Jiraiya. After dodging, he retaliated. Ninjutsu, Jizo Needle. This time, he enhanced his silver hair with chakra, transforming it into Jizo needles to strike at the enemy. The Jizo needles intercepted Kaguya Maken's assault, clashing against her bones with a crisp sound. However, the chakra-enhanced silver hair proved inadequate against Kaguya's bone attacks, piercing through the Jizo needles. Jiraiya quickly recoiled, drenched in cold sweat, feeling a sharp sting on his face. a small wound from the encounter. Kagaya Maken raised her bone sword, observing the blood upon it. Lamenting how close she had come to piercing his skull, Jiraiya swiftly pulled Jiro back. I nearly had my head skewered to save you. You owe me a debt of gratitude. How can you take on two at once? I struggle with just one. Jiro could only smile ruefully. Knowing his teammate had faith in him, had it not been for Jiraiya, he would have retreated. Suddenly, he noticed Kagaya Maken's eyes gleaming with intent. Jiraiya, perhaps we should switch opponents. If I employ a sealing technique, could we seal Kagaya Maken? Seeing Jiro's newfound confidence, Jiraiya stood, moving towards Haishuleya and Tongchao Yabai, signaling his intent to exchange foes. Bolstering his resolve, he thought, you may be too, but I shall find an ally. He formed hand seals. Summoning technique, Toad Ken. A massive frog appeared beside Jiraiya, bearing a shield resembling a pot lid and wielding a harpoon adorned with spikes. Are the enemies the ninjas from Kirigakure? Jiraiya exhaled, recalling the intelligence regarding their weapons that Jiro had provided. Now, it was time to eliminate the threat. Haishuleya, spotting the enormous frog, charged at Jiraiya, unleashing thunderblades charged with electricity to enhance speed. The thunder erupted with a deafening crack, and with dual blades, he fiercely attacked Jiraiya. Jiraiya marveled at the opponent's astonishing speed, leaving him no time to think as the blades bore down upon him. He drew a shuriken to deflect the thunderblade, only to be struck by an electric shock, rendering his arm numb. Lion's main technique. Silver hair coiled around Haishuleya, who swiftly swung the thunderblades, severing Jiraiya's hair in an instant. Toad Ken rushed to Jiraiya's aid, but Tongchao Yabai obstructed its path. Raising a dull blade, Tongchao Yabai swung at Toad Ken, who could only lift the pot lid shield for defense. The shield clashed against the dull blade, creating a resounding impact. Tongchao Yabai aimed to smash the back of the blade, aiming to shatter the shield. Toad Ken could not allow this. The combined force of their attack was said to be capable of breaching any defense. Wielding the spiked harpoon, it lunged toward the hammer to disrupt the merging of their forces, resulting in a stalemate of power. Meanwhile, Haishuleya continued to advance towards Jiraiya. In a flash, Jiraiya transformed into a wooden block embedded with explosive tags. Upon seeing the tags, Haishuleya's lightning chakra surged, and he leaped backward, escaping the explosion's radius just in time. A resounding boom echoed as the explosive force erupted. Despite the impact, Haishuleya was caught in the aftermath, sustaining considerable injuries and kneeling upon his descent. As Jiraiya summoned Toad Ken amidst the smoke, he formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Using chakra, he created tangible clones. The clones taking Jiraiya's place while his true self concealed upon Toad Ken's back. Just as the explosive tags detonated, Jiraiya dispelled his transformation, forming hand seals once more. Fire release, great fireball. Concentrating chakra to transform into oil, he filled his mouth, igniting the fire chakra to unleash a torrent of flames towards Tongchao Yabai. Engaged in a struggle with Toad Ken, Tongchao Yabai was momentarily distracted by the explosion, resulting in Jiraiya's great fireball striking him directly. With a resounding blast, Tongchao Yabai was sent flying, sustaining numerous wounds as he tumbled across the ground. Jiraiya exhaled a long breath, thoroughly satisfied with his accomplishments. Chapter 19. The Battle of the Vortex in the Mist Shadow begins. The battlefield rages on with fervor. Surrounding the scene are the magical ice cubes of Mizuki Junpei. It is divided into 5 primary arenas: north, south, west, east. The duel between the Vortex ninjas and the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village has devolved into a veritable slaughterhouse, thanks to the immense chakra advantage of the Uzumaki clan. Even against a numerically superior foe, they are not yet at risk of exhausting their chakra. The lower-ranked ninjas struggle to protect themselves, while the middle-ranked ones must seize the opportune moment to strike. The higher-ranked ninjas remain vigilant, constantly wary of attacks from the many lower and middle-ranked opponents. Observing the dynamics of the battlefield are 2 figures. The Mist Shadow, Kaigetsu Geketsu, gazes upon the fray, excitement dancing in his eyes as the ninjas engage in deadly combat. His gaze finally settles on Uzumaki Sarayu. It is time for our battle to commence. Uzumaki Sarayu remains the calmest amidst the chaos, having already delegated necessary arrangements. Now, it is time to showcase their true strength. Sarayu must face the Mist Shadow, Kaigetsu Geketsu, and they shall see who emerges victorious. Kaigetsu Geketsu swiftly advances, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. As he approaches, the murderous intent pricks Sorayu's skin. With a quick gesture, he forms hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire chakra coalesces at the back of his throat and is unleashed as a massive fireball, striking Kaigetsu Geketsu directly. However, before he can revel in his success, the scene shifts. The struck area is eerily vacant. A sudden rush of pressure from the right compels Sorayu to react. As his muscles swell with power and chakra, he braces for impact. Your life shall be mine. Geketsu's voice rings out as he unleashes the water shark bomb technique, summoning a massive shark that lunges towards Sorayu. The sharp teeth of the chakra-infused shark bite into Sorayu's skin, but his tough exterior withstands the assault. The shark possesses the ability to absorb chakra, and if it manages to sap Sorayu's energy, it could pierce through his defenses. Seeing Geketsu barreling towards him, Sorayu knows he must break the stalemate. He intensifies the flow of chakra, allowing one hand to move. With a single-handed seal, he unleashes wind-style vacuum wave, expelling compressed air. He sends forth a wind-based shockwave to counter the shark and disrupt Geketsu's onslaught. Geketsu, unable to press the attack, retreats to the side. Just moments ago, I saw my attack hit its mark, yet in the blink of an eye, my target vanished. He reflects, recalling the earlier battle. Jinjutsu. Sorayu realizes he has fallen victim to Geketsu's illusion. Whether it was cast while he was being observed or during Geketsu's approach remains unclear. As Geketsu charges at him once more, Sorayu prepares himself, activating his body control to enhance his senses. His gaze sweeps the battlefield. Noticing that Geketsu is again approaching from the right, an unsettling dissonance in his movements. Wind style, gale palm. Sorayu concentrates wind chakra into his palm, launching shurikens towards Geketsu, who appears to be an illusion. The voice of Geketsu echoes from nearby. Once again, I have the upper hand. Water shark bomb technique. Geketsu employs the same technique. Yet, Sorayu has already pinpointed his target. Shadow clone technique. A clone is created to take the brunt of the attack, while Sorayu positions himself on Geketsu's right flank. Geketsu, thrilled by the prospect of landing another hit, is eager to see how many techniques Sorayu can withstand. As Geketsu sharp bites down on Sorayu, the shadow clone dissipates in a burst. Sorayu seizes the opportunity and unleashes the wind style, gale palm, striking Geketsu. The mist shadow, caught off guard, activates his water transformation technique, swiftly evading further harm. His expression darkens as he realizes his illusion has been thwarted. Why must you resist my whims? Sorayu sighs, acknowledging the futility of his fire-based surprise attack against Geketsu's water transformation. I had expected you to be caught unawares, yet your reflexes are astonishing, Sorayu muses. In the face of the mist shadow, Geketsu, you are contending with the second Mizukage of the land of Vortex, Uzumaki Sorayu. Victory shall soon be mine. Geketsu's grimace morphs into a smile. This battle grows increasingly fascinating. In that case, I shall unveil my true power. He forms hand seals. Summoning technique, Great Clam. A gargantuan clam materializes before Sorayu. Geketsu leaps atop it as it releases a cloud of smoke, initiating the mirage technique. Sorayu watches as the clam vanishes amidst the mist. His sensory abilities activate, though they can only intermittently detect Geketsu's location. Geketsu, aware of Sorayu's stillness, unleashes an onslaught of murderous intent, diminishing Sorayu's perception as he forms hand seals. Water style, water cannon technique. He shapes his right hand like a pistol, swiftly aiming at Sorayu and firing chakra-infused bullets. Sorayu, spotting Geketsu's silhouette, realizes he must enhance his perception and concentrate his chakra. Kagura's hard eye. He closes his eyes and opens his third eye, observing the flow of chakra and Geketsu's movements. Upon detecting Geketsu's position directly behind him and the chakra bullets advancing, Sorayu resorts to a defensive tactic. He leaps into action, hurling shurikens while simultaneously forming hand seals. Shadow clone shuriken technique. And fire style, Phoenix flower jutsu. Flames envelop the shurikens, transforming them into a barrage of fiery projectiles aimed at Geketsu. Chapter 20. The first phase concludes. The outcome begins. Geketsu quickly opens the clam, but the fire-infused shurikens collide with its shell, leaving it unscathed. Sorayu realizes that his ranged attacks cannot penetrate Geketsu's defenses and forms hand seals. Body flicker technique. He concentrates chakra in his feet, propelling himself to pursue Geketsu. As Geketsu observes Sorayu's rapid directional changes, each of his water cannon shots strikes only remnants of Sorayu's afterimages. leading him to analyze Soryu's capabilities. The mist from the giant clam gradually enveloped the entire arena. The perception technique of the Uzumaki clan, the Kagura Shingon, began to blur as it followed the movements of the opponent. Akatsuki's Hogetsu noticed that Uzumaki Victory's running path was becoming erratic. Indeed, the Kagura Shingon was a remarkable gift of the Uzumaki lineage. Its sensory capabilities were formidable. However, as my giant clam formation began to take shape, the opponent also started to misinterpret his surroundings, forming hand seals. The enhanced version of the water release, water cannon technique allowed for a relentless barrage of water projectiles aimed at the opponent, forcing them to evade constantly. As Uzumaki Victory observed the increasingly dense water cannon attacks, the remote strikes were thwarted by the clam's protective shell, leaving him with no choice but to engage in close combat. Scanning the battlefield, he formed hand seals again. The technique of multiple shadow clones produced 30 copies of Uzumaki Victory, all rushing towards what could be Hogetsu's concealed location. Hogetsu was persistently firing, systematically reducing Uzumaki Victory's shadow clones. Under the veil of the clam's mist, all of Uzumaki Victory's clones were annihilated, and sensing the chakra, Hogetsu swept the area. Yet Uzumaki Victory was nowhere to be found. Unbeknownst to Hogetsu, he continued his relentless assault with the water cannon. In the next instant, Uzumaki Victory leaped into the sky, descending rapidly while forming hand seals. The earth release, rock fist technique enveloped his fist in solid rock, creating a massive stone fist that plummeted down with the force of a meteor. Hogetsu felt the pressure of the wind above him and looked up, witnessing a colossal rock fist descending with tremendous force. His expression darkened as he formed hand seals. The water release, great exploding water colliding wave erupted from Hogetsu's mouth, unleashing a torrent of seawater that swiftly formed a gigantic water sphere. Retreating quickly within the water, he evaded the rock fist's attack range. The massive rock fist crashed down, narrowly missing Hogetsu, who managed to escape the impending doom. However, the giant clam was not as fortunate. In the following moment, a thunderous boom resonated as the rock fist collided with the clam's shell, causing it to shatter inch by inch. The force of the impact reverberated through the earth, resulting in a violent explosion, and the rock fist gradually crumbled. When the mist finally dissipated, Uzumaki Victory stood atop the debris of the rock fist. While the clam lay defeated, vanished without a trace, perhaps it could no longer endure the assault and had retreated back to its realm. Uzumaki Victory gazed ahead, where Hogetsu had just managed to encase himself in water using the great exploding water colliding wave. Yet, he still bore the brunt of the explosion's shockwave, appearing somewhat disheveled before Uzumaki Victory. Leaping down from the fragments of the rock fist, Uzumaki Victory was surprised to find Hogetsu had evaded the attack. The second round of combat was about to commence. Uzumaki Shinya swiftly made his way toward the western battlefield. Kurosame Suramaru, observing the injury inflicted on Uzumaki Sasuke by his razor-sharp wire, noted how the latter had instinctively recoiled at the moment the wire grazed his thigh. It was evident that his opponent was a master of taijutsu. Thus, he resolved to employ assassination techniques in their duel. Kurosame brandished his long knife with the wire and began dashing around rapidly. Uzumaki Sasuke, standing still and assessing his wound, recognized the need for greater speed to incapacitate his adversary before he could mount a defense. The formidable chakra of the Uzumaki clan surged within him, coalescing to produce effects akin to the 8 gates. The chakra swiftly rotated through his circulatory system, enhancing his capabilities and flooding his body's key points, causing his muscles to ripple with power. Fixating on Kurosame's rapid movements around him, Uzumaki Sasuke unleashed a sudden eruption of chakra. The leaf Great Whirlwind, empowered by abundant chakra, exhibited increased range and potency. Kurosame, witnessing Uzumaki Sasuke, who had previously remained stationary, suddenly appear before him, was caught off guard and sent soaring into the air by a kick. Uzumaki Sasuke leapt to the same altitude as Kurosame. The leaf gale, a spinning downward kick, struck Kurosame directly, slamming him into the earth with overwhelming force. After being struck by the lower kick, Kurosame's mind went blank, and he collapsed to the ground, unresponsive. Uzumaki Sasuke descended from the air, panting heavily, his chakra overextended, leaving his muscles completely fatigued and his chakra pathways in disarray. Unable to hold himself up any longer, he fell to the ground, propping himself up with his hands. However, as he gazed at the ground, his body stiffened, and he suddenly looked up at Kurasame, who was slowly pushing himself up, a rueful expression on his face. What a formidable attack. I almost succumbed to your prowess. Such a pity. Hearing this, Uzumaki Sasuke's face fell. He lacked the strength to support his body any longer. Lamenting his fate, Kurasame, channeling chakra into his hands, set a trap as he dashed around Uzumaki Sasuke. The multiple wires from his long knife had been cleverly concealed underground. The moment Uzumaki Sasuke entered the wire's range, Kurasame would activate the sharp wires to ensnare him. Farewell, my opponent. The long knife ninja technique, spider's thread. As Kurasame flicked his fingers, the wires surged toward Uzumaki Sasuke, who could do nothing but accept his fate. From afar, a voice called out as Uzumaki Sasuke formed hand seals. The earth release, ground movement core allowed him to manipulate the earth, causing it to rise and lift him. Uzumaki Shinya jumped forth, seizing Uzumaki Sasuke and leaping toward a tree. The wires aimed at the elevated earth, and within 3 seconds, the ground was leveled. Kurasame's elation turned to dismay upon seeing Uzumaki Sasuke rescued, as he brandished his long knife, pointing it at his opponent. So, it is the captain of another squad from the Uzumaki clan, arriving just in time for support. But I wonder about your strength. Does it resemble that of the one lying on the ground, who fell before me with ease? Uzumaki Shinya placed Uzumaki Sasuke against the tree and stepped forward. Chapter 21. The Outcome of the Southern Battlefield. Kurasame's expression darkened further as he flung several smoke bombs, which erupted in a cloud of vapor. Uzumaki Shinya had no choice but to retreat beside Uzumaki Sasuke, quietly awaiting the smoke to clear. To his astonishment, when the smoke dissipated, Kurasame had vanished without a trace, fleeing while muttering, "I am not running. I am merely nursing my internal injuries. I shall return once the battle concludes." Uzumaki Shinya activated his sensory abilities but could not locate Kurasame, filled with perplexity. Leaning against the tree, Uzumaki Sasuke gradually regained his composure. With Kurasame's absence, Uzumaki Shinya resolved to rescue Elder Kiyomi. He felt uneasy leaving his comrade behind. Uzumaki Sasuke, lacking the strength to speak much, gestured for him to go. After a moment's contemplation, Uzumaki Shinya swiftly lifted Uzumaki Sasuke. "Bear with the pain. I will find a safer spot for you to recuperate. I will go to rescue Elder Kiyomi. This way, I can rest easy." As Uzumaki Sasuke lay in the hiding cave, he called out to Uzumaki Shinya, "You must win this battle." Uzumaki Shinya turned back with a smile and waved. "We are destined to triumph in this battle on the southern front. Jiraiya has already gained the upper hand." Black Ho Thunder Fong observes the unconscious Tong Chao Yaren, and with a single great fireball technique, he renders him devoid of combat ability. As Jiraiya approaches, he employs the lightning blade Fong to unleash a bolt of lightning, thwarting the opponent's advance. Meanwhile, Vortex Taro faces a similar attack from the adversary, resulting in a stalemate as they both refrain from aggression. Fixated on the clash between Kagaya Kenma and Vortex Taro, Jiraiya's heart races. It is evident they are attempting to stall him, waiting for their ally Kagaya Kenma. Consequently, Jiraiya abstains from attacking, observing Vortex Taro instead. It appears that the outcome of the southern battlefield hinges solely on their duel. The pressure now rests upon Vortex Taro, who realizes that he is being treated as mere collateral, exchanged like commodities. A surge of fury engulfs him, and he fortifies his skeletal structure, enhancing its density to create a tank-like armor of bones. He charges directly at Vortex Taro, the weight of his skeletal tank cracking the ground beneath him. Vortex Taro gazes at the approaching monstrosity, forming hand seals. He invokes the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, manipulating chakra to erect a wall of earth to obstruct Kagaya Kenma's advance. However, Kagaya Kenma disregards the ninjutsu, colliding with the chakra-formed wall as if it were a mere sheet of paper, effortlessly breaking through without any resistance. Vortex Taro stands in stunned disbelief. He has encountered numerous martial artists, but none have exhibited such weight and agility. As Kagaya Kenma closes in, Vortex Taro employs the Vortex Clan's renowned technique, forming hand seals for the four-symbol seal. He presses it against Kagaya Kenma, yet the sealing runes have no effect, failing to impede the opponent's movements. Kagaya Kenma crashes into Vortex Taro, sending him tumbling to the ground, where he rolls until colliding with a tree, barely managing to halt his motion. As he rises, spitting blood, he struggles to comprehend why his sealing technique, which struck Kagaya Kenma, failed to hinder the foe. Kagaya Kenma, adorned with a multitude of sealing runes. Reveals a sinister grin. What a splendid tattoo you've given me. Layers of bones shed like skin, the runes fading alongside them, unveiling pristine white bones. It dawns on Vortex Taro why his sealing technique could not restrain the opponent. His seals were incapable of complete confinement. There remains but one path forward, albeit an immature one. He delves into the knowledge of sealing as he studies the Vortex clan's sealing scrolls, combining it with his own understanding. His body has reached its limit. To transcend, he must resort to external means. Rising, he brushes off the dirt from his body and tears off his clothing, revealing an intricate tapestry of sealing techniques. Come forth. Witness my ninjutsu, a fusion of the sealing scroll's chakra reservoir. He forms hand seals for the improved diamond locking technique. Chains erupt from his back, entwining his form, accompanied by the runes upon him. Fire attribute chakra surges forth, causing the chains to glow as if forged in flame, radiating intense heat. The confluence of fire attribute sealing runes and the Vortex clan's secret art, the diamond lock, manifests as a highly condensed chakra entity, rising with a roar. Now, I shall initiate the offensive. Kagaya Kenma, witnessing Vortex Taro transform into a smaller giant, exudes an exhilarated smile and charges forth, eager for a direct confrontation. Their fists collide. One ablaze with heat, the other stark white, the latter corroded upon contact with the fiery assault. They trade blows, both suffering the ravages of chakra erosion. Kagaya Kenma, bewildered, wonders, how could I lose? I am from the Kagaya clan. Defeat is not an option here. With a flourish, he unleashes the dance of the tangled pines. Sharp spikes erupting from his skeletal frame as he spins rapidly, resembling a thorny top. Vortex Taro's highly condensed chakra form ignites, the chains straining under the assault. Realizing he can no longer allow Kagaya Kenma to attack unabated, he amplifies the seals across his body, overextending his chakra, his fiery red hair transforming to a snowy white. The diamond chains at his waist morph into two arms, which seize Kagaya Kenma, halting his rapid rotation and tearing through his outer skeletal structure, extracting him from the thick bones. With an effort akin to wringing a towel, he slams Kagaya Kenma to the ground, unleashing a relentless barrage of fists. Cracks erupt in the earth, creating fissures that threaten to swallow it whole. Beneath the surface, Kagaya Kenma loses consciousness from the onslaught, instinctively activating the Kagaya clan's final technique, the dance of early ferns. Countless bones erupt from Kagaya Kenma's center. Vortex Taro is thrust skyward, exhausted. As the diamond chains begin to unravel, and the sealing runes fade, revealing burns from his own fire attribute chakra. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, having stood guard from a distance, catches the descending Vortex Taro just before he meets the ground. As the bone spikes continue to surge from the earth, Jiraiya forms hand seals. Summoning technique, Great Strength Toad. Invoking the formidable toad of Miyaboku Mountain, known for its immense strength and ability to fly, he leaps onto the back of the Great Strength Toad. With Black Ho Thunder Fong realizing the need to retreat, dragging the unconscious Tong Chao Yaren as he hastily escapes to the periphery. Chapter 22. The outcome of the Eastern Battlefield. Vortex Taro, bearing his injuries, struggles to open his eyes, summoning all his strength to utter, Jiraiya, just next door. Vortex Mutu is facing off against Wooly Shenba. Please check on him. It has been quite some time since he returned. Vortex Mutu, gasping for breath, faces the incoming Wooly Shenba, brandishing shurikens and engaging in a fierce exchange. Wooly Shenba, wielding the explosive blade, finds himself unable to unleash its power, growing increasingly agitated. He resorts to explosive release, aware that the confined space poses risks to himself as well. As time passes, chakra is gradually siphoned away by the earthen prison, leading to a desperate strike from the explosive blade. With a resounding boom, the explosive blade detonates, launching Vortex Mutu against the wall. Wooly Shenba, too, is affected by the explosion in the enclosed space, collapsing to the ground. Vortex Mutu, believing Wooly Shenba would refrain from further explosive attacks, is taken aback as his opponent chooses to exchange injuries. A sharp pain radiates from his insides as fractured ribs press into his organs. Wooly Shenba cackles maniacally, comparing their injuries and declaring himself the victor. Look at you lying there. Are you planning to rest? I am prepared. Let us see who can endure until the end. Armed with the explosive blade, he charges toward Vortex Mutu. The latter's expression darkens. His injuries are far more severe. and he cannot allow Woolly Shinba to close the distance. He forms hand seals. The earth release mud technique manifested as a layer of sludge upon the hardened ground, from which stones erupted, hurtling towards Woolly Shiba. With a mere flick of his hand, Woolly Shiba deflected them effortlessly. Futile, he thought. You might as well submit to my onslaught. Another strike of the exploding blade descended. Boom. A powerful explosion reverberated throughout the earthen prison, knocking Uzumaki Muto to the ground. Yet Woolly Shiba managed to withstand the shockwaves of the explosion, feeling increasingly exhilarated. He gazed at the fallen Uzumaki Muto, who, astonishingly, was still able to move. Witnessing the enhanced power of his attack, Woolly Shiba resolved to end this in one fell swoop. He wielded the exploding blade once more for a dual explosion. Boom. Woolly Shiba too was thrown to the ground by the blast. As he regained his composure, his attention shifted not to his own plight, but rather to Uzumaki Muto. The latter lay motionless, encased in a layer of mud that shielded him from the explosion's force. The blast had depleted the air within the earthen prison, leaving both combatants sprawled on the ground, awaiting rescue or the complete exhaustion of oxygen. In the eastern battlefield, Uzumaki Sunya was struggling valiantly as the attacks from Pipa Shirzong, entwined with the silent killing technique, were nearly imperceptible. Pipa Shirzong fixed his gaze upon his prey, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he beheld the utterly defenseless target. Little insect from the land of the whirlpool, do you not realize you are powerless to resist? Your comrades are also floundering in the mist of the fog ninja. Surrender, for it is futile. Succumb to despair in this place, shrouded in darkness. As he pondered the enemy's harassment amid the thick fog, Uzumaki Sunya found himself increasingly anxious, his mental faculties faltering. Pipa Shirzong seized his executioner's sword, stealthily maneuvering to the left for another vicious strike. Uzumaki Sunya invoked his hardened technique to defend himself, crashing into several trees to mitigate the assault. He rose, spitting blood from his mouth, knowing the hardened technique could not shield him indefinitely. His insides had been grievously injured by the sword's impact, leaving him with only one path forward. There was no time for idle thoughts. The success of his comrades was obscured by the fog. The most crucial task was to eliminate one enemy, thereby reducing the threat to his allies. With a hoarse voice, he declared, "You speak recklessly. If you cannot defeat me, how can you hope to triumph over anyone else?" Pipa Shirzong smiled, scrutinizing his prey. How laughable. All you can do now is utter empty words to bolster your spirits. Listen well, I shall dispose of you in 3 seconds. 3, 2. Without a sound, Pipa Shirzong initiated his strike with the executioner's sword from the right. Uzumaki Sunya, despite his injuries, awaited this moment. Summoning all his strength, he braced against the sword's descent, using his muscles as the final barrier, gripping the blade with all his might. He latched onto Pipa Shirzong's hand, refusing to let it budge. Pipa Shirzong, bewildered by this desperate act, tugged and kicked, but Uzumaki Sunya remained steadfast. With a calm demeanor, he erupted into laughter, realizing his objective had been achieved. "You shall be sealed here with me," he proclaimed, forming hand seals. The binding technique activated, and the surrounding sealing runes began to rise, ensnaring both combatants. Pipa Shirzong felt the runes creep up his legs, exerting effort to pry Uzumaki Sunya's grip loose. Yet, the runes ascended with increasing speed, rendering his movements rigid. They not only entangled Pipa Shirzong, but also latched onto Uzumaki Sunya, crawling up his form. Pipa Shirzong's expression morphed into one of fear as he realized his opponent was intent on mutual destruction. "Release your grip. Your sealing technique is ensnaring you as well. Wouldn't it be better to cease this conflict?" Uzumaki Sunya's body began to stiffen, and despite his precarious state, he allowed himself a moment of self-congratulation. "You've done well. I have indeed dealt with my adversary. Pipa Shirzong, this is not the end. With your strength, breaking the seal is possible. I must take additional precautions." He formed hand seals once more, invoking a second layer of sealing. The 4-symbol seal activated, and 4 small scrolls emerged, successfully binding them. As the ninjutsu commenced, the soil beneath them began to recede, revealing a colossal scroll that had been laid out long before. Both combatants stood at the center of this immense scroll. Pipa Shirzong's face fell into despair as the sealing operation commenced. The two were slowly drawn into the scroll's depths, and as the process concluded, the scroll's runes spread across the ground, forming the 4 symbols 8 seals, with the scroll erecting at the center of the 8 trigrams. The thick mist dissipated, leaving no trace of the 2 warriors. The eastern battlefield had reached its conclusion. Chapter 23. Outcome of the northern battlefield. In the northern battlefield, Kaido Mangetsu seized the dual-wielded blades of the sealed Uzumaki Amain, filled with ire. The time for engaging with sealing techniques had passed. He could only return them. Forming hand seals, he executed the summoning technique. Boom. The dual blades vanished in a puff of smoke. Without the dual blades, his combat prowess was significantly diminished. He could only continue to conceal himself within the mist technique, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Uzumaki Amain surveyed the dense fog before him, furrowing his brow. Kaido Mangetsu, how naive you are. As the first of the land of the whirlpool, allow me to demonstrate the techniques of my homeland. He unfurled a grand sealing scroll. Forming hand seals. Seal fire technique. This would seal the opponent's fire techniques, as Uzumaki Amain prepared to absorb the surrounding mist into the scroll. Kaido Mangetsu grew increasingly agitated. Having already fallen victim to the opponent's strategy once, he could not afford to be ensnared again. This is intolerable, the Uzumaki clan. Observing the massive scroll, he knew it must be destroyed, or his protective mist would be consumed. Emerging from the fog, he launched a surprise attack on the scroll. Forming hand seals for the water release, great waterfall technique. He gathered powerful chakra, unleashing a colossal sphere of water aimed at the scroll. Uzumaki Amain had anticipated this moment. With shadow clones lying in wait, all forming hand seals simultaneously. The 4 purple barrier manifested, creating a translucent purple square barrier in the 4 cardinal directions. Kaido Mangetsu found himself trapped within, forced to hurl shurikens in a futile attempt to breach the barrier. The shurikens struck the barrier without effect, solid as rock. Despairing, Kaido Mangetsu glanced around, ultimately fixing his gaze on Uzumaki Amain. I am the brother of the Mizukage. You would do well to surrender, or the land of the whirlpool will be erased from the map. With a grotesque expression, he turned and struck the barrier, yet it remained unmoved. How infuriating! Uzumaki Namikaze fixed his gaze upon his opponent, eager to discern if there were any final words left to utter. Is that all you have to say? Upon hearing this, Hozuki Mangetsu suddenly grasped the gravity of his fate. He scanned his surroundings, found a spot to sit, and lifted his gaze to the sun above. It was a stark contrast to the perpetual rain of the land of water. Here, the sun shone brilliantly. Suddenly, with a thunderous punch into the ground, Uzumaki Namikaze unleashed a technique, causing the earth to quake and shift. The barrier swiftly sank into the disturbed soil. With a clap of his hands, the barrier vanished, dispersing the thin mist that had enveloped the area. Orochimaru turned his attention towards Suigetsu, his golden elongated pupils fixed on the blade, Samahata, a living entity capable of absorbing chakra. It was time to test its limits. Without the need for hand seals, he unleashed a fierce wind jutsu, a tempest that threatened to obliterate everything in its path, directly assaulting Suigetsu. As the surprise attack erupted, Suigetsu raised Samahata, absorbing the chakra from the wind technique. Nevertheless, the shockwave still struck him, forcing him to stagger back a few steps. Orochimaru noted that while Suigetsu could absorb chakra, the residual energy from ninjutsu could not be dispelled. With a single hand seal, he activated the body flicker technique, vanishing from sight. The presence of Orochimaru was a daunting pressure for Suigetsu. In an instant, he reappeared to the right, executing another hand seal. He summoned an army of serpents, which surged forth from the right side, attacking Suigetsu relentlessly. Although Suigetsu swiftly countered with Samahata, severing many of the snakes, a few managed to evade and ensnared his arms, coiling tightly around him, leaving him visibly distressed as he began forming seals. He unleashed the hair needle thousand needles technique, hardening his hair and launching it like projectiles, pinning the snakes to the ground. Just as Suigetsu eliminated the serpents wrapped around him, Orochimaru stood from a distance, forming seals once more. From the earth erupted a multitude of snakes, continuing to swarm towards Suigetsu. Taking a deep breath, Suigetsu formed seals of his own. He countered with the water release, Water Shark Bomb Jutsu, expelling a torrent of swirling water that formed a whirlwind, sucking in and shredding the snakes. As the number of snakes multiplied, they encircled their foe, and with a single hand seal, Orochimaru commanded them to explode from within. The explosions rained down upon Suigetsu, who found himself caught amidst the chaos. Orochimaru frowned, continuing his hand seals as more snakes erupted from below, converging toward the center to detonate. The relentless blast drained Suigetsu's chakra significantly, and his expression darkened as he formed seals. In response, he summoned 4 chakra-infused sharks, leaping into one of them and dashing in 4 directions. Protected by the sharks, he weathered the explosions and, in a moment of release, charged toward Orochimaru. Realizing that Suigetsu had survived the onslaught, Orochimaru acknowledged the effectiveness of Samehada's fusion form. As Suigetsu approached, Orochimaru retreated to maintain a safe distance, ensuring that Samehada would have no chance to absorb any more chakra. He formed seals once again, summoning several colossal serpents to impede Suigetsu's advance. The explosions continued to ravage Suigetsu, sending him tumbling as he gasped for breath. Orochimaru, what is the point of avoiding me? Stand and fight. Orochimaru smiled, gesturing towards Suigetsu, who turned back in confusion. Tsunade had fully recovered from her battle with Kaguya and observed Orochimaru's confrontation, spotting a clear opening in Suigetsu's defenses. She maneuvered behind him and leaped into action. With chakra coalescing into her fist, she unleashed a surge of immense power directed at Suigetsu's face, striking him squarely. He crashed heavily to the ground, rebounding before landing once more. The fusion form of Samehada separated, and Suigetsu lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes rolling back as his cheeks began to swell visibly. Chapter 24. The battlefield of the magic mirror ice crystal. Orochimaru's lips curled into a smirk as he applauded. Well done, Tsunade. One punch was all it took. Tsunade gazed at the unconscious Suigetsu, finally able to exhale a sigh of relief after the previous battle's frustrations. Orochimaru was pleasantly surprised at how smoothly the fight had unfolded. After a moment of contemplation, he approached Samehada. As he neared, Samehada struggled to move. What a fascinating creature, capable of merging with a human. I am most curious to dissect and explore its inner workings. Upon hearing this, Samehada hurriedly crawled to Orochimaru's feet, seeking his favor. In Orochimaru's eyes, such a fusion posed intriguing questions about its impact on the body. With hands clasped, he formed seals, concentrating chakra through his 5 fingers. He invoked the 5-element seal, infusing the chakra of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth directly onto Samehada. With the sealing complete, Samehada writhed in vain, encapsulated by runes and rendered immobile like a lifeless fish. Satisfied, Orochimaru stroked his creation, pleased with his unexpected gains from the land of water. Suddenly recalling something, he formed seals once more. He executed the contract seal, an auxiliary seal designed to sever the ties of summoning techniques. With everything in order, he hoisted Samehada onto his back. Tsunade, seeing Orochimaru carrying Samehada, recalled that it was her fist that had vanquished Suigetsu, and she stepped forward to intercept him. Wait, I took down Suigetsu, so that blade should belong to me. Understanding Tsunade's intent, Orochimaru reached into his pocket. Name your price for Samehada, Tsunade. Recognizing his shrewdness, Tsunade offered a palm. For the sake of our partnership, 5 million ryo. Orochimaru was taken aback by Tsunade's shrewdness, his lips twitching as he handed her the money, contemplating a chance to win it back later. With the money in hand, Tsunade grinned broadly and waved her hand, signaling for their departure. The dense fog that had obstructed their path began to thin, revealing a clearer road ahead, and soon the mist dissipated entirely. Uzumaki Ashina stood firmly in place, gazing at the splendid sky. In the northern battlefield were Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Uzumaki Ashina. In the west, Uzumaki Shinya, and in the south, Jiraiya and others swiftly made their way toward the mirror of ice crystals. Facing the grand mirror of ice crystals, Uzumaki Ashina declared, "Let us shatter this accursed ice crystal." Tsunade boldly stepped forward, channeling her chakra, and unleashed a powerful kick that struck the northern mirror of ice crystals, causing it to fracture piece by piece, opening a great portal. Within stood Mizuki Junpei, surrounded by a myriad of kunai, uncertain if he still drew breath. Uzumaki Ashina's expression shifted, and he formed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. As he inhaled deeply, massive amounts of air were drawn in, compressing wind chakra into dozens of wind blasts that spiraled toward Mizuki Junpei. Mizuki Junpei, observing the incoming waves, tilted his head slightly, and with a swift movement, vanished into the rear ice crystal. Orochimaru, witnessing the adversary's speed, narrowed his gaze, activating his bloodline limit. Tsunade hurriedly checked on Uzumaki Shinya's injuries, exhaling a sigh of relief. Though numerous, they were not life-threatening. As she lifted Uzumaki Shinya to return to their companions, a glint of cold light flashed, and a shuriken suddenly materialized before her. It shot straight toward Uzumaki Shinya. leaving Tsunade no time to react. She could only raise her arm in defense, letting out a muffled groan as she staggered back. Uzumaki Ashina rushed forward to shield them. Orochimaru noted with concern that the shuriken had appeared unexpectedly. Be wary of the shuriken. They are crafted from the moisture in the air and can manifest anywhere. Before he could finish, Mizuki Junpei emerged from within the ice crystal, forming hand seals with one hand. Multiple ice shuriken. Dozens of ice shuriken materialized behind Orochimaru, who had anticipated such a move. Several small snakes emerged from his sleeves, their red eyes scanning the surroundings as the temperature dropped with the shuriken's formation. The snakes warned Orochimaru, and he swiftly evaded. Mizuki Junpei was somewhat surprised that his ice shuriken had been detected, yet he proceeded with his plan, forming hand seals. Ice release, mirror of ice crystals. The ice crystal, damaged by Tsunade, was instantly restored. Seeing their rescue efforts thwarted, Tsunade squinted at Orochimaru. Look at you. You were standing outside, and now you've come in. Mizuki Junpei's voice resonated. I never expected the princess of the Senju clan, Tsunade, would come to the land of whirlpools to rescue me. It is truly an honor. Unable to tolerate his mocking tone, Tsunade concentrated her chakra into her fists. With a resounding impact, she struck the ground, shattering it into giant boulders, which she hurled toward Mizuki Junpei. Inside the mirror of ice crystals, Mizuki Junpei swiftly maneuvered. Each time a boulder struck the ice crystal, it shattered, only to be replaced by a new one. Tsunade soon realized that her efforts were futile. Utilizing the body flicker technique, she charged toward the ice crystal's exterior. Mizuki Junpei seized the moment, forming hand seals. Ice release. Ice pillar. An ice pillar shot forth to intercept Tsunade's escape. Her expression shifted as she realized the small ice pillar aimed to halt her advance. Channeling her immense strength, she struck the pillar, instantly destroying it and obscuring her vision. In an instant, Mizuki Junpei appeared beside Tsunade, employing his secret technique. Secret technique, mirror of ice crystals. Within the mirror, his speed was boundless. Ice release, breaking dragon and fierce tiger. A fierce tiger materialized from the snow, striking Tsunade and sending her reeling. Her expression changed. The speed was astonishing. After hitting her target, Mizuki Junpei retreated into the ice crystal, forming seals again. Ice release, black dragon storm kill. The internal temperature combined with ice to conjure a blizzard, trapping them within its icy embrace. Tsunade was taken aback by the sudden snowfall, her body temperature plummeting. We must think of a way out, or we shall become frozen. Orochimaru felt his snakes within his sleeves succumbing to the cold, no longer responding to his commands. They needed a plan to escape. Chapter 25. The outcome of the Mirror of Ice Crystal's battlefield. The blizzard rapidly lowered the temperature, prompting Uzumaki Ashina to form hand seals. For red sun formation, for shadow clones emerged, creating a barrier to repel the storm's encroachment. The temperature stabilized, and Tsunade finally breathed a sigh of relief. Crouching before Uzumaki Shinya and forming hand seals. Medical ninjutsu, healing palm. Under her healing technique, Uzumaki Shinya awakened, gazing at the trio. Have we been saved? Yet the environment remains a snowy wasteland. It seems they have entered the mirror of ice crystals to rescue me. Conserve your chakra. The current healing does not hinder my movement. Mizuki Junpei will gradually exhaust us within the mirror of ice crystals until our chakra is depleted. Orochimaru observed the barrier before him, realizing it could not hold much longer. The blizzard outside showed no signs of abating, a truly enviable bloodline limit. We must force our way out. Staying here will lead to a slow demise. I will dispel the barrier, and each of you should choose a direction to escape. Striking the mirror of ice crystals from the outside, Uzumaki Ashina hoisted Uzumaki Shinya onto his back. Upon hearing this, Tsunade concentrated her chakra at her feet, preparing to charge. As the barrier vanished, she surged forward, while Mizuki Junpei appeared at every possible location. Ice release, snowstorm. Snowflakes transformed into deadly shurikens, targeting Tsunade. As she activated her chakra to enhance her reactions, she formed hand seals. Chakra surgical knife. She swung her chakra blade to deflect the oncoming shurikens. But Mizuki Junpei always found a way to exploit the gaps in her defense. Ice release, breaking dragon and fierce tiger. A chakra-formed tiger lunged at her, leaving her with no choice but to be struck or to retreat. Tsunade's efforts bore no fruit, and she found herself back at the starting point. Orochimaru had been observing his allies from the outset, realizing their approach was futile. Then let us summon a colossal summoning beast to break through. He formed hand seals. Summoning technique, giant snake. A massive serpent appeared within the mirror of ice crystals, and Orochimaru leaped onto its back, charging outward. Mizuki Junpei furrowed his brow. Your size may match mine, but I shall expand the mirror of ice crystals. He focused chakra, causing the ice crystal to shatter and expand rapidly. Ice release, one-horned white whale. A blizzard coalesced into a white whale that collided with the serpent, which let out a pained cry as it coiled around the whale. Orochimaru leaped off the summoning beast, ignoring the giant snake, and continued his charge outward. You shall not escape. Remain trapped. Mizuki Junpei flashed around the ice crystal, forming seals. Secret technique, ice rock wall. An ice wall emerged before Orochimaru. Is this another failure? Tsunade exclaimed from behind, gathering chakra. Earth-shattering kick. Her foot smashed against the wall, breaking a large hole through it. Mizuki Junpei contemplated his next move, realizing he could not halt them. He formed a single hand seal. The secret art of water release. 1,000-kill water surge transforms a vast expanse of ice and snow into a barrage of projectiles, launching at high speed in every direction. Vortex Uzumaki shouts to Vortex Akira, urging him not to defend, but to flee. Leave the blocking to me. He forms hand seals. Sealing technique, diamond chains. For chains whip around the group, shielding them from the onslaught of 1,000-kill water surge. Mizuki Junpei furrows his brow but suddenly relaxes, saying, if you wish to leave, then go ahead. Tsunade, filled with joy, dashes toward the exit. However, upon bursting through the door, she is met with a world still shrouded in a blizzard, leaving her momentarily stunned. Orochimaru, you said we would be out, yet here we remain in this snowstorm. The freezing temperature plummets further. Orochimaru turns to Mizuki Junpei, realizing that the only way to escape this frigid place is to defeat him. Mizuki Junpei commands the magical mirror ice crystals to dance around. What exquisite ice crystals! Why do you insist on escaping? A large shard hurtles towards Tsunade, who frowns and channels her chakra into a powerful punch. The explosion of the ice crystal reverberates through the air. Ice release, exploding ice shards. Mizuki Junpei sends wave after wave of ice shards, striking Tsunade directly. Vortex Uzumaki is also hit by the shockwave, using chakra to brace himself and protect Vortex Akira behind him. Tsunade is thrown to the ground. But her instincts trigger her chakra to shield her body, though her internal organs sustain severe damage. She forms hand seals. Summoning, slug. A plump slug appears beside her, sensing her injury and quickly crawling to her side. Slug healing technique. Utilizing her own chakra, the slug begins to mend her wounds, and Tsunade rises swiftly. Damn it, I was ambushed. They must be outside already. Their speed shouldn't be that great. Channeling her formidable strength, she gathers chakra in her thigh and surges forward. Mizuki Junpei is taken aback by her sudden speed, yet he forms hand seals with one hand. Magic mirror ice crystals. The shattered ice shards scattered across the battlefield become mobile targets. Orochimaru recognizes this as an opportune moment, forming hand seals. Serpent's array. Countless serpents emerge, attacking the scattered ice shards. Many are obliterated, but Mizuki Junpei focuses on Tsunade, clenching his hands as numerous ice shards converge upon her, forming hand seals. Ice release, exploding ice shards. The ensuing explosion is magnitudes greater than before, and Tsunade, caught at the center, bears the brunt of it. Smoke billows from the site, and Mizuki Junpei surveys the remaining three, considering Tsunade to be defeated. Amidst the chaos, Tsunade reflects, thank you, Granny Mito, for your teachings, otherwise I might not see you again. She forms hand seals. In sealing, release. The chakra accumulated within her forehead seal is unleashed, allowing her to utilize the creation rebirth technique. Her injuries heal instantaneously, and taking advantage of the lingering smoke, she charges forward. Painful Heaven's Foot. She strikes Mizuki Junpei, but the target disintegrates before her eyes. Ice Clone. Mizuki Junpei vanishes, reappearing at a distance, while Tsunade's powerful kick shatters the earth beneath her. Damn it, I missed such a golden opportunity. Just as Mizuki Junpei begins to breathe a sigh of relief, Orochimaru thrusts the Kusanagi sword into his back. Mizuki Junpei looks down to see the blade protruding from his abdomen. How could this be? It seems I have lost. Orochimaru had been quietly clearing the ice shards surrounding Mizuki Junpei while setting up the serpent's array, leaving only the closest one as a trap for the Kusanagi sword. Chapter 26. The Victory of Vortex, the Defeat of the Water Shadow. The sun blazes down, yet not far away. A snowstorm looms, splitting the world in two. Vortex Victory gazes at the massive clam that obliterated the Water Shadow, observing the drastic change in the weather. His opponent, Hozuki Mangetsu, wears a smile. How do you find the scene of the second Hokage amidst the falling snow? As a member of the Snow Clan, it seems my subordinate has the upper hand. Hearing this, Vortex Victory feels a sense of urgency. From his perspective, the snowstorm intensifies, and the battlefield becomes increasingly unfavorable. Will his teammates also find themselves at a disadvantage? He cannot dwell on such thoughts. Defeating the Water Shadow must take precedence. He forms hand seals. Sealing technique, diamond lock. 5 chains whip toward Hozuki Mangetsu, striking his body. However, as they connect, the chains pass through, crashing violently into the earth, burrowing deep and continuing their assault on 4 targets, all of which dissolve into puddles of water. Vortex Victory continues to use his divine perception to sense the targets, but all 5 are mere water clones. Why hadn't he sensed them? He gains further insight into Hozuki Mangetsu's sensory abilities. The water clone technique allows Hozuki to merge with the puddles on the ground, misleading Vortex Victory's perception. Cleverly utilizing the water to evade detection, Hozuki prepares for the ensuing battle, intending to create his own advantageous environment. He forms hand seals. Water release, water sphere technique. Dozens of bubbles launch toward Vortex Victory from behind. However, as he leaps away, his divine perception immediately identifies the target. The diamond chains swiftly return to defend against the water spheres. The impact sounds not like water colliding, but rather like iron balls clashing. Vortex Victory can only evade, unable to withstand the onslaught using the chains. The diamond chains begin to corrode under the assault of the water sphere technique, snapping under the pressure. The water shadow spheres are not ordinary. They are infused with a special oil. As the ground becomes riddled with dents from the collision of the water spheres, Vortex Victory seizes the moment. He forms hand seals. Water release, waterfall technique. Instantly, a massive waterfall erupts, torrents of water flooding the entire battlefield. The water shadow admires his creation, forming hand seals. Steam danger wave. Hozuki Mangetsu combines the water and oil within his chakra to create a clone resembling his childlike form. With short legs, the clone charges at Vortex Victory with determination. The diamond chains swing, but little Mangetsu does not flinch, charging straight ahead. When struck, he is knocked to the ground, his body swelling in size. Vortex Victory realizes that the larger the clone grows, the more dangerous it becomes, and he must attack Hozuki Mangetsu directly. The water shadow hides within the puddles on the ground, making him hard to detect, yet the small clone is unharmed, growing larger as it runs. Multiple shadow clone technique. Dozens of Vortex Victory begin a thorough search for Hozuki Mangetsu. However, the situation rapidly shifts. The small clone suddenly expands, its face reddening. Steam danger wave. The explosion erupts. In the midst of the tumultuous battle, even the mighty Vortex Victory could not evade the shockwave of the explosion. Succumbing to its force, gasping for breath, with a hand resting on his thigh, he was taken aback by the sheer power of the blast. Realizing he too was caught in its wake. Following the completion of the explosion, the small phantom moon reverted to its original form and resumed its pursuit of the enemy. Observing the terrain, now eroded by water, the soil had become exceedingly soft. Watch how I handle you, Water Shadow, he declared, forming hand seals. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. The earth transformed into a liquid state, as copious amounts of water were absorbed by the soil, creating a marsh. The Water Shadow, unable to remain submerged, was forced to escape. Vortex Victory had anticipated this moment, forming hand seals once more. With a sweeping motion of his hands, the muck rapidly enveloped the ghost lantern Phantom Moon, who struggled fiercely within. The small Phantom Moon rushed in from another direction, joining the fray. Together, they amalgamated into a single mud sphere, bound tightly by the diamond chains. With a sigh of relief, Vortex Victory prepared for the sealing technique to conclude the battle. Just as he was about to invoke the sealing jutsu, the Water Shadow devised a counter. The small Phantom Moon swelled once more, its head emerging from the muck. Steam danger explosive. The explosion erupted again, mud splattering in all directions. Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon broke free, forming hand seals. Thousand Food Shark. He extracted vast quantities of water from the marsh, unleashing a multitude of sharks in assault. Vortex Victory kept his gaze steadfastly fixed on Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon, determined not to let him evade once more. With control over his body ignited, his sensory perception dulled, his muscles swelled double, and his chakra control intensified. He employed the body flicker technique to swiftly close the distance, effortlessly shattering the sharks that stood in his way with a concentrated punch. Seeing the enemy approach with alarming speed, Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon became flustered. Illusions proved ineffective, and water techniques failed him. He had no recourse but to form hand seals. Water Iron Cannon Technique, Frenzy Barrage. He commenced a relentless barrage of attacks. While Vortex Victory heightened his control, his hearing dulled, muscles erupting with renewed vigor, tripling in strength. With his body surging and the body flicker technique allowing for super-fast movement, he surged directly before Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon, whose face reflected sheer terror as he shielded the small Phantom Moon. Vortex Victory, unperturbed, used the diamond chains to pull the weakened small Phantom Moon away, ensnaring it with 4 chains, executing the 4 symbols sealing technique. The small Phantom Moon was sealed, falling from the air as the chains detached from Vortex Victory's back. With unwavering determination, Vortex Victory fixed his gaze on the panicked Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon. Abandoning his chakra protection, he concentrated it into his fist, igniting fire chakra to ensure the opponent's water transformation would not negate the damage. Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon, still clinging to a glimmer of hope, initiated the water transformation technique. However, against Vortex Victory's punch, the transformed Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon was sent crashing to the ground, his eyes wide, his face swelling grotesquely as steam billowed forth. The small Phantom Moon vanished with a soft pop. Vortex Victory released his body control and sat beside Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon, panting heavily. In the end, this battle is mine. He pushed himself up and approached Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon, forming hand seals. 5 elements sealing. Concentrating chakra into his 5 fingers, he inscribed it with gold, wood, water, fire, and earth directly into Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon's dantian, sealing the chakra completely. Chapter 27. Defeating Hundreds. Achieving victory. The snow that had filled the air suddenly ceased, as the sun re-emerged, illuminating the land. Vortex Victory's heart, once heavy, could now finally rest, for it appeared that the battle had ended in our favor. A wave of elation washed over him, allowing him to focus entirely on the battlefield of the Vortex and Mist Ninjas. Adjusting his armor, he prepared to announce the victory of the land of Vortex. Boom, boom. The clash of ninjutsu reverberated in the air, smoke billowing as the earth was ravaged by their fierce combat, leaving no room for retreat. Concentrating chakra beneath his feet, Vortex Victory sprinted towards the battlefield, his voice ringing out, "Your second Hokage of the Vortex has arrived." Amidst the fray, the Vortex ninjas fought valiantly until their stamina waned, relying solely on their willpower to persevere. Their vision became blurred. Curse it, am I hearing things? Yet, the voice continued to resonate. A glimmer of light appeared in the chaotic eyes of the Vortex ninjas. Those with keen sight recognized their second Hokage, his fiery red hair and golden armor shining through. Look, the water shadow has been defeated by our Vortex shadow. The Vortex shadow has come to greet us. The Mist Ninjas stood frozen, disbelief etched on their faces. How could our water shadow lose? The land of Vortex was supposed to be ours. Vortex Victory charged into the battlefield, his body control activated, muscles swelling, and chakra control intensified, radiating an overwhelming aura. Nearby Mist Ninjas were overwhelmed by his presence, fear and regret filling their eyes. How did I end up here? I shouldn't have come. Uninterested in the quaking Mist Ninjas sprawled on the ground, Vortex Victory merely cast a glance their way. One Mist Ninja knelt in fear, cold sweat pouring down his face. "Lord Vortex, spare me. It was the water shadow who forced me here. Please let me go." Yet, another Mist Ninja, trembling yet defiant, locked eyes with him. "The water shadow of the land of water will never lose. You must have cheated. We will not concede." Vortex Victory respected the spirit of the defiant Mist Ninja, yet, as the Vortex shadow, he would not show mercy. With chakra surging once more, his eyes glowed crimson. He executed a powerful kick, sending the Mist Ninja crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater in the earth, rendering him motionless. Next, boom, boom, boom. With each kick, the Mist Ninja's resistance proved futile. Vortex Victory pressed forward, unimpeded. The Mist Ninjas fell into despair, emitting their final cries. My presence here signifies your water shadow's defeat. Surrender at once to avoid needless loss of life. Awakened by Vortex Victory's proclamation, the Mist Ninjas dropped their weapons, kneeling in submission, tears streaming down their faces. Looking around, Vortex Victory finally exhaled in relief, recognizing that the Mist Ninjas had accepted their defeat. The Vortex Ninjas gazed at their adversaries, witnessing their capitulation, their hearts ignited with fervor. In disbelief, they exchanged glances. One Vortex Ninja erupted in joyous exclamation. "We have triumphed. The hidden Mist Village has been vanquished." Other Vortex Ninjas beamed with wide smiles, turning their gaze towards Vortex Victory. "Long live the second Vortex Shadow. Long live the land of Vortex." Some began searching for their comrades, but in vain. They could only close their eyes and whisper, "Fallen comrades, we have achieved victory. May you rest in peace." Seeing his comrades emerge from the throes of battle, Vortex Victory took charge, directing them, "Bind the Mist Ninjas before they escape." Upon hearing his command, they sprang into action. Black Ho Thundertooth had intended to gather with the Mist Ninjas. As I observed, the Mist Ninjas bound tightly, their bodies rendered immobile as if struck by an invisible force. Defeat loomed heavy in the air. The Mist Ninjas had succumbed, and so had the Mizuki'd. Surrounded by water on all sides and distant from the land of water, I pondered my escape from this island. In that moment, Kurokatsu Reiga contemplated surrendering, hoping that the assault would spare him. Doubt gnawed at him. He hurried back to the warship to retrieve the secret weapon of the Mist Village. Witnessing the capture of his comrades, he quickly organized the remaining capable jonin to the various battlefields. Uzumaki Victory took a deep breath, silently wishing for everyone's safety. Tsunade and her team rushed nearby, discovering that the battlefield had fallen silent after the initial chaos. Had the battle concluded? Had we triumphed? Or had the Mist Village claimed victory? Greeting Orochimaru and the others, they hastened to the battlefield, where they beheld Uzumaki Victory at the center, commanding the troops. A lump formed in their throat, excitement bubbling within. The Mist Ninjas lay bound, a clear indication of the victory belonging to the land of the whirlpools. Uzumaki Victory. Look back. Upon turning, he saw Tsunade and his father waving their arms. Tsunade rushed over, enveloping him in an embrace, embodying the joy of their triumph. Uzumaki Victory gently stroked Tsunade's golden hair, marveling at its softness. "Yes, we have vanquished one of the 5 great ninja villages, the Mist Village. You can return to Mito-sama with pride, declaring your conquest over the mist." Uzumaki Akina's eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed upon the battered ninjas of the land of the whirlpools, each bearing the marks of fierce combat. Seeing his son and Tsunade locked in an embrace, he wiped away his tears with a smile. The surrounding whirlpool ninjas recognized the arrival of their first Hokage and beamed with pride. "Lord First, under the leadership of the second, we have successfully protected the land of the whirlpools." Hearing their words, Uzumaki Akina felt a surge of exhilaration. He understood his own abilities, knowing that it was Uzumaki Victory who had led them to triumph over the Mist Village. Tsunade, realizing the prolonged embrace, hastily released him and playfully blinked. How did that feel? Uzumaki Victory's heart raced, unsure of how to respond. As he stood there, mouth agape, a smile graced his face. The moment he glimpsed Tsunade's smile, relief washed over him. Suddenly, a distant roar echoed through the air. A sinister aura enveloped the scene, causing all to brace themselves. What monstrous creature had unleashed such a fearsome cry? As the first Hokage, Uzumaki Akina closed his eyes in recollection. The roar seemed eerily familiar. He opened his eyes in alarm. This is bad. It is the Three-Tails Isabu of the Mist Village. How did they manage to unleash this beast? Uzumaki Victory stepped forward to command. "Everyone, after a lengthy battle, your energies are depleted. Gather at the rendezvous point. I shall confront the Three-Tails." With determination, Uzumaki Victory charged ahead. Chapter 28. The appearance of the Three-Tails, rocket assault resumes at the island's shoreline. The Mist Ninjas' warships lay in ruins, debris scattered across the ground. A tremendous chakra radiating ominously throughout the area. In the sky, the chakra exuded an unsettling presence. A colossal beast roared, finally freed from its seal, reveling in its newfound liberty. Kurokatsu Reiga, clutching a makeshift raft, winced at the sight of the Mist Village's vessels being decimated by the Three-Tails. However, as he noticed his distance from the island increasing, elation surged within him, and he scanned the surroundings. The land of water was still far away. And he was alone in rowing. How long would it take? He glanced at the makeshift raft and delivered a couple of slaps to his companion, Tsutsuki Yabito. Slowly awakening, Tsutsuki found himself on a small boat. Upon regaining consciousness, he began rowing, grateful to have escaped the enemy's grasp, though he sensed internal injuries from the earlier encounter. Tsutsuki felt pain on his face, as if he had been struck multiple times. Damn it! How could the ninjas of the land of the whirlpools torment me further after my defeat? Kurokatsu Reiga, I am eternally grateful for your rescue. Upon returning to the mist, I shall pledge my allegiance to you. Kurokatsu stifled a laugh and urged him, hurry and row. We must evade the pursuers from the land of the whirlpools. At that moment, the Three-Tails Isabu began to gather chakra. The tailed beast bomb, a concentrated mass of chakra, formed into a colossal black energy sphere and was swallowed whole, unleashing a powerful energy beam that surged around the island. Several small mountains were struck, sending debris flying in all directions. The high-density beam grazed above Uzumaki Victory, who gazed up in awe at the chakra beam, inhaling sharply. Truly, this beast was worthy of being deemed an ultimate weapon. We cannot allow the Three-Tails to unleash such devastation indiscriminately. Fortunately, it did not target the Whirlpool ninjas, who were too exhausted to escape the tailed beast bomb. Uzumaki Victory activated the body flicker technique, appearing directly before the Three-Tails Isabu. Faced with the immense creature, he knew he could only seal it, forming the necessary hand signs. Sealing technique, adamantine sealing. 5 adamantine chains rapidly ensnared the Three-Tails. The beast struggled against its binds, causing the earth to tremble violently. The Uzumaki clan's adamantine sealing technique inflicted significant damage on tailed beasts, and as the chains tightened, it appeared that the sealing would succeed. The Three-Tails arched its back, encasing itself within its massive shell, forming a sphere. Beginning the body flicker technique, it spun rapidly, causing friction against the adamantine chains, igniting sparks as the chains began to fray. Uzumaki Victory realized that his chains could no longer contain the Three-Tails and was forced to amplify his chakra output. Yet, despite his efforts, the Three-Tails broke free from the adamantine chains. The beast, now liberated, unleashed a more formidable force. The heat generated from its rapid rotation distorted the air, hurtling towards Uzumaki Victory. Drawing in a deep breath, he formed hand signs. Earth-style, wall of 10,000 miles. Harnessing his powerful chakra, he executed a technique that typically required collaboration. A colossal earthen wall rose before the Three-Tails. However, with sufficient momentum amassed, the spinning beast shattered the wall, sending boulders scattering in all directions. Uzumaki Victory concealed himself amidst the debris, patiently awaiting the moment when his opponent's rotation would weaken. After the Three-Tails breached the earthen wall, it failed to detect the enemy's presence and came to a halt, letting out a furious roar. Uzumaki Victory had anticipated this moment. He leaped into action, landing atop the Three-Tails' head while forming hand signs. Sealing technique, Tori. 8 Tori gates descended from above, binding its limbs, tails, and neck. The Three-Tails found itself immobilized, consumed by boundless fury. Chakra surged once more, and a massive black energy sphere manifested before Uzumaki Victory. Fully aware of the impending situation, he formed hand signs and initiated a communication technique. The art of heart communication has linked to the final rocket artillery ninja unit concealed within the island. Team A's ninjas awaited the command of the Uzumaki leader, eager to engage at the front lines. At last, distant communications broke through, and the exuberant team leader connected the call. Lord Second Hokage, you finally remembered us. In which direction should we launch the rockets? Once fired, we can rush to the front lines for support. Uzumaki Katsumi raised a hand to gauge the wind speed, gazing at the sun above, and replied, Team A, fire towards the east at 3 o'clock. At an angle of 27 degrees. Launch immediately. Our battle with the Mist Village has concluded in our favor. Upon hearing the second Hokage's words, the team leader swiftly directed his comrades to adjust the rocket's angle. Once set, a wave of excitement surged through him. Victory over the Mist Village was theirs. Team A, prepare for launch. The towering rocket artillery aboard the battleship boasted 24 I-beam launch tracks, arranged in staggered rows. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening roars echoed as the rockets ascended, igniting their second stage of propulsion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The final 200 rockets successfully launched, their fiery tails streaking across the sky. Jiraiya, supporting the freed Uzumaki Muto from the earthbound confines of the Earth release barrier, barely caught his breath before the distant thunderous sounds caught his attention. He spotted the rockets soaring above and hoped for a swift resolution to the conflict. Uzumaki Asuna strained to unravel the sealing technique binding Uzumaki Kage. Watching as two figures tumbled from the scroll, a careful examination revealed faint breaths, prompting a sigh of relief. Sealing ninjutsu need not be so complex. It was nearly impossible to break. The roar of the rockets drew nearer, and she looked up, exhaling a silent prayer for Uzumaki Katsumi's triumph over the three-tails Isabu. Finally, Uzumaki Katsumi gazed skyward, eagerly awaiting the incoming rockets. Lowering himself to address Isabu, he whispered, "Your fate now hinges on whether you can withstand the onslaught of the rockets." With that, he leaped away from the target zone. Isabu, confused, continued to condense its tailed beast ball, intent on obliterating the torii surrounding it. Yet a surge of impending danger enveloped it, compelling Isabu to struggle against the binding seal. The rockets traced a graceful arc through the sky, striking the ensnared Isabu with precision. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 29, The Three Tails Sealed. Miniature Isabu emerges. The explosions unleashed a searing heat, engulfing the three tails Isabu. Metal fragments from the rockets chipped away at its thick shell, causing cracks to form under the relentless bombardment. As the cracks widened with each successive blast, the intense heat penetrated its carapace. Isabu emitted a pained wail as the shell was battered, and the unlaunched tailed beast ball detonated within. The shockwaves and vibrations wreaked havoc internally, rendering its torii-bound body powerless to resist. Seizing this opportunity, as the smoke billowed from the completed rocket bombardment, Uzumaki Katsumi approached the outstretched head of Isabu, locking eyes. "Isabu, would you consider working under my command? I can periodically release you from your seal for some fresh air." Isabu, aware that the rockets above were launched by this very individual, could only lie weakly against the earth, opting to close its eyes in avoidance. Uzumaki Katsumi affectionately stroked Isabu's large nose. "If tamed, you would undoubtedly be a valuable ally for the land of whirlpools. It is truly a pity. But for now, we must proceed with the sealing." Yet, what could serve as an appropriate vessel to effectively seal the three tails? Searching through the sealing scroll, he could only produce a rice cooker. After some contemplation, he deemed it the only available option, although traditional sealing techniques did not accommodate a rice cooker. Having recently received a reward for sealing techniques level 1, he felt confident to attempt it with his current abilities. Forming hand seals, he initiated the enhanced 8 trigrams sealing technique. 2 4-symbol seals appeared on either side of Isabu, their sealing runes gradually enveloping the beast. A tremendous surge of chakra erupted as Isabu was drawn into the rice cooker, the 2 4-symbol seals converging to form a complete 8 trigram seal upon the cooker. Observing the sealing from a distance, Kirojiri Raiga hastily disregarded his feigned illness, seizing an oar to paddle vigorously. Tosakusa, initially rowing earnestly, was taken aback by Raiga's sudden fervor. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, Tsunade arrived on the scene, her comrades scanning the surroundings with palpable concern. Uzumaki Katsumi, perplexed, questioned, "Isn't the three tails sealed? Why is everyone still searching?" Tsunade and her team approached Uzumaki Katsumi, wary and inquiring, "Where is the three tails? Why haven't we found it?" Finally alleviating his curiosity, Uzumaki Katsumi grinned and pointed aside. Tsunade's gaze fell upon the rice cooker, momentarily suspecting hunger had struck. Stealing a glance at Uzumaki Katsumi, he smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to introduce it. "This is the three tails that was wreaking havoc moments ago. I have sealed it within this rice cooker." Uzumaki as soon as expression changed, previously believing they had driven Isabu back to the depths of the ocean, only to discover her son had managed to seal it. Observing the sealing on the rice cooker, she recognized it as the 8 trigram sealing technique. How could the 8 trigram seal possibly be executed with a rice cooker? However, upon closer inspection, the runes exhibited subtle variations. She marveled at her son's formidable sealing prowess. Truly, he had surpassed his predecessor. Tsunade approached to inspect as well, but the rice cooker suddenly quivered. Startling her, she stumbled back, colliding with Uzumaki Katsumi, fearing that Isabu might break free from its seal. Uzumaki Asuna, too, was taken aback. Just moments ago, she had been ready to praise the innovative sealing technique, now confronted with an unexpected scare. Seeing everyone alarmed, Uzumaki Katsumi couldn't help but chuckle. The rice cooker's lid sprang open, revealing the miniature head of Isekai'd emerging. It waved at Tsunade and then placed a hand atop its own head, vigorously rubbing it. I have modified and enhanced the 8-trigram seal, allowing the tailed beast to permeate a small amount of chakra from within the vessel. The amount of chakra can be adjusted, enabling the tailed beast to interact with people instead of remaining confined within a prison. Tsunade reached out to stroke Isekai'd's head, feeling its soft texture. Surely, no one in the ninja realm could touch a tailed beast in such a manner. As Isekai'd stretched its head from the rice cooker, its limbs followed suit, basking in the sunlight as if the battle had faded into memory, becoming languid. However, one after another, individuals approached to pet its head, prompting Isekai'd to open its mouth as if to bite. Tsunade, witnessing the adorable demeanor of the miniature-tailed beast, felt her heart swell with affection. Uzumaki Katsumi turned to his father and spoke. Initially, the intention was to directly subdue the three tails, yet despite my victory over it, no results were achieved. I had no choice but to proceed with the sealing, hoping that the improved technique would facilitate more effective communication between us. However, within the mind of Uzumaki Ashina, a thought arose. If the tailed beasts could be captured upon defeat, then the first Hokage had already subdued all 9-tailed beasts, leaving no room for you to claim them. Your current approach is commendable. If force fails, then perhaps persuasion will succeed. Is it possible to trace where the 3 tails escaped from? Though still somewhat unclear, I roughly deduced its origin, pointing towards the east. Uzumaki Ashina gazed into the distance, but could not see clearly, only spotting a small boat that swiftly vanished from view. Was it the individuals on that boat who released the 3 tails? Turning to Uzumaki Victory, I remarked upon discovering the true culprits. Why not capture them? Though we have triumphed over Kirigakure, we have also incurred significant losses. Once they report back, we can demand reparations for the war. Uzumaki Victory scratched his head, pondering the fact that the adversaries had already fled. Could we not capture them on the sea? It was fortunate that he could utter some diplomatic phrases, or else he would have lost face. Uzumaki Ashina pondered deeply. Given the large population of the water country, and that Kirigakure is one of the 5 great shinobi villages, perhaps negotiation would be the most advantageous course. Currently, over 2,000 individuals are held on the island, and if the enemy were to resist fiercely, these captives would become crucial to our strategy. Negotiation could serve as a means to buy time, allowing for an upgrade of the equipment in the land of whirlpools. Even if the enemy managed to ransom back those 2,000 captives, we would still possess the capital to confront them. Uzumaki Victory clearly articulated the issues at hand and responded. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Ashina could only sigh inwardly. If the land of whirlpools were sufficiently powerful, we would already be sailing towards the water country to launch an attack. Chapter 30. Preparing supplies, furthering relations with a multitude of captives. The food supplies must also keep pace. It seems we need to gather sufficient provisions before returning to the land of whirlpools. Father, please keep a close watch on the mist ninjas. Our forces are quite fatigued. I will head to the sea to fish and gather enough food before we depart. The people had just endured battle, and many were exhausted. Only I felt relatively energetic. Uzumaki Ashina nodded, indicating her commitment to watch over the mist ninjas. After exchanging greetings with everyone, several jonin expressed their readiness to assist. They accompanied the first Hokage to the location where the mist ninjas were held. I glanced at Orochimaru, who had come to assist from Konohagakure. I apologize for the current rudimentary conditions. I will express my gratitude upon our return to the land of whirlpools. The 3 tails, restless and scampering about, was closely followed by Orochimaru, who was studying the sealing runes. Too preoccupied to respond, I merely waved my arm, indicating that I was fine. Observing Orochimaru engrossed in the sealing technique, I thought, if you are researching the sealing of the 3 tails, you could simply ask me, as I am the one who performed this technique. Confused, Uzumaki Victory turned towards the sea, staring at the vast expanse of water, knowing that he lacked fishing experience. The pressing question became how to catch fish from the ocean. Feeling somewhat awkward, having declared my intent to fish, I could not return empty-handed. Scanning my surroundings, I turned to the people nearby, seeking help with my gaze. Tsunade immediately noticed my plea and approached discreetly. It seemed she intended to assist me, gathering chakra. She approached a massive boulder. With great strength, she lifted the boulder and hurled it into the sea. With a resounding crash, the boulder struck the water, creating a colossal wave. I was drenched by the spray and was about to confront Tsunade when a swarm of fish surfaced, seemingly stunned by the impact. One boulder was not enough. Several more were hurled into the water. Dusting off my hands, Tsunade walked back and forth in front of me, clearly eager to commend the unexpected use of the boulders. However, without her strength, this method would not have been possible. Amidst my earlier embarrassment, a smile appeared on Uzumaki Victory's face. The problem had been resolved. This method was indeed impressive. Without fishing tools, I would have had to swim into the sea, uncertain of when I could catch anything. To avoid revealing my lack of ideas, I feigned authority, instructing the lower-ranking ninjas to retrieve the fish. Just as they began gathering the fish, a commotion erupted, leading to chaos. Hastily rushing forward, I discovered that the mini three-tails had taken a fish in its mouth and was enjoying it immensely. If it continued, it would consume the entire school of fish. I quickly grabbed the creature by its tail and lifted it. "You little rascal, put me down. I haven't had such delicious fish in over a decade." The mini three-tails protested while trying to bite my hand that held its tail. With a grin, I assured it, "If you eat another one, you'll have enough for days. Once we return to the land of whirlpools, I will treat you to a feast." Tsunade, seeing this, ceased her fish-catching efforts and came over to tease the mini three-tails. After a while, the mountain of fish was finally processed. "Second Hokage, we have gathered sufficient provisions," I exclaimed, my eyes lighting up at the sight of the piled fish. I directed the lower-ranking ninjas to move the filleted fish onto the warship and turned to see a ground covered in bones. Tsunade was still playfully engaging with the three-tails. "Three-tails, come take a look. Do not say I have neglected you, for there is ample food here." Upon hearing about the food, the three-tails ceased its quarrel with Tsunade and scampered over, eager to discover the source of the feast. It soon realized that the fresh fish it had just eaten had been stripped of meat, leaving only skeletons. It leaped up to butt its head against my knee, then scurried off to the remains, opening its mouth wide to feast. How infuriating! Were it not for the fact that I haven't eaten in over a decade, I would not be tempted by these remains, nor by those detestable humans. Tsunade approached and stifled a laugh at the scene. Is this truly acceptable? After all, it is still a tailed beast with a fearsome reputation. I observed the three tails relishing its meal. Having defeated it, I knew it would not submit easily. Now, as I sought to befriend it, light-hearted banter could help foster our relationship. With that, I called everyone together. The ingredients were ready, and it was time for a hearty meal before we embarked for the land of whirlpools. As the patrol returned to the shore, I quickly announced, "Father, gather everyone by the sea. We need not patrol any longer." After wandering for quite some time, Uzumaki Ashina's stomach began to protest, prompting her to summon everyone. The Whirlpool Ninjas escorted the Mist Ninjas, arriving in succession. I decided to showcase my skills, seizing a large iron pot. "Boiled fish, steamed fish, fried fish," I called out. Seeing everyone seated together in anticipation, I hurriedly brought out the dishes. It can be said that indulging in a steaming hot meal is truly a delight. Observing Tsunade devouring her food with grease dripping from her mouth, I found myself inexplicably drawn to her side. How could it be so delicious? "How about I prepare such meals for you every day?" The others were busy wolfing down their food, oblivious to our exchange. Tsunade paused, taken aback by Naruto's unexpected declaration. Was this a rare confession? She murmured softly in response, "It's not impossible, but your future actions will determine that." Upon hearing her words, Naruto's heart soared with joy, and he quickly settled beside her. "Let's not wait for the future. Let us start today." "What?" Tsunade was momentarily stunned. It seemed he intended for a gradual approach, allowing feelings to blossom, yet Naruto was so impatient. Her face flushed crimson as she stood up, exclaiming loudly, "You fool," and hurried away to continue her meal elsewhere. The surrounding diners turned to look, and as Naruto glanced around, they silently averted their gaze. It felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, leaving his heart icy. He wondered what he had said wrong. He merely encouraged Tsunade to eat more. Why did she react so intensely? Realizing his actions may have embarrassed her, he noticed her forlorn expression. Tsunade sighed inwardly and returned to her seat. "Don't look so pitiful. Who told you to speak recklessly?" Chapter 31. The Water Shadow acknowledges defeat. System rewards arrive. Joyful moments pass swiftly. The food prepared by the second Hokage was savored by all. Bowls of rice disappearing quickly until their bellies were full, leaving them sprawled on the ground. The Mist Ninjas had yet to eat. Watching the others feast made their stomachs growl in hunger. At this moment, the Water Shadow, Kaigetsu, gradually awakened. recalling the battle as the enticing aroma of the meal wafted over. He raised a hand to shield his eyes. How frustrating. They had lost the war. And his stomach protested. The Uzumaki ninja finally finished eating and stood up to serve the mist ninjas. An underling from the land of whirlpools carefully brought the food to Kaigetsu. Startled, Kaigetsu sat up abruptly as the underling handed over the meal. Seizing it and devouring it greedily, tears streaming down his face as he enjoyed the food. Naruto, noticing Tsunade returning to her seat, immediately broke into a sweet smile. Tsunade, seeing his charming grin, felt her face heat up. Just then, a subordinate rushed over. "My lord, our side has finished eating, and the captured mist ninjas have also completed their meals." Naruto could only mutter in frustration to Tsunade, "Next time, let it be just the two of us." Without any interruptions, Tsunade's cheeks reddened further as she quickly pushed him away. Naruto gazed up at the sky, where a gentle breeze blew and the sun shone brightly, making it an ideal time to set off. Watching the Uzumaki ninjas gradually recover, their spirits lifted from their previous despondency. Discussions about returning to the land of whirlpools began to proliferate. He clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. "You few, arrange for them to board the ship in an orderly manner. And once everyone is on board, you may follow. Keep a close watch on the mist ninjas. Do not let your guard down just because they are bound. They are well fed now. Do not give them an opportunity for mischief." The captured mist ninjas appeared despondent as they lined up to board the vessel. Among them was Kaigetsu, his chakra sealed by the 5 elements. Clenching his fists tightly as he spotted Naruto ahead. As the mist ninjas moved closer, his grip loosened. He adjusted his clothing to appear less disheveled, took a deep breath, and fixed his gaze on Naruto, exclaiming, "Naruto Uzumaki, it seems we have lost this battle. However, it is not to the land of whirlpools that we have succumbed, but to you." Hearing the ninja's words, Naruto replied, "You are correct. According to history, the land of whirlpools would have vanished. Yet, under my guidance, it shall rise to glory. Water Shadow, you underestimate the land of whirlpools. I have merely solidified its foundation." Kaigetsu shook his head in silence as he boarded the ship. Ding. The water country, Mist Village, Water Shadow acknowledges defeat. Congratulations to the host's land of whirlpools for achieving victory. Reward, mastery of puppet technique. With the system's notification, a plethora of puppet techniques flooded into Naruto's mind. Puppet masters can attach chakra threads to puppets for combat, crafting various types of puppets: offensive, defensive, reconnaissance. The knowledge of puppet creation accompanied the mastery of the technique into his consciousness. As the system's transmission concluded, he exhaled deeply, organizing the newfound information in his mind. Initially, he had anticipated a reward upon defeating Kaigetsu, but it turned out a complete victory was necessary. The unexpected reward of puppet mastery puzzled him. They were not in the Sand Village, and the Uzumaki did not utilize such techniques. Would he need to cultivate a puppet master from scratch? If the Sand Village learned of this, they might retaliate, and the land of whirlpools currently lacked the strength to confront the 2 major ninja villages. It seemed necessary to invent weapons suitable for the land of whirlpools, akin to sealing techniques, enhancing its strength without inciting the Sand Village's hostility. Noticing Naruto seemed unwell, Tsunade hurried over, grasping his wrist to check his pulse. The influx of knowledge had left Naruto's mind feeling heavy. His existing knowledge base was insufficient to accommodate the sudden influx, causing his expression to dim. "Tsunade, I'm fine. It's just that today has been rather hectic, and I'm a bit fatigued. Once I finish my tasks, I'll rest." Tsunade shot him a disapproving look, but continued her examination undeterred by his words. After a thorough check, she concluded he was merely fatigued, finding no other issues. The anxiety that had gripped her heart dissipated. It seemed he was quite aware of his health, and she had worried unnecessarily. Uzumaki Rumi approached, observing Tsunade checking her son's health, shaking his head. "At such a young age, your health is already so frail. Look at me. I've fought 2 battles in succession and still feel invigorated. You must train hard, otherwise, when the time comes for marriage, you'll be a weakling. Tsunade, you should also encourage Naruto to train." Tsunade blushed at his words, and Naruto promptly pushed his father away, not wanting him to speak further. "I will ensure you train diligently." As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, she dashed away. Naruto, standing stiffly in place, realized he might have misunderstood the situation. However, recalling Tsunade's promise to encourage him in the future, he pondered how he might resolve any misunderstandings that arose. Vortex Victory surveyed the surroundings, searching for anyone who might have been left behind. Noticing no one, he called out, "Is there anyone who hasn't boarded? We are about to set sail." The Vortex ninjas fell silent, their gazes scanning the area for a response. When none came, Vortex Victory became the last to board the warship. "It appears our numbers are complete. Return to your positions. Hoist the sails," he declared. "Our families in the land of Vortex await our triumphant return." Suppressing their excitement, the crew swiftly raised the anchor and lowered the sails, the warship gliding forward as the sea breeze picked up speed. Standing at the bow, gripping the railing, Vortex Victory watched as the sun slowly descended, casting golden rays upon the water. He called out to Tsunade, urging her to join him in admiring the breathtaking seascape. Chapter 32. Arrival at the port upon returning. The celebration commenced. A Chunin rushed over with news. "Lord Second Hokage, we will soon reach the land of Vortex. The first Hokage requests your presence in the command room to oversee operations." Smacking his forehead in frustration, Vortex Victory glanced at Tsunade, lamenting, "Why is it that whenever we are together, we are always interrupted? Next time, let us find a place for just the two of us." Tsunade, unable to contain her laughter at his sentimentality, playfully shoved him away. They leisurely made their way to the command room, where the atmosphere was markedly different from their earlier arrival. Smiles now adorned everyone's faces. Vortex Lumine, fixated on the battle model in the command room, murmured in awe, "I never imagined that our land of Vortex could triumph against such overwhelming odds, having defeated the land of water. Perhaps the other factions will think twice before making any rash moves." Elder Enlightenment, now fully recovered, stood to report, "Lord Second, we have assessed our battle statistics. 800 ninjas participated, with 83 lost and 77 severely injured, likely unable to serve as ninjas again." The room fell into a somber silence upon hearing the casualty figures. Vortex Victory nodded solemnly. "Those who sacrificed their lives did so for the land of Vortex and their families. Let us not despair, they are our heroes. We have honored their sacrifice by winning the battle. What shall we do now, Lord Second?" Elder Enlightenment inquired amid the heavy atmosphere. Vortex Victory waved his hand dismissively. "This is not the time for such discussions. Look out the window." The nearby Jonin approached the window, peering outside, and suddenly erupted in excitement, pointing forward. "Everyone look. What is that? Land is appearing. We are almost home." The crowd froze momentarily, then rushed out of the command room one after another, gathering on the deck to behold the land of Vortex emerging before them. "We are going home. Look, our destination has arrived." As they assembled on the deck, the ship tilted slightly. "What are you all doing standing there? Don't you want to return home faster? Get back to your stations," Vortex Victory urged, prompting the crew to return to their duties with renewed vigor, relieved as the ship stabilized. It seemed they would not be swimming back to the land of Vortex after all. Within the borders of the land of Vortex, members of the Vortex clan began to emerge from their homes, gathering in the plaza to silently pray for victory. "Do you think we can achieve it?" Some voiced their concerns. "Surely we can. You've seen the power of our rocket artillery. I've contributed to our success as well." On the surface of the sea, dozens of warships appeared. A Chunin stationed in the lookout tower spotted them and promptly rang the large bronze bell. Bong, bong, bong. The sound echoed across the plaza, causing a stir among the gathered crowd. Could it be that we have been defeated? Is the land of water attacking us? Some members of the Vortex clan grabbed their hoes and sickles, shouting, "The alarm has sounded. Elders and children, return home and hide. The rest of you, follow me to the shore." As the remaining Chunin prepared to command the situation, they rallied themselves, hastening towards the harbor. The Vortex ninjas gazed into the distance from the deck, where a throng of people approached the port. Vortex Lumine, as the first Hokage, joyfully waved his arms. The other ninjas aboard began calling out names of their families. On the dock, upon hearing their names, the Vortex clansmen raised their heads, scanning the horizon for the returning warships. "Look, is that my son? Those aren't the Mist Ninja-s ships. They belong to our land of Vortex." The realization that their own ships were returning brought relief. Weapons were dropped as families reached out, cheering for the victorious return of the fleet. While the celebration continued, some clan members rushed back to notify their hidden relatives. They ran with joy, their fatigue forgotten, beaming with excitement. "Come out. You don't need to hide anymore. Our ships have returned, and we have achieved victory. Prepare to welcome our heroes with fine food and drink." Those who had been hiding in the cellar caught snippets of the jubilant cries outside. Little ones tugged at their mothers, saying, "Mom, listen. They say we can come out." Young mothers patted their children's heads, instructing them to stay hidden while they ventured out to sea for themselves. Carefully, they opened a gap in the cellar, listening intently to the news outside. Turning back, they embraced their children, tears of joy streaming down their faces. What wonderful news! We can go outside. The sound of triumph echoed throughout the land of Vortex. Gradually, more clan members emerged from their hiding places, clutching their hearts, relieved and overjoyed. Let our heroes see our finest dishes. Some families, anxious for their loved one's safe return, dashed to the harbor, joining the throng waiting for the ships to dock. As Vortex Victory surveyed the shoreline, he quickly ordered preparations to ensure no missed ninja caused trouble. Finally, the fleet of warships arrived at the harbor. Vortex Victory led the way down the gangplank, greeted by the jubilant cheers of his kin. As the second Hokage, his reputation had reached its zenith. Look, it's our second Hokage. He is the one who has led us to victory. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, Uzumaki Victory halted his stride, awaiting the escort of mist ninjas by the Vortex ninjas on board. As one mist ninja after another was brought down from the ship, the Uzumaki clan erupted with even louder shouts of exultation. The last of the mist ninjas to disembark, Water Shadow Kahakuminatsu, observed the scene before him, pondering whether the village hidden in mist truly needed to be so harsh on its own. Chapter 33. The celebration concludes. The weasel tank at that moment. In the square of the land of Vortex, everyone presented their signature dishes, each round table adorned with a feast of sumptuous delicacies. The triumphant return of the people at the port brought a wave of excitement as they guided the crowd to the Uzumaki Plaza. The heroes of the land of Vortex gathered in the square, where the attendees voiced their elation with fervent cheers. Among the throng, families stood on tiptoes, straining to catch sight of their loved ones within the ranks of ninjas. The ninjas who remained in the land of Vortex stood before the heroes who had led the return. My esteemed second Hokage, the podium in the square has been erected, and everyone awaits your address. Might you consider taking the stage now? They gestured towards the podium at the center of the square. At this moment, the square was filled with a dense throng. Over 20,000 souls gathered in attendance. Ascending the platform, the once cheering crowd now fell silent in anticipation of the second Hokage's words. Uzumaki Victory gazed down from the podium, witnessing the collective gaze of the crowd, their eyes sparkling with excitement. The war between the land of Vortex and the land of Water was unequivocally a victory for us. In the future, should any other nation dare to invade us, they too shall face the same fate as today. The celebration you have prepared is not only for your triumph, but is also a testament to the efforts you exhibited before the battle, which I witnessed firsthand. Now, let us commence our jubilant cheers and celebrate our victory. As Uzumaki Victory radiated upon the podium, Tsunade watched with admiration. The crowd was deeply moved by the second Hokage's address. Some individuals stood upon their chairs, raising their voices in fervent cheers. Long live the land of Vortex! Long live the second Hokage! The attendees exchanged glances, their eyes glistening with emotion as they joined in a collective cry of triumph. The echoes of their cheers resonated far beyond the Uzumaki Plaza. Observing the fervor of the crowd, Uzumaki Victory could only gesture for silence. As his brief speech concluded, the attendees gradually regained their composure. The square began to buzz with activity, as most found their families and gathered around the round tables to enjoy home-cooked meals. Yet, the absence of some would forever linger, prompting tears to flow. Witnessing this, many began to sing songs in honor of the heroes, while others joined in dance, providing solace to the grieving hearts. Noticing those who wept in silence, Uzumaki Victory sighed inwardly, realizing that he had not been able to bring everyone back. The need to develop asymmetric weaponry to mitigate casualties became evident. At that moment, Tsunade approached, taking Uzumaki Victory's hand. "What are you still doing here? Come dance with me." As she pulled him into a dance, laughter and song enveloped them, lifting their spirits. After a few drinks from Tsunade, Uzumaki Victory felt a flush on his cheeks. It seemed our Vortex Shadow was not immune to the effects of alcohol. Noticing the rosy hue on his face, Tsunade chuckled slyly. "You're not drunk, are you? It's just being with me that makes you blush." Gradually, they drew closer together. The following day, in a spacious bedroom, Tsunade slowly awoke to find the room empty. Stepping outside, she spotted Uzumaki Victory at his workbench, diligently sketching something. She approached swiftly, pointing at a rectangular box in his drawing, and inquired, "You've been up early. What is it that you are drawing?" Uzumaki Victory, stretching as he prepared to sketch another design, replied, during our battle with the Land of Water. Their numbers vastly outnumbered ours. I wondered if ordinary people could possess the power to combat ninjas. Take a closer look. The exterior is crafted from steel, impervious to shuriken and kunai. Upon hearing it was steel, Tsunade's expression shifted to one of surprise. Steel could indeed withstand shuriken and kunai. If ninjas could not move this large iron shell, how could ordinary people operate it? If it's made of steel, wouldn't he using lightning release easily resolve it? Uzumaki Victory playfully tapped her head, prompting Tsunade to cover her forehead. Your expression tells me you're lost in fanciful thoughts. Upon further examination of the blueprint, I've dubbed it the Weasel Tank. It features two types of weaponry, a kunai cannon and a chakra capacitor developed from sealing scrolls, capable of firing highly condensed chakra energy. Tsunade began to take the design seriously, flipping through the pages. It resembles the puppet techniques of the Sand Ninja. It could very well establish a new sect of puppet mastery. Gazing at Uzumaki Victory with newfound respect, she continued, the rocket launcher was already astonishing. And now this Weasel Tank is truly impressive. Uzumaki Victory, buoyed by her admiration, elaborated, the Weasel Tank weighs a staggering 3.6 tons. Its sheer weight can knock opponents off their feet. All control buttons and the steering wheel are chakra-linked. The accompanying designs are gloves combining chakra capacitors with puppet techniques. The power is modified from puppet mastery, yielding 800 horsepower. The gloves can release puppet strings, connecting various components for instantaneous operation. A single Weasel Tank can accommodate 3 members, one to steer, another to switch the chakra cannon's attributes based on the situation, and a third to operate the kunai cannon. Tsunade set down the blueprints. Considering the precedent set by the rocket launcher, this Weasel Tank should also be feasible to construct. I never imagined that by pre-manufacturing chakra capacitors, ordinary people could wield such power. Those with chakra who haven't graduated from the Ninja Academy should be able to exhibit immense abilities in the Land of Vortex. Tsunade tugged at Uzumaki Victory, pointing to the sleeping Three Tails in the corner. As long as it can borrow a bit of chakra, your tank will surely be completed swiftly. Three Tails, upon hearing his name, abruptly opened his eyes and trotted over. I'm hungry. Hurry and prepare food for me. Uzumaki Victory and Tsunade exchanged glances before speaking. Three Tails, if you desire something delicious, you must assist us with a small favor. Three Tails, puzzled, responded, don't worry, as long as I'm well fed, I can help with a small task. But what do you need my help with? Uzumaki Victory, with a playful glint in his eye, replied, no rush. Help will come after you're satisfied. Chapter 34. The manufacture of the Weasel Tank begins. They set off towards the rocket launcher factory. Currently, all capable individuals in the Land of Vortex were gathered in one place. Uzumaki Sasuke sat at the factory entrance, recuperating, when he fortuitously encountered Uzumaki Victory. My esteemed second Hokage, what brings you here? Vortex Victory raised the blueprints in his hand, inspired by a fresh idea, and hurried over to test it. Upon seeing the new equipment, he dragged his injured body closer, carefully examining the designs. Good heavens, how was this conceived? Vortex Sasuke exclaimed, holding the blueprint. Let us manufacture it first to assess its combat capabilities and identify any areas for improvement. However, Vortex Sasuke hesitated, unable to voice his concerns about the factory's current state. A sudden realization struck him. The banquet held yesterday likely still had guests arriving. Second Hokage, if needed, I can assist, he offered, not wishing to refuse given Sasuke's condition. Vortex Victory acknowledged the offer, knowing that declining could lead to complications later. Tsunade approached, cradling the satiated three-tailed Isabu. Why are you still lingering at the entrance? Come inside, she urged. Tsunade, you arrived just in time. Join me, and you shall understand why we lingered, Vortex Victory replied as he pulled her inside. The factory lay desolate. Tools scattered chaotically across the floor. Tsunade soon grasped the situation, her curiosity piqued. Is it truly possible to create the ferret tank with no one present? Vortex Victory, eyeing the tools with satisfaction, nodded and confidently declared, Fear not, dear wife, I shall demonstrate. Tsunade glanced around to ensure they were alone before clapping her hands, relieved that no one had overheard. You're quite bold, Vortex Victory grinned, his spirits lifted. He picked up steel from the ground, approached the boiler, and set the necessary materials in place, forming hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Unlike standard fire techniques, this was a sustained blaze. Next, he added coke to rapidly elevate the flame's temperature. As the steel began to take shape, Vortex Sasuke grew increasingly excited, anticipating the molding process. Pointing at the steel, Vortex Victory instructed, "No need for imitation. When mass-producing, we shall craft each piece and then assemble them." He retrieved the glowing red-hot steel, channeling chakra with precision. Earth release, transformation. Gathering vast amounts of chakra, he pressed his hands onto the blueprints. Steel is far more challenging to mold than earth, and the intense heat made chakra control arduous. A surge of chakra erupted from his body. Vortex Sasuke, witnessing the explosive chakra, could hardly believe it. No wonder they don't allow this method for mass production. It's impractical. The three-tailed Isebu in Tsunade's arms opened its mouth wide in astonishment, exclaiming, "Who is truly the tailed beast? How can a human possess such formidable chakra?" The immense chakra radiated beyond the factory. Orochimaru sensed this presence, recognizing it as Vortex Victory's. What on earth is happening that requires such colossal chakra? I must investigate, he mused, pushing open the factory doors just as Vortex Victory completed his forging. The engine had taken form, exuding waves of heat that distorted the air. Soon, the steel casing was also finished. Orochimaru marveled at the industrial marvel before him. It seems we have another weapon to rival the rocket launcher. He approached to examine the creation closely and, regaining his composure, said to Vortex Victory, "Apologies for stumbling upon your hidden weaponry." Vortex Victory merely nodded, dismissing the concern. "It's nothing significant. Without the key technology, even with the blueprints, you could not replicate it." This response left Orochimaru feeling somewhat embarrassed, while Tsunade burst into laughter. Once the components cooled, Vortex Victory utilized his chakra sensing to check their quality. After a thorough inspection, he concluded that this time, success was assured. Vortex Sasuke quickly handed the chakra capacitor to the second Hokage, who plugged it directly into the engine, which sparked to life. "Congratulations, the engine has successfully started." Orochimaru recalled his past encounters in battles against the Sand Shinobi, where he encountered humanoid puppets. "I did not expect the engine's technology to incorporate puppet techniques." With the engine validated, it was time to integrate the steel casing. Vortex Victory formed hand seals for the sealing technique. Sealing technique. 4 symbols, 8 trigrams. Runes spread across the steel casing, embedding themselves within the steel. As the sealing technique took effect, the defensive barrier was finally established. Vortex Sasuke approached to move the engine, but it remained immovable, leaving him frozen in place. "Just a minor injury, and I can't even lift this small object?" Tsunade stared in disbelief and stepped forward to intervene. "Do not underestimate this engine. It weighs a ton, and given your injuries, allow me." Channeling her chakra, she lifted the engine with extraordinary strength and positioned it into place. Vortex Victory, brimming with excitement, approached for the final adjustments. Soon, the interface, chakra capacitor, kunai cannon, and tank cannon were all installed, leaving only the final calibration. Tsunade eagerly leaped inside. "I want to be the first to try. Victory, come teach me how to operate this tank." Vortex Victory quickly apologized to the others, lifted the tank door, and climbed inside. "Tsunade, you need to utilize the chakra threads. Do you see the interfaces? Connect them with chakra, grip the steering wheel tightly, and accelerate with the pedals." Vortex Sasuke watched the tank with envy, wishing he could be the first to drive it. "It's moving! It's moving!" Vortex Victory exclaimed, ecstatic. This was a ninja tool that could be operated without a ninja. Perhaps the history of the ninja world would change from this moment onward. Though the ferret tank appeared small, it weighed a staggering 3.6 tons, moving with an imposing presence that crushed the factory floor beneath it, leaving a long trail in its wake. Upon witnessing the ferret tank in motion, Orochimaru recognized Vortex Victory's success once more. Chapter 35. The tank heads to the training ground inside the rocket launcher factory. A tank sped across the expansive area. A group, including Vortex Uzumaki, received news of a newly developed piece of equipment and rushed over to witness it. "This is evidently a large, mobile iron block. I wonder about its power?" Jiraiya remarked. Vortex Uzumaki halted the moving tank, noticing the factory floor now reduced to rubble. With a pained expression, he implored, "No more testing here. If this continues, the factory will collapse. Let us head to the training ground, where we can test its power." In the Weasel tank, Uzumaki Victory meticulously instructed Tsunade on how to maneuver the vehicle. Upon hearing his father's words, he finally realized the situation, opened the tank hatch, and emerged to witness the chaotic scene outside, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "No problem, let's head to the training ground now," Jiraiya whispered to Orochimaru, who was nearby. Who would have thought that just returning, Uzumaki Victory has already invented a new type of ninja tool? Orochimaru, with your intelligence, you should create some innovative tools as well and have a friendly competition. Is it so easy to create new ninja tools? These are merely for the use of ordinary people. My true ambition lies in the pursuit of immortality, Orochimaru replied, hastening to follow towards the training ground. Tsunade was at the helm of the tank while Uzumaki Victory instructed his subordinates, mid-level ninjas in the forest. Please select 3 robust clansmen to accompany us to the training ground. Uzumaki-lan pondered, puzzled by the need for ordinary people to participate in the tank project, and asked, Son, why does your Weasel tank require civilians? Can't this group behind us handle it? The Weasel tank, as I designed it, is intended for those unable to use chakra. With enough tanks, we can counter the numerical superiority of other nations, Uzumaki Victory explained while directing Tsunade. What? The others, who had only recently entered the rocket artillery factory, had assumed it was a new weapon for ninjas, completely unaware that ordinary people could step onto the battlefield. We all know that in battles against the mist ninjas, we are at a disadvantage in numbers, but can ordinary people really compete with ninjas? Ninjas possess an overwhelming advantage, Uzumaki-lan interjected hastily. I am fully aware of everything you mentioned, Uzumaki Victory stated, patting the Weasel tank he was piloting. It is precisely because of the disparity between ordinary people and ninjas that I created this. Having lived for most of his life, Uzumaki-lan found the notion that ordinary people could battle ninjas to be utterly absurd. Do not expose this. Let my son maintain some dignity. After the competition at the training ground, he will likely abandon this notion, the surrounding squad leaders discussed among themselves. Can we truly enable ordinary people to compete with ninjas? I still find it doubtful. We ninjas have undergone rigorous training. How could ordinary people possibly compare? Uzumaki Jiro quickly approached to halt the discussion. We are headed to the training ground now. The results will be evident shortly. Let's not debate it. All right, I sincerely hope for success. Upon reaching the training ground, Tsunade, drenched in sweat after driving for a while, exclaimed, Uzumaki Victory, you take over. It's too cramped and stifling in here. Responding to Tsunade's complaint, Uzumaki Victory could only smile wryly. Then please exit. I will ensure the mass-produced models have air conditioning. The Weasel tank slowly rolled to the center of the training ground, and Uzumaki Jiro, filled with curiosity, approached. Lord Second Hokage, since you've arrived at the training ground, allow me to challenge the Weasel tank. Uzumaki Victory, glancing at Uzumaki Jiro, smiled and replied, no problem, we can start right now. With that, Uzumaki Victory climbed into the tank's cockpit and instructed Tsunade. You handle the tank's cannon and kunai machine gun, and do your best to defeat him. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Uzumaki Jiro stepped onto the arena. Uzumaki-lan, acting as the referee, moved to the center and raised his hand. Ready, he announced, letting his hand drop. Begin. Uzumaki Victory maneuvered the Weasel tank directly towards Uzumaki Jiro. As the tank charged, Jiro tensed his muscles, preparing to stop it with sheer physical strength. However, as the tank drew closer, his unease grew stronger. Initially, he hoped to withstand the tank's momentum, but the vehicle slammed into him like a colossal hammer, rendering him unable to resist. At the point of impact, his arms could not withstand the force, and he could only dodge to the right, leaping but still being struck. He tumbled to the ground in a most undignified manner, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Seeing Uzumaki Jiro attempt to absorb the tank's collision, Uzumaki Victory nearly lost his composure. The tank weighed 3.6 tons, and its speed was terrifying. He quickly applied the brakes, but inertia still sent Jiro flying. Hastily, he opened the tank hatch and climbed out, turning to assist Tsunade. Uzumaki-lan, witnessing the scene, was still in shock. How could this happen? When the opponent charges, one simply needs to evade. How could he stand there and take the hit? Minutes later, Tsunade completed her examination and formed hand signs. Medical ninjutsu, healing palm, she chanted, mending the fractured arm caused by the tank's impact. Uzumaki Jiro lay on the ground, gazing at the sky, feeling detached from reality. How foolish of me to think I could match that massive iron block in strength. After a moment of contemplation, he sprang up and addressed the onlookers. Give me another chance. I was merely too lax in my vigilance. The crowd exchanged knowing glances, smiling as they replied, yes, indeed. You were far too careless. What a pity, your arm is broken, perhaps next time. Uzumaki Jiro silently wept and sighed, realizing they were reveling in his misfortune, feeling indignant. As the referee, Uzumaki Lan approached to deliver the verdict. It seems the outcome is clear. The Weasel tank has emerged victorious. However, he noted that this result lacked universality and proposed, "We need to conduct another match." Uzumaki Jiro, bewildered, wondered why his opinion was even necessary and replied with a wry smile, "Indeed. It is essential to assess the equipment's capabilities." Uzumaki Victory nodded in agreement and turned to his tank to prepare for the next duel. Chapter 36. Tank testing begins while waiting inside the Weasel tank for his opponent. Uzumaki Lan, acting as the referee, approached the tank's front. As a referee, "This feels rather unexciting. Let me personally experience the tank's might." Uzumaki Victory was taken aback, surprised by his father's direct involvement. "Let me first assess the opponent's defensive capabilities." He drew shuriken and rapidly circled the tank, throwing them with precision while forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Multiple shuriken jutsu. Countless shurikens sliced through the air, most striking their target. However, the damage inflicted by the shuriken was negligible against the tank. The steel exterior of the tank absorbed the impact, showcasing its formidable defense. Inside the tank, Uzumaki Victory smiled, knowing that shuriken could never penetrate such thick armor. The frontal armor measured 215 millimeters in thickness, the side armor 180 millimeters, and even the rear armor was 100 millimeters thick. Attempting to cleave through the armor with shuriken would ultimately result in either damaging the armor or breaking the shuriken itself. Tsunade, unleash the kunai machine gun and aim carefully. Uzumaki Victory commanded as he accelerated the tank across the arena. Tsunade grasped a row of specially crafted shuriken, designed to be compact yet elongated, directly affixed to a machine gun. The chakra threads of the puppet technique manipulated the gun's muzzle. With rapid-fire precision, 5 shuriken were released per second. The whirling vortex of Uzumaki Ashina moved swiftly, and the shuriken shot from the machine gun at a velocity several times greater than that of his own throws. In the blink of an eye, the shuriken appeared before him. Utilizing the substitution technique, he instantly replaced himself with a block of wood. The machine gun shuriken pierced through the wood and into the earth. After forming hand seals, Uzumaki Ashina appeared at a distance, drenched in cold sweat, astonished by the incredible speed of the shuriken. "Let's see if you can defend against this ninjutsu," he declared, forming hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. Chakra amassed at the back of his throat, and a massive fireball surged towards the tank. Uzumaki Victory, witnessing the enormous fireball approaching, refrained from evasion and turned to Tsunade, stating, "Now, allow me to demonstrate the tank's defensive capabilities. Your meager fireball technique poses no threat." Tsunade gazed at Uzumaki Victory in admiration. With a resounding boom, the great fireball technique struck the Weasel tank, erupting in a blaze of flames. Observers quickly voiced their opinions, acknowledging that being directly hit by fire style would certainly cause issues. Indeed, how could such a trivial tool replace a ninja? The Weasel tank, now revealed amidst the flames, showed only a slight reddening where it had been hit. Those who had just expressed their doubts fell silent. Uzumaki Ashina was equally astonished by the tank's defensive capacity, realizing that a direct hit had inflicted no damage whatsoever. Inside the tank, Tsunade was sweating profusely from the rising temperature, delivering a punch to Uzumaki Victory's side. "You claimed the Weasel tank's defense was negligible against a mere fireball technique, yet now it's scorching in here." Uzumaki Victory could only nod in agreement. Thankfully, 2 powerful ninjas were inside the Weasel tank. Ordinary individuals would have faced serious problems. "It seems the Weasel tank requires considerable improvements," Uzumaki Ashina murmured, contemplating the need for even stronger ninjutsu, as the tank's shell proved exceedingly resilient. Forming hand seals, he executed fire style, great dragon fire technique, summoning a colossal fire dragon that soared towards the Weasel tank. Tsunade, noticing yet another fire technique approaching, shouted in frustration, "Uzumaki Victory, another fire attack. And it's even more powerful than the last. We're going to be scorched alive." Uzumaki Victory promptly leaped from his driving position to join Tsunade, channeling chakra directly into the tank's cannon. With the joystick under the control of chakra threads, he loaded a shell into the cannon, aimed at the incoming Great Dragon Fire technique, and shouted, "Fire!" With a thunderous roar, a shell erupted from the cannon. Uzumaki Ashina could only catch a glimpse of the flames from the tank as the shell and the fire dragon collided. A blinding flash ensued, and the explosion sent flames scattering across the vicinity, completely neutralizing the Great Dragon Fire technique. Pleased with the cannon's power, Uzumaki Victory nodded, continuing to control the cannon. Directing it towards an unoccupied area, he maintained a rapid-fire rate, launching 4 shells in quick succession, each striking the large tree ahead. The ground shook with resounding explosions that echoed throughout the training ground, leaving onlookers in awe of the rapid-fire capability. As the smoke began to dissipate, Uzumaki Ashina stared at the enormous craters left by the bombardment, utterly astounded by the exceptional defensive and offensive capabilities of this weapon. Opening the tank's hatch, Uzumaki Victory leaped out, swiftly pulling Tsunade along with him. As soon as she emerged, she gasped for air. The heat inside the tank was unbearable. Uzumaki Victory approached his father, stating, "Father, what do you think of my new invention?" Before he could respond, Uzumaki Ashina interjected, "You are correct. Your invention is indeed formidable. However, you mentioned that the weasel tank is meant for ordinary people." He gestured towards the lower-ranking ninjas in the forest, who had just brought 3 strong, ordinary individuals. Realizing the implication, Uzumaki Victory turned and instructed, "I have a task for you. Take these sets of chakra gloves and operate the weasel tank. I will guide you from the side." The 3 clansmen approached the second Hokage with a hint of nervousness, but their excitement was palpable as they accepted the gloves. "Rest assured, second Hokage, we will strive to fulfill this task," they promised. Uzumaki Victory led the 3 clansmen to the weasel tank and instructed, "Get inside. Today, your task is to operate this weasel tank." One by one, they entered the interior, while Uzumaki Victory positioned himself atop the tank, overseeing the operation through the hatch. "Put on the gloves, press the red button, and your hands will fill with chakra. Use the chakra threads to control the operations." The 3 clansmen, nervously following Uzumaki's instructions, prepared to operate the tank. Onlookers watched intently, anxious to see if ordinary individuals without chakra could successfully manage the weasel tank as a strategic weapon for the land of Vortex. At that moment, Chapter 37, Successful Experiment. New policies. The sun shone on the training ground, where only the chirping of birds could be heard. Although they had triumphed against the hidden mist village in their last encounter, they had been forced to risk their lives due to their numerical disadvantage. There remained a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. If the population of the land of Vortex equaled that of the land of water, the enemy would not have so easily decided to invade. Perhaps the second Hokage's weasel tank could address some of these issues. As everyone held their breath, fixated on the weasel tank at the center, the engine began to roar. The long-awaited sound reverberated through the crowd, causing their hearts to race in tandem with the engine's thrum. The stationary weasel tank finally began to move, prompting a wave of jubilant cheers from the training ground. As if they were in a dream, skeptics uttered in disbelief, "This is truly incredible. It seems that ninjas may one day be replaced by tools." The smiles on everyone's faces were impossible to conceal. Uzumaki Ashina beamed with joy, hurrying over to Uzumaki Victory, exclaiming, "Quickly, let them test if they can fire the cannon." "Indeed, I plan to let them try," Uzumaki Victory replied while directing the operation. Gradually, the weasel tank began to move more smoothly. Uzumaki Victory instructed, "First, load a shell into the chamber, and use the chakra threads to control the cannon's direction." The clansmen, now understanding the task, eagerly began to follow his directions. "Rest assured, my dear second generation, I shall follow your commands diligently." The cannon's muzzle began to rotate slowly, causing the hearts of those present to race with apprehension. However, under the guidance of the clan members, it was unexpectedly aimed at the audience. "Quick, turn the cannon away. Are you trying to kill us, you scoundrel?" The crowd immediately dispersed, hurling curses as they walked away. The operator, unable to retort to the insults, focused intently on mastering the controls, eventually aligning the cannon with the target and revealing an eager glint in his eyes as he pulled the chakra line to the firing lever. Boom! The sound of cannon fire reverberated across the training ground. Uzumaki Victory breathed a sigh of relief internally, realizing that all his fundamental goals had been achieved. "All right, everyone. You may come down now," he announced. Uzumaki Rina gathered everyone together, stating, "Today's weasel tank must remain confidential. We cannot allow other nations to discover it." Uzumaki Victory approached, noticing that everyone was present, and quickly added, "Now that we have everyone here, I believe it is time to implement some changes regarding the country's policies. Let us proceed to the Uzukage Hall for a collective discussion," he declared, and the assembly responded in unison. Victory moved closer to Tsunade and whispered, "You and your teammates should explore for a while. We are about to hold a national meeting, and I won't have time to attend to you." Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, Uzumaki Victory and the others entered the Uzukage Hall and took their seats. As the former first-generation Uzukage, Uzumaki Rina felt it necessary to discern the thoughts of the current second-generation Uzukage. Second generation. Might I inquire what changes you believe are necessary for the Land of Whirlpools? As the strongest ninja village founded by the first Hokage, we, through Uzumaki Mido, have emulated Konoha village in various aspects, Rina continued. After hearing his father's words, Uzumaki Victory responded, while Konoha was indeed the most advanced model of its time. We are not a mighty nation like Konoha. We are a small country surrounded by powerful ones. Currently, nations are frequently engaging in attacks. Their capacity for repeated offensives stems from their substantial populations and robust economic foundations. The Land of Whirlpools, bordered by both sea and land, has evaded numerous crises thanks to Konoha, yet in this battle, Konoha has not appeared. Having spoken, Uzumaki Victory surveyed the crowd. Reform in the Land of Whirlpools is imperative. Uzumaki Jiro, recognizing the necessity for reform, responded eagerly. Initially, we followed Konoha's lead, but since the third Hokage assumed power, our relationship has grown increasingly distant. Would it not be prudent to consider a marriage alliance to alter our relationship? Look at how well-suited our Uzukage is with Tsunade, he added. Tsunade, being the granddaughter of the legendary Senju Hashirama, holds a status more noble than anyone else present. Observing the interactions between the Uzukage and Tsunade over the past few days, there seems to be a genuine opportunity. Upon hearing this topic, smiles spread across the faces of the attendees, and many voiced their agreement. However, Uzumaki Victory was taken aback when the discussion unexpectedly turned to him. He feigned seriousness and stated, "Jiro does raise a valid point. A marriage alliance could serve as the first objective of today's meeting." "Agreed. Let us unanimously approve this proposal," Rina remarked, stifling a smirk. Seeing that everyone concurred, Uzumaki Victory proceeded to the next proposal. Currently, our population stands at just over 20,000. With the emergence of the Weasel tank, logistics will pose a significant challenge for us. The population of the Land of Whirlpools will not suffice to meet the needs of the entire country. Given the escalating conflicts in the ninja world, where civilians are often victims, we could recruit enough populace from among them. Second generation, this cannot be, Elder Akira interjected firmly. The Land of Whirlpools is home to our Uzumaki clan. How can we allow foreign civilians to enter? Maintaining the purity of our bloodline is essential for sustaining our strength. Typically, only those who can extract chakra through marriage within the clan are accepted. Attracting outsiders presents a challenge to the Elder Akira. Uzumaki Victory explained, "Elder Akira, I understand that preserving the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan is paramount to you, but it is equally important that there are individuals to carry on that lineage. If we have a sufficient population, we will not find ourselves so vulnerable in future conflicts like the one faced against the Mist Village." Akira opened his mouth but could not find the words, silently lamenting the truth in Victory's statement. Survival breeds hope. Observing no opposition, Uzumaki Victory continued. By attracting civilians from other nations, we can also offer incentives. For those who possess skills, we could provide housing and farmland, along with a resettlement fee of 50,000 Ryo. A house in the Land of Whirlpools typically costs around 100,000 Ryo. Offering housing and rewards would ensure a comfortable life for skilled individuals. Talented individuals are welcomed wherever they go. The attendees nodded in agreement. Without some allure, how would skilled individuals be enticed to the Land of Whirlpools? Chapter 38. The Appearance of the Daimyo. Marshal of the Land of Water, the meeting room was populated entirely by ninjas. With the advent of new weaponry, the battlefield is set to undergo a profound transformation. Although this will affect the interests of everyone present, issues must be resolved. Uzumaki Victory proposed yet another suggestion. As a multitude of people arrives in the Land of Whirlpools, the shortage of officials will become a pressing issue. We require a strategy to address this. My solution is to allow ordinary citizens to enter our governmental framework. Elder Akira, knowledgeable and experienced, immediately stood up and shouted, "This is unacceptable. Allowing ordinary citizens to become officials in a ninja village is a grave transgression. Konoha's population dwarfs ours by hundreds. They have lower-ranking ninjas, mid-ranking ninjas, and upper-ranking ninjas to manage. Not a single ordinary citizen has ascended to the ranks of officials. If civilians from other nations were to infiltrate our ninja village, the daimyo could directly meddle in our affairs. The interests of the ninja village are substantial. If you gain more, others will lose. This would lead to animosity between our land of whirlpools and other ninja villages. Faced with Elder Akira's objections, Uzumaki Victory began to realize the impracticality of his proposal. The daimyos of other nations have historically controlled the economies of their respective ninja villages. If the ninja village were to permit ordinary citizens without chakra into high-ranking positions, the daimyos would easily replace the leaders of each village. The land of whirlpools cannot afford to open this door. In light of this, Uzumaki Victory furrowed his brow and inquired, "Since our land of whirlpools does not have a daimyo, could we not appoint one to oversee a dual management system with the Uzukage?" Upon hearing this proposition, Elder Akira opened his mouth but remained silent, as he had never encountered such an approach before. The assembly exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. It seems this proposal has garnered approval. After all, my father, the first generation, possesses the qualifications and prestige necessary to become a daimyo. It would be best if the second generation took on this role, as the dual identity of Uzukage and daimyo would facilitate management. Uzumaki Rina interjected, "Please, first generation. Do not refuse, we require a daimyo. Once the land of whirlpools flourishes, you may pass the title to the second generation." The collective agreement of the assembly echoed Elder Akira's sentiments. Uzumaki Victory nodded in satisfaction. Let us now deliberate on the celebration of the land of whirlpools' first daimyo, and how we should address the situation with the Mist Village. The appearance of the daimyo in the land of waves is eagerly anticipated. Allowing us to proceed with the organization of our affairs, Elder Chiming remarked, furrowing his brow as he continued. As for the Mist Ninja, let us refrain from making arrangements for now. It is prudent to wait for further developments from the land of water, thus buying time for the land of waves. Once the proposal of victory from the whirlpool was concluded, the meeting reached its end. Very well. Let us hasten the preparations for the daimyo's inauguration ceremony in the land of waves. The meeting is adjourned. Suddenly, a notice was erected in the square of the land of waves. Citizens gathered in droves before the bulletin board, scrutinizing its contents. "Do not push me. I want to see too," they exclaimed, eager to glean the information. Amidst the throng, one individual shouted, "Everyone, please refrain from shoving. I shall read it aloud." The announcement revealed that despite the land of waves' long history, it had never had a daimyo to lead its people. Now, under the proposal of the second Mizukage, a highly respected daimyo has finally been elected, the beloved first Mizukage, Uzumaki Ashina. Days later, with ample preparations in place, the inauguration ceremony commenced. To celebrate, individuals from other nations residing in the land of waves would be granted citizenship, and those with skills would receive a settlement allowance of 50,000 ryo. The majority cheered. At last, our land of waves shall have a daimyo. Meanwhile, at the coastal border of the land of water, Tozo Yubito vigorously rowed a small boat, and land gradually came into view. "Hey, Black Horea, wake up. We have finally returned to the land of water." Upon hearing this, Black Horea's eyes shot wide open. "Ha! It's all that cursed land of waves' fault for making me drift at sea for so long." He seized the oar and rowed with all his might, kissing the sandy shore with exhilaration he had never felt before. An identical small boat appeared on the beach, and Kurosawa Karamaru watched Black Horea joyfully embrace the sand. Turning his head, Black Horea suddenly felt a bit awkward upon noticing Kurosawa Karamaru. "I didn't expect you to strategically relocate as well. I thought it was just me and Tozo Yubito." Kurosawa Karamaru glanced at him and remarked, "No more jokes. Defeat is defeat. We must consider how to face the marshal." Black Horea fell silent at once. In the Elder Council Hall of the Hidden Mist Village, the marshal presided over affairs, wielding a serpentine staff and managing village matters with the same authority as the Mizukage. According to the village's regulations, all significant matters required consultation with him, and even the Mizukage could not bypass this. Black Horea, Kurosawa Karamaru, and Tozo Yubito knelt before the marshal. "We report to the marshal. The Mist Ninja launched an attack on the land of waves, resulting in over 1,000 ninja casualties, with more than 2,000 captured, including our second Mizukage." The marshal, seated above, pressed his fingers against his temples upon hearing of the Mist Ninja's total defeat. Stealing a glance at the marshal's expression, Black Horea quietly raised his head. "Marshal, if we gather the remaining Mist Ninja, I can lead another offensive. We will surely eradicate the land of waves." The marshal's gaze fixated on Black Horea, causing him to quickly lower his head, too fearful to breathe. The Land of Lightning's Cloud Village is currently constructing large warships and rallying the Mist Ninja. If we can conquer the Land of Waves, can we also defeat the invading forces from the Land of Lightning? The marshal commanded a subordinate to summon a certain individual, Wuming, who would later become the third Mizukage and had previously served as the bodyguard to the first Mizukage. With long black hair and ornamental adornments, he was accustomed to keeping his eyes closed. Wuming entered with his eyes partially shut, observing the three kneeling figures. It seems the expedition to attack the Land of Waves has failed. Approaching the marshal, he bowed and inquired, "Marshal, how may I serve you?" According to the intelligence brought back by these three fools, approximately 2,000 of our Mist Ninja have been captured by the Land of Waves, while the Land of Lightning brazenly builds large warships. I have summoned you to negotiate with the Land of Waves, using gold to ransom back those failures. The marshal responded, maintaining a commanding presence. Upon receiving the order, Wuming closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before agreeing and turning to leave. Chapter 39. The negotiation between two nations begins. The three ninjas remained kneeling, which became increasingly bothersome, prompting the marshal to speak. Proceed to the Land of Waves, and be sure to take these three useless individuals with you. Black Horea, Kurosawa Karamaru, and Tozo Yubito scrambled out of the marshal's hall. Is it truly necessary for us to go to the Land of Waves? After all, we have just fought them, and another encounter could lead to conflict. Black Horea said to Wuming privately after leaving the hall. To him, the war with the Land of Waves had only just concluded, and now heading there put his life in their hands. Wuming glanced at Black Horea and replied, "Your demands hold no weight with me. You should address your requests to the marshal." Black Horea, feeling challenged, turned to Tozo Yubito, saying, "Why are you still standing there? Didn't you hear what was said? Go prepare, we are heading to the Land of Waves again." Tozo Yubito muttered, "Even if I acknowledge you as my elder brother, you can't use me as a punching bag." Kurosawa Karamaru concluded with a sigh, "What a misfortune." Several days passed. In the square of the Land of Waves, Uzumaki Victory was engaged in discussions with his senior officials regarding the inauguration of the daimyo. The ceremony was widely known throughout the Land of Waves, and the occasion was a prime opportunity to promote policies aimed at attracting population throughout the ninja world. "Lord Second, the Leaf Envoy has arrived in the Land of Waves," a subordinate reported, running up to him. Uzumaki Victory, upon hearing this, accompanied Tsunade to welcome the Leaf Envoy. A tall figure, entirely bandaged on the left side, entered with a serious expression and a cold gaze. The envoy from the Land of Fire was none other than Danzo, the elite bodyguard of the second Hokage, now the leader of the root organization in the Leaf Village. "Lord Danzo has come in person. On behalf of the Land of Waves, I extend a warm welcome," Uzumaki Victory said, stepping forward to shake hands. "The young second Mizukage has defeated the hidden Mist Village at such a tender age. It is indeed an honor for my old bones to pay a visit. How courteous. We have prepared seats for everyone inside. Please, follow me." Uzumaki Victory and Danzo exchanged pleasantries while shaking hands. The dark undertones of the root organization seeking the Hokage position were notorious. The powerful clans of the Leaf Village had been unable to withstand Danzo's influence, with many clan members absorbed into the root. As they exchanged courtesies, Tsunade spotted the Leaf Envoy in the hall. "Why is Danzo leading the delegation? I detest him. He is nothing but a hypocritical politician." Upon noticing Tsunade, Danzo approached her directly. "After my pleadings with the third Hokage, I have forgiven your unauthorized visit to the Land of Waves. Now that the war has concluded, please return to the Leaf Village at your earliest convenience." Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. Shimura Danzo was truly brazen. It was clearly Mito's grandmother who had gone to advocate, yet it had somehow transformed into him pleading on my behalf. "When the time comes for me to return, I shall do so. However, I must inquire. What brings you here in person?" "It is nothing of great importance," Danzo replied seriously. "According to intelligence, the rocket artillery developed by the Land of Whirlpools possesses considerable power. The Hidden Leaf Village could procure a small quantity. The war in the Land of Whirlpools has just concluded, and there are many places in need of funds. This is the essence of brotherhood." Not wishing to continue the conversation, Tsunade moved away to another area, while Orochimaru observed Danzo from a distance. It was unexpected that Danzo would visit the Land of Whirlpools. "Orochimaru, regarding the manufacturing of the rocket artillery, will we be able to replicate it upon returning to the Hidden Leaf?" Danzo inquired. "My apologies, Lord Danzo," Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. Most of my time in the land of whirlpools has been spent battling the land of water, and thus I have not studied the manufacturing methods. If I cannot gather information, I will obtain it through my own means. How fares the research on wood released by the first Hokage? Danzo asked about his own interests. The materials are insufficient. I have collected a considerable amount on the battlefield, enough for the next experiment. But further support from you, Lord Danzo, will be necessary, Orochimaru replied, his true interest still lying in immortality. Vortex Shinobi Victory was arranging for emissaries from various nations. As each emissary entered the square of the land of whirlpools, loud cheers erupted. Emissary from the land of fire has arrived. Emissary from the land of lightning has arrived. Emissary from the land of earth has arrived. Emissaries from the smaller nations also appeared, but when the name of the land of water was called, a murmur spread through the crowd. Emissary from the land of water has arrived. The emissaries from the smaller nations whispered, "Isn't the war between the land of whirlpools and the land of water still ongoing? Aren't they sworn enemies? It is rare for a war to end without our knowledge." Victory observed the approaching emissary from the land of water. The leader was unfamiliar, but the three individuals behind him were quite recognizable. Nameless, with eyes half closed and a smile on his face, spoke, "Second Mizukage, it is truly an honor to meet you. Within the land of water, there has been disbelief regarding your triumph over our Mizukage. Yet upon seeing you, your youthful prowess is unmistakable. Allow me to introduce myself. My name has been forsaken. Please refer to me as Nameless. I once served as the guardian of the first Mizukage, and I have now been appointed by the Elder Council and the Marshal of the Land of Water to engage in negotiations." Victory sensed a wave of danger radiating from Nameless, who wore a smile that resembled that of a cunning predator. Let us proceed with our discussions. Firstly, the land of water must submit a letter of surrender and compensate the land of whirlpools for the war damages. We can also discuss the captives. Upon hearing this, Nameless slowly opened his eyes, locking his gaze with Victory's and exuding a formidable aura. Victory, undeterred, reciprocated the pressure, his chakras surging, flames of red flickering in his eyes. The gathered crowd sensed the escalating tension between the two. The Vortex Shinobi, recognizing the situation, swiftly surrounded the emissaries from the land of water, their stares unyielding. Hikaru Rhea internally lamented, wishing he had requested sick leave from the marshal, as he now faced potential demise. Nameless, facing off against Victory, perceived the latter's strength and closed his eyes, relinquishing his aura. "Your strength, Lord Mizukage, is truly admirable. Let us discuss practical matters. You currently have over 2,000 Wanin captives. Do you truly believe that all Wanin are here? The registered number of ninjas in the Mist Village is 10,000, and over 1,000 were lost in this war. If you have captured more than 2,000, how many can the Mist Village still muster?" At that moment, Victory comprehended the reason the 5 great ninja villages were regarded as such. The sheer number of ninjas in a ninja village far surpassed that of the smaller nations. Chapter 40, The Land of Water's Compromise. Danzo's arrival. Victory contemplated the vulnerabilities of the opposing side in his mind. The emissary from the land of water, with such a large number of Wanin, was believable. However, initially, why did they not deploy their full strength to suppress us? The land of water is bordered by the land of lightning. If all Wanin had emerged, the homeland would have been left vulnerable to the Cloud Village's invasion. Nameless smile began to fade. Threatening with numbers had proven ineffective. You speak truthfully, Mizukage. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, it is impossible to submit a letter of surrender to a small nation. Sometimes, honor outweighs one's own life. Victory understood the strength of the land of whirlpools. The land of water truly fought for their lives, resulting in mutual devastation. The cost for a Mizukage is 10 million Ryo, for a Jonin is 2 million Ryo, for a Chunin is 200,000 Ryo, and for a Jinin is 10,000 Ryo each. Nameless gazed at Victory for a long moment before a smile returned to his face, extending his right hand. Observing this gesture, Victory understood that acceptance had been reached, and they shook hands. Nameless of the land of water stepped into the celebration hall. It appeared that a reconciliation had been achieved between the land of whirlpools and the land of water, who had truly suffered in this arrangement. The land of water had ceased sending ninjas, indicating a compromise had been reached. The young second Mizukage had managed to lead the land of whirlpools to stand against the land of water, prompting admiration from the emissaries of various nations. A Chunin in the assembly shouted enthusiastically. The inauguration ceremony of the new daimyo of the land of whirlpools officially commenced. Vortex Ashina donned the splendid ceremonial attire of the Vortex clan, slowly making his way from the center of the hall to ascend a platform elevated 10 centimeters high. Victory directed the band, raising his voice. Let the music commence. The emissaries from various nations beheld the grandeur of the ceremony in awe. May the daimyo issue the first decree. Victory then issued the command. Presenting the seal in his hand, he approached Ashina. Ashina took the seal and stamped it onto the prepared document. Victory retrieved the document and began to read aloud. The new daimyo of the land of whirlpools is in dire need of personnel. We shall establish the daimyo's palace with both civil and military officials. Civil officials need not be confined to the Vortex clan. Those with a skill can enter the governance of the land of whirlpools through assessment. Military officials need not be limited to ninjas. All may partake in selection and enjoy the benefits of the land of whirlpools. At this moment, the emissaries from various nations exchanged glances. The land of whirlpools, as a small nation, simultaneously maintained both ninjas and samurai, overlapping functions. The land of whirlpools also needed to increase its population from other regions. After the second Mizukage took office, the entire land of whirlpools required restructuring. This was a significant matter for the entire ninja world. For now, let us indulge in feasting and return to report to our respective leaders. As Victory concluded his speech, the Vortex clan erupted in cheers. Long live the land of whirlpools! Long live the land of whirlpools! The inauguration ceremony thus came to an end. In the reception room, the two sat together, savoring their tea. Victory spoke. I wonder, Lord Danzo, if there are any further matters to discuss? Let me not keep you in suspense. Can your nation share the manufacturing methods of the rocket artillery used in the battle against the land of water with the Hidden Leaf? Our alliance has been steadfast since the time of the first Hokage. Danzo savored his tea slowly. Victory tightly grasped his cup, gazing at Danzo's earnest expression, and softly replied, It is only right that we, as allies, share knowledge with you. However, the rocket artillery requires exceptionally advanced sealing techniques. At present, only I in the land of the whirlpools possess the capability to manufacture it. It seems that Danzo-sama has left you disappointed. A smile began to form on Danzo's face. But upon hearing this, his expression gradually darkened. Whirlpool, have you considered the repercussions of such words? Whirlpool Victory stated as he locked eyes with Danzo. The Hidden Leaf village has a multitude of ninja, including the third Hokage, renowned as the Doctor of Ninjutsu. Each era brings forth its own geniuses. Danzo-sama, you may procure the rocket artillery we produce. Whether you can replicate it will depend on your own skills. In Danzo's view, the strongest village in the ninja world, Konoha, purchasing rocket artillery for imitation is bound to succeed, a mere shift in approach. This method is satisfactory for both parties. Whirlpool, let us celebrate our fruitful collaboration. Whirlpool Victory held unwavering confidence in his sealing techniques, believing the opposition would be unable to decipher them, and that Konoha would not risk their reputation. The two shook hands, concluding their discussion. As Whirlpool Victory exited the reception hall, he gazed at the clouds in the sky, free and unburdened, contrasting with the multitude of tasks awaiting him. He tasked his subordinates with ensuring the civilians of the land of the whirlpools continued their work at the rocket artillery factory, as tensions among the nations necessitated sufficient firepower. He instructed Whirlpool Jiro to persist in the production of Weasel tanks, enlisting robust commoners for preliminary tank training to establish a minimum combat capability. As he walked, he spoke to the Chunin responsible for recording. He noticed Tsunade seated ahead, gazing at the scenery while enjoying ice cream, her demeanor reflecting a hint of melancholy. Whirlpool Victory dismissed his subordinate and approached Tsunade, seizing the ice cream for a taste. Upon realizing that Whirlpool Victory had taken a seat beside her and commandeered her ice cream, she retaliated with a punch. Whirlpool Victory defensively shielded his arm, pleading for mercy. Isn't it to gauge your mood? I merely wish to tease you. Teasing me with a punch is quite the jest, Tsunade replied through gritted teeth. Why the sorrow? Speak, and perhaps I can assist you, Whirlpool Victory inquired. Tsunade revealed that her distress stemmed from Danzo. It turned out she had proposed the establishment of medical ninjas at the Jonin conference, advocating for each squad to include one to reduce casualties. However, Danzo had dismissed the proposal, leaving it to languish. Seeing him again today would irk anyone. The initiative required significant resources, especially with Konoha at odds with multiple nations. The third Hokage's conservative nature and lack of self-confidence meant that even minor changes could shift the tide of battle. Without change, mistakes would not be made. It seemed Danzo had been instructed by the third Hokage, ensuring no strain on their teacher-student bond. Danzo is truly insidious. I shall find an opportunity to deal with him. Whirlpool Victory concurred. You certainly know how to flatter, Tsunade retorted, delivering several punches. After a few strikes, her mood lightened considerably. Yet, there is something else weighing heavily on me. The conflict between Konoha and Tsunade is about to commence, and I must return to Konoha, Tsunade remarked, glancing at the sky. Hearing this, Whirlpool Victory felt his own spirits dampen. In due time, I shall travel to Konoha to propose to you, he stated earnestly. Chapter 41. An unforeseen issue in the Land of the Moon. In the office of the Whirlpool Shadow, the Whirlpool Shadow addressed the matter. Lord Whirlpool Shadow, we have produced the Weasel tanks and rocket artillery. However, the chakra capacity for the sealing techniques is somewhat inadequate. Whirlpool Victory was taken aback, realizing the shortage of ninjas necessitated both training and chakra storage. Elder Chiming, prepare the necessary chakra reserves and ensure they are fully gathered at the rocket artillery factory. Returning home, Whirlpool Victory observed the three-tailed Isebu in deep slumber and approached with a grin, producing a large sealing scroll and forming hand seals. The scroll unfurled, and with a resounding pop, a large basin of seafood appeared before him. Isebu sniffed the air, abruptly awakening, tears streaming from his mouth. He lunged forward, but Whirlpool Victory caught him. You little rascal, let me down. Torturing me with a basin of seafood is cruel. If you wish to eat, you must do me a favor, Whirlpool Victory replied as he carried Isebu outside. Let me down. I'll deliver a letter from that wretched girl Tsunade to you. Isebu realized that Whirlpool Victory had secretly hidden the letter from Tsunade. Whirlpool Victory playfully rubbed Isebu's head. Enough of that. I merely wanted you to prepare a few more grand feasts. Here is your letter. Isebu extracted a letter from the rice cooker and handed it over. It cannot be so simple. Today, you shall work diligently, and next time, we shall see if you dare to defy me. Whirlpool Victory opened the letter, revealing the third Hokage's message regarding the impending war between Konoha and Tsunade. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Mido Uzumaki, the land of the whirlpools has navigated its crisis. Now it is Konoha's turn. Bidding farewell is cumbersome, a letter suffices. Once the war concludes, remember what you have promised. After reading, he tucked the letter close, carrying Isebu towards the rocket artillery factory. Elder Chiming observed the chakra reserves in the warehouse and approached to greet him. My lord, do you intend to use Isebu for charging? Could this pose a risk? Whirlpool Victory waved his hand. I assure you, in the land of the whirlpools, if I claim to be second in sealing techniques, none dare claim the first. Gazing at the warehouse filled with scrolls, he set Isebu down and formed hand seals. The 8 trigrams sealing technique. Open. Isebu's rice cooker emitted steam as his chakra flowed into the warehouse. At the entrance of the warehouse, he formed more hand seals. Chakra Capacity Sealing Technique. The scrolls within the warehouse began to absorb the chakra that wafted in. Once the chakra capacity scrolls were filled, Isebu lay weakly on the ground. Whirlpool Victory sheepishly scratched his head and addressed Elder Chiming. Ensure our esteemed contributor is well treated. Let the supplies flow freely for the next few days. Isebu lay weakly, drooling. It had been a month since the last chakra charging session in the warehouse. Whirlpool Victory was engaged in conversation with Elder Chiming about the recent influx of population, noting that the ransom from the Hidden Mist village had been fully paid over the course of a month. The captives had all departed the land of the whirlpools after the ransom was settled. Approximately 30 million Ryo had been acquired, and with inflation yet to impact the ninja world, the current purchasing power was remarkable. With the daimyo's inauguration ceremony, the land of the whirlpools welcomed all to join, providing housing and land, which spread throughout the ninja world via messengers. Tensions among the nations escalated, with frequent ninja assaults on each other's villages and towns, prompting retaliatory actions. People struggled to survive amidst these adversities. The land of Vortex shares its borders solely with the land of Fire and the land of Moon. In pursuit of a tranquil existence, many commoners have sought refuge in the land of Vortex. These commoners have formed the backbone of the daimyo's military and administrative framework. A system of officials representing the Ninja Alliance has also been established. The military has gathered 3,000 strong and robust youths, training them in the art of launching rocket artillery and operating weasel tanks, thus establishing a foundational combat capability. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A genin burst through the office door, panting heavily, and exclaimed, "Lord Vortex, there is grave news. Our merchant convoy heading to the Land of Thunder has been intercepted by the Land of Moon." Vortex Victory immediately sensed something amiss, furrowing his brow and inquiring, "Did the Land of Moon provide any explanation? Or was this an unprovoked act of aggression against our convoy?" The response from the Land of Moon claimed that our convoy was spying on their confidential information. Yet our merchants were merely traveling to procure iron ore from the Land of Thunder, making quick round trips without any intention of lingering in the Land of Moon. The Genin anxiously recounted the events. This incident is far from ordinary. The Land of Vortex holds considerable weight among smaller nations. The battle between the Land of Vortex and the Land of Water is well known throughout the ninja world. The Land of Moon would undoubtedly hesitate to provoke the Land of Vortex, especially given their shared border. Additionally, the proximity to the Land of Thunder raises concerns about the potential involvement of the Hidden Cloud Village. Vortex Victory instructed Elder Chiming to convene a meeting in the Vortex Hall to discuss the matter. One by one, the senior officials of the Land of Vortex entered the hall, including several high-ranking military figures. Currently, the Land of Vortex is implementing a joint cross-training program for ninjas and mechanized forces. As everyone stood to pay their respects to the Vortex Shadow, Victory entered with the intelligence report in hand and signaled for them to take their seats. "Based on the newly acquired information, let us examine this report," he said. Upon reviewing the details, the assembled officials frowned in unison, recognizing it as a provocation against the Land of Vortex. They collectively suggested, "Lord Vortex, we could dispatch envoys to negotiate and ascertain their intentions. Our strength is formidable. We could confront them and demonstrate the audacity of the Land of Moon in committing such a folly." The Vortex Hall erupted into a cacophony of voices, prompting Vortex Victory to interject. "We shall pursue both strategies concurrently. Sasuke, you will select a team to proceed to the Land of Moon for negotiations. Preparations can commence immediately. Elder Chiming, ready the supplies and assemble the troops at the border to apply pressure, compelling them to recognize our strength." Sasuke promptly accepted the command, assuring its execution. Vortex Lu Ming observed his son maturing into his role as Vortex Shadow and swiftly decided to pass on his own title, allowing him to relish early retirement. Vortex Victory turned to Elder Chiming and asked, "How many operational weasel tanks do we currently have? And what is our stock of rocket artillery?" Elder Chiming consulted his notes. "According to our resources, we have fully converted all materials into tangible assets, 5,000 rocket artillery pieces. The production of weasel tanks has proven challenging. We currently possess only 300 operational units. All daimyo forces utilize chakra-controlled gloves, but compatible weaponry has yet to be developed. This is more than sufficient to contend with the forces of the Land of Moon." Vortex Victory nodded in satisfaction. He presented a map delineating the borders between the Land of Vortex and the Land of Moon, identifying 3 routes for a potential direct assault on their capital. "We shall position our forces at these locations and await the envoys. The decision to engage or negotiate lies with the Land of Moon." The meeting was adjourned, and everyone returned to prepare for deployment at the border. Elder Chiming hurried over, breathless. Upon returning home, Vortex Victory donned his armor and closed his eyes in contemplation, hoping for favorable news. Security measures were heightened, for beyond lay the Land of Moon. Sasuke led the team, remaining vigilant against potential dangers. "Report, Lord Sasuke. We have detected personnel from the Land of Moon ahead," came the call. As they crossed the border into the Land of Moon, the presence of patrolling ninja was sensed. "There is no need for alarm. We are merely en route to the capital of the Land of Moon, and perhaps their soldiers will escort us to meet the king," Sasuke asserted. Approaching the soldiers of the Land of Moon, Sasuke greeted them. The soldiers responded, "Halt. Do not move. Do not be alarmed. We are envoys from the Land of Vortex, here to pay our respects to your king," Sasuke said, extending his hands in a gesture of peace. The soldiers quickly signaled to their comrades to inform their captain. "Very well, follow us to meet my superior," the captain said, eyeing the envoys from the Land of Vortex. "It seems the king has detained your merchant convoy. This must be true. Come along. I shall escort you to the capital," he added. Within the palace of the Land of Moon, King Yuanyue wiped the sweat from his brow and addressed Shibata. "Will our abduction of the Vortex merchants truly go unpunished? They engaged in battle with the Mist Village and suffered minimal losses. Based on intelligence, we cannot possibly defeat them." Shibata smiled knowingly, inspecting the powerful bloodline limit now at his disposal. "Your Majesty, Do not fret. With our ninja and military strength, we could withstand a month of conflict with them. We have the support of the Land of Thunder, and the alliance with Konoha and the Vortex clan was reaffirmed during the daimyo's inauguration. To avoid deteriorating relations with Konoha, they require a pretext for military action against the Vortex clan. A few days of conflict, and we can dispatch a plea for assistance to the Land of Thunder, which will undoubtedly send forces to eliminate the Land of Vortex, allowing us to thrive in their wake. The king, still perspiring, could not suppress his laughter. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in with a report. Your Majesty, envoys from the Land of Vortex have arrived. The king's anxiety returned, and he quickly asked Shibata, what should we do? The people from the Land of Vortex are here. There is no need to fear. We must offend them severely. Only then will they retaliate, Shibata suggested. Let them in. The king decided. With a smile, Sasuke entered. Greetings, King of the Land of Moon. I am an envoy from the Land of Vortex, here to discuss the matter of our merchant convoy. Surely, there has been some misunderstanding. The king set down his towel, extended his hand for a shake, and said, oh, what a coincidence. The leakage of confidential information from the Land of Moon coincides with your merchant's presence. It is indeed difficult to justify. Perhaps if you grant us a little more time, we will certainly clarify the matter. Shibata, see them out. Afterward, he returned to his throne, enjoying grapes served by a maid. Before Sasuke could utter a word, he was ushered out of the Grand Hall. It was evident that the Land of Moon had no intention of engaging in negotiations. Shibata approached, locking eyes with Sasuke. Have you not yet realized? The Land of Moon seeks to bully your Land of Vortex. Tomorrow, we shall gather our troops at the border. Sasuke cast a glance at Shibata, taken aback by the audacity of the Land of Moon, before turning to leave the king's hall. Shibata turned back, this time with commendable determination. The rewards from the Land of Lightning were indeed something to anticipate, Captain Sasuke Uchiha remarked. I shall remain in the Land of Moon, waiting for the right moment to rescue the merchant convoy, while you all head to the Land of Whirlpool to report. It seems that a clash between the two nations is unavoidable. Upon receiving the orders, the group swiftly returned to the Land of Whirlpool. At this moment, the army of the Land of Whirlpool had already gathered at the border. Victory of the Whirlpool gazed at the surrounding open space where the troops and ninjas were training, and it was evident that they had spent considerable time together, their camaraderie deepening. A lower ninja hurried over to report. Lord Whirlpool, the envoy to the Land of Moon has returned. Good. Tell them to proceed to the conference room and summon everyone for a meeting. Victory of the Whirlpool instructed as he approached the conference table. A few middle ninjas angrily stepped forward. Lord Whirlpool, the Land of Moon has become exceedingly arrogant. They began gathering troops right after we left, clearly preparing for a confrontation. Whirlpool Aruna clenched his fists and slammed them on the table. We are not easily intimidated. If they wish to fight, we shall oblige. The Land of Moon's behavior is suspicious, clearly backed by the Land of Lightning. If a battle is to ensue, we must strike before they can react. Victory of the Whirlpool pointed to the map of both nations. We will split into 3 routes, forcing the enemy to divide their forces. Upon encountering their resistance, we will bombard them with rocket artillery to delay their advance. Of course, it would be even better if we could annihilate them. After the assault, we will immediately redirect towards our target and converge upon their capital. Whirlpool Jiro will take the left route, Whirlpool Aruna will lead the right, and I will take the center. This time, we will coordinate our assault with the speed of the tanks, aiming to seize the Land of Moon with utmost swiftness. Victory of the Whirlpool cast a determined glance at everyone, raising his fist in a rallying gesture. This battle will be ours. The gathered assembly focused their attention on the Whirlpool shadow, responding with resounding cheers. This battle will be ours. Subsequently, everyone exited the conference room to join their respective units. Victory of the Whirlpool took his place atop a Weasel tank. The engine of the tank rumbled to life, with each tank occupied by Whirlpool ninjas, marking the first collaboration between the army and ninjas in combat. The Weasel tanks accelerated, swiftly crossing the border into the Land of Moon. Above, the Whirlpool ninjas secured their grips. Chapter 43, Truck Rocket Artillery, Upgraded Version, Launch. Soldiers and ninjas engaged in conversation to alleviate their tension. It's quite relaxing not having to run. I hope we can develop civilian versions in the Land of Whirlpool. Indeed, if we do, I'll be sure to buy one for my wife. From atop the Weasel tank, Victory of the Whirlpool issued commands, forming hand seals. Ninjutsu, Mind Link Technique. Each tank was equipped with chakra communication receivers for ease of command. Be vigilant of your surroundings. Sensory ninjas monitor for enemy activity. As they advanced into the main road of the Land of Moon, they entered enemy territory, heightening their alertness. Report to the Whirlpool Shadow. We have detected the enemy encampment. Their defenses are clearly prepared for our assault. The enemy camp was fortified with numerous sudden earth walls, indicating that they were aware of our intelligence regarding the battle with the Land of Water, constructing defenses against rocket artillery. However, their intelligence was evidently outdated. Summon the ground version of the Tachikawa rocket artillery. Small trucks began to arrive, their engines modified from tank engines. Each truck's rocket artillery tracks had been upgraded, featuring 48 I-beam launch tracks arranged in alternating rows of 12. A total of 10 trucks lined up in formation. Prepare the rocket artillery upon launch. We will continue to reload and fire 2 volleys, totaling 960 rounds, to obliterate the enemy. Victory of the Whirlpool utilized his sensory ninjutsu to assess the terrain. Rocket Team Leader Yamashita, adjust the angle to 45 degrees at 2 o'clock to the north. Wait for my command. Ensure the mission's success. The Rocket Team Leader Yamashita acknowledged. Prepare the necessary rocket artillery in advance. After firing, you will have 10 minutes to reload. This is part of your regular training. Do you understand? Victory of the Whirlpool addressed everyone. Understood, they replied as they swiftly organized the spare rocket artillery. In the Land of Moon's encampment, a sensory ninja rushed in, reporting, Lord Manchin, we have spotted the army of the Land of Whirlpool gathering to the south, 9 kilometers away from our camp. Manchin burst into hearty laughter. Ha! Do you know why I laugh? Our king has already received their intelligence. They rely solely on a tool called rocket artillery to repel the Land of Water. The numerous earth walls we erected are meant to thwart their rockets. Manchin approached the window, gazing at the sky with a smile, clearly seeing that the enemy had launched their rockets. Victory of the Whirlpool sensed that the wind conditions were just right and shouted, Rocket Artillery Team, prepare for launch. 3, 2, 1, fire. The Tachikawa Rocket Artillery Unit, with soldiers gripping the fuses and chakra gloves, infused with fire chakra, stood ready on the trucks. The 48 launch tracks roared to life, producing a thunderous sound as the rockets ascended into the sky, igniting their secondary boosters. One after another, the rockets surged forth, leaving trails of flame across the sky. A total of 480 rockets hurtled toward the enemy camp of the Land of Moon. Manchin could see the rockets approaching, his anxiety mounting. The next moment, the deafening sounds of explosions filled his ears. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions persisted as the earth walls of the camp were directly struck, one after another, unable to withstand the onslaught. Debris scattered in all directions as the walls crumbled. Manchin cursed inwardly, questioning how the Land of Water had withstood such an assault. The battles in the Land of Water, particularly in the Hidden Mist Village, involved numerous ninjas who had detonated the rockets mid-air before they could land. The Land of Moon, however, was relying on earth walls for defense, which proved utterly futile. Flames engulfed the entire encampment, forcing the soldiers of the Land of Moon to take refuge behind the walls. As the walls shattered, chaos erupted among the soldiers, who began to flee in panic. Fragments from the rockets flew, and before they could comprehend the situation, they found themselves struck down. As the rocket artillery barrage concluded, Manchin stood before the devastated camp, where the earth walls had been virtually obliterated. Many soldiers who had narrowly escaped crawled out from underground tunnels. Witnessing the state of the camp, they wore expressions of despair, pondering how they could possibly contend with the enemy, their weapons slipping from their grasp. Manchin, fuming, shouted, What are you all doing? Gather up. The enemy is about to attack. The rocket artillery team members were frantically reloading the artillery. The tension within the ranks led to minor errors, as they faced real firepower for the first time, and emotions ran high. The training they had diligently undertaken now came to fruition. Report to the Whirlpool Shadow. The rocket artillery has been fully loaded, the rocket team leader Yamashita reported. The completion of the operation required the rocket artillery battalion to possess the capability to engage in combat independently. Now, you are to command the launch and direct the targeting. Yes, I assure you the mission will be accomplished. Upon hearing this, Captain Yamashita immediately felt a surge of tension and rushed to the rear of the rocket artillery battalion. Perceiving the wind, he reported, Captain, the wind speed is at level 2. Captain Yamashita recalled the calculations from their training sessions, adjusting the angle to 47 degrees according to the wind speed. Yes, the The rocket artillery unit began its operations. Launch. Captain Yamashita nervously recalculated, confident in the certainty of success. 48 I-shaped trajectories were arranged in alternating rows. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous sounds erupted as the rockets ascended into the sky, igniting their secondary thrusts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rockets were fired one after another, flames tracing arcs across the heavens. A total of 480 rockets surged toward the encampment of the Moon Kingdom's army. The soldiers of the Moon Kingdom gaped in disbelief, shouting in alarm, "Everyone, flee! The enemy's rockets are being launched again." They rushed like a tide toward the underground shelters. With urgency, they pushed past comrades in their frantic bid for safety. This time, with no earthen barriers to impede them, the rockets struck the ground directly, unleashing explosions that tore the earth asunder. The soldiers within the shelters were overwhelmed by the shockwaves, forever confined to their refuge. Once the bombardment concluded, a profound silence descended upon the scene, with only the heat distorting the air. After a considerable time, a robust ninja clawed his way out of the shelter, gasping for breath, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. The portly soldier became stuck at the exit of the shelter, lacking the strength to free himself, and fainted. Vortex Victory employed sensing ninjutsu, forming hand seals. Chapter 44. The Tank Cannon Fires. The reconnaissance of the battlefield confirmed that the goals of the rocket artillery had been fully achieved. "Everyone, follow me to the capital of the Moon Kingdom." The rocket artillery battalions swiftly gathered their equipment, boarded their vehicles, and set off behind the tanks. Captain Yamashita meticulously checked for errors, breathing a sigh of relief. He had never anticipated that, as an ordinary person, he could wield chakra. The chakra gloves he wore were the invention of our second Hokage. Inside the rocket battalion, prior to the launch, the atmosphere was tense and rigid. As a commoner, this was the first time he possessed the ability to confront ninjas. The chakra gloves heralded a new era for ordinary individuals. As the launch concluded, he was drenched in sweat, exhilarated yet too fatigued to move. Apart from the drivers, everyone lay motionless in their seats. Upon reaching the encampment of the Moon Kingdom, they were met with devastation. Vortex Victory issued the command, "Stop, remain on standby." Neatly arranged lines appeared before them. In the first row on the right, 5 ninjas stood alongside 20 soldiers of the daimyo on the left, tending to the injured. "Vortex, we wish to fight as well. Do not leave us behind," pleaded the soldiers left behind. Vortex Victory surveyed the group and spoke. "Their crimes will be judged after the war concludes. Perhaps some do not deserve death. Let us not forsake their lives. I hope that in future wars, we can handle matters this way, showcasing our benevolence to the world." The remaining soldiers fell into a contemplative silence. "Understood, Lord Vortex," replied his subordinate. "Do not be disheartened. Once the treatment is complete, you may join us." Having said this, Vortex Victory ascended the tank and commanded them to move out once more. The journey from the Vortex country to the capital of the Moon Kingdom would take approximately 1 day, with 2 hours remaining until they reached the capital. Boom, boom, boom. The mechanized units on the other 2 fronts engaged in their maneuvers. Vortex Runami led his team from the right, while Vortex Jiro's unit converged from the left. All gradually merged into Vortex Victory's formation. The 2 commanding officers leaped into the air, landing before Vortex Victory. "Lord Vortex, I did not expect the Moon Kingdom's forces to be so feeble." After 1 round of rocket artillery, they scattered, Vortex Jiro remarked. "My side faced the same fate." After 1 volley, they all knelt in surrender, Vortex Runami grinned. The Moon Ninja Village consisted of elite ninjas who had defected from various ninja villages during the Ninja World War, so the ferocity of the conflict was foreseeable. Having coexisted peacefully with the Vortex country, none anticipated such provocation. "Now, let us strategize," Vortex Victory instructed, pointing at the map. "Concentrate our forces at a single point, forming an equilateral triangle, and utilize the Weasel tanks to penetrate the enemy's walls. The Vortex ninjas will provide support from behind in case of any complications." Vortex Runami applauded, confident that the Moon Kingdom would crumble before the onslaught of their armored tide, obliterating the enemy's last line of defense. The leading Weasel tanks were now within sight of the capital of the Moon Kingdom. "Report, Lord Mist Shadow. We have arrived at the capital of the Moon Kingdom." The driver of the lead tank exclaimed. "No need to slow down. Accelerate into a triangle formation and initiate the attack," Vortex Victory commanded without hesitation. In the Royal Hall of the Moon Kingdom, a soldier reported, "Your Majesty, The forces of the Vortex country are appearing on the outskirts of the capital, advancing rapidly. The king, drenched in sweat, realized that 3 battalions had been deployed on the main thoroughfares. He had informed the troops where to expect the Vortex country's assault, directing the others to provide support. Yet, now all 3 battalions had been overwhelmed. This is too swift. It's impossible to fell them that quickly. What do we do now? Was it not said that we could withstand the Vortex country for a month? Your Majesty, please do not worry. As the soldiers reported, I have already dispatched messengers to the Land of Thunder. If we can hold for 3 days, reinforcements will surely arrive, Sabadaba reassured him, albeit frazzled. The Moon Kingdom was in dire straits, having welcomed defectors from other ninja villages seeking comfort. Should they consider directly aligning with the Land of Thunder? However, it was likely that the Land of Thunder would refuse to accept defectors from other villages. Gru, go to the city walls and arrange for soldiers to guard them. We must hold out for 3 days, understood? Yes, my lord. I shall make the necessary arrangements, Gru replied before hastily departing. The capital gates of the Moon Kingdom finally fell within the firing range of the Weasel tanks. The tank gunners prepared, swiftly aiming at the gate for free shots. Vortex Victory promptly issued the command. The tank gunners activated their chakra gloves, adjusting the cannon's aim and switching to armor-piercing rounds to demolish the enemy gate. Calculating the target direction, they covered the entire wall with fire as they launched their assault. Boom, boom, boom. Nearly 300 Weasel tanks fired in motion. The cannonade crashed against the barrier of the Moon Kingdom's capital, causing an explosion that shook the protective barrier. Gru on the city wall trembled with fear, unable to withstand the onslaught. Upon seeing that the barrier had not been breached, he breathed a sigh of relief. The tank gunner shouted once more. The second loading was complete, followed by a barrage that engulfed the entire city wall. Fire away. Boom, boom, boom. Gru had just begun to feel relieved. But enemy shells struck again. He had initially thought that the barrier would protect him from the opposing artillery. However, this time, the barrier could not withstand the tank's bombardment. Boom, boom, boom. The barrier was shattered by armor-piercing shells, and the projectiles hurtled towards Gru. He formed hand seals, invoking the body replacement technique. But the wooden block was reduced to ashes. Gru, panting from a short distance away, was engulfed by the aura of death, narrowly escaping his demise. He had merely dodged one shell, yet the subsequent projectiles continued to rain down. Gru realized that the fire had covered every escape route. Shells appeared in the sky before him. I refuse to be buried alongside the Land of the Moon. His pupils widened as he let out a final cry. Boom. The shells descended, unleashing a series of explosions. The city wall was punctured by armor-piercing shells, leading to internal detonations. The mud bricks could not withstand the onslaught, and the wall began to collapse. A whole section of the capital of the Land of the Moon was reduced to rubble. The soldiers atop the city wall had already begun to flee during the first barrage against the barrier. The once guarding shield of the Land of the Moon had now become a thoroughfare. Chapter 45. The Shuriken machine gun fires. The Weasel tanks advanced vigorously into the capital of the Land of the Moon, hidden within the buildings. The ninjas of the Moon Hidden Village observed the approaching tanks. Dreadful. The city wall could not withstand the enemy's artillery. I will not let you have it easy even in death. The Jonin of the Moon Hidden Village, known as Jiue, concealed in a building, formed hand seals. Earth release, earth spike. He pressed both hands against the ground, causing sharp rocks to rise, aimed at the advancing tanks. Inside the tank cockpit, the driver noticed the warning lights illuminating. Report. Chakra fluctuations detected from the ground. The Weasel tank was equipped with specialized chakra capacitors that monitored the surrounding chakra activity. Each tank was interconnected, allowing for enhanced surveillance and a broader scanning range. Based on chakra fluctuations, evasive maneuvers were initiated. But there was no escaping the activation of the defensive barrier. The tank battalion commander on the mountain declared. One by one, earth spikes shot up from the ground, prompting the tanks to move swiftly to evade. For those tanks unable to evade, the drivers activated the barrier runes using chakra gloves. Chakra began to be released from the capacitors, lighting up the runes, and an oval barrier enveloped the tanks. The earth spike struck, but many were shattered against the barrier's hardness. The chakra barrier consumed 10 energy units to advance rapidly, minimizing further depletion, as reported by the tank driver's cockpit. Jiue's face twisted in rage. The ninjutsu seemed ineffective against these iron behemoths. Report. Chakra fluctuations detected at 8 o'clock to the west. The sensing ninja scanned the battlefield for updates. The tank gunner aimed and fired, unleashing 10 weasel tanks simultaneously. The tank battalion commander on the mountain commanded. Bang! Shells rained down upon the buildings, and Jiue roared in fury. How did they discover me? Boom! The building erupted with a deafening explosion, cleaving it in two and causing it to topple backward. Dust billowed into the air, enveloping the entire western part of the capital of the Land of the Moon. The tank battalion finally reached the royal palace. Report. A contingent of the Land of the Moon's forces is charging towards us from the south. The sensing ninja relayed the information. The elite soldiers of the Land of the Moon guarded the royal palace, witnessing the city wall being overwhelmed by artillery fire. Like the samurai of the Iron Country, the soldiers of the Land of the Moon trained solely in chakra, neglecting ninjutsu. We cannot allow their artillery to cover our attack. We must engage them in close combat. Soldiers drew their long swords, raised their shields, and shouted as they charged towards the tank battalion. Prepare to perish. Scum of the Land of the Waves. Hundreds of soldiers surged forward, but in the face of modern weaponry, numbers became irrelevant. Shuriken machine gunners, take aim, and wait for orders within 300 meters, commanded the tank battalion commander on the mountain. The soldiers of the Land of the Moon shouted as they rushed forth. The tanks halted before the royal palace, and the whirlpool ninjas stood guard beside them, vigilantly observing the oncoming charge. The scene fell silent, only the engine's roar contrasting sharply with the tension. Lord Uzumaki, shall we advance and eliminate them? Suggested a whirlpool ninja. A glimmer of determination flashed in Uzumaki's eyes as he waved his hand. Now was the perfect opportunity to test the weasel tanks. Targeting a small nation like the Land of the Moon was manageable. Facing the 5 great ninja villages would not allow for such composure. Observing the enemy formations charging forward, there was indeed an imposing pressure. Within 300 meters, shuriken machine gunners, fire. Uzumaki commanded. Tap, tap, tap. Shurikens were unleashed from the machine guns. The elite forces of the Land of the Moon shouted loudly, raise your shields. The enemy is firing shurikens. Quickly, raise your shields. The elite soldiers lifted their shields, bracing themselves, and continued their slow advance. However, the shurikens pierced through the shields. Clang, clang, clang. The relentless barrage shattered the shields, with the first row collapsing, followed by the second. The shurikens fell like a tide, and the elite soldiers of the Land of the Moon realized their comrades were dwindling, fear surging within them. Finally, it was their turn. A shuriken pierced through the shield, striking them down, sending them sprawling to the ground. Not a single elite soldier of the Land of the Moon remained standing. The whirlpool ninjas observed in astonishment, swallowing hard. They had not anticipated the devastating power of shurikens fired from a machine gun. Uzumaki surveyed the scene before him, pondering that future wars might be even more brutal. Prepare to clean the battlefield. The rest follow me into the royal palace of the Land of the Moon, he commanded, leading the way. Inside the royal palace, the king sat upon his throne, his rotund form shifting uncomfortably. He wiped the sweat from his brow. Shibata, why is it so quiet outside? Has our army driven the enemy away? The king inquired. Your Highness, rest assured, the moon-hidden village, formed in the Land of the Moon, is composed of elites from various ninja villages, Shibata replied with an air of nonchalance. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed from outside. Your Highness, listen closely. Those footsteps surely signal our victorious return, Shibata continued. The king finally ceased his fidgeting and reclined back in his throne. Hearing you say that brings me great relief. Uzumaki entered the hall, finally reaching the grand door. Gathering chakra, he enveloped his fist with energy and struck the door, shattering it into countless fragments that scattered across the floor. The aura of victory radiated forth from the swirling maelstrom, charging directly into the presence of His Majesty, the king. The king, still unsettled, was paralyzed with fear, his rotund face streaked with tears and snot. Shibata, did you not assure us of our triumph? Take a good look at who has barged in. Shibata glared at the approaching figure of victory, his voice laced with incredulity. How foolish you remain. The enemy's entrance merely signifies the complete defeat of the Moon Kingdom's forces. The king trembled, taken aback by Shibata's harsh words, which were a stark deviation from the previous reassurances. Victory's gaze fixed upon the Moon Kingdom's ruler, Crescent Moon, who had seized the merchant convoy of the Whirlpool country on baseless accusations of theft, asserting the need for their detention. As the second Hokage of the Whirlpool, I have come to seek justice for our merchants. Chapter 46. The battle in the royal hall. Upon hearing the tone of the adversary, tears streamed down the Moon King's face. It is not my fault. Shibata incited me. Spare my life, and the Moon Kingdom shall become a vassal state, paying an annual tribute of 10 million ryo. Shibata, disgusted by the king's pathetic demeanor, stepped forward and kicked him aside. Whirlpool Shadow, let me make this clear. Your merchants remain in our custody. Release us, and we shall guarantee their safe return. The Moon King, upon hearing this, lunged toward Shibata. Yes, your merchants are indeed with us. Shibata, take me with you. As the threat of their lives loomed over them, Victory's resolve only strengthened. My lord, do not succumb to their intimidation. Look behind me. Who stands there? Whirlpool Sasuke entered alongside the merchants, who, though injured, exhibited a resilient spirit. Upon seeing their Hokage, they knelt, tears streaming down their faces. We are eternally grateful for your timely rescue. We thought we would perish at the hands of the Moon Kingdom. The ninja world had been fraught with minor skirmishes, with merchant convoys disappearing without a trace. Unbeknownst to many, Sasuke had remained behind in the Moon Kingdom to gather intelligence on the merchant situation after the other envoys departed. When the tank battalions attacked the Moon Kingdom, he seized the opportunity to rescue the merchants. Victory observed the unfolding situation, gauging the responses. Shibata, gritting his teeth in frustration at the rescue of the merchants, exclaimed, "What does it matter that you saved them? Do you know why we dared to strike? We have the support of the Land of Lightning behind us." Victory fixed a piercing gaze upon Shibata, causing him to recoil in fear. "We have the courage to confront the Land of Water. Why should we fear the Land of Lightning? Stand down. I shall handle this personally." With that, Victory advanced, his body radiating power as his muscles swelled. Shibata swallowed hard. The second Hokage was indeed notorious for his formidable prowess, derived from the Land of Water. "Do not falter, rally yourselves," he urged. As the blood dragon eye embedded in his palm began to open, its pupils morphing into a slit. The Whirlpool clan possessed a vast reservoir of chakra and robust physiques, enabling them to wield the most potent bloodline limit associated with the blood dragon eye. In an instant, Victory burst forth, the ground exploding beneath him as pebbles scattered in all directions, propelled by his extraordinary speed. He closed the distance to Shibata in a heartbeat, channeling his chakra into a single, devastating punch. Shibata raised his left hand to block, but the impact resonated painfully through his arm, as if a bone had fractured under the force. Gripped by agony, he pondered the weight of the attack, akin to a colossal hammer crashing down upon him. With his right hand, he unleashed the Blood Dragon Eye's hypnotic technique, attempting to ensnare Victory in a trance. Victory felt his chakra tremble, teetering on the brink of losing control, and leaped backward to assess the situation. Shibata lunged forward, launching a counterattack, activating the Blood Dragon Eye once more to disrupt Victory's chakra, aiming to ignite an explosion within him. Victory, however, managed to regain control, his body responding instinctively as he reinforced his chakra manipulation. With newfound strength, he evaded Shibata's onslaught, tightening his fists as chakra surged within him. He seized Shibata's ankle with one hand, while delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen with the other, sending Shibata crashing to the ground, rolling multiple times before spitting out a mouthful of blood, his wails echoing in pain, a clear sign of severe internal injury. The Blood Dragon Eye, capable of controlling chakra and triggering explosive reactions, was expected to yield results, yet it faltered in effectiveness. Clutching his mouth to stem the flow of blood, Shibata glared at Victory, his resolve unyielding. He flung his blood skyward, summoning the Blood Dragon Eye's power to unleash a torrent of blood-based ninjutsu. Victory, undeterred, formed hand seals with one hand, invoking the sealing technique known as Diamond Lock. 5 chains lunged into the air, intercepting the blood, which detonated upon contact. The resulting explosions resounded with remarkable might, sending the chains skittering aside. Before Shibata could react, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the wall of the hall, leaving deep fissures in its wake. "Curse you! Die!" Shibata cried, brandishing a shuriken, slicing his wrist to draw blood. Blood Dragon Eye transformed this blood into explosives. Blood surged from all directions toward Victory, yet he simply wielded his chains, countering the onslaught with deft precision. The colossal clash of the chains and the explosive blood sent shockwaves throughout the royal hall, enveloping it in smoke. Shibata chuckled darkly, muttering to himself, "This time, I shall surely annihilate him. The Blood Dragon Eye is invincible." He raised his hand, admiring the vivid crimson of the Blood Dragon Eye. Outside the royal hall, others stood guard, leaving only a few captains and the first Hokage behind. Whirlpool Sasuke, observing, remarked, "First Hokage, that crimson eye bears an uncanny resemblance to the blood dragon eye of Konoha. Both share formidable ocular powers. The blood dragon eye and Sharingan were renowned for their hypnotic abilities, capable of employing ocular prowess for various Jinjutsu attacks. However, the blood dragon eye possessed a unique edge, allowing it to transform individuals into living explosives, utilizing blood as fuel to unleash a myriad of blood-based techniques." Sasuke, reflecting on the situation, expressed, "The potency of the blood dragon eye is truly astounding. It rightfully stands alongside the Sharingan. With such formidable power, do you not worry for the safety of the second Hokage? Haha, the power of the blood dragon eye is indeed impressive, but it depends on who wields it." Vortex Victory let out a hearty laugh. "After the war in the Land of Water, I am uncertain of the extent of Vortex's strength." The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing Vortex Victory standing unharmed, 5 golden chains swirling casually behind him. Chapter 47. Achieving victory, all of it has been blocked? Impossible. This cannot be. Shibata was dumbfounded, disbelief written across his face. He bit down on a shuriken and drew it across his hands, a wound appearing instantly. "Blood, I need blood." The blood of the fallen soldiers outside the royal palace began to converge. Streams of blood flowed in like a river, and seeing the increasing amount, Shibata let out a sinister laugh. "Heaven has aided me. Only because of the many fallen soldiers outside can I gather such a vast amount of blood." The power of blood could double the combat effectiveness of the blood dragon eye, awakening the bloodline limit. 3 blood dragons soared into the sky, emitting a thunderous roar. Vortex Victory withdrew a single shuriken, infusing it with wind chakra, transforming it into a short blade as he formed hand seals with one hand. Utilizing the body flicker technique, he executed rapid jumps in midair, appearing before Shibata, the wind-infused short blade slashing downwards before he leaped back to his original position. Shibata stood frozen, blood gushing from his chest. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. I've truly lost. Damn the blood dragon eye, damn the land of lightning. I choose to surrender. Do not kill me." Shibata, now on the ground, wept as he surrendered. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the blood dragon eye activated automatically in his hand. Chakra pulsated. Vortex Victory sensed the abnormality. The chakra was evidently highly active. He grabbed the crescent moon lying on the ground. "Quickly exit the royal hall. The situation is amiss." A deafening explosion erupted from the royal hall. Vortex Victory, holding the crescent moon, stood outside the royal palace, witnessing sparks fly in front of him. The palace could not withstand the explosion caused by Shibata's blood dragon eye. The roof was blown apart, and flames erupted in the capital of the Land of the Moon. Crescent Moon gazed at the palace, built over generations, his eyes widening in shock. The residents of the Land of the Moon hid in their homes, peering out of windows, watching thick smoke billow above the palace. Our Land of the Moon seems to have been conquered. The residents prayed silently for their safety. Vortex Victory approached Crescent Moon, fixing his gaze upon him. "Crescent Moon, do you see this palace? Clarify the matters between us and the Land of Lightning." Crescent Moon was instantly terrified, tears streaming down his face as he stammered, "It's not my fault. It was the Moon Hidden Village's moon shadow that came to the capital, claiming it was supported by the Land of Lightning. The Land of Vortex did not dare to resist. Even if you retaliated, you would fall right into their trap. You allied with the Leaf Village, while the Land of Lightning has no desire to clash with them, necessitating a pretext for military action. When you strike, we, the Land of the Moon, will send a request for assistance, and the Land of Lightning will dispatch ninjas from the Cloud Village to aid us. At that point, you will find yourselves ensnared in their web." Furious, Vortex Sasuke stepped forward and delivered a kick. Crescent Moon rolled twice on the ground and hastily replied, "Yes. That's it. You can take me away. Don't kill me. I am still of use. I will exchange the wealth of the Land of the Moon with you all." Vortex Victory summoned Vortex Jiro and commanded, "Arrange for your subordinates to extinguish the fire and search for the accumulations of the Land of the Moon." Turning to Crescent Moon, he added, "I shall grant you a chance for redemption. Now I ask you, in the conflict between the Land of Vortex and the Land of the Moon, do you acknowledge defeat?" Crescent Moon eagerly flattered, "Yes, Lord Moon Shadow. How could I dare deceive you? We have lost. The Land of the Moon is utterly defeated." Hearing the words he longed for, Vortex Victory nodded in satisfaction. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating the Land of the Moon and eliminating the trivial crisis of the Land of Vortex. Reward, Puppet Technique 1. Vortex victory was momentarily stunned. The crisis deemed trivial by the system indeed reflected its straightforward perspective on the Land of the Moon. Nonetheless, it was evident that this offensive had caused no casualties, showcasing the system's discernment. The puppet technique was directly transmitted into his mind. As the system's knowledge transfer concluded, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him as he organized the newfound knowledge in his mind. This upgrade of the puppet technique included not only the ninja world's puppet techniques, but also an abundance of knowledge in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and materials, a significantly greater amount than previous times. Vortex Victory glanced at the sky. The sun was gradually setting. Everyone, set up camp in the palace square. We will rest here in the capital of the Land of the Moon today. Cheers erupted, especially from the daimyo's army. Those without chakra had maintained a high-paced rhythm all day. Each person took a deep breath, astonished that the assault on the Land of the Moon required merely a single day. They unpacked their tents and began to set them up. The cooks retrieved grills, announcing that they would feast on barbecued meat today. Vortex Victory turned to Crescent Moon, saying, "King of the Land of the Moon, come join us for a meal. We must discuss future matters." Crescent Moon obediently approached, sitting on a tiny stool barely accommodating a third of his backside, attentively listening. Vortex Victory handed him a skewer of meat and took one for himself. Crescent Moon accepted it, saying, "Lord Moon Shadow, you rest. I will take care of things." Vortex Victory, savoring the skewer, replied, "I shall not annihilate the Land of the Moon, rest assured." The Land of the Moon serves as a buffer between the Land of Vortex and the Land of Lightning. There are not enough inhabitants to support a formidable army. If friction arises at the borders, it is the small nation of Vortex that will suffer the consequences. Upon hearing this, Crescent Moon's round face broke into a smile. "Thank you, Lord Moon Shadow. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. I will comply with any conditions you set. The woodlands along the border between the Land of Vortex and the Land of the Moon shall be ceded to us, and there shall be no taxation on goods from the Land of Vortex. The treasures beneath the palace of the Land of the Moon shall rightfully be managed by the Land of Vortex. Document the promises in writing, in duplicate for safekeeping." Vortex Victory stated leisurely. Crescent Moon, hearing the terms, began to sweat profusely. "Lord Moon Shadow, I agree to all your conditions, as long as you can guarantee my position as king. Are you still concerned about securing your kingship?" Vortex Victory observed the palace crowd, spotting a child who bore a striking resemblance to Crescent Moon. He waved him over. Crescent Moon, upon seeing this, grew agitated and exclaimed, "Lord Moon Shadow, I will agree to any conditions, just do not harm my son. What is your son's name?" Vortex Victory gently ruffled the hair of the other's son. "My son is named Full Moon, Lord Vortex Shadow. It is time for you to relinquish your throne to him." With a wave of his hand, Vortex Victory signaled King Round Moon to depart. Round Moon, genuinely elated, also tousled his son's head. "From now on, you shall be the king, do you understand?" Full Moon, perplexed, wondered how he had suddenly become king. Vortex Lumine emerged from the camp, caressing the weasel tank. In his view, the mechanized forces represented the hope for the rise of the Land of Vortex. Chapter 48, The Third Rakeage, in the Land of Lightning. Within the Rakeage's office in Cloud-Hidden Village, the Third Rakeage, with dark skin, light yellow hair, and a long beard, wore a serious expression as he meticulously examined intelligence reports prepared by the Umbu. His admiration grew as he gazed at the images of the rocket launcher. A shinobi from the Earth platform approached him. "Lord Rakeage, this small rocket launcher can be replicated if Cloud-Hidden Village requires it. Do not underestimate its compact form. It can launch projectiles over great distances. Just like our chakra cannon, we must start small. The large chakra cannon is yet to be developed as we haven't pursued separate research." A waved his hand dismissively. Just then, a genin rushed in. "Lord Rakeage, a messenger from the Land of Moon has arrived, seeking assistance." A's expression brightened. Everything was proceeding according to plan. "Bring them in." The Rakeage's son, eager and impatient, interjected. "We should seize what we need. The Land of Vortex is a small nation. They will know how to comply." A, despite his gruff appearance, wore a benevolent smile. "My son, your experience is still lacking. The Land of Vortex has at least put up a fight against the Land of Water. The Land of Earth is gathering at the borders, and if we negotiate directly and are rebuffed, it would be a disgrace for our Land of Lightning. However, If we send a small contingent to collaborate with the soldiers of the moon, we can intimidate them and acquire what we need. The emissaries from the land of moon entered the Rakege's office, exclaiming, Lord Rakege, you must save our land of moon. The land of Vortex has gone too far by invading us. A smile widened at this news. Indeed, Shabata is obedient. The blood dragon eyes can be effectively utilized. The blood dragon eyes obtained from the clan of blood contain secret sealing techniques that will detonate with just a few uses. Once we procure the rocket launcher from the land of Vortex, we can eliminate the moon's shadows. The land of moon will become increasingly dependent on the land of lightning. Very well, I shall dispatch someone to the land of moon immediately. The audacity of the land of Vortex to invade them shall not go unpunished. Our cloud-hidden village will teach them a harsh lesson. A's plans were unfolding as intended. With the king of the land of moon accepting his directive to intercept the Vortex trade convoy, leading to retaliation against the land of Vortex, which was anticipated. Even if the land of Vortex did not invade, I would find other pretexts to compel them to attack the land of moon. The emissaries bowed in gratitude. We are immensely thankful for Lord Rakege's assistance. This is the remuneration from the king of the land of moon for hiring ninjas, 1 million Rio. A's son promptly exclaimed, Father, send me. I will ensure the land of Vortex pays for their actions. As the son of the third Rakege of Cloud-Hidden Village, he aspired to inherit the title of the strongest in the village, which currently resided with his father. He was determined to demonstrate exceptional prowess in hopes of securing the next Rakege position. Very well, prepare your team and depart for the land of moon. A replied with a smile. Upon hearing his father's acquiescence, the son burst through the door in excitement. Youthful exuberance, A mused, shaking his head. Although my son is impetuous, he is the strongest among his peers, remarked the shinobi from the Earth platform. Moments later, a genin rushed in, breathless. Report, Lord Rakege. According to our shinobi in the land of moon, the land of Vortex has launched an offensive. In less than a day, the soldiers of the land of moon were utterly defeated, and the Vortex army advanced to the capital. Within an hour, the capital fell, and the king of the land of moon surrendered. Now, the forces of the land of Vortex are stationed in the capital. A's expression darkened instantly. He smashed his fist onto the desk, shattering it. The land of Vortex possessed such formidable strength. The initial display of the rocket launcher against the land of water had far exceeded expectations. Following the defeat of the land of water, a brief standoff with Cloud-Hidden Village resulted in some losses, yet they retained considerable combat capability. Fetch my son immediately and send emissaries to communicate with the land of Vortex, A commanded. The shinobi from the Earth platform was taken aback. Having never noticed the land of Moon's weakness before, could there be internal collusion within the land of Moon that facilitated the breach of their gates? Did they allow the Vortex forces to threaten their elite soldiers? The reporting genin hesitated. The land of Moon had stationed 3 defensive lines around the capital, but the rocket fire from the land of Vortex overwhelmed them. It is said the Earth was blasted down 3 inches. The capital was penetrated by the new weaponry known as the Weasel Tank, tearing apart the capital's barriers and walls into fragments. The Weasel Tank can launch kunai at incredible speeds. The elite soldiers could not defend themselves, and they were annihilated within minutes. Information from within the palace is scarce. But the palace has exploded, and the architectural legacy of generations has been destroyed. Upon hearing this, the third Rakege's fury subsided. It appeared that the situation mirrored that of the land of water, employing new weaponry. The land of Vortex was indeed a nation of boundless potential. Taking a deep breath, he addressed his subordinates. Maintain composure in negotiations with the land of Vortex, and see if we can incorporate their new weaponry into our discussions. If they refuse, we shall not press the matter. We will reassess our strategy upon my son's return. The shinobi from the Earth platform stepped forward. Lord Rakege, allow me to be the emissary. Though the new weaponry of the land of Vortex is formidable, the shinobi world is not ruled by weapons. No matter how many rocket launchers they possess, they cannot penetrate our strongest lightning armor. I comprehend your viewpoint. However, the strongest lightning armor can only be wielded by a select few of us, serving as our ultimate trump card, A replied. That old man, Vortex Lumine, is still alive, and the land of Vortex can no longer be considered a minor nation. A waved his hand dismissively and continued, our strategy must adapt. You shall act as emissary and keep a close watch on my son. Assess other circumstances as they arise. Lord Rakege, I pledge to fulfill this mission. The shinobi affirmed before departing. The third Rakege sat in contemplation, deep in thought. Chapter 49. Collision with Yunin village in the capital of the Moon Country. Within the palace square, orders were dispatched for the tank battalion to arrange personnel for rotation. Acknowledged. The rocket artillery battalion would take over from the tank battalion in the early hours. Acknowledged. The Whirlpool Ninja was instructed to deploy personnel for patrols. Acknowledged. Exercise caution regarding the hardliners within the capital of the Moon Country to prevent retaliatory ambushes. Victory from the Whirlpool issued commands in succession. After a month of rigorous training, they were hurriedly preparing to march into the Moon Country, marking the soldiers' first ascent to the battlefield. Their performance throughout the day had been commendable, and it was hoped that after this war, they could return to lead the new recruits and become exemplary figures. Victory from the Whirlpool expressed his commendations. At that moment, Sasuke from the Whirlpool arrived bearing boxes filled with silver, which thudded heavily onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, indicating a significant treasure within. Lord Yagura, I have confirmed that the treasures of the Moon Country amount to 2.5 billion ryo, along with gold and jewelry too numerous to catalog, totaling 103 boxes of precious items. Upon hearing such an immense figure, Victory from the Whirlpool gaped in astonishment, unprepared for such a bounty. The development of the Whirlpool nation was now well funded. He then glanced at Rumina from the Whirlpool, who appeared quite embarrassed and repeatedly waved his hands. Our Whirlpool nation possesses no treasures. We still need to borrow a considerable amount from Konoha each year. Victory from the Whirlpool could only lament the disparities between individuals. All right, everyone, take a rest. We will discuss matters tomorrow. Acknowledged. The soldiers present accepted the orders. Meanwhile, the commander of the tank battalion atop the mountain was washing up, addressing the rocket artillery battalion below. To think we could reach the battlefield without chakra and still defeat local ninjas. It's all thanks to the second Hokage. Do you think it's possible that ordinary people like us could one day use chakra? There was merit to the claim. The chakra gloves alone had upended my understanding. All right, go rest. Tomorrow there will be much to do, came the reply from the mountain. As night fell, an eagle soared from the north into the capital of the Moon Country. A Chunin hurriedly approached the Yagura's tent. Report, Lord Yagura. We have detected a contingent from Yunin village approaching the border of the Moon Country at an accelerated pace. Upon hearing this, Victory from the Whirlpool immediately rose and called for the captains. What is their estimated number? It's somewhat peculiar. There are fewer than 100 of them. The intelligence officer reported. Sasuke from the Whirlpool, arrange for a small contingent to be stationed on either side of the forest. I shall lead the way personally. I am eager to see what tricks the Land of Lightning has up its sleeve, Victory from the Whirlpool declared confidently. With that command, the troops began mobilizing, packing their gear and setting off towards the designated location. One by one, the Weasel tanks and trucks with rocket artillery roared to life as the Yunin forces reached the borders of the Moon Country, confronted by a thick forest. Lord Ei, we have now arrived at the Moon Country's border. Full speed advance will take about an hour. Should we pause for a moment? Asked Teniu, a Jonin. We cannot afford to wait. The thought of battle for the Whirlpool nation excites me, replied Ei, the son of the Rakage. Just then, an obstacle appeared ahead. Victory from the Whirlpool perched atop a tree, gazing down at Yunin. Among them was a robust figure with light yellow hair, adorned with a green shuriken insignia on his shoulders. The third Rakage had sent his own son, Ei. Sensing Ninja detected the target in advance. The Weasel tanks surrounding the forest had their kunai machine guns aimed at Yunin, although the Yunin forces could not see the tanks concealed in the shadows. A palpable aura of danger lingered nearby. Ei surveyed his surroundings, acutely aware of being encircled, and began forming hand seals. Lightning release, chakra mode. Chakra surged and enveloped him, lightning crackling from his body. The activation of his physical form enhanced his speed and significantly bolstered his defense, propelling him directly toward Victory from the Whirlpool. The sound of gunfire erupted as the 10 Weasel tanks unleashed a barrage. Ei deflected the projectiles with his steel bracers, his speed heightened by the activation of his physical form. Despite the rapid-fire kunai raining down like a net, he could only retreat back to the Yunin ranks. Victory from the Whirlpool observed the scene with a serious expression. Against Ei's lightning-release chakra mode, the kunai machine guns proved ineffective. You must be the third Rakage's son, Ei. I did not expect Yunin village to send you here. Spare me the pleasantries. What is the Whirlpool nation doing here? Where are the people of the Moon Country? Ei demanded angrily. The ninjas of Yunin, you have arrived too late. The Moon Country has already surrendered to the Whirlpool nation. You may return whence you came, replied Victory from the whirlpool. Upon hearing this, the Union forces began murmuring among themselves, questioning the incompetence of the Moon Country. What should we do now? EI's frustration boiled over. It felt like a wasted journey. Without the Moon Country, we shall still fight, he declared. Victory from the Whirlpool had not anticipated EI's impulsiveness. A conflict between the Whirlpool Nation and the Land of Lightning seemed inevitable. The Whirlpool Ninja prepared to meet the challenge, and the tank gunners readied themselves. EI led the charge with his fellow Union forces, but they faced the overwhelming firepower of the Weasel tanks. Fire! The tank gunners immediately adjusted their aim. Boom! Shells rained down upon the Union forces, who quickly formed hand seals. Lightning release, dispersing thunder. Chakra gathered as they formed two spheres of lightning in their hands, launching them at the incoming shells. The clash of artillery and ninjutsu ignited the battlefield in smoke and chaos. EI surged forward, hands forming seals. The strongest lightning release, armor. His golden hair stood on end as he maximized the power of his lightning release, drastically enhancing his speed. He launched an attack with his left foot. Victory from the Whirlpool unleashed his chakra, muscles swelling as he exerted precise control, forming a chakra armor around him. With chakra surging throughout his being, his fiery red hair billowed dramatically. He gathered chakra in his right foot, and the two forces collided. Boom! A resounding impact echoed as neither side gained the upper hand. Truly, the might of the strongest lightning release armor was formidable. Even with the thickness of the Whirlpool clan's chakra, it did not yield an advantage. Forming hand seals, he unleashed the sealing technique, adamantine chains, extending his hands to firmly grasp EI's. The chains shot forth towards his vital points. EI, witnessing this, activated the strongest lightning release armor, releasing arcs of lightning in retaliation. Victory from the Whirlpool was forced to release his grip, sidestepping while wielding the adamantine chains to strike. Let me show you the might of Union Village's strongest lightning release technique, EI declared, forming hand seals once more. In the midst of a fierce confrontation, the Hell's Thorn technique was unleashed, channeling a tremendous amount of lightning into four fingers, aimed directly at the victorious Whirlpool. A voice resonated from a short distance away, calling for a halt. Both parties ceased their hostilities. The ninja on the platform shouted, attempting to prevent further conflict. The son of the Raikage, AI, recognized the ninja on the platform and withdrew the Hell's Thorn technique, rushing to the other side exclaiming, "Hold on, gather around me." Seeing the cessation of hostilities, Whirlpool Victory, although uncertain of the underlying motives, welcomed the situation and declared, "Whirlpool ninjas, gather around me as a target." Both sides bore minor injuries, yet fortunately, no casualties had occurred. The ninja on the platform approached and spoke, "Lord Whirlpool, I come as a messenger from the hidden mist village of the Land of Lightning to negotiate. I apologize for the recent friction between our forces." Chapter 50. The interference of the hidden cloud village and the signing of the treaty. Whirlpool Victory observed the opponent's evident concession. It seemed that the news of the complete defeat of the Moon Country had reached the hidden cloud village. One must tread carefully. For while we cannot offend the Land of Lightning, we must not appear weak. It's fine. Compared to our battle with the Moon Country, we were merely warming up. He responded, "Would you care for another round?" "I still have not had my fill," retorted the third Raikage's son, AI, indignantly. The ninja on the platform attempted to smooth over the situation, saying, "AI, refrain from speaking out of turn. Lord Whirlpool, I must apologize. The skirmish was merely a warm-up for us as well. Lord Whirlpool, the King of the Moon Country has sent us a letter requesting support from the Hidden Cloud Village. There seems to have been a misunderstanding that we can easily resolve." It was evident that the Land of Lightning perceived the Land of Whirlpool as a minor nation, harboring intentions of exploitation. This environment is not conducive to dialogue. Let us proceed to the capital of the Moon Country to discuss matters further, suggested Whirlpool Victory. The captain of the platform ninja, AI, exchanged glances with his comrades, signaling them to follow. Third Raikage's son, AI, you are following as well? Remarked the ninja on the platform. The Land of Whirlpool poses no threat to us, yet the presence of a major nation nearby complicates matters. One can only blame the Moon Country for its lack of resilience, the platform ninja replied. As Whirlpool Victory boarded the Weasel tank, he gestured for everyone to join him. "Lord Whirlpool, how generous of you to invite us aboard your nation's latest weapon." The puppet techniques had no market in the Land of Lightning, and with the sealing techniques rewarded by the system, They could never replicate it without overcoming their current limitations. Once seated, the platform ninja caressed the steel beneath him. Your forging techniques are truly remarkable. Despite being struck by our ninjutsu, the armor remains intact. Whirlpool Victory consciously displayed the prowess of his own skills. This steel can not only be fashioned into armor, but can also be crafted into exquisite shuriken and kunai. Once we reach the capital of the Moon Country, we can delve deeper into this topic if you're interested. At that moment, in the palace square of the Moon Country, tents dotted the landscape, and numerous teams patrolled the area, with no fewer than 3,000 personnel stationed there. The third Raikage son, AI, was taken aback by the presence of such a formidable force, which had previously boasted about making the land of Whirlpool pay. He felt disheartened. Having assumed that the land of Whirlpool had suffered significant losses and could only muster a few hundred troops, confident that the hidden cloud village would prevail. Fortunately, you held on to me earlier. Otherwise, I might have escaped unscathed, but my comrades would have perished, AI lamented. The platform ninja shared his surprise upon witnessing the capitulated walls of the Moon Country. Lord Whirlpool, it appears the Moon Country has indeed fallen to you. I have heard tales of the Moon Shadow, Shabada, who is said to possess the Blood Dragon Eye. Have you encountered him? It seemed the platform ninja wished to showcase the hidden cloud village's heritage through the Blood Dragon Eye. Look at the palace, reduced to ashes by flames. Shabada displayed remarkable resolve, opting for self-destruction rather than surrender. Whirlpool Victory remarked with a smile. The king of the Moon Country, Yuanyue, hurried over upon seeing their return, wiping the sweat from his brow. Lord Whirlpool, you are finally back. These are the envoys from the Hidden Cloud Village. They mentioned a letter from the king of the Moon Country requesting their assistance. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Yuanyue's sweat nearly cascaded down as he stammered. Yes. There was such a matter, but it was a misunderstanding on Shabada's part. I sincerely apologize to the envoys of the Hidden Cloud Village for your wasted trip. AI, the third Raikage son, scoffed, his eyes glinting coldly as he admonished Yuanyue, be certain of your words, or you may find yourself unaware of the consequences. Yuanyue bowed his head, trembling under the pressure. Whirlpool Victory intervened, standing between the two. Next, the land of Whirlpool and the Moon Country will sign a treaty of war. Yuanyue, please fetch the documents. Relieved, Yuanyue rushed to retrieve pen and paper. Lord Whirlpool, you truly possess a commanding presence, the platform ninja remarked, watching intently. Had I not captured the Moon Country before your arrival, the situation would be quite different. Envoys from the Hidden Cloud Village, come with me. It is fitting that you serve as witnesses. Whirlpool Victory smiled and turned to head to the conference room. AI, the third Raikage son, stared intently, questioning. Are we truly to acquiesce to their arrangements? Is there really no alternative? As stated, had they arrived before the fall of the Moon Country, the outcome could have been altered. Let us proceed and witness the state of the defeated nation, a reminder to ourselves of the need for vigilance, the platform ninja concluded. Stepping inside, in the conference room, several leaders from the land of Whirlpool were present. Whirlpool Victory took his seat, and the proceedings commenced. King Yuanyue, first, as previously discussed. The southern forest shall be ceded to the land of Whirlpool. Second, personnel from the land of Whirlpool shall conduct business in the Moon Country without paying taxes. Third, any crimes committed by the land of Whirlpool within the Moon Country shall be punished by the land of Whirlpool. Fourth, King Yuanyue shall abdicate in favor of his son. Full Moon. King Yuanyue, please review these terms. Do you have any objections? AI, the third Raikage son, slammed the table and exclaimed, these conditions are excessively harsh. Should you refuse, the Hidden Mist Village will undoubtedly assist you. Whirlpool Victory merely cast an indifferent glance at King Yuanyue, stating flatly. It took only a day for the people of the land of Whirlpool to establish a camp in the capital of the Moon Country. You must heed the words of the Hidden Cloud. Consider your options carefully. Under such duress, King Yuanyue broke down, tears streaming down his face as he grasped the terms, found his place, and signed his name. The people of the land of Whirlpool smiled, while the envoys from the Hidden Cloud bore grim expressions. Lord Whirlpool, the forces of the Moon Country have been completely obliterated, Yuanyue stammered, trembling. In the Moon Country, devoid of soldiers for protection, an imminent onslaught from various rogue ninjas was foreseen. The third Raikage son, Xiao AI, promptly stepped forward to advocate for the dispatch of personnel from the Whirlpool Country for safeguarding. The defensive responsibilities of the Moon Country could indeed be entrusted to the village hidden in the clouds. Chapter 51. Negotiations commence. The village hidden in the clouds accepts reality. The arrival of the Whirlpool country's forces in the Moon country was tantamount to stationing troops at the borders of the village hidden in the clouds, prompting us to undertake certain necessary actions, remarked a shinobi from the Earth platform. Do not fret, esteemed members of the village hidden in the clouds. Uzumaki Jiro, please step forward to report on the situation of the Moon country's forces, instructed Uzumaki Seiji. Report to you, Lord Whirlpool Shadow. The Moon country's forces suffered considerable losses due to the initial bombardment. During the defense of the Moon country's walls, the majority of its soldiers fled the scene without putting up a fight. The remaining personnel, under our care, are largely capable of continuing the battle, Uzumaki Jiro reported. Are all esteemed members of the village hidden in the clouds satisfied with this update? The guardianship of the Moon country shall be left to its own people. The shinobi from the Earth platform remarked, taken aback by the Whirlpool country's initiative to tend to the Moon country's soldiers, which thwarted any plans to insert Cloud Shinobi into the Moon country. If that is the case, we consent to the arrangements put forth by the Whirlpool Shadow, Uzumaki Seiji declared, signing his name on a document and stepping forward to shake hands with King Round Moon. The king hurriedly wiped the sweat from his hands with his garment. I hope the Whirlpool Shadow is not displeased with the previous matters, he hastened to say as both parties exchanged terms, each retaining a copy. Thus, the conflict between the Whirlpool country and the Moon country came to a close, with hopes for peaceful coexistence in the future, as Uzumaki Seiji articulated. The third Raikage son, Xiao Ai, glared at Round Moon, his expression fierce as he exclaimed, Did I not state that the village hidden in the clouds would assist? Why then do you sign such an agreement? My apologies, Lord Whirlpool Shadow. This is my first encounter with the struggles between nations, and my emotions have led me to speak impulsively, the shinobi from the Earth platform interjected. Uzumaki Seiji waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he bore no ill will, and continued, Now, let us discuss matters concerning the Whirlpool country and the village hidden in the clouds. Pray tell, what aspect does the Whirlpool Shadow wish to address? Inquired the shinobi from the Earth platform. Uzumaki Seiji's cold gaze fixed upon him as he replied, Certainly concerning the moon-hidden village's Shabata, whose blood wheel is a creation of the village hidden in the clouds. Alas, it ultimately resulted in a catastrophic explosion. The shinobi from the Earth platform was taken aback by the mention of this topic, unsure if relations with the village hidden in the clouds were about to sour. Yet he steeled himself to respond, Lord Whirlpool Shadow, this is a tremendous misunderstanding. The blood dragon eye from the village hidden in the clouds was stolen some time ago, despite numerous elite shinobi being dispatched for its recovery without success. We were utterly shocked when Shabata, representing the moon-hidden village, committed such an act during his visit. A sudden hush enveloped the room, and the atmosphere grew tense. Uzumaki Seiji fixed his gaze intently upon the shinobi from the Earth platform before bursting into laughter. Huh? I had no idea there were so many intricacies involved. The Whirlpool country has no desire to be at odds with the village hidden in the clouds, so please refrain from actions that could lead to misunderstandings. The shinobi, recognizing the absence of leverage against them, was reminded to be cautious of their boundaries, understanding the need for prudence in future dealings. You jest, Lord Whirlpool Shadow. The Land of Thunder has always maintained a favorable commercial relationship with your nation, as most of your iron ore originates from us, replied the shinobi from the Earth platform. They too were reluctant to sever ties with the Whirlpool country, bringing forth iron ore as a point of negotiation, suggesting that investigations into the Whirlpool country had likely begun in secret. Now, without a formal pretext, confronting the Whirlpool country could lead to complications, especially under the looming threat from the rock-hidden village. Deploying substantial military forces against the Whirlpool country would yield no benefits. The Weasel tank you traveled in, you have praised the quality of the steel used for its construction. If the iron ore from the Land of Thunder could be exchanged for armor and kunai, what say you to this proposal? Currently, the Land of Thunder and the Land of Earth are at a standoff along the border, necessitating a large quantity of weaponry. The Whirlpool country is also in the midst of producing arms and requires substantial iron ore. The manufacturing of weapons for the Land of Thunder, along with the influx of migrants into the Whirlpool country, could provide ample employment opportunities and improve incomes. Engaging in a conflict between the Whirlpool and Thunder countries was clearly ill-timed. The immediate priority was to bolster the strength of the Whirlpool country. The shinobi from the Earth platform contemplated for a moment, realizing that the Whirlpool Shadow intended to forge an alliance with the village hidden in the clouds, fostering mutual dependence. The terms were relatively advantageous for the village hidden in the clouds. The smelting and production of steel from the Land of Thunder were limited, and surplus iron ore would benefit the Whirlpool country, especially as they faced the rock shinobi village. Lord Whirlpool Shadow, I wholeheartedly agree with your proposal. May our future transactions be prosperous. With that, the shinobi from the Earth platform rose to shake hands. Uzumaki Seiji nodded in satisfaction and stood to reciprocate the gesture. Thus concludes our meeting. It is late now. I urge everyone to rest well. Just then, a beam of sunlight streamed into the room. The shinobi from the Earth platform, noticing the sunlight, turned to the Whirlpool Shadow and said, I did not realize so much time had elapsed. We shall not intrude further. Since both parties have reached a consensus, we shall return to the village hidden in the clouds to report to the third Raikage and formally confirm our agreement. The third Raikage's son, Xiao Ai, who had been following the shinobi from the Earth platform, turned and remarked, Our bout today remains unresolved. When we meet again, we must determine a victor. As the village hidden in the clouds departed the camp, they swiftly made their way toward the Land of Thunder. Uzumaki Sasuke exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing the cloud shinobi leave. Lord Whirlpool Shadow, it appears we have emerged victorious this time. This victory was largely attributed to other factors. Only when the Whirlpool country led the charge to triumph would it truly stand tall. Uzumaki Seiji mused as he shook his head. Well then, dawn has arrived. Everyone, gather your belongings as we prepare to return to the Whirlpool country. One by one, the members emerged from their tents, finishing breakfast, and moved like clockwork, loading boxes of treasures into trucks. Tanks led the convoy out of the capital of the Moon Country. King Round Moon, surveying the ruins of the palace, ordered his soldiers to commence repairs. Ruffling his son Full Moon's hair, he said, My son, it seems our days ahead will be challenging. The Moon Country shall be entrusted to you. Caught between two nations, we will require a strong ally. What do you think of Konoha? His son, Full Moon, gazed at his father in confusion. Chapter 52, Return to the Whirlpool Country. New invention of communication towers in the Whirlpool Country. A voice rang out. Everyone, come quick. Our troops are returning. Numerous onlookers gathered from afar as tanks rolled into the military camp, their trucks laden with boxes. Uzumaki Seiji stood atop a weasel tank, addressing the crowd. The Moon Country has captured our merchant convoy and refuses to negotiate. When faced with unreasonable adversaries, our forces shall deliver a resounding blow. The Whirlpool Country has entered into a pact with the Moon Country. In the southern region of the Land of the Moon, amidst the northern forests of the Land of the Whirlpools, lies the compensation they have bestowed upon us. However, our soldiers are quite fatigued, and there are additional conditions that I shall not elaborate on. Please refer to the announcements posted in the square. Upon declaring victory, Captain Vortex signaled for the troops to advance. This war was concluded with remarkable swiftness, occurring just a little over a day since our departure. Regarding the crates above, do you suppose they contain treasures? Surely they do. With the defeat of the Land of the Moon, we are entitled to some form of recompense. The members of the Land of the Whirlpools were genuinely elated, for in this realm, where tensions often ignite, one's strength equates to safety. Captain Vortex organized the troops and returned home, gazing at the emptiness of his abode with a sigh, when suddenly he heard a voice. You brat, back so soon? I thought it would take longer. The Three Tails, Isabu, languidly remarked from beneath the covers. Captain Vortex approached and affectionately ruffled Isabu's head. Brat, show some respect towards your superior. Or do you wish for me to drain your chakra? Isabu evaded the playful gesture. All right, I won't ruffle your head anymore. With that, a smile graced Captain Vortex's face as he proceeded to his home laboratory. In the laboratory, he was suddenly reminded that after repelling the hidden cloud village today, he had not received any rewards from the system. System? Little system? Why have I not received any rewards today? A notification chimed. Host. Today you did not repel Cloud Shinobi. Rather, both sides mutually ceased combat. Captain Vortex sighed, realizing that the system was not easily fooled. As moonlight began to illuminate the Land of the Whirlpools, families in the Grand Square spontaneously commenced their celebrations. To have immigrated to the Land of the Whirlpools is indeed fortunate, remarked a patriarch to his family. Yes, we can invite our relatives and friends over. The family eagerly agreed. Captain Vortex, filled with joy, beamed at this scene, signifying the ever-growing prosperity of the Land of the Whirlpools. He meticulously arranged the blueprints in his hands and made his way to the newly established research center. There, Vortex Jiraiya was engrossed in the study of sealing techniques. Upon seeing the second Hokage, he quickly rose to welcome him. Second Hokage, what brings you to the research center today? Inspiration struck me yesterday. Based on the battlefield of the Land of the Moon, I developed some practical equipment last night. Captain Vortex replied with a smile. Another new invention? Vortex Jiraiya felt as if his mind were a dull stone, unable to grasp the brilliance of his superior's continuous innovations while he could hardly muster a single thought. Captain Vortex unfurled a sealing scroll, placing it on the ground and forming hand seals. Sealing scroll, release. The scroll revealed blueprints half a meter tall. How did you manage to draw so many blueprints in just one night? After glancing at the second Hokage, Vortex Jiraiya inquired, are these the blueprints for your new equipment? Indeed, take a look. Once we have sufficient manpower, we will commence production, Captain Vortex responded. Jiraiya inhaled sharply. The second Hokage was nothing short of a genius. As he scrutinized the blueprints, he realized he could only recognize some numbers, while the other symbols were entirely foreign to him. Quickly, let me see another blueprint, he thought. But it too was laden with complex mathematics. What is this coverage rate and surface area? Jiraiya was utterly bewildered and hastily asked, Second Hokage, why is there so much advanced mathematics? Is it just me? It is normal not to comprehend. These are the findings from our research. Once everyone gathers, I will explain everything in detail, Captain Vortex reassured. Finally, Jiraiya glimpsed the nature of the new equipment. It was a towering structure, standing 60 meters tall and weighing 10 tons. At that moment, Vortex Sasuke arrived at the research center. Come quickly, see the second Hokage's new invention. Vortex Sasuke rushed over to inspect the blueprints. What is this? Why is there more mathematics? Jiraiya chuckled to himself, realizing that it was not his intellect that faltered, but rather the second Hokage's brilliance that overshadowed him. Gradually, the personnel in the research center assembled, all eagerly anticipating the second Hokage's new inventions. Captain Vortex placed the blueprints on the table and began his explanation. Look here, this tower is a communication tower, and its greatest distinction lies in its reliance on electricity rather than chakra. Observe this box, which I have named the sealing scroll phone. Previously, electricity could not be stored, but now we have invented the electric sealing scroll, which is no larger than 2 fingers and can seal electricity within it when connected. Lord Vortex, utilizing electricity is indeed a boon. Henceforth, we shall no longer need to rely on chakra capacitors for charging, Jiraiya remarked. Indeed, however, the electric sealing scroll is not yet stable enough to store significant amounts of electricity. Overloading it will lead to instability, Captain Vortex acknowledged. Now, back to the sealing scroll phone. With this communication tower, we can utilize the sealing scroll phone for communication. During the battle in the Land of the Moon, our forces were divided into 3, and maintaining instant communication was impossible. With the sealing scroll phone, we can now issue real-time commands, greatly enhancing transparency on the battlefield. Vortex Akira picked up the mathematical section and queried, how intriguing. What do these mathematical formulas signify? This section pertains to the communication tower. Through these formulas, we can ascertain the signal radius of the tower and adjust the signal radius based on the surrounding environment. The complexity of the ground will affect the signal quality, with coverage generally ranging from 10 kilometers to 100 kilometers, depending on the tower's power, Captain Vortex elucidated. There is also an additional blueprint that complements the sealing scroll phone. Let us take a look. The assembly was astounded by the array of inventions conceived in a single night. They eagerly examined the blueprints, which depicted a small propeller, merely the size of a palm. Chapter 53, Black Bee Drone, Testing. What possible function could such a diminutive object serve? Observing their skepticism, Captain Vortex stepped forward to clarify. Do not underestimate this small device. I have named it the Black Bee Drone, featuring twin rotors and a micro-chakra motor. It is remarkably lightweight, weighing only 20 grams, and is equipped with a sensory chakra device capable of capturing images to be displayed on the sealing scroll phone. Unfortunately, the electric sealing scroll cannot support its operation yet. It still requires chakra capacitors. Upon hearing this, Vortex Sasuke, who often found himself enlisted as a living battery, wore a wry smile, having hoped that electricity would serve as a replacement. It seemed they must delve deeper into the electric sealing scroll. Lord Vortex, since the Black Bee drone can release sensory chakra, is it possible to create a larger sensory chakra device? Vortex Jiraiya inquired. The suggestion of a large sensory chakra device ignited a flurry of discussion among the crowd, all eager to know if such a feat could be accomplished. Jiraiya, Your proposal is excellent, but the sensory capabilities of the Black Bee drone. The optical images generated were projected onto the perception chakra device, which transmitted back to the Sealing Scroll mobile. Uzumaki Narihiko affirmed this and subsequently remarked that the large perception chakra device consumed a considerable amount of chakra, rendering the information received unprocessable due to insufficient computational power, a challenge that might be addressed in the future. Those present expressed their regret, yet understood that the realization of this endeavor depended on future technological advancements. Uzumaki Renma meticulously studied the blueprints and, upon concluding, remarked that the Black Bee drone was a remarkable asset, likely to wield considerable power on the battlefield. However, he lamented the scarcity of manpower, as the borders of the Whirlpool country were extensive, leaving certain areas vulnerable. Uzumaki Narihiko smiled and nodded in agreement, then added that he had already contemplated this issue. The Black Bee drone could operate autonomously without human control. He gestured towards several blueprints below. Uzumaki Renma unveiled the plans for a large hive. When the Black Bee drones depleted their energy, they would be capable of recharging themselves, allowing our personnel to periodically visit the hives to replace the chakra capacitors. A moment of realization swept through the gathering. By establishing several large hives along the borders, the entirety of the Whirlpool country could be enveloped in a protective shield, significantly enhancing its defense capabilities. Observing the dawning comprehension on their faces, Uzumaki Narihiko expressed his delight, stating that since everyone grasped the concept, it was time to arrange for production, assigning the task to Uzumaki Sasuke. Understood, I will ensure the mission is accomplished, replied Uzumaki Sasuke. Thus, they dispersed to commence their respective tasks. The following day, through their collective efforts, prototypes of the drones were constructed. Uzumaki Narihiko surveyed the assembled Black Bee drones, nodding in satisfaction as he spoke. The communication tower is currently erected in the residential area, with a communication radius of approximately 10 kilometers. Lord Hokage, wasn't this communication tower supposed to be built on the border? Why is it located in the residential area? Uzumaki Sasuke inquired, perplexed. Uzumaki Narihiko turned to grasp the Sealing Scroll mobile on the table and explained, each Black Bee drone costs 50,000 Ryo, and the research center's funds are perpetually insufficient. In contrast, the Sealing Scroll mobile costs 300 Ryo, yet can be sold to the townsfolk for 500 Ryo, thereby replenishing the research center's seemingly endless deficit. Once the communication towers are established in other nations, the Sealing Scroll mobile will enable us to amass wealth throughout the ninja world. Uzumaki Sasuke's understanding dawned. It was no wonder that recently, Director Uzumaki Jiraiya had become so frugal. After all, the Black Bee drones were exorbitantly priced. The decision to build in the residential area served two purposes: to test the Sealing Scroll mobile and to deploy the Black Bee drones. Uzumaki Renma, observing the completion of the communication tower, volunteered, since it is already finished, I shall test the Black Bee drones. Alongside Uzumaki Renma and 9 Chunin, they swiftly blended into the crowd and vanished within the residential area. After a considerable wait, a Chunin reported, Lord Hokage, as per our agreement, half an hour has elapsed. We are ready to deploy the Black Bee drones. Uzumaki Renma instructed the other 9 Chunin. The Black Bee drones are equipped with chakra sensing devices, so when we conceal ourselves, try to minimize chakra usage. If chakra must be used, ensure you remain hidden. The Chunin promptly affirmed, understood, we will complete the task. Uzumaki Renma executed several body flicker techniques, entering a grocery store, and addressed the owner. Sir, I require your cooperation. Ah, Lord First, what can I assist you with? I am at your service, replied the grocer. Uzumaki Renma elaborated. Today, our research center wishes to test its enemy detection capabilities. I need to requisition your grocery store, and any damages incurred will be reimbursed at the Uzumaki Palace tomorrow. The grocer readily agreed. No problem. This is a good deed. Where do you suggest I hide? Perhaps in the second floor of this store, and may I borrow some old clothes to change into? The grocer promptly provided several old garments and retreated to the second floor to conceal himself. Uzumaki Renma donned the clothes and sat at the counter, assuming the role of the grocer. After glancing in the mirror, he noted that the Black Bee drones required careful chakra management. He decided to use cosmetics for subtle enhancements, although it was cumbersome. Upon receiving word that the preparation time was concluding, Uzumaki Narihiko instructed Uzumaki Sasuke, take the Sealing Scroll mobile. It has an icon to connect with the Black Bee drones. With a swift motion, Uzumaki Sasuke activated the device, and 50 Black Bee drones surged into the residential area, initiating their reconnaissance mission. Lord Hokage, among those hiding within, we have not encountered any of them before. How can we identify the fugitives? Uzumaki Sasuke posed a question. Uzumaki Naruhiko, slightly embarrassed, replied, perhaps we will be able to discern them in the future, but presently, the computational power of the Black Bee drones is inadequate. They can only indicate suspicious individuals, leaving the final identification to you. As Uzumaki Sasuke scrutinized the images on the ceiling scroll mobile, he felt a surge of frustration. Chapter 54. The capture is complete, yet suspect remains. The Black Bee drones began to disperse throughout the residential area, their flight silent. The runes affixed to the drones shifted colors in response to the environment. Various faces swiftly appeared on the ceiling scroll mobile, which filtered suspects based on environmental and personal characteristics. As the number of individuals increased, Uzumaki Sasuke quickly assembled personnel for a secondary manual screening. Observing the growing numbers, Uzumaki Sasuke exclaimed, Lord Hokage, the suspects are multiplying. How shall we manage the screening? Uzumaki Naruhiko, facing this dilemma, chuckled awkwardly and summoned the vigilant lower-ranking ninja nearby. Come and assist with the screening. Identify those with notable suspicion. The assembled individuals could only monitor dozens of ceiling scroll mobiles, searching for individuals with a degree of suspicion. Gradually, they identified potential suspects, prompting Uzumaki Naruhiko to shout for everyone's attention. Gather several ceiling scroll mobiles and divide into teams. We shall enter the residential area to apprehend them. In one of the residential buildings, a Chunin peered through a narrow window, observing the outside. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door, startling him. Who is it? What do you want? It's your downstairs neighbor. Your room is leaking water into mine. Open the door. How unfortunate. Why did I have to choose such a troublesome household? Upon opening the door, he was immediately tackled to the ground, recognizing the second Hokage. Lord Hokage, I am number 5 in this equipment test. My identification tag is in my pocket. Vortex Victory immediately patted his pocket and withdrew a numbered tag marked with 5, promptly assisting the subdued figure numbered 5 to his feet. I sincerely apologize. This is merely to ensure the authenticity of our operation, he stated. Lord Vortex, it's quite all right. I bear no ill will. What concerns me is how I, despite my careful concealment, was still detected, number 5 replied. While human eyes may overlook, the Black Bee drone swiftly captures facial images. When you peeked through the window's crevice, we spotted you, Vortex Victory responded. At that moment, the ceiling scroll mobile buzzed to life. Seeing that it was a call from the monitoring room, Vortex Victory answered without hesitation. Lord Vortex, exclaimed Vortex Sasuke. The Black Bee drone has proven exceedingly effective. Your team has successfully apprehended 8 disguised fugitives. I, too, have captured 1, leaving just 1 remaining. But, Lord Vortex, how could we have apprehended 9 members when we originally dispatched only 10? Vortex Victory's expression turned grave as he muttered under his breath. The presence of so many suspicious individuals within the Vortex City residential area indicates the infiltration of foreign operatives, criminals, rogue ninjas, and spies. It seems the immigration policy has not only bolstered our manpower, but also introduced significant peril. Thankfully, this capture exercise has occurred, otherwise, we might have remained oblivious to their potential threats. Inform the troops. We must be thorough in our checks and leave no stone unturned. Prepare adequate personnel without alarming the quarry and alert the barrier team. Additionally, evacuate the crowd around the suspicious individuals. He picked up the ceiling scroll mobile, scrutinizing the nearest suspect. The map indicated the location, and he signaled 4 of his subordinates to investigate the surroundings. Soon, they returned with a report. Lord Vortex, we circled the area and found a standalone building with a shop on the first floor and living quarters above. There is no need to evacuate the crowd. You shall establish barriers around the perimeter. I will confront the suspect inside, Vortex Victory commanded. The 4 subordinates swiftly formed hand seals around the building. The 4 purple flames formation barrier was activated, creating transparent walls that gradually connected to form an enclosure, purple flames igniting upon the walls, successfully sealing Vortex Victory and the structure within. The entrance stood open, allowing him to step inside, where he found the shopkeeper dozing at the counter. Ahem, Vortex Victory coughed, awakening the shopkeeper, who turned out to be his father. Vortex Rena chuckled with joy and remarked, I borrowed some old clothes from the shopkeeper for a disguise and asked him to hide upstairs. The Black Bee drone truly is remarkable to have identified us so accurately. Vortex Victory chuckled awkwardly in response, acknowledging the identification while emphasizing the necessity of human verification, relieved that no mistakes had occurred. Shifting the topic, he continued, "Fortunately, it is my father. It appears we can clear this location of suspicion." He took out the sealing scroll mobile, preparing to mark this site as cleared. "Shopkeeper, there is no need for you to hide any longer. The exercise has concluded," Vortex Rena announced, stepping out of the shop. Observing the barrier set up around, he mused to himself about the elaborate measures taken for this exercise, addressing the personnel responsible for the barrier. "I am inside. The exercise is over, and the barrier can be deactivated now." The Fortunin, upon realizing it was the first Hokage, promptly prepared to lift the barrier when a sudden voice interjected, "Hold on. Do not deactivate the barrier yet. There is more than one suspect here, including the shopkeeper upstairs." Vortex Victory, holding the sealing scroll mobile, noted that the location indicated two suspects, his father and the shopkeeper above. The shopkeeper quickly descended from the second floor, exclaiming, "Lord Second Hokage, what are you insinuating? I am utterly confused." Turning to the first Hokage, he pleaded, "First Hokage, you must advocate for me. I merely lent my shop to you for a moment. How have I become a suspect?" Vortex Rena, turning to her son, inquired, "Are you certain there is no mistake? Could it be that I asked him to hide upstairs, leading to this misunderstanding?" Vortex Victory contemplated carefully, acknowledging that the Black Bee drone had flagged individuals, and a secondary human assessment may indeed have led to errors. "That is a possibility. Let us proceed accordingly." Chapter 55. The Black Bee drone excels, identifying disguises having uncovered suspicious individuals. We cannot afford to overlook them hastily. "Shopkeeper, I regret the inconvenience, but you must accompany us back to the Vortex City military camp for thorough investigation. Should there be any grievances, we shall apologize and compensate for the losses incurred during your absence from the shop." The shopkeeper resignedly nodded, extending his hands to be bound. Vortex Victory observed the shopkeeper's compliance, feeling a sense of relief, as it suggested the possibility of an error in the identification process. He gestured to his four subordinates to release the binding. The four purple flames formation barrier was thus deactivated. The shopkeeper, upon witnessing the release, sighed in relief as his arms were freed. He leapt onto the roof, forming hand seals. Summoning technique, poison insect. Summoning technique, poison mantis. One summoned creature had a large head, two enormous pincers, 2 legs, and 6 arms, wielding 6 shields, serving as a defensive puppet. The other, with 2 large eyes filled with shuriken, poised to launch at any moment, along with 2 massive sides and 4 sturdy legs, represented an agile offensive puppet. The shopkeeper mounted his defensive puppet, proclaiming, "That was close. I almost ended up in your military camp. Escaping would have been impossible. How did you uncover my identity?" "I believed I had concealed myself flawlessly since immigrating." Vortex Victory gazed at the 2 puppet arms in his hands, so lifelike that he was momentarily deceived. Addressing the shopkeeper, he remarked, "To craft such realistic limbs, your puppet mastery must be formidable. What compels you to infiltrate Vortex Nation? Why must there be a reason? As the conquerors of the Water Nation, your actions inevitably stir commotion throughout the ninja world, making it entirely reasonable for other nations to send spies," the shopkeeper replied nonchalantly. "Your words bring me comfort. It appears other nations have yet to infiltrate our upper echelons. This puppet master must hail from Tsunade. I have yet to learn your name." Vortex Victory signaled to ensure the safety of the surrounding residents, buying time as he engaged in conversation. "I am but a mere stone ninja from Tsunade." With that, he maneuvered the poisonous insect puppet to flee. Observing the escape, Vortex Victory promptly issued commands, "Drive the suspect toward less populated areas. Do not allow any harm to come to the crowd." The mastery of body control has commenced, muscle swelling, and chakra manipulation has doubled. The body flicker technique is executed in an instant, as Uzumaki Victory surges directly towards the sand ninja, pure stone, only to witness the venomous insect puppet opening its gaping maw, releasing a torrent of poisonous gas. To evade the impending danger, Uzumaki Victory leaps back, narrowly escaping the poisonous onslaught. Realizing the necessity to thwart the proximity of the toxic fumes, he quickly forms hand seals. The earth release, rock fist technique gathers chakra, enveloping his fist in earth to create a colossal rock fist, which he launches directly at the poisoned sand ninja, pure stone. Upon seeing the enormous rock fist hurtling towards him, Pure Stone is taken aback, prompting him to manipulate the chakra threads to command the venomous mantis, swinging its sharp scythes as he retreats on the insect puppet. The two sharp blades fail to penetrate Uzumaki Victory's fist, leading Pure Stone to abandon the scythes. With 4 robust legs, he swiftly leaps backward, evading the strike's range. The rock fist crashes into the ground, creating a thunderous impact, causing the earth to crack like a spider's web. Pure Stone breathes a sigh of relief, grateful not to have braced against the attack. Subsequently, the abdomen of the insect puppet opens, revealing backup equipment, and the venomous mantis swiftly switches to 2 new scythes. Surprisingly, the venomous mantis puppet exhibits remarkable agility, leaping away just as the attack is launched, the rock gauntlet detaching from the fist. Its ability to move quickly explains its audacity to confront the Uzumaki ninja and boast, "Second Hokage, I shall take my leave now." The insect puppet crouches low, its 6 arms transforming into 6 stout legs, adding to the original 2, resulting in a total of 8 legs, significantly enhancing its speed, enabling it to evade Uzumaki Victory's body flicker technique. The observing ninjas protecting the civilians are astonished to witness Pure Stone's escape from the second Hokage's technique. Such speed in a puppet is truly commendable, but when it comes to a speed contest, we must see if you can match me, Uzumaki Victory remarks, activating body control to strengthen his leg muscles, amplifying their power. This time, Pure Stone perceives only an afterimage as Uzumaki Victory appears before him. With no choice but to react, the insect puppet arches its back, raising 6 shields to block Uzumaki Victory's elevated kick. The chakra-infused thigh collides forcefully with the shield, causing the supporting insect puppet to emit cracking sounds. Pure Stone's heart races as the insect puppet barely withstands Uzumaki Victory's strike. With precise control over the venomous mantis puppet's eyes, Pure Stone launches Poison Kunai, which strikes only the afterimage left behind, the fiery red hair captivating Pure Stone's attention as he notices Uzumaki Victory hovering above the venomous mantis. In a direct axe-like assault, Uzumaki's thigh crashes into the mantis puppet. The resulting explosion scatters the puppet's components across the ground. Fear fills Pure Stone's eyes as he dives into the insect puppet's abdomen, discarding all his weapons. His oversized head falls to the ground, triggering a blast. The ensuing smoke envelopes the surroundings, prompting Uzumaki Victory to swiftly operate his sealing scroll mobile. As the Black Bee drones gather and scan the area, after his escape, Pure Stone promptly commands his puppet to burrow beneath a residential building, using chakra threads to clear the soil's traces. Unanticipatedly, the second Hokage proves to be formidable, hiding here, and fortunately, the insect puppet's abdomen contains ample water and food for him to remain concealed for a few days. The Sealing Scroll Mobile reports that the capture of suspects has been successfully completed, and all suspects have been directly sealed and bound to prevent any escape. Uzumaki Victory observes the Sealing Scroll Mobile screen, where Black Bee drones conduct standard scans in suspect locations. This time, he personally undertakes a secondary selection process, comparing various locations displayed on the image, particularly focusing on a recently disturbed patch of soil. In Chapter 56, Successful Capture, Cultivating Technical Talent, before a residential building, Uzumaki Victory arrives at the site identified by the Black Bee drones. He swiftly forms hand seals. The Earth Release, Rock Fist technique is unleashed, causing the ground to surge, seizing the insect puppet in his grasp. Pure Stone, realizing the Earth has turned upside down, comprehends that he has been discovered. With a forceful grip, the Rock Fist slams the insect puppet into the ground, shattering it into pieces, leaving Pure Stone dazed on the ground. The Black Bee drone nearby continues its surveillance, stating, "This is the reason you have been found." With hands forming seals, he deploys the 5-element sealing technique, channeling chakra through his 5 fingers, employing the attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, directly pressing them against Pure Stone's core. The sealing technique locks Pure Stone's chakra, and he instructs his subordinates to bind him securely and confine him in the military camp's prison for interrogation about any intelligence gathered in the land of the Whirlpool. Utilizing the Sealing Scroll Mobile, he announces, "All suspects have been captured. Proceed to the military camp's conference room to discuss the events that transpired." In the conference room, the first Hokage, Uzumaki Ashina, and various squad leaders have gathered. The recent Black Bee drone tests and the interim capture of problematic individuals have met with resounding success. Uzumaki Victory enters last, apologetically stating, "My apologies for the delay in handling the last problematic individual. Lord Hokage, delays are sometimes unavoidable. What brings us here?" The others respond. Despite capturing numerous spies from other ninja villages, the question of how to handle them poses a significant dilemma. The unexpectedly successful outcome of this interim capture operation requires careful consideration of the captured individuals' identities, preparing compensation and apologies for the wrongfully accused. The Black Bee drones identified many suspicious individuals, yet confirmation remains elusive. A secondary manual screening may also yield errors. No issues, Lord Hokage. But some among them are ninjas from other villages who have committed no offenses in the land of the Whirlpool, merely living their lives peacefully. How shall we proceed? Queries Uzumaki Sasuke. As tensions among ninja villages escalate, it is possible some seek to settle in the land of the Whirlpool for its stability. If they have not violated our laws, we shall ensure they are registered and monitored by the Black Bee drones for a time. If all is well, they may be released, Elder Chiming suggests. Additionally, for the spies from other villages, you are tasked with contacting their respective villages, Uzumaki Victory instructs. The distribution of Black Bee drones has turned into a competitive goal among the various squads. Given the production rate of the Black Bee drones, the second squad should be outfitted first to oversee the safety of the entire Whirlpool city, asserts Uzumaki Yashiro. The Black Bee drones were initially designated for border patrol. Thus, the fifth squad should be prioritized, counters the fifth squad leader, Uzumaki Mutu. After a moment of contemplation, Uzumaki Victory makes the arrangements and declares, "With the current unrest among the ninja villages, the Black Bee drones must be promptly deployed to the borders. The city of Vortex has undergone a thorough cleansing, and we have installed a set of Hive Black Bee drones. Once the boundary installation is completed, the city of Vortex will continue with further installations." The expression of joy on the face of Vortex Mutu was significant. While Vortex, he could only gaze at him with envy. Lord Vortex, the rocket artillery factory, the weasel tank factory, and the weapon manufacturing factory of the Land of Lightning are currently in dire need of skilled technicians. With the addition of the Hive Black Bee drones, communication towers, and ceiling scroll mobile phones, we can only rotate our technicians among various factories, severely limiting their output capacity. Elder Chiming reported, "As we advance in industrial development, the significance of knowledge is increasingly paramount, and agricultural workers must transition towards industrial roles. If technicians have become stumbling blocks to the progress of the Land of Vortex, we must remove these impediments. We shall establish a prestigious academy in the Land of Vortex to transform ordinary workers into skilled technicians." The attendees exchanged glances. As the number of factories in the Land of Vortex grew, the scarcity of technicians became a pressing issue. However, the question of how to effectively teach students, what to impart, and how to ensure rapid learning posed a considerable challenge. Yet we are severely lacking in teachers. Having students alone is insufficient, they lamented. Vortex Victory pondered for a moment and acknowledged that indeed, the shortage of educators was the greatest obstacle for the academy. As for the curriculum, the art of puppetry conveniently incorporates mathematics, chemistry, and material science. We can compile foundational content into textbooks to instruct the students. I will personally oversee the preparation of the educational materials, he assured. The room fell silent in astonishment at the prospect of Lord Vortex personally drafting the curriculum. However, upon reflecting on Vortex's research endeavors, they realized their initial concerns may have been unfounded. Talented immigrants could serve as instructors at the academy. Our research center must also utilize my textbooks and develop a more intricate curriculum suitable for students entering the research center, Vortex Victory declared. The attendees exchanged bittersweet smiles, recognizing the need for diligent study to avoid being outshined by incoming students. If Lord Vortex insists, we have no objections, they agreed with reluctant smiles. Vortex Victory looked around and suggested, "Let us now propose a fitting name for our esteemed academy." The attendees expressed their agreement, and Vortex Mutu eagerly proclaimed, "Given that the symbol of the Land of Vortex is red hair, let us name it Red Hair University." "No, Red Hair University sounds like a beauty school. Let us call it Sealing University," proposed Vortex Jiro, a devoted practitioner of the sealing arts. Vortex Sasuke chimed in, "The name Victory, from the second Hokage, is indeed splendid. We could call it Victory University." A stunned silence enveloped the room as everyone processed the compliment. "At this crucial juncture, I propose the name Vortex University," Vortex Victory asserted. clearing his throat. With everyone contributing their suggestions, all names were commendable, and thus a vote was held. Each participant cast their vote, and among the crucial ballots, Vortex Sasuke promptly voted for Vortex University. Elder Chiming took out a blackboard to tally the votes. Upon seeing Vortex University with 2 votes, everyone regarded Vortex Sasuke silently. He joyfully exclaimed, "It is indeed Lord Vortex's name that has been chosen." Chapter 57. The Battle of Konoha. The convoy heads to Konoha with the voting results announced. Vortex Victory surveyed the outcome and proclaimed, "The first institution of higher learning in the land of Vortex, Vortex University, has been established." The foundation of Vortex University commenced, with communication towers rising throughout the land of Vortex, and the installation of the Hive Black Bee drones at the border reaching completion for formal operation. Sealing scroll mobile phones began to be sold in the land of Vortex, sparking curiosity among many who picked them up to make calls. Vortex Victory was in his office managing daily affairs when a Genin rushed into the Vortex office. "Lord Vortex, intelligence reports indicate that Konoha and Tsunade officially began hostilities yesterday. The land of Vortex is currently engaged in trade with the land of Moon and the land of Lightning, accelerating our stockpiling of resources. With the conflict escalating between Konoha and Tsunade, the demand for various supplies is surging, making our journey to Konoha vital for the development of the land of Vortex." Elder Chiming, has the rocket artillery ordered by Konoha been assembled? And how are we faring with the materials we have stockpiled in the land of Vortex? Vortex Victory inquired. "The rocket artillery is nearly assembled. If urgently required, we can utilize our ready-made units. Our financial reports from the land of Moon allow us to purchase necessary materials at a premium, and our stockpiles have exceeded expectations, to the point where our warehouses are overflowing," Elder Chiming responded. "That is excellent news. No amount of money compares to food that fills the belly or clothes that provide warmth. Inform everyone to prepare ample supplies. I will lead a contingent to Konoha tomorrow." Vortex Victory decisively concluded. "Lord Vortex, did you not say that money is unimportant? Why then take supplies to Konoha for sale?" Elder Chiming questioned. "Konoha possesses the richest resources. Even without our trade, they could gather what they need. Given the current soaring prices, we can profit while providing assistance. Why should we not seize this opportunity to sell?" Elder Chiming was stirred with fervor, yet with Vortex Victory determined to lead the expedition, he felt compelled to intervene. "Lord Vortex, the land of Vortex has numerous construction projects that require your supervision. What if we encounter danger in Konoha? There is no need for such anxiety. In consideration of Vortex Mizuhito's standing, Konoha would hardly dare to impose upon us. The construction project shall be entrusted to the first Hokage." Vortex Victory waved dismissively. With Elder Chiming's attempts at persuasion unsuccessful, he could only sigh in resignation. The following morning, 30 trucks assembled at the camp in the city of Vortex, flanked by 4 Weasel tanks, 2 in the front and 2 in the back for protection. Vortex Victory, along with several captains of the guard, gathered to embark towards Konoha. "Victory, please extend my regards to Vortex Mizuhito. Since her marriage to Konoha, we have not seen each other," Vortex Rumina remarked, taking out the sealing scroll mobile phone. Vortex Victory gestured, indicating that if this journey proceeded smoothly, the communication towers would be among the objectives. "Very well, there is no need for farewells. This is not a military campaign," Vortex Victory stated. "Let us not delay any further, we depart now." The convoy set forth towards Konoha with great momentum. Vortex Rumina stood at the camp, watching the convoy depart before turning back to say, "I will oversee the upcoming tasks. We must adhere to the original plan." As the convoy crossed the border of the land of Vortex heading towards Konoha, various departments were instructed to remain vigilant. For Konoha was engaged in combat with Tsunade and began deploying Black Bee drones. One truck was laden with the hive of Black Bee drones, equipped with a mobile version of the communication tower on its roof to receive signals. Each hive contained 200 Black Bee drones, which commenced surveillance of the surroundings. Inside the truck was a monitoring room where personnel diligently monitored a large screen, ensuring they were not deceived by enemy tactics. Halfway through their journey, the monitoring personnel reported based on the surveillance from the Black Bee drones. Report: 3 groups of 4 individuals each have been discovered ahead, lying in ambush on the left side in a triangular formation. Requesting instructions. Uzumaki Victory's heart sank. It appeared the journey to Konohagakure would not be peaceful. The Uzumaki ninjas began to take precautions, searching for alternative routes to circumvent the threat. The Black Bee drone ascended, scanning the path ahead. In the monitoring room, the footage revealed a new route that could be taken to bypass the ambush. Reporting to Lord Tsunade, a new path has been identified, with a distance nearly identical to the original. We shall proceed with the detour, carrying ample supplies in the truck, avoiding unnecessary risks, stated Uzumaki Victory. Yamashita, the captain of this convoy, consulted the map and issued directional commands, instructing everyone to turn for the detour and to maintain cohesion. One drone from Black B remained stationed at the ambush site for surveillance. The Sand Ninja captain, concealed in the grass, furrowed his brow at the absence of the convoy. Voicing his concern, Chunin Reiying called upon the White Eagle to ascertain the whereabouts of the target. Following orders, Chunin Reiying raised his whistle to his lips. Emitting an inaudible sound, the White Eagle swiftly soared towards him, landing gracefully on his shoulder. Reiying offered a piece of meat and commanded the bird to scout the Uzumaki convoy. Just as the White Eagle was about to locate the convoy, the monitoring room's Black Bee drone detected the bird and reported back. Lord Tsunade, it appears their summoned beast is conducting reconnaissance on our convoy. There is no need for concern. Their numbers are fewer than ours, and having identified our ambush site, they will not dare to attack us, who are prepared, spoke Uzumaki Victory. After completing its circuit, the White Eagle finally spotted the Uzumaki convoy from a distance, returning to Chunin Reiying's side. Upon receiving the intelligence, Reiying reported, "Captain, their convoy has taken a detour, circumventing our trap. Should we pursue them? Foolishness. They have already discovered us. Shall we recklessly charge in and meet our demise? Continue searching for other unfortunate souls," replied the Sand Ninja captain. According to the footage from the Black Bee drone, the ambushing ninjas remained inactive. Indeed, Lord Tsunade is astute. They are too intimidated to proceed with an attack, remarked the monitoring personnel. The rest of the journey was smooth. Konoha's intelligence personnel received news and promptly headed to the Hokage's office to report. Lord Hokage, the Uzumaki convoy has entered the land of fire from the border. Judging by their route, they are headed to our Hidden Leaf village. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered while drawing on his pipe, then spoke. Provide a copy of the intelligence to Uzumaki Mido, arrange an appropriate time, and notify me upon their arrival. I shall personally welcome them. Chapter 58, Arrival at Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. The journey from the Land of Waves to the Hidden Leaf village was well maintained, allowing the convoy to reach Konoha in just one day. From atop the truck, Uzumaki Victory spotted the grand gates of Konoha and announced, "Just ahead is Konoha. Everyone, drive steadily." The Chunin on gate duty, Kaneko, also noticed the approaching convoy. Observing the Uzumaki insignia, he turned to his companion, Chunin Kamizuki, and instructed, "Go inform Lord Hokage that our partners from the Land of Waves have arrived. Please direct their convoy to park at the eastern square," replied Kamizuki. As the convoy slowly entered, Uzumaki Victory called down from the truck, "Greetings. We have arrived from the Land of Waves. Could you advise us on where to park?" Observing the impressive convoy laden with supplies, and considering the recent surge in prices, it seemed the Land of Waves was poised to make a significant profit. "Your arrival has already been communicated by Lord Hokage. Please proceed to the eastern square, where our reception staff await you. Exercise caution, as it may be crowded," said Kamizuki. "Understood. We shall proceed with care. Thank you for the guidance," responded Uzumaki Victory as he issued commands for the convoy to enter Konoha. From the vantage point atop the truck, Uzumaki Victory noted that Konoha was shaped like a fan. Upon entering, the towering stone statues of past Hokages on the highest peak of Konoha captured one's attention. The bustling streets of Konoha attested to its reputation as the foremost ninja village in the world, with merchant caravans flowing through and shopkeepers vocally enticing customers. Compared to Konoha's prosperity, the Land of Waves still had much progress to make. The ongoing conflicts in the ninja world served as a formidable catalyst for reorganization. The convoy arrived at the eastern square, eliciting gasps of awe. Uzumaki Victory observed that Lord Hokage was already present to greet them. Leaping down from the truck, he approached and said, "Lord Hokage, I did not expect you to come out to welcome us." Sarutobi Hiruzen, donning a white Hokage cloak over a red ninja uniform and a Hokage hat, smiled as he replied, "As a vital ally of the Land of Waves, how could I not come personally? Your role as the second Tsunade necessitates my presence even more." While the Land of Waves had previously sought our assistance amid rising tensions, I hope that Tsunade can understand our circumstances. The Land of Waves has been developing rapidly since welcoming immigrants, and we are currently expanding trade with the Land of Lightning. Hiruzen observed the convoy from the Land of Waves, contemplating how much smoother logistics would be if Konoha had a transport fleet like theirs. If only Konoha could produce trucks. No worries. Although we sustained some losses, we ultimately repelled the Mist Village's advance. Approaching a truck's cargo area, he pulled back the rain cover to reveal a rocket launcher, along with a stockpile of ammunition filling the truck. Lord Hokage, the rocket launchers ordered by Danzo from the Land of Waves have finally arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the formidable weaponry before him, the very tools that had driven back the Mist Village. Although the village had since attempted to replicate these weapons following the intel gathered by the Umbu after the conflict, their efforts had not matched the power of the original. Their range fell short as well. In simple terms, their attempts at imitation had failed, leading to Danzo's subsequent journey to the Land of Waves. Isekai'd, the timing of your delivery of these rocket launchers is impeccable. They are precisely what our forward units and the Sand Ninja require. We can allocate some for immediate deployment while reserving others for Danzo's ongoing replication efforts. Turning to C4 Weasel tanks, which intelligence indicated were employed in the Land of Moon, he marveled at their robust exterior, constructed of substantial steel. Fortuitously, the Land of Waves had engaged in iron ore trade with the Land of Lightning, enabling them to produce such luxurious ninja tools. Isekai'd, might you consider selling the Weasel tanks to Konoha as well? Regrettably, the Weasel tanks are currently undergoing improvements after encountering numerous issues in the Land of Moon. It may be some time before they are available for sale, replied Uzumaki Victory. Danzo approached slowly from a distance, observing the rocket launchers and commenting. I did not expect that Isekai'd to come personally. Surely this minor matter could have been delegated to a subordinate. That will not do. For our first transaction, it is only proper for me to come in person. While the Weasel tanks may not be for sale yet, I possess a new piece of equipment that could alleviate many problems, responded Uzumaki Victory. With that, he approached another truck and unveiled the rain cover, revealing a communications receiver within. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed curiously at the equipment presented before him, only to find a mere iron box, leaving him utterly perplexed. What purpose could this newfangled device serve? It was entirely inscrutable. Uzumaki Katsumi produced several sealing scroll phones and handed them to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and the corresponding numbers. Dial these numbers, and you shall uncover their purpose, he instructed. Hiruzen picked up the sealing scroll phone and dialed the designated number, only to hear the phone ring directly at Danzo's end. Danzo-sama, press the answer button. The Hokage can communicate through the sealing scroll phone. Came the voice of Hiruzen from the device. Danzo immediately grasped the strategic value upon hearing Hiruzen's voice emanating from the sealing scroll phone. The ability to converse across distances, how far could it extend? That depends on the communication device of the truck. With a range of 10 to 100 kilometers, depending on the terrain, Katsumi elucidated. Danzo's eyes sparkled at this revelation. If they could acquire this technology, efficiency at the root would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Uzumaki, take a look. We wish to purchase the technology behind the sealing scroll phone, he proposed. Katsumi internally rolled his eyes at the naivety of Danzo's request, thinking, only a fool would sell such technology. He feigned politeness, saying, I am truly sorry. But the underlying technology requires profound mathematical understanding, which is not something you can simply learn at will. Uzumaki, do not brush us off so lightly. Surely Konoha is capable of addressing any challenges, Danzo retorted, unconvinced. Very well then, allow me to present you with a problem that you may solve right now, Katsumi said, scribbling down a mathematical conundrum. Danzo approached, scrutinizing the problem in earnest, yet remained silent for a lengthy spell. Hiruzen, noticing the impasse, stepped forward to examine the challenge, only to be met with confusion. What sort of mathematical problem was this? He recognized the numbers, but the symbols were entirely foreign. Am I not a master of ninjutsu? Chapter 59. The deal is struck, Uzumaki Mizuho. Hiruzen's mind was awash with questions, yet he observed Danzo frozen in contemplation. Ahem, Danzo, let us set aside the technicalities. We are presently engaged in battle with the Sand Shinobi. Regardless of our technological advancements, production cannot commence immediately. It is the finished products that are of practical use. Let us purchase the completed items for now, Hiruzen suggested to ease Danzo's awkwardness. Danzo, surveying the mathematical problem, was drenched in cold sweat. It was akin to deciphering the script of a demon. Clearly, they must cultivate mathematical talent within the root. Otherwise, acquiring the technology would be futile. Mathematics is no challenge for me, Danzo, he thought, yet the sight of the supplies weighed on his conscience as he considered the advancing troops. Danzo-sama, you are truly considering the welfare of the troops ahead. Quickly unveil the tarpaulins so we may inspect our provisions, Katsumi urged. As the tarpaulins were drawn back, 10 trucks laden with rocket artillery and 20 more filled with supplies, weapons, food, clothing, and medicine came into view, brimming to the brim. Hiruzen's smile grew as he realized the vast quantity of resources. If he were to gather them himself, it would take at least 2 weeks to a month. Not to mention the potential for the sand shinobi to wreak havoc within the Land of Fire, thus delaying supply collection. As the scale of battle at the front lines expanded, the supplies before them could significantly alleviate casualties if they could secure them. Danzo, however, furrowed his brow. It was evident to him that the Land of Waves, in delivering such ample supplies, aimed to inflate prices for substantial profit. Uzumaki, these supplies are precisely what we require. What might the cost be? Danzo inquired. Rest assured, as allies of Konoha, we shall not inflate the prices. We will charge the same as Konoha's current rates, Katsumi replied, yet Danzo's brow remained furrowed, as he believed that the world offered no benefits without a price. However, one condition must be met. The Hokage's consent is required for the Land of Waves to establish communication towers within the Land of Fire, facilitating the use of sealing scroll phones and the sale thereof, Katsumi added. Danzo's expression softened. This aligned with his expectations. The sale of sealing scroll phones is permissible, provided it satisfies the needs of the advancing troops, he stipulated, then turned to Hiruzen. Hiruzen was quite satisfied with this outcome and spoke up. Then let us proceed as discussed. Uzumaki, after the arduous journey, let's take a rest at the hotel. If there are further matters to discuss, let us do so after you have rested. Under the Hokage's arrangement, they all settled into the hotel. Uzumaki-sama, our purpose for this visit has been splendidly achieved, Uzumaki Sasuke remarked. Indeed, everyone has worked hard. Please rest well, Katsumi instructed, noting the absence of Tsunade, who was likely already at the front lines. Hiruzen, seated in his office and puffing on his pipe, addressed Danzo. The rocket artillery has arrived. The key to its technology now rests in your hands. Danzo recalled today's mathematical problem, feeling less confident than before. The Land of Waves talent acquisition initiative was commendable. They too needed to attract sufficient talent. We must now open the budget, for the technological breakthroughs will surely proceed more smoothly, he asserted. Amidst wartime, the budget was already strained. Adding further expenses would prove burdensome for Konoha's finances, leaving procurement as the only viable option. Very well, we shall increase the budget moderately. But do be mindful of your expenditures, Danzo replied, nodding before returning to the route. At the residence of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mizuho observed his young daughter, Uzumaki Kushina, frolicking about the courtyard. Due to her unique constitution, she had been secretly brought to Konoha at the tender age of 4, destined to inherit the Nine Tails and become the second Jinchuriki. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, as a genin rushed in to announce, Mizuho-sama, the Uzumaki clan's leader has come to pay a visit. He is awaiting you in the hall. Mizuho's eyes brightened at the unexpected arrival of a member of the Uzumaki clan. As Mizuho entered, Katsumi promptly rose with a smile. Mizuho-sama, I apologize for the delay. I was held up by some matters. Little Kushina shyly clutched Mizuho's leg, stealing glances at Katsumi, who shared her hair color. Not at all. As the leader of the Uzumaki, your time is naturally in high demand. Mizuho waved off, nudging Kushina forward. Quickly, greet this kind older brother. Hello, big brother. Little Kushina said before darting back behind Mizuho's leg, peeking shyly at Katsumi. Since her arrival in Konoha, she had become markedly more timid in her unfamiliar surroundings. Mizuho remarked, Katsumi, it pains me to see little Kushina separated from her parents at such a young age. The Land of Waves must grow stronger. He then knelt, addressing Kushina with a smile. Hello, little sister. I have not returned to the Land of Waves in quite some time, and I wonder if my friends are still there. How is your father, Uzumaki Kaminari? Regarding my father, allow me to keep you in suspense. Please follow me. Mizuho-sama, Katsumi replied, leading the way to the courtyard. Before long, Katsumi produced a sealing scroll and began forming hand seals. Sealing scroll, release. A small hot air balloon ascended into the sky. As the hot air balloon in the sky gradually steadied, Uzumaki Victory once again manipulated the chakra, activating the communication device within the balloon. A direct connection was established with the Black Bee drone located 100 kilometers away. The sealing scrolls were successively activated at their designated positions. Boom. Another hot air balloon emerged. This process repeated itself, directly linking the signal to the land of the whirlpool. It was merely an emergency measure, rather costly. Yet it sufficed for communication needs. Uzumaki Victory took out the sealing scroll mobile phone and dialed his father's number. Uzumaki Suho looked on in confusion, but soon heard a familiar voice from the sealing scroll mobile. Hello, according to the schedule, you should have arrived in Konoha by now. How is it that you can still communicate? Uzumaki Rumina inquired. Ha ha ha, there are indeed ways to manage this, and there's no need for me to ask on your behalf. Uzumaki Victory replied, handing the sealing scroll mobile phone to Uzumaki Suho. Surprised, Uzumaki Suho never expected to be able to communicate again at his age. Ever since I became the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, I never imagined I could talk to old friends, Uzumaki Suho said happily. I truly did not foresee that this device could allow us to converse from 1,000 miles away. The technological prowess of the Uzumaki clan is indeed remarkable. Chapter 60. The construction of the train. Surrounded at the front line in the main hall of the first Hokage's residence, the servants arranged a sumptuous feast meticulously. Uzumaki Suho invited Uzumaki Victory to take a seat and spoke. Today is indeed a joyous day. I cannot recall the last time I conversed with an old friend. He raised his cup and continued. Dig in. These dishes are all specialties of Konoha. Satisfied with fulfilling the wishes of the two elders, Uzumaki Victory relished the lavish meal. Just then, a servant entered and announced, Lord Suho, the Hokage has come to pay his respects. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Victory was puzzled. What could the Hokage want here? Following Suho's command, the servant led Sarutobi Hiruzen into the hall. Lord Suho, I didn't expect you to be dining. Would you mind if I joined you for a meal? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. If you had minded, you wouldn't have come in already, Uzumaki Suho replied, clearing his throat to ease the awkwardness. He produced a small tiger plush toy from his bag and handed it to Uzumaki Kinkuna, saying, Look what I brought for you. Uzumaki Kinkuna's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Uzumaki Suho. The Hokage sent this to you. You should accept it, Uzumaki Suho said. Overjoyed, Uzumaki Kinkuna exclaimed, Thank you, Hokage. Witnessing this scene, Uzumaki Victory thought how lonely one must feel in Konoha. Hokage-sama, I have a splendid proposal. You have seen the vehicles from the land of the whirlpool heading to Konoha. They travel steadily, based on the technology of trucks. We could construct a train route to and from Konoha. What do you think? Uzumaki Victory suggested. A train? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment, recalling that a project named Train was indeed being researched in the land of snow. The project aimed to address the difficulties of carriages slipping on icy terrain, compounded by perennial snow cover and insufficient fodder. However, these issues did not pertain to Konoha. Uzumaki, I must apologize. A train is not a pressing necessity for Konoha, and we cannot provide the funding for its construction, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated. Uzumaki Victory's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed the people still did not comprehend the economic benefits a train could bring. Yet, the silver lining was that if they failed to recognize its value, the land of the whirlpool could seize this opportunity. His frown relaxed as he replied, Hokage-sama, the cost is of no concern. The land of the whirlpool will cover all expenses for the train's construction. I simply noticed Uzumaki Kinkuna, all alone. Once the train is built, the land of the whirlpool and Konoha can establish a closer relationship, enabling same-day departures and returns. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into contemplation. Understanding that the construction of the train would not harm Konoha, he agreed. Very well, let us celebrate our fruitful collaboration. Uzumaki Suho, upon hearing that travel would become so convenient, thought that perhaps this old soul might return to the land of the whirlpool for a visit. At the border of the land of fire, in the medical center, Tsunade was treating one injured person after another, neutralizing the potent toxins from the puppet master of the sand. After attending to the last patient, Tsunade finally exhaled in relief. The war had only just begun. Yet there were already so many casualties, and medical ninjas were always in short supply. Many patients were missing the optimal window for treatment. Upon returning, she had to propose adding medical ninjas to the ninja teams. A genin rushed in, breathless, and reported, Lord Suho, our Konoha front line is too dispersed, causing our medical camp to be too close to the wind country. Currently, 3 squads of sand ninjas are surrounding our medical camp and are now in a standoff. Tsunade's expression changed instantly, With so many injured in the medical camp, attempting to break out would mean leaving the injured behind. Holding the camp would deplete their supplies, and the toxins still lingering in the bodies of the poisoned patients would soon resurface. If a solution was not found promptly, the medical camp would face total annihilation. Summon all Jonin for a meeting, Tsunade commanded, her face grim. As the Jonin gathered, Tsunade glared at them and stated, "The situation is that we are surrounded. We need personnel to break through for reinforcements. If we cannot break out, all the injured will perish here. Do you all understand?" One Jonin, Yamashiro Aki, expressed his concerns. "The Sand Ninjas have sealed off important routes to other camps. If we are to break out, we will need to take a detour, which could take a day. Can our camp hold out?" The assembled shinobi exchanged glances, uncertainty evident in their eyes. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, her gaze sweeping over the group. "Now is not the time to worry about success or failure. We must succeed. Do you understand?" "Yes, we will complete the mission," Yamashiro Aki shouted. Akimichi Jushur then asked, "Who will go to the other camps for assistance?" A Jonin from the Hyuga clan, Hinata Sho, stepped forward, stating, "Anyone else risks being detected by the Sand Ninjas. With my Byakugan, I can evade their pursuit. No one else can take my place." "Very well. This task is entrusted to you. You will have just over half a day to reach the command center for help. We will wait in the camp for 2 days. If it exceeds 2 days, we will consider you lost," Tsunade said with a serious expression. "Since we cannot seek help, we must take responsibility for those who can act here. We will abandon the injured and break out." Akimichi Jushur stood frozen, exclaiming, "Is there truly no other way?" Yamashiro Aki patted him on the shoulder and sighed, saying, "I agree with Tsunade's words. This is a last resort." An even graver situation unfolded as our camp was breached by the Sand Ninja while we endeavored to request aid. The fate of our defense now hinged upon whether our reinforcements would arrive first or if the Sand Ninja would breach our defenses ahead of them. Tsunade's expression darkened momentarily as she turned and produced the antidotes at her disposal, stating that these were concocted from the dwindling medicinal herbs, originally intended for the wounded. However, even if we exhausted them entirely, they would not completely neutralize the toxins. Thus, it was more prudent for us, the healthy personnel, to retain them, perhaps for imminent need. After assigning a portion of our team to remain for defense, the rest were ordered to assist in breaking through. Chapter 61. Seeking Aid. What to do next within the medical camp? Preparations were made as we stealthily approached one of the paths, only to discover that the Sand Ninja had already positioned their forces there. The cold gaze of the Sand Ninja, Chiyo Junichi, fell upon the advancing Leaf Ninja as he declared, "We anticipated that you would secretly depart in search of rescue. The entire camp is surrounded by Sand Ninja, and yet you chose this very path. Soon, you shall witness my prowess." There was no time for idle conversation. Any delay would only serve to our detriment. "Hyuga, proceed swiftly," Tsunade commanded. Upon hearing her directive, Hyuga swiftly formed hand seals. The Byakugan, a bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan, amplified his vision with chakra, enabling him to perceive objects over a kilometer away and to detect the flow of chakra in the surrounding environment. As he scanned the area, he finally identified their weakness. With seemingly boundless energy, he sprinted towards the opening. The Sand Ninja, Hiro, observed the Hyuga attempting to break free and, with malice, ready to shuriken to strike. However, Nara Yoshino had been lying in wait, utilizing the shadow imitation technique. As soon as his shadow made contact with the adversary, he could compel them to mirror his actions. Hiro was caught in the technique and could only watch helplessly as Hyuga fled. As the shadow imitation technique ensnared the opponent, the shadow elongated and constricted around Hiro's neck. In response, the Sand Ninja, Yamada, swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a sharp blade of chakra that hurtled towards Nara Yoshino. Yoshino had no choice but to leap back to evade the incoming ninjutsu, yet the primary objective had been successfully accomplished. Hiro, drenched in cold sweat, narrowly escaped the fate that could have befallen him. Enraged, Chiyo Junichi bellowed, "A bunch of useless fools. How could none of you guard the perimeter? Hurry, pursue them." With that, he attempted to give chase. However, Tsunade would not allow him the satisfaction. She gathered her chakra for an attack. Painful sky kick. She leapt into the air, channeling her chakra downward in a powerful strike. Jiraiya could do nothing but evade as the ground beneath them cracked like a spider's web, losing the optimal moment for pursuit. Hiro could only watch as his fellow Sand Ninja rushed to capture Hyuga. As the earth shattered, Hiro nearly stumbled, but with chakra anchoring him to the debris. He steadied himself, albeit with great difficulty. His face soured as he glared at Tsunade, blaming her for his embarrassment. He produced a sealing scroll and formed hand seals. Summoning technique, the 10 puppets of Kinsai. The 10 puppets, crafted by the legendary puppeteer, Bunzaman, each possessed unique weaponry. Tsunade recognized these puppets. They bore a striking resemblance to those of Chiyo, the elderly puppeteer. What connection do you have with Chiyo? Why do your puppets look so alike? Chiyo Junichi erupted in laughter. Haha, I did not expect you to possess such discernment. Indeed, these are replicas of Elder Chiyo's creations, the 10 puppets of Kinsai. They have perfected the art of puppetry to the extent that a single finger controls a puppet, earning the title of one puppet to 1,000. With that, he maneuvered the 10 puppets into action. The female puppet wielding 2 large blades charged at Tsunade. Instead of retreating, she concentrated her chakra. With a display of immense strength, she struck at the oncoming blades. The clash resulted in Tsunade's triumph. Propelled by the force of her punch, she obliterated the puppet into fragments. Hiro could hardly believe his eyes, fearing that had the blow struck him, he would have met a similar fate. The blue-faced puppet then extended 2 iron whips from above, relentlessly assaulting Tsunade and preventing her from closing the distance. The whips were as thick as arms, and their force compelled Tsunade to evade rather than confront them directly. Determined to devise a strategy, Tsunade formed hand seals. Chakra's surgical blade. She navigated through the whips, slicing them apart as they fell from the air. Approaching the blue-faced puppet, she prepared to dismantle it. Yet, Chiyo Junichi's triumphant laughter echoed as the waiting horse-faced puppet unleashed a projectile at Tsunade, who, caught off guard, was struck alongside the blue-faced puppet. With a resounding explosion, Tsunade had no choice but to gather her chakra defensively, launching her into the air. Chiyo Junichi was poised for this opportunity, controlling his puppets with precision. Puppet technique. The 3 treasures collapse. The 3 puppets formed a triangular formation, activating the mechanisms of Buddha, Law, and Monk, generating a powerful gust intended to draw Tsunade into the center. Facing the threat of being absorbed, Tsunade, still recovering from the earlier blast, quickly formed hand seals. Shadow sealing technique. Release. She drew chakra from her sealed reserves, instantly healing her injuries and augmenting her attack to counter the suction. Painful sky kick. Empowered by the release, Tsunade unleashed a shockwave that sent the 3 puppets flying before they could retaliate. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade executed several leaps. Returning to the entrance of the medical camp, announcing loudly, "The objective has been achieved. We must return to defend the camp." Under the trees in the mountains, Akimichi Shushi and Nara Yoshino swiftly provided cover for their teammates as they retreated to the medical camp. Chiyo Junichi, watching the retreating figures, felt his countenance darken like coal as he maneuvered the remnants of his 10 puppets, which had been damaged by Tsunade, back together. As the puppets returned to him, he produced the sealing scroll and formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Release. The 10 puppets of Kinsai returned to the sealing scroll. Hiro, witnessing this, inquired, "Chiyo Junichi, why do we not assault the camp directly?" Chiyo Junichi glanced over, contemplating the next move. Originally, we intended to lure the enemy into seeking assistance. We set ambushes along various routes, and when they came to rescue, we would inflict severe losses upon them. Chapter 62. Successfully eluding the medical camp of the 3rd Kazakage is now heavily fortified, with patrolling ninjas scanning the surroundings vigilantly. They remain on high alert against potential attacks from the Sand Ninjas, who have thus far only surrounded but not assaulted. Chiyo of the Sand looks relaxed as she observes the comings and goings of their ninjas. Most importantly, according to our intelligence, we have gained control over the supply of medicinal supplies in the enemy's medical camp, which has not received a delivery for a week. Given the recent battles, the demand for medicine among the injured has increased, and they must reserve a certain amount to counteract our poison. We only need to hold out. They will eventually succumb to our strategies. As Tsunade returned to the camp, she noticed that some of her teammates had toxins in their wounds and immediately applied antidotes to their injuries. Under the tree in the mountains, she watched the antidotes dwindle. Yet they had to be used, so she proceeded to the tent of the injured. Seeing those who could only use a minimal amount of medicinal supplies to sustain their lives, she could only sigh inwardly and stealthily move forward. Hinata, utilizing her Byakugan, observed the pursuers behind, unable to create distance from the Sand Ninjas. However, after running for a while, she spotted a vast forest ahead. realizing that she could lose the pursuers within its depths. Upon seeing her dash into the forest, the sand ninjas immediately accelerated, launching shurikens towards her back. Yet, with the Byakugan's clarity, she easily dodged the incoming projectiles and entered the forest, using the trees for cover. In the forest, wildflowers and grasses flourished. And soon the sand ninjas could only watch helplessly as she vanished from sight. "Captain, it seems we have lost track of the enemy. Will we face punishment upon our return?" One ninja queried. "This is not a matter of capturing them. The key objective is to drive them towards us." Thereby prolonging their call for help, the captain replied with a faint smile. "It appears we have fulfilled our task. Let us return." Through Hinata's Byakugan, she observed the sand ninjas seemingly resigned, retreating from the area. She breathed a sigh of relief, knowing she could now focus on her escape. Meanwhile, Nara Yoshino in the medical camp sensed an anomaly as he watched the sand ninjas merely encircle without attacking. It was evident that their defenses had significantly strengthened before their teammates' escape, but after the warning was sent, the cohesion of their forces had noticeably weakened. Was this a deliberate trap to lure the remaining troops into a rescue attempt? He immediately rose to report to Tsunade, explaining the situation in detail. Tsunade furrowed her brow and replied, "Then it seems they may have intentionally trapped us here. Do we have any means of counteraction?" "There is only one course of action. We must abandon the injured and retreat," Nara Yoshino said, a note of despondency in his voice. "Let us not speak of that. This is merely the worst-case scenario. We will adhere to our original plan and wait for 2 days." Tsunade reiterated her orders. She then rose to check on the injured, turning to say, "We must also have faith in the strength of Konoha." In the command center, Orochimaru observed the battlefield map, acutely aware that the frequency of sand ninja attacks had decreased recently. Although Konoha had held the advantage in the last encounter, the style of the sand ninjas seemed inconsistent with their typical behavior. He promptly addressed the intelligence officer. "Have there been any unusual movements from the sand ninjas? Why have they begun to conceal themselves in recent days?" An Umbu member stood up to report, "Lord Orochimaru, the sand ninjas have recently established a camp to the west, which is heavily fortified, making it impossible to ascertain their activities inside." Orochimaru scrutinized the map, realizing that the enemy seemed to be intentionally separating their combat camp from the medical camp. "When was the last communication with the medical camp?" 3 days ago, Lord Orochimaru." The Umbu replied, "Is it possible that their objective lies with the medical camp? However, the medical camp is fortified with numerous defenses. It won't be easy for the sand ninjas to breach," he noted. "Prepare a team to assess the situation at the medical camp. We cannot allow them to take it. If they do not attack, then we must be the ones to strike." Orochimaru issued the command, though he remained concerned as he gazed at the map. "Send someone to Konoha to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen. We need ninjas to assist at the medical camp. Everything is in place now. We shall commence our attack." Orochimaru gathered a contingent of Konoha ninjas, stealthily positioning them before the sand ninja camp. "Lord Orochimaru, our forces are assembled. Shall we initiate the attack?" one of his subordinates inquired. Orochimaru, silent yet burdened, had not anticipated such extensive defenses being erected right under their noses. The enemy's camp boasted rows of towering ballistae, indicating they were well prepared. This battle would not be easy. They aimed to target the enemy's fortifications first to prevent any opportunity for retaliation. "Fire release team, prepare yourselves." In Orochimaru's camp, the most skilled ninjas capable of performing jutsu stood ready, each bearing fierce expressions. "Commence the attack." The group began to form hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Chakras surged from their throats as they expelled massive fireballs toward the sand ninja camp. Upon witnessing the assault, a sand ninja shouted, "Enemy attack." Konoha is launching an assault. Some sand ninjas remained unfazed, for beside them stood the third Kazakage, with blue hair and yellow eyes, clad in a white Kazakage cloak. He gazed resolutely at the oncoming colossal fireballs, forming hand seals. Sand shield. A massive wall of sand rose before the camp, absorbing the impact of the fireballs. With an explosive sound, smoke engulfed the area. However, as the smoke cleared, it revealed that the sand was still flowing, and the area struck bore only a blackened mark. While the camp remained unscathed, the Konoha ninjas stared in disbelief at their jutsu, astonished that such a simple sand wall had thwarted their combined efforts. They exclaimed, "Is this possible? Our united jutsu was stopped by just a mere sand wall. This is utterly incredible. How can there be someone so formidable?" Orochimaru's expression grew grave as he observed the scene before him. Such powerful sand manipulation could only be wielded by the third Kazakage, reputed as the strongest in history. Chapter 63. A Standoff. Vortex sets out for victory. The third Kazakage swiftly retaliated against Konoha's assault, commanding the defensive structures and the ballista teams to counterattack. Hundreds of lower-ranking ninjas operated numerous massive ballistae, each bolt embedded with explosive tags, as the captain issued commands. Ready. Fire. One by one, the lower-ranking ninjas pulled the triggers, unleashing a hail of bolts toward the Konoha ninjas. Orochimaru, confronted with the unfolding events, recalled the situation in the land of whirlpools when facing the hidden mist village. The ingenious invention of the rocket launcher by the Uzushigakure had been unexpectedly replicated by the land of wind utilizing the original puppet master techniques. Konoha found itself lagging behind the sand village in terms of this technology, highlighting the evident advantages that puppet masters had in engineering. However, the range of the massive crossbow was still inferior to that of the rocket launcher. Otherwise, they would have been inundated with a deluge of crossbow bolts. The third Kazakage effortlessly thwarted our ambush with a single technique, leaving me no choice but to rally our spirits. With hands forming seals, I invoked the triple Rashomon, a technique inherited from the first Hokage. The first gate absorbed the oncoming assault, successfully deflecting the initial barrage of crossbow bolts, which, propelled by tremendous force, lodged into the first gate. With a resounding explosion, the explosive tags on the bolts detonated, causing the first gate to begin to shatter as subsequent attacks targeted the second gate. The first gate absorbed the majority of the impact, preventing the bolts from breaching the second gate, thus rendering the third gate unnecessary. The Konoha ninjas present, witnessing their adversaries' attacks fail, erupted in cheers. "Lord Orochimaru is truly formidable," they exclaimed. "Indeed, such a multitude of attacks has been successfully repelled by Lord Orochimaru." Realizing that continuing the battle would yield no benefits for our side, Orochimaru issued the command to retreat. The losses were too great, and it was time to consider alternative strategies. Upon hearing Orochimaru's orders, the Konoha ninjas began to withdraw. One sand ninja, standing behind the third Kazakage, spoke up. "Kazake-sama, Konoha is retreating. Should we pursue them?" The third Kazakage, observing the retreating Konoha ninjas, replied, "There is no need. The losses incurred in a pursuit would be excessive. We shall wait for them to launch another attack." "But what if they do not initiate another assault?" the sand ninja inquired. The Kazakage simply smiled, offering no further explanation. Realizing his impertinence, the sand ninja quickly added, "Forgive my presumption, Kazakage-sama. You must have a plan in mind." Upon returning to the camp, Orochimaru surveyed the ninjas who had fought against the sand, relieved to see all had returned safely. At that moment, a lower-ranking ninja rushed in to report, "Lord Orochimaru, the medical camp has dispatched ninjas to await your arrival in the command room." Orochimaru frowned, hastening his steps toward the command room. Hinata, stealthily waiting within, anxiously anticipated Orochimaru's return. As each second ticked by, she finally saw him part the curtains and enter. Immediately, she approached him, stating, "Lord Orochimaru, the sand ninjas have surrounded our medical camp. I must go out to seek reinforcements. We are running low on supplies. If we do not see aid within 2 days, we shall abandon the injured and retreat." Breathing heavily from her exhausting run, Hinata pleaded, "You should rest first. I will organize Konoha ninjas for the rescue." As Hinata made her way to rest, Orochimaru gathered everyone to discuss the situation. The circumstances were painfully clear. The enemy intended to obstruct us on the main road, forcing us to attack and increasing our losses. It is utterly detestable. Must we really abandon the rescue? We cannot give up. There are many injured among the medical ninjas. The command room buzzed with heated discussions over the matter. Orochimaru's gaze turned cold as he contemplated, then spoke, before Hinata arrived. "I had already sent a letter to the Hokage, requesting that ninjas be assembled from the village to assist. I will report again, ensuring that the Hokage will send aid. If we launch a strong offensive now, our losses will undoubtedly escalate. Instead, we must continue our assault to keep the enemy entrenched, allowing the Hokage to provide the necessary support." A hush fell over the command room. This approach would indeed minimize severe losses. Now, it rested on whether the Hokage's rescue force could reach the medical camp within a day and a half. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still at the first Hokage's residence, enjoying dinner. Uzumaki Naruto was playfully amusing Uzumaki Kushina, causing her to nearly drool with laughter. Uzumaki Mito watched the scene with a smile. Before long, a lower-ranking ninja rushed in, approaching Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hokage-sama, a letter has arrived from Orochimaru. Please review it." As Sarutobi Hiruzen examined the letter, his brow furrowed with concern. It called for the village to dispatch troops to the medical camp. The situation at the medical camp remained unclear, leaving much to speculation. Noticing Hiruzen's troubled expression, Uzumaki Naruto inquired, "Hokage-sama, what troubles you? Speak, and perhaps I can assist in resolving it." Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively, stating, "According to intelligence, there appears to be an issue at the medical camp under Tsunade's command, necessitating reinforcements. Until we confirm the details, we will consider how many ninjas to dispatch." Upon hearing that the problem lay with Tsunade's camp, Uzumaki Naruto's expression shifted to one of concern. "In that case, allow my Uzumaki ninjas to investigate. I can bring the rocket launcher to the front lines." With matters in Konoha resolved, he could assist, or, if not needed, merely visit Tsunade. "I cannot impose upon the Kazakage. Let us wait until the situation is confirmed before making arrangements," Hiruzen replied. However, Uzumaki Mito, unable to tolerate such hesitation, urged, "Then I entrust you to assist at the medical camp." Seeing Mito bypass him to speak to Uzumaki Naruto, Hiruzen could only sigh inwardly. Considering that it was indeed his granddaughter's camp, and if trouble arose, it would not bode well. "Then I must rely on you, Kazakage." Uzumaki Naruto affectionately ruffled Uzumaki Kushina's hair before rising to depart. Now resolved to head to the medical camp, he decided to set out immediately, as dinner was nearly finished. "Be safe, Uzumaki Naruto," Mito called after him. "Brother, take care," was the anxious plea from Kushina. To everyone's surprise, the usually shy Kushina voiced her concern, prompting Uzumaki Naruto to wave his hand in reassurance. He gathered the Uzumaki ninjas in the eastern plaza to prepare for departure. At this moment, in Konoha, the Uzumaki ninjas assembled in an orderly fashion. Oblivious to the siege of the medical camp, Uzumaki Naruto addressed his comrades, "Though Konoha is prosperous, it is not our true home. Let us focus. It is time to return to the land of whirlpools. Our ally Tsunade seems to be facing difficulties. We must take a detour to check on her." The Uzumaki ninjas exchanged knowing glances, voicing their eagerness. "Kazakage-sama, when will we bring Lady Tsunade back to the land of whirlpools? She saved me when I was injured. We will surely help her in her time of need." Encouraged by their enthusiasm, Uzumaki Naruto quickly organized their supplies for departure. He glanced at the map provided by Hiruzen, addressing the captain of the mountain squad. "Our destination is here, at the border of the land of fire and the land of wind." The captain's expression turned grave. Konoha was currently engaged in battle with the Sand Village, and this mission would undoubtedly be perilous. However, Lady Tsunade, she has indeed assisted the land of the Whirlpool before. And now it is time for the land of the Whirlpool to extend its support to her. "Yes, Lord Mizukichi. Please provide the direction and address." The ninja of the Whirlpool began to orderly board their vehicles. Four weasel tanks formed a formation as they departed from the land of the Whirlpool, with 2 leading the charge and 2 safeguarding the rear. As the convoy commenced its journey, the gates of Konoha gradually receded into the distance. Uzumaki Victory glanced back only once before turning to face forward. The next time he returns, it should be when the train service is operational. Reflecting on the gains of the past few days, all supplies had been sold, and permission to install the communication tower had been obtained. The funds acquired from the sales were invested in the train systems of both the land of the Whirlpool and the land of fire. It appeared that this visit to Konoha had yielded substantial rewards. As Uzumaki Victory was tallying the results, the vehicles had already traveled for half a day. Orochimaru's second letter had been dispatched, with a communication ninja sprinting swiftly, finally catching sight of the gates of Konoha. He sighed in relief, retrieving the letter to promptly deliver it to the gate guards. The Chunin Steel took the letter, but before he could speak, the messenger collapsed from exhaustion. He quickly instructed his teammate, "We must transfer him to the hospital. I will report to the Hokage immediately." Sarutobi Hiruzen was in his office, operating the crystal ball on his desk while puffing on a pipe. Shortly thereafter, the Chunin Steel arrived at the Hokage's office without knocking, rushing in, bowing his head, and stating, "Hokage-sama, urgent letter." After speaking, he exited the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat speechless. He had entered without knocking. He took the letter, opened it, and upon reading, his expression turned grave. It seemed Orochimaru's earlier assessment was indeed accurate. Sending additional personnel now would undoubtedly be too late. Fortunately, The convoy from the land of the Whirlpool had agreed to take a detour to the medical camp. He needed to notify the convoy to expedite their arrival. Taking out his sealing scroll phone, he hoped not to exceed the communication range. He dialed Uzumaki Victory's number, but it took a while before it connected. Had they already surpassed the signal range? Suddenly, it connected, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Uzumaki Victory, on the other end, wondered how they were still able to receive a call from Konoha after moving out of its signal range. Mizuki'd, I have received Orochimaru's letter. The camp where Tsunade is located is indeed surrounded. I beg you to provide support. My reinforcements will arrive shortly. Understood. We will proceed at full speed. Uzumaki Victory thought to himself that it was fortunate he had the foresight to lead the convoy toward support. Otherwise, Tsunade would have faced severe difficulties. He picked up the sealing scroll phone to investigate why there was still a signal. It turned out that the hot air balloon communication device, which had previously aided in communication, had drifted between the convoy and Konoha. It seemed that good deeds were rewarded. However, this was not the time for contemplation. Uzumaki Victory connected to the various vehicle cabins and stated, We have received confirmed news that Tsunade is indeed surrounded by sand ninjas at the camp. Engage maximum speed for departure. Captain on the mountain. Activate the honeycomb black B drones to prevent any ambushes by the sand ninjas along the way. Upon receiving the order, the vehicle drivers shifted to the highest gear and sped ahead. The black B drones replenished their chakra and ascended into the sky, monitoring the ground situation to thwart any potential ambushes by the sand ninjas that could jeopardize the convoy. A day passed amidst tension, with driver shifts occurring to prevent fatigue-related incidents. Until one of the black B drones sent a message, the ninja in the monitoring room immediately reported to the Mizuki'd. Lord Mizuki'd, we have located the sand ninja camp. All vehicles halt and deploy camouflage. Uzumaki Victory issued the command. The footage from the black B drones, compared with the map in hand, confirmed that the medical camp was just ahead. One by one, the trucks, camouflaged, began to blend into the landscape, disappearing into the earth. Descending from the vehicles, Uzumaki Victory called everyone for a pre-battle arrangement. Everyone is weary from the journey. Let us rest first, and then we will launch our attack. Mizuki'd, the medical camp can only hold out for 2 more days. Time is running short, the captain on the mountain remarked. No worries. Arrange for the black B drones to relay messages. We cannot fight in exhaustion. After we rest, we will employ rocket launchers against them, Uzumaki Victory declared. The Whirlpool ninjas present immediately perked up, excited at the prospect of the rocket launchers proving their worth once more. Seeing everyone head off to rest, Uzumaki Victory went to the command room of the black B drones to arrange for the transmission of the message. The atmosphere in the medical camp was somewhat somber. Time had already passed a little over a day and a half. The deadline was fast approaching. Akimichi Sushi, observing the serious expressions on everyone's faces, spoke up. Are we truly going to abandon the injured in the camp? Silence fell over the group, and a senior ninja beneath the trees spoke up. Even if we do not abandon them, we lack the medicine needed for treatment. This is an unavoidable choice. At that moment, a black B drone flew to the edge of the tent, and a shuriken shot out from within. The black B drone collided with the shuriken, plummeting to the ground. Tsunade lifted the tent flap, gazing at the peculiar device, which bore a letter. This was clearly a puppet. It appeared the sand ninjas were attempting to scout the situation within the camp. Uzumaki Victory looked at his sealing scroll phone, which had suddenly gone black. It seemed that against an elite ninja, the black B drone's hidden capabilities were still insufficient. He hoped the letter on the drone would be seen. Let us send another one to ensure safety, he said, as another black B drone took off. Chapter 65. Unlimited rocket launcher launch. Tsunade noticed the letter on the black B drone. Channeling her chakra into her hands, she picked it up. Inside it read, Uzumaki Victory from the land of the Whirlpool comes to the rescue and is prepared at the perimeter. Soon, we will launch an attack. You must evacuate the injured at the right moment. Tsunade immediately smiled, a stark contrast to the heavy atmosphere in the command room. Returning to the command room, she announced, Gather the injured. We will break through together soon. What? Lady Tsunade, taking the injured with us might risk our escape, the ninja beneath the trees said. Tsunade raised the letter in her hand and handed it to everyone present. The mood quickly shifted to one of joy. It seemed salvation was at hand. Observing everyone regain their spirits, she clapped her hands to draw their attention. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and assist the injured. Upon her command, everyone snapped to attention and began to bustle about. One by one, the injured gathered with the help of the others. The medical camp was ready. Now they awaited Uzumaki victory. At this moment, he was positioning the rocket launchers, as the medical camp faced encirclement from all sides. The main focus was to attack the sand ninjas positioned between the convoy and the camp, while launching a few rockets from the other three sides to thwart their offensive against the medical camp. Most of the rocket launchers traded with Konoha had been brought to the scene, totaling 8,000. Uzumaki Victory's rocket launcher unit issued the command, "We have a total of 8,000 rockets. Do not hold back. Bombard them for 1 hour until the medical unit has safely evacuated." Understood, Lord Mizukichi. The Whirlpool ninjas unfurled giant sealing scrolls, laying them upon the ground while forming hand seals. The scrolls unleashed a series of 48 iron frame launch rails, arranged in alternating rows. Concealed beneath camouflage, they hastily equipped their rocket artillery, eager for an exhilarating bombardment. Victory from the Whirlpool issued commands, and with the assistance of the Whirlpool ninjas, the rocket artillery was affixed to the launch rails. As Victory checked the time, he tore away the camouflage, revealing the Whirlpool shadows. One by one, the Whirlpool ninjas began to relay the operation, exposing the rocket artillery. On a high tower, the sand ninjas spotted the enemy's equipment and shouted in alarm. From the western highlands, they discerned the adversary's arsenal. Pairs of sand ninjas emerged from their camp tents, observing the opposing equipment. Victory from the Whirlpool commanded, "Prepare for launch." The rocket artillery unit, wielding chakra-infused gloves, unleashed fire chakra and pulled the fuses. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the rocket artillery began to fire, generating a cacophony of explosions as rockets soared into the sky, igniting a secondary burst. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rockets were launched in all directions, their fiery trails illuminating the heavens. A senior sand ninja, having received intelligence regarding the Whirlpool country's rocket artillery, shouted, "Release a small amount of chakra, but in large quantities, with piercing ninjutsu." As the sand ninjas observed the sky ablaze with rockets, they formed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. Chakra coalesced in the air, unleashing dozens of spinning wind blades to intercept the incoming rockets. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed throughout the sky. Tsunade, witnessing the rockets, began to assemble her team, advancing cautiously while awaiting the cessation of fire before retreating. Senior Sand Ninja Chiyo observed the rockets and formed hand seals. Summoning technique, 10 puppets of Chikamatsu. The puppets materialized beside her, intending to head to the medical camp. However, the rockets continued to rain down upon their camp. "You all defend the camp. The rest follow me to the Leaf camp. We cannot allow the enemy to escape," Chiyo declared, dashing forward. At this moment, the rockets continued to explode in the sky, with subsequent waves of attacks following closely behind. Fear surged among the sand ninjas as they witnessed the relentless onslaught, their hearts heavy with dread. Finally, a rocket pierced through their defensive ninjutsu, striking the sand ninja camp. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, and metal fragments struck several sand ninjas. Before they could react, the shockwave knocked them to the ground, cries of terror escaping their lips. "What is happening? We are on the ground." A nearby sand ninja quickly assisted his fallen comrade, retreating. The remaining ninjas, witnessing their allies flee, could no longer contain their fear and began to scatter in all directions. The camp commander, observing the chaos, shouted, "Hold your ground. The enemy does not possess such an abundance of weaponry." Meanwhile, the Whirlpool ninjas continued to assist in maneuvering the rocket artillery, installing launch rails among the artillery crew. After 20 minutes of relentless bombardment, the observation team reported back. "Lord Whirlpool Shadow, the enemy is beginning to falter. The sand ninjas are retreating in all directions." Upon hearing this, Victory commanded the rocket artillery unit to cease fire to the north, creating an opening for the medical team to evacuate. "Leave a portion of the Whirlpool ninjas to guard the artillery. The rest, follow me to provide aid." Victory charged forth, eager to reach Tsunade. Seeing the rockets cease fire, Tsunade quickly rallied her team to assist the wounded. "Hurry, everyone. Follow me for a swift retreat." The fleeing sand ninjas lay on the ground in exhaustion, gasping for breath. "How can there be such weapons?" they lamented. "Our sand village's colossal crossbows do not possess such rapid firing capabilities." The rocket fire finally subsided, allowing the sand ninjas to exhale in relief. However, as their tension eased, they found themselves drained of energy, forced to rest. Senior Sand Ninja Chiyo, risking exposure, advanced rapidly towards the western camp, discovering the cessation of rocket fire. Her mood darkened, realizing that the enemy intended to retreat through that very opening. "Everyone, follow me toward the gap where the rockets have stopped firing." A rocket exploded nearby, sending shrapnel flying. Chiyo disregarded the cries of her fellow sand ninjas, feeling her meticulously crafted plan crumble under the enemy's artillery. Standing atop the central camp's walls, the third Kazakage observed the scattered assault led by Orochimaru. Listening to a subordinate report, "Lord Kazakage, Konoha has unleashed a tremendous volume of rockets, bombarding the encircled camp for 20 minutes. A breach has appeared in the perimeter. Issue the order for a retreat, as the operation has failed." The third Kazakage gazed at Orochimaru's sporadic attacks and declared, Chapter 66, Breaking the Encirclement. Amidst the torrential cannonade, Senior Sand Ninja Chiyo bore a sinister grin, fixated on the Konoha ninjas ahead. "The sacrifices of my fellow sand ninjas will not be in vain. Advancing through the artillery fire, I have finally located them." Empowered as if imbued with boundless strength, she surged forward, manipulating chakra threads to command her female puppet to attack. Puppet technique, assault. Two blades swung toward Tsunade's back. Sensing danger, Tsunade roared in defiance, "You wretched puppet master." Channeling chakra into her legs, she delivered a powerful kick. Painful heaven kick. The force of her strike shattered the puppet into fragments. Regaining her composure, Chiyo directed other sand ninjas to assault the incapacitated, the wounded. Lacking defensive capabilities and reliant on their comrades for support, pleaded, "Let us be. You should flee first." Tsunade retorted, "Such nonsense. The enemy is outnumbered. Let us eliminate them." She ordered the remaining upper ninjas to confront the sand ninjas, while the others assisted the injured towards the Whirlpool Country's convoy. Leading the charge, Tsunade confronted the sand ninjas, aiming to harm the wounded. With immense strength, her fists became like hammers, sending the advancing sand ninjas crashing back to their starting point. They plummeted to the ground, writhing in agony, realizing their comrades were no match for Tsunade. Chiyo's expression darkened, her gaze fixated on Tsunade in fury. "This is intolerable." Puppet technique, bind. The azure puppet extended two iron whips from above, swirling through the air and targeting Tsunade. The iron whip appeared before Tsunade. Her gaze sharpened, and she sensed another technique being employed. Was she to be subjected to artillery fire once more? Such underestimation was intolerable. How could she possibly fall for the same trick again? The previous ambush had caught her off guard while targeting a puppet. Now, she was determined to see if the true body could withstand her fist. Utilizing the body flicker technique, she swiftly maneuvered through the puppets, racing toward the true form of Suna Ninja Chiyo. Chiyo's eyes widened in realization. Her opponent aimed to eliminate the puppet master first. Knowing she could not withstand Tsunade's powerful punches, she manipulated her chakra threads to command her defense. The bullhead puppet positioned itself protectively beside Chiyo, on guard against Tsunade's sudden assault. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Tsunade erupted with astonishing speed. Before Chiyo could react, Tsunade was already at her right side. "Prepare to perish, Sunascum," she declared, unleashing a devastating blow toward Chiyo. Fear flickered in Chiyo's eyes. She knew she could not afford to be struck. Such a hit would spell her doom. The bullhead puppet valiantly interposed itself, straining against the chakra threads in a desperate attempt to block. In that critical moment, it shielded Tsunade's fist, but her strength pierced through the puppet's defenses. Chiyo could hardly fathom the scene before her. Tsunade's fist had penetrated the bullhead puppet, an implausible feat for something forged of iron. Yet, Tsunade's relentless assault did not relent, landing directly on Chiyo's right arm. A wave of numbness coursed through Chiyo's body as she was sent sprawling, rolling across the ground, and stirring up clouds of dust that enveloped her. As the dust settled, Chiyo found herself still engaged in combat with the Konoha ninja. Witnessing Tsunade's overwhelming power, her movements slowed, retreating in disbelief. The renowned Chiyo, a Jonin, defeated by a single punch? What were they to do now? With Chiyo incapacitated, their chances of victory seemed bleak. Should they consider retreating? Gradually, the dust dissipated, revealing Chiyo struggling to rise, blood spilling from her lips. A sense of relief washed over her as she proclaimed, "Enough noise. I can still fight. Eliminate those Konoha ninjas." She had yet to concede defeat, commanding her puppets to encircle Tsunade, laughing triumphantly. "Did you truly believe I had lost?" Witnessed the ultimate technique of Tsunade. Chiyo formed hand seals, pressing them to the ground. Sealing jutsu, lion's close roar. As she collapsed, dust swirling around her, her puppets began inscribing sealing runes upon the earth. The jutsu activated, encircling Tsunade, aiming to completely seal her chakra. At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto arrived, his eyes locking onto Chiyo, who controlled the puppets. With chakra coalescing around his fists, he executed the body flicker technique, leaping toward Chiyo. With a powerful punch aimed at her jaw, Chiyo fell heavily to the ground, bouncing off it as dizziness washed over her. How could this be? Hadn't she just regained her footing? Victory was within her grasp, yet she had fallen again. This time, Chiyo did not rise. Panic spread among the Suna ninja, with their leader down. The emergence of numerous Uzumaki ninjas shattered their morale. The Leaf and Uzumaki forces clearly held the numerical advantage, and fear began to spread as they retreated in an orderly fashion. It's over. We've been decisively defeated. We must flee. Without our leader, we stand no chance. As the Suna forces withdrew, Naruto made no attempt to stop them. After all, this was a conflict between Konoha and Tsunade, and the Uzumaki ninjas prioritized their own strength. Glancing at the fallen puppets, Naruto retrieved a sealing scroll, capturing the remains of the puppets within it. Turning to Tsunade, he remarked, "I arrived just in time. Had I not intervened, you would have been in grave danger." Tsunade rolled her eyes, irritated. Yes, you're the best. Enough chatter. The Suna ninjas are retreating. We must move quickly to tend to the injured. Naruto smiled faintly, securing the sealing scroll as he followed Tsunade's team. After the battle, the Konoha ninjas felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Chapter 67. The rocket artillery ceases fire. The third Kazakage, the Konoha ninjas rejoiced in their successful escape, bantering as they continued their journey. Meanwhile, at the Uzushiogakure camp, the rocket artillery units were still in action, launching their projectiles. Boom, boom, boom. The sound echoed as rockets ascended, roaring into the air and igniting their secondary explosions. One after another, they soared, targeting the encircled Suna ninjas to thwart any assaults on the medical camp. Suna ninjas scrambled to evade the onslaught of rockets, their faces etched with fear as they witnessed the devastation wrought upon the landscape. The ground had been gouged out, leaving it pockmarked and scorched, the oppressive heat from the explosions drying the air around them. Some Suna ninjas lay injured, struck by shrapnel, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed skyward. Occasionally, a thunderous boom would resonate. How has the land of whirlpools developed such artillery? The battlefield has been utterly transformed. With Uzumaki Naruto's command, the rocket fire finally ceased. The Suna ninjas exchanged wary glances. Has it finally stopped? Should we continue to engage in combat? One asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Damn it, if it's over, come help me tend to my wounds. Their leader stepped forward, surveying the disheveled ranks of Suna ninjas. Let us retreat. Advancing now would be futile. The leading Suna ninja felt disheartened. Konoha was undeniably wealthier, their relentless barrage of rockets overwhelming. The Uzumaki ninjas, exhausted from operating the artillery, collapsed nearby. Captain, this is far more exhausting than battling other ninjas. Each rocket is simply too heavy, one of them gasped. Accompanying the medical team, Naruto returned to the convoy, issuing orders. Cease fire, pack up, and relocate. Tsunade, observing the rocket artillery, recalled the earlier encounter with the Mist Village, where a single round of fire had revealed such formidable power. After a moment, she turned to Naruto, who was directing the convoy. This must have cost a fortune, launching so many rockets isn't cheap. Naruto considered the fact that the Hokage had requested their assistance in transporting the artillery to the front lines. Glancing at the few hundred rockets remaining, he chuckled modestly. Not a waste at all. For the land of whirlpools, this is but a trifle. What matters most is that you are unharmed. Indeed, it is hardly worth mentioning. It is not the rocket artillery of the whirlpool country, as it has all been sold to Konoha. Uzumaki Victory retrieved the medicine from the vehicle and handed it to Tsunade. Get in the vehicle. The rocket artillery has ceased fire. It is likely that some sand shinobi will disregard their fatigue and launch an attack, so I will administer treatment in the vehicle. After receiving the medicine, Tsunade jogged towards the vehicle with the injured, turning back to say, Uzumaki Victory, thank you for coming to the front lines for rescue. The convoy began to move slowly, retreating from the encirclement. The group headed towards Orochimaru's command camp. Uzumaki Victory instructed the Whirlpool ninjas to take turns resting and leaped onto the truck alongside Tsunade. Upon noticing Uzumaki Victory's arrival, Tsunade smiled and continued treating the injured. Orochimaru was still gathering personnel, harassing the enemy sand shinobi to prevent them from receiving reinforcements. At that moment, an Umbu rushed in. Lord Orochimaru, the medical unit has fully retreated and is now aboard the Whirlpool Country's convoy, heading towards our camp. The encirclement of the sand shinobi has completely collapsed. Now is the perfect opportunity to launch a counterattack. Shall we initiate a full-scale assault? Orochimaru furrowed his brows. The enemy has just suffered defeat. Might the third Kazakage act to boost morale by leading the first attack? It remains to be seen how they will choose. Should we merely defend the camp and wait for their offensive? Or, if they choose not to attack, we could seize the moment to strike while their morale is low. The third Kazakage was also receiving reports from his subordinates. Upon learning that his forces had been entirely routed and the medical unit had escaped the encirclement, he reflected on the situation, realizing he had overlooked the emergence of this predicament. The Whirlpool Country indeed poses a significant threat. It seems we must teach them a lesson. He ordered the sand shinobi to assemble and bring down Orochimaru's camp. The third Kazakage, focusing intently on the Konoha forces, spoke. We must strike now. The Joninma, standing nearby, quickly interjected, Lord Kazakage, we have only just suffered defeat. Our morale may be insufficient. Elder Chio and Kaiza have already gone to the front lines. Should we not wait for their return before launching an attack? There is no need for that. Orochimaru's reputation in the ninja world is merely due to the fact that his teacher is Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciple. As the third Kazakage, I possess the capability to eradicate their forces completely. Upon hearing this, Ma fell silent, for he was revered as the strongest Kazakage of Tsunade and held a sense of pride. Understood, I shall gather the troops immediately. At the Konoha command camp, the sudden roar of the sand shinobi echoed. Victory is ours. Victory is ours. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed. It appeared the enemy had chosen to launch an offensive. Fortunately, the defenses of their camp were well prepared. Accompanied by numerous Konoha jonin, he stepped out of the tent. At that moment, the expansive square of the Konoha camp was filled with shinobi, numbering over 2,000, all wearing solemn expressions as they awaited the impending attack from the sand shinobi. They entered a defensive mode, returning to their respective positions in preparation. The Konoha ninjas began to disperse, facing the approaching sand shinobi. Victory is ours. Victory is ours. The sand shinobi assembled, appearing to number at least 3,000, organized into small groups of 4, preparing to launch their assault. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Taking a deep breath, chakra coalesced, and an air cannonball was unleashed. The Konoha ninjas activated the camp's barrier. One by one, the air projectiles collided with the barrier, creating ripples. Amidst the barrage of ninjutsu, the barrier was shattered. Kill! Kill! The enemy's barrier has been breached. Countless sand shinobi displayed excitement as they surveyed the Konoha ninjas. The Konoha ninjas, undeterred, manipulated their chakra to detonate the explosive tags hidden along the path. Boom! 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 A multitude of explosions could not halt the advance of the sand shinobi. Puppets were shattered into fragments, and many sand shinobi were injured by the explosive tags. Yet, a single puppeteer controlled several puppets. When one was damaged, another took its place. Orochimaru faced the third Kazakage directly. The third Kazakage fixed his gaze on Orochimaru and declared, Surrender now. In terms of numbers and strength, you are no match for us. If we were to compare numbers and strength, we would not need to engage in war at all, Orochimaru replied in a raspy voice, aware that further discourse would be futile. The third Kazakage began to form hand seals. Chapter 68. Orochimaru falls into a disadvantage. Uzumaki victory extends a helping hand. At this moment, the third Kazakage formed hand seals. Magnet release, sand iron rain. Chakra coalesced, and in an instant, waves of sand iron were summoned, forming countless iron needles that shot toward the Konoha positions. The vast range of the sand iron struck the traps set by the Konoha ninjas. Boom! The explosive tags within detonated one after another, clearing the path for the sand shinobi. With the troublesome traps finally removed, the sand shinobi excitedly maneuvered various puppets to the front, while the rear ranks unleashed ninjutsu to assault the Konoha ninjas. The Konoha ninjas were thrown into disarray. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals. Serpent's nest formation. Countless venomous snakes emerged from Orochimaru's summoning array to assist the beleaguered Konoha ninjas. Realizing that the defenses could no longer hold, Orochimaru scanned his surroundings and shouted, Choose a favorable terrain and counterattack. The Konoha ninjas understood that merely holding their ground was futile, quickly forming small groups to launch a counteroffensive. The renowned Ino-Shikacho trio assembled. From the Akimichi clan, Akimichi Choji shielded his teammates and formed hand seals. Meat tank. Coalescing chakra, he lengthened and hardened his hair, enveloping his body to transform into a spiked meat tank, rolling forward to collide with the Sand Shinobi. From the Nara clan, Nara Shikamaru carefully concealed himself nearby, spotting a target and forming hand seals. Shadow possession technique. He extended his shadow to connect with the Sand Shinobi, evading the meat tank, immobilizing them, and then pulled upward to strangle the enemy. Meanwhile, from the Yamanaka clan, Yamanaka Ino lay in wait, seeing the Sand Shinobi breach the meat tank's defense. She formed hand seals. Mind-body switch technique. Targeting the Sand Shinobi, she transmitted her mental energy, infiltrating their bodies to hinder their advance. Not far from the battlefield, Orochimaru closely observed the situation of the Konoha defenses and noticed that as they grouped together, the tide of battle began to shift in favor of the Konoha ninjas. The third Kazakage also recognized this development, exclaiming, "Truly, the strongest hidden village in the ninja world, Konoha, can turn the tides even when outnumbered." However, once Tsunade secures victory in this war and gains resources equal to those of Konoha, they too will become formidable. Despite the Konoha ninjas' counterattacks, the overall situation of the war would not change. With the third Kazakage personally on the front lines, defeat was out of the question. He charged forward, and the skies filled with swirling iron sand. Orochimaru fixated on the third Kazakage, determined not to allow him to further disrupt the precarious situation they had struggled to salvage. "Your opponent is here, Kazakage. Return to me," he declared, forming hand seals. Serpent's shadow, multi-snake hands. Poisonous snakes began to emerge from the concealed array in his sleeves, swirling and targeting the third Kazakage for a lethal assault. The third Kazakage observed the venomous serpents surrounding him and had no choice but to turn back and utilize his unique bloodline limit, magnet release, iron sand. This extraordinary ability allowed him to manipulate various iron objects, transforming the iron sand into a formidable sword that effortlessly severed the approaching snakes. Not far away, the Hive Black Bee drones from the land of whirlpools soared through the sky, directly witnessing the conflict between the leaf and sand ninjas. Tsunade snatched the sealing scroll mobile, her eyes widening as she gazed at the unfolding scene. "Hurry, accelerate the truck, we must provide support," she urged. Uzumaki Victory commanded the convoy to halt, and the vehicles slowed to a stop. "Uzumaki Victory, why have you stopped here? Keep moving," Tsunade exclaimed anxiously. "Do not worry. Let us not forget our remaining rocket artillery. We shall not waste it. Fire at will." Uzumaki Victory replied with a slight smile. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the rocket artillery troops preparing for launch. "Report to Lord Tsuchikage. The launch towers are ready," announced the captain from the mountain. After issuing his orders, Uzumaki Victory prepared for the operation. The Black Bee drones collected coordinate parameters and adjusted their positions. The drones observed the battlefield from a distance, with the enemy unaware of their presence. In the monitoring room, the operators relayed the gathered intelligence. To the south, at the 2 o'clock position, at a 45-degree angle, the rocket artillery unit adjusted its aim and reported completion. "Fire," commanded Uzumaki Victory. On the launch truck, 48 cross-shaped launch rails were arranged in alternating rows. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions resonated as the rockets ascended into the sky, igniting into a second-stage explosion. Whoosh, 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 they swiftly soared away. Orochimaru, noticing the distant commotion, glanced skyward. It is the rocket artillery of the land of whirlpools. It seems the opposing side has received reinforcements without taking a moment to regroup, heading straight to the command camp. Some elite sand ninjas had previously received intelligence on the rocket artillery from the land of whirlpools. Recently, their own sand ninja encampment had been struck by rocket fire, leading to a total collapse of their encirclement plan. Now, as they faced the onslaught of rockets, chaos ensued. Is this the infamous rocket artillery from the land of whirlpools? "It appears to be quite vulnerable," the third Kazakage remarked, extending his hands to gather chakra. With his bloodline limit, magnet release, iron sand, he manipulated the rockets in the sky, causing them to collide uncontrollably. Boom, boom, boom. The rockets began to explode in the air, casting flames that painted the sky crimson. The battling sand ninjas, initially prepared to endure a wave of attacks, erupted in fervent shouts. Third Kazakage, victory is ours. Third Kazakage, victory is ours. At that moment, the morale of the sand ninjas soared. The whirlwind ninjas were taken aback. The rocket artillery that had aided them in numerous conflicts had yet to land before exploding midair. This is the third Kazakage's bloodline limit, capable of manipulating steel, Uzumaki Victory explained. I never anticipated that the upgraded rocket artillery, utilizing steel, would be countered by the Kazakage. Had it been constructed from the original ironwood, would it have remained uncontrollable? However, using ironwood is merely a stopgap. It requires the ninja to mold it. Now, with steel, even ordinary individuals devoid of chakra can create it. It seems that the rocket artillery must undergo special enhancements when confronting the Kazakage, he continued, exchanging a glance with Tsunade. Stepping forward to rally the troops, Uzumaki Victory declared, the commander of the Leaf, Orochimaru, has aided us. We cannot allow our allies to be bullied. Whirlwind ninjas, follow me. The remaining forces stayed behind to guard the wounded in the Leaf. Chapter 69, Assembly, Iron Sand Domain Technique, with Uzumaki Victory's command. The whirlwind ninjas gathered around their Tsuchikage and set forth toward the Leaf's stronghold. The third Kazakage, noticing the approaching reinforcements from the land of whirlpools, understood the need for a swift resolution and began forming hand seals. Magnet release, Iron Sand Giant Needle. He compressed the iron sand into sharp spears aimed directly at Orochimaru. The latter quickly dodged, but the iron sand spears possessed a formidable pull, and before he could react, he was impaled and knocked to the ground. The third Kazakage seized the opportunity to launch an assault on the Leaf's position. Do not rush into battle. Our fight is far from over. Orochimaru rasped from the ground as he opened his mouth wide. Orochimaru's Serpent Jutsu. From his mouth, an unharmed version of Orochimaru emerged, dripping wet. This jutsu required no seals. A perfect substitution technique developed by Orochimaru. The third Kazakage frowned, observing the emerging figure. That technique must consume a considerable amount of chakra. If I can defeat you once, I can do so again. Orochimaru made no rebuttal. Instead, he leaped into action, forming hand seals. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bomb. Chakra surged, and a dragon head emerged from the earth, launching mud projectiles. However, the mud projectiles were of no consequence against the third Kazakage's bloodline limit, as the iron sand provided flawless protection. Useless, your techniques cannot breach my defenses. You underestimate me, Orochimaru retorted, proceeding to form hand seals again. Wind release, Great Breakthrough. The powerful wind swept away the dirt, adhering to the third Kazakage's iron sand. Orochimaru, having undergone soft body modifications, maneuvered his neck around the iron sand. Serpent Tongue. A venomous snake spewed forth from his mouth, aiming to ensnare the third Kazakage. Yet, with merely a sidelong glance, the Kazakage sprouted a pair of enormous bird wings from his shoulders and ascended into the air. Magnet release, Iron Sand Wings. Chakra coalesced into wings formed of iron sand, granting him the ability to fly. Countless steel feathers were launched from the wings, hurtling toward Orochimaru. The latter had no time to evade, helplessly watching as the steel feathers approached. Orochimaru, how can you not handle a mere sand ninja? Tsunade exclaimed, using a body flicker technique to pull Orochimaru out of the line of fire. Orochimaru sighed in relief, saying, the opponent is none other than the third Kazakage, reputed as the strongest of the Sand Village. Considering how formidable he is, will it be all right for just one of us to face him? Uzumaki Victory stepped forward. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Uzumaki Victory stood united, gazing at the third Kazakage. It matters not. I shall let you all fall beneath my name, the third Kazakage declared. His gaze fixed upon the trio. Without overestimating his own prowess, he soared into the air, forming hand seals. Magnet release, Iron Sand Domain Technique. The iron sand enveloped the battleground, creating a protective barrier. Whoosh! An iron sand spear thrust forward unexpectedly from the right side. Uzumaki Victory felt a sharp chain burst forth from his back, pulling Tsunade aside. He formed hand seals, sealing technique. Adamantine chains, initiating the sealing technique. Tsunade was startled, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow as the iron sand spear pierced the ground. The thought of being impaled was utterly unimaginable. A small cut appeared on her arm, and suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her limb, signaling something amiss. Everyone, be cautious. The The enemy's iron sand is toxic. She took the antidote prepared for the sand ninjas, desperately trying to maintain her balance. Orochimaru provided cover, while Tsunade offered support, and Vortex Victory declared, "I shall lead the charge." With those words, he activated his body control, his muscles swelling as he heightened his chakra precision, and 5 adamantine chains erupted from his back. Utilizing the body flicker technique, he advanced swiftly, with iron sand spears emerging from the air to obstruct his path. The adamantine chains coiled around the third Kazakage's iron sand, diverting it and creating a passage. This allowed Orochimaru the opportunity to strike, forming hand seals. Destruction of the serpent, he commanded as countless venomous snakes surged forth, entangling the third Kazakage's iron sand and altering its shape, wasting the enemy's chakra. At last, Vortex Victory reached the enemy's front, forming hand seals. Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique. Chakra coalesced, manifesting a rock fist before the third Kazakage. Magnet Release. Iron Wall, the Kazakage countered, conjuring a sturdy wall of iron sand to shield against the rock fist. The two collided, resulting in an explosive rupture, but neither could maintain their form. Vortex Victory was momentarily taken aback by the astonishing hardness of the iron wall. If the rock fist could shatter the second Mizuki's giant clam, how was it that he was merely holding his ground now? The third Kazakage also revealed a look of astonishment. The iron sand wall had been breached. Amidst the swirling debris of stone and iron, Tsunade emerged, exclaiming, "Behold my fist." Third Kazakage. With her immense strength, she unleashed a formidable blow to his astonished visage, a smile gracing her lips. However, layers of his face began to peel away, crumbling to the ground as iron sand. The Kazakage emerged from the wreckage, narrowly avoiding a crushing blow that would have shattered his defenses. Magnet Release, Iron Cylinder. He summoned a complete cylinder formed from highly condensed iron sand, hurling it towards Vortex Victory. As he attempted to evade, a voice echoed in his ear, "Do not dodge. The highly condensed iron will draw you in," Orochimaru warned, drawing from his own experiences. Upon hearing this, 5 adamantine chains coalesced before Vortex Victory, forming a shield for defense. The iron cylinder descended, exuding a powerful attraction that pulled him toward it uncontrollably. Fortunately, a shield of adamantine chains absorbed the impact, preventing an explosion as both maintained their forms. Yet, within the confines of the iron sand technique, countless iron sand spears emerged from unknown origins, lunging toward the enemy. Seeing this, Vortex Victory formed hand seals once more. Earth Release, Hardening Technique. His chakra surged, hardening his body with rock-like skin, thickening the areas where he was pierced by the iron sand spears. The sound of the spears striking his skin resonated like a crisp chime, and he quickly formed hand seals again. Earth Release, Rock Pillar Prison. Numerous rock pillars erupted from the ground, creating a barrier to block the iron sand spears. Chapter 70. The defeat of the third Kazakage within the bloodline limit. Within the iron sand barrier, rock pillars emerged from the ground. The third Kazakage surveyed his surroundings. The sudden emergence of the pillars disrupted the assault of the iron sand spears and obscured his vision. A tremendous explosion resounded, capturing the Kazakage's attention, and he turned to see Orochimaru taking advantage of the rising pillars. With hands forming seals, he commanded, "Evil Serpent's Wrath," and countless poisonous snakes launched into the air, self-destructing to obliterate the expanding iron sand barrier, causing it to rain down upon the earth. Vortex Victory observed the iron sand being gradually cleared, and with the ground littered with iron sand, he formed hand seals. Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Chakra coalesced as he pressed his hands against the earth, creating a swamp that absorbed the iron sand. As the ground transformed into a mire, Vortex Victory leaped onto a rock pillar. The third Kazakage attempted to manipulate the iron sand on the ground with chakra, but encountered an obstacle. The iron sand was firmly ensnared by the swamp. Now is the time to strike. The swamp cannot hold the iron sand. Take advantage of the enemy's confinement. Time was of the essence, as the iron sand could still be moved, albeit slowly, requiring time to summon it from the mire. As the iron sand diminished, Vortex Victory activated body control, doubling his muscle output while gathering chakra, his fiery red hair dancing in the air with the chakra's fluctuations. With the body flicker technique, he moved swiftly from the rock pillar. As the iron sand barrier weakened, only a few iron sand spears emerged. The third Kazakage sensed the impending danger. With the reduction of iron sand, A hit from the enemy would inflict considerable damage. He formed hand seals. Magnet release, iron triangular prism. The remaining iron sand formed a prism, its sharp edges preventing the opponent from shattering it. It shot forward rapidly toward Vortex Victory. Vortex Victory, with chakra coursing through him, enveloped his fists in a protective layer. He braced himself for a collision with the prism, eager to see who would falter first. The impact resounded as Vortex Victory's fist collided with the prism, which remarkably withstood the concentrated chakra. However, his other fist, similarly enveloped in chakra, continued to pound the prism, causing fissures to appear. The third Kazakage, noticing the prism's imminent destruction, was momentarily surprised but quickly devised a solution, forming hand seals. Magnet release, iron gyroscope. The prism began to spin rapidly in midair, emitting a piercing wail as it surged forward, directly piercing Vortex Victory. The Kazakage beamed as he witnessed his prism impale the foe. Yet, in his peripheral vision, he noticed Vortex Victory had suddenly appeared beside him, his smile freezing in disbelief. The pierced Vortex Victory let out a thunderous sound before vanishing from view. It was merely a shadow clone left behind while the real body, concealed by the rock pillar, had approached his side. With no means of escape, the third Kazakage controlled the iron sand enveloping his body for defense. Magnet release, iron wall. He conjured a robust iron wall to shield against Vortex Victory's advance. The wall shattered under a single blow, scattering iron sand. The third Kazakage seized the moment to retreat atop a towering rock pillar, where Tsunade had awaited patiently. "Prepare to experience my might once more, third Kazakage," she declared. With a powerful kick, devoid of iron sand protection, she struck him with immense force. The third Kazakage was sent crashing down from the heights, colliding with a rock pillar that splintered in two, landing heavily in the swamp. Coughing, it was evident he had sustained grave internal injuries. His hands fractured as he lay in the mire, gazing at the three figures standing atop the rock pillar. Is it truly here that I must face defeat? As the mightiest third Kazakage, how could I possibly lose? With great effort, I rise. The iron sand, ensnaring me, swiftly approaches, yet I manage to stand, breaking free from the mire. Although I find myself in a precarious situation, the iron sand offers a glimmer of hope. Unexpectedly, I take a blow from Tsunade's painful kick but continue to fight, proclaiming victory over the whirlpool. Tsunade gazes at the injured third Kazakage, remarking that even if he cannot be taken down in one fell swoop, given his current state, it is merely a matter of buying time. Surprised by the alliance with Konoha and the presence of the Uzumaki, is the Isekai'd considering a challenge against Tsunade? A voice calls out from nearby. Elder Chiyo and Elder Kuratsuchi of Tsunade appear beside the third Kazakage. "It seems you have underestimated your opponent to find yourself in such a dire state," they say. Hands forming seals. The white secret technique, the Puppeteer S10, crafted by the legendary puppeteer, appears on the battlefield. Tsunade's expression turns grave. The replica of the Puppeteer S10, commanded by Chiyo, proves formidable, indicating that the Elder's prowess is even more challenging to contend with. The third Kazakage observes his Tsunade shinobi struggling against Konoha's forces, realizing the dire situation they face if things continue as they are. "Isekai'd, you are more formidable than I anticipated," he concedes. "Elders, let us retreat. Prolonging this battle serves no purpose. We must await another opportunity." As the whirlpool watches his adversaries, the third Kazakage and the two elder shinobi turn to withdraw. Tsunade suddenly falters, leaning weakly against the whirlpool, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. The whirlpool, concerned, inquires, "Tsunade, what is the matter?" "I was poisoned by the third Kazakage," she weakly replies, "and while the antidote has mitigated the effects, I require rest." Thankfully, we did not continue fighting. The consequences could have been dire. The third Kazakage takes a few steps, activating his Kekkei Genkai. The magnetic release, iron sand wings. A pair of wings formed from iron sand emerges, propelling him into the air above the battlefield. "Eliminate the Konoha shinobi," commands the third Kazakage as the Tsunade forces unleash their techniques. Puppet fragments scatter across the battlefield, shuriken and kunai flying in every direction. The Konoha shinobi, undeterred, retaliate, plunging the scene into chaos. Chapter 71. The Tsunade retreat and camp construction. With the arrival of the Uzumaki shinobi, Konoha's numerical disadvantage is swiftly mitigated. Initially, the Konoha forces struggled to hold their ground, But the tide turns as the Uzumaki join the fray, placing immense pressure on Tsunade. The third Kazakage, observing the flurry of ninjutsu from above, notes that while Tsunade is at a slight disadvantage, their losses remain manageable. He breathes a sigh of relief and issues orders. Withdraw to the Tsunade camp. Accelerate the retreat. Following the command, the Jonin organize a systematic withdrawal, preventing Konoha from inflicting further damage. The Tsunade Jonin, though angered by the retreat order, comply with the Kazakage's directive. Accepting reality, they begin to issue commands. Groups form to retreat from Konoha's territory while fending off attacks. Morale plummets among the Tsunade shinobi upon receiving the retreat order. Some even contemplate defiance. Why must we retreat? We must defeat the Konoha shinobi. One protests. I still wish to fight. We have not lost. Another Tsunade shinobi pulls his unwilling comrade along, insisting, come on, we have failed this time. But the war between Tsunade and Konoha is far from over. The shinobi understand that continuing the battle would only exacerbate their disadvantage. And seizing the opportunity to retreat while they can is paramount. The Tsunade forces gradually withdraw to their camp, and the third Kazakage, descending from the sky, addresses his beleaguered troops. Do not despair, this defeat is largely my fault. Pack your belongings, we shall return stronger next time. Elder Chiyo follows behind, adding, this defeat represents a new growth opportunity for the Kazakage. We have not heard of a stronger Kazakage in ages. Sister, let us manage the morale of the shinobi. Kuratsuchi remarks from the rear. After a fierce battle, the Konoha stronghold lies in ruins. Yet Konoha shinobi stand triumphant, their faces lit with joy. We have won. The Tsunade forces have been defeated, exclaims Akimichi Choji, while Nara Shikamaru, exhausted, reclines on the ground, gazing at the clouds above. The Whirlpool and Tsunade arrive at the Konoha stronghold, at which point Nara Shikamaru springs to his feet and addresses the Whirlpool. Isekai'd, we are grateful for your assistance. Without your support, we would have fallen into the Tsunade's trap. The Whirlpool humbly replies, even without my presence, Konoha would have achieved victory. I merely played a small part. Enough of this mutual humility. Gather the teams and begin tending to the wounded. Tsunade interjects with a hint of irritation. As the mention of the injured arises, trucks roll into the Konoha camp, evidently bringing updates from the black drones overhead. The captain of the rocket artillery unit jumps down from the vehicle, commanding, attention, teams. Set up tents, prepare meals, and reorganize the camp. The black drones will enhance patrols. The Whirlpool observes how the captain has matured into a competent leader through experience. It is clear that war sharpens one's skills. Upon returning, I must encourage the captain to compile his insights into a book for future generations of the Uzumaki. The captain suddenly sneezes. Achoo! What is this? Is someone speaking of me? Captain, you have performed admirably during this time. Upon returning to the Uzumaki, you shall be recognized for your efforts, the Whirlpool assures him. The captain, slightly bashful, responds, report to the Isekai'd, it is my duty to do so, no reward is necessary. With the Isekai'd's praise lifting his spirits, the captain becomes more diligent, issuing orders and assisting where needed. Tents are swiftly erected, and the injured are gradually transferred. Chefs set up a kitchen in the expansive square, preparing delicious meals. The camp buzzes with activity. Noticing Tsunade's apparent fatigue, the Whirlpool expresses concern. Tsunade, if you are weary, you should rest in a tent. The toxins in my body have left me somewhat weak. Yes, please assist me in getting inside to rest, Tsunade admits, feeling overwhelmed. The Whirlpool promptly supports her, guiding her gently into the tent. Tsunade had maintained a vigilant presence since the establishment of the medical camp, her mind taut with tension. But now she could finally indulge in a well-deserved respite. Lying in bed, a wave of relaxation washed over her, and before long, she succumbed to a sweet slumber. Observing her peaceful repose, Naruto Uzumaki sat vigilantly beside her. Orochimaru surveyed the chaotic battlefield, gradually restoring order once more. This was his inaugural experience as commander of the southern battlefront, and it appeared that this conflict would ultimately yield a satisfactory resolution. After a while, the camp's kitchen began to serve delicious meals. Tsunade, wake up. It's time to eat, Naruto gently roused her. You can bring it in. I'll eat in the tent, Tsunade replied lazily. With no other option, Naruto complied, and together they savored the delightful fare. Once they finished, Tsunade felt revitalized, as if she had been reborn. Lord Hokage, We have received the latest intelligence from the border, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, seated in his office, puffing on his pipe as he perused the report. According to the intelligence, the forces led by Orochimaru had triumphed against the majority of the Sand Shinobi's offensive. Lord Hokage, a significant contributor to this success, was the team from the Land of Whirlpools. Without their support, our forces would have failed to execute the rescue, and the medical camp would have faced total annihilation, Nara Shikaku, a Jonin, stated. Sarutobi nodded, his gaze suddenly drawn to two pieces of information. The continuous barrage of rockets had sustained fire for nearly an hour, yet against the third Kazakage's bloodline limit. It had proven ineffective. Clearly, there were notable shortcomings in the rocket artillery. It remained uncertain whether the Land of Whirlpools could compensate for these deficiencies. However, the most pressing concern was whether Danzo's imitation efforts were progressing smoothly. Lord Hokage, what are the next steps? Nara inquired. Given our victory, we must immediately publicize it within Konoha to stabilize sentiments and bolster morale, Sarutobi replied after taking a puff from his pipe. The propaganda from Tsunade claims that the third Kazakage is the strongest of all time, which has shaken our rearguard's confidence. With this victory, Konoha is one step closer to triumph. The shinobi of Konoha will be more inclined to obey orders and refrain from insubordination. Chapter 72. Acquiring new knowledge and crafting defensive ninja tools in the Konoha encampment. Tsunade's full recovery astonished everyone. After only a brief period of rest, she had returned to her former self, truly a testament to the strength of the Senju clan. Naruto looked at the injured in the other tents, who still lay weakly in their beds, likely requiring at least 10 days to 2 weeks to recuperate. Turning to Tsunade, he suggested, Tsunade, you've already recovered. Let us take a stroll around the vicinity. Very well, let us walk around the camp, Tsunade responded softly. Upon hearing this, Naruto beamed with joy, and they set off together. Meanwhile, a team member beside the captain on the mountain remarked, Captain, look, the Lady Tsunade and the Mizukage are together. Could it be a date? Rumors had circulated in the Land of Whirlpools about their relationship, and perhaps there was some truth to it. The captain nodded seriously in agreement. Indeed, Lady Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. She is truly deserving of such a status. The team member spoke with pride. Be careful not to lead astray with such thoughts, the captain admonished. The affairs of the Mizukage are not for us to discuss. Now, get back to patrolling the area. Reluctantly, the team member complied, feeling a sense of injustice. Why am I the only one being reprimanded? You were right there with me. Upon reaching a grassy patch, Naruto gestured for Tsunade to sit and rest a while longer, emphasizing the importance of recuperation. It had been a long time since they last parted ways in the Land of Whirlpools, and during this visit to Konoha, he had not seen her. When I received intel that you might be in danger, I realized you had reached the front lines, he said, gazing at the moon above. How dare you bring that up? What did we say when we parted in the Land of Whirlpools? Just mentioning it irks me, Tsunade retorted angrily. Naruto, sensing the tension, attempted to clarify. At that time, the Land of Whirlpools had just defeated the Mist Village, and we truly had no time. However, I later devised a plan. Initially, the higher-ups in the Land of Whirlpools opposed my coming to Konoha, but I insisted on it. Is that your plan? To escort the merchant convoy to Konoha? Tsunade was taken aback, realizing that as the Mizukage, Naruto would not have been permitted to roam freely. However, with Konoha engaged in battle against Tsunade, their paths would indeed not cross. It seemed she had misjudged him, and her irritation gradually subsided. I have always remembered what I said in the Land of Whirlpools. Coming to Konoha was to fulfill my promise and to visit the Uzumaki residence. But upon receiving news of your potential danger, I rushed to the front lines without confirming the validity of the information, Naruto explained. At this moment, Tsunade's heart raced as she quietly replied, Then let us discuss it when we meet next time. Just then, a genin rushed over, breathless. Lady Tsunade, we have a wounded soldier whose condition has suddenly worsened, and the medical staff is at a loss. We need your assistance. The medical team at the camp consisted of highly skilled individuals, so the fact that they were unable to manage the situation underscored its severity. Tsunade turned to leave, calling out, I apologize, but the injured require immediate attention. I must attend to them now, and we shall continue our conversation later. Naruto smiled wryly, noting that such a fortuitous moment had been interrupted. However, the welfare of the injured took precedence. Just then, his stomach growled. Having just eaten, he felt hungry again. Well, I suppose I can grab another meal while I wait, he thought. Congratulations, host. You have successfully repelled the forces of Tsunade. As a result of your alliance with Konoha, the reward has been reduced. Reward, Material Knowledge Level 1. The system's voice chimed suddenly. Naruto felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Why is the reward being issued only now? Shouldn't it have been granted upon defeating the enemy? Responding to the host's query, this battle was originally unrelated to the land of whirlpools. It was your decision to involve yourself, the system replied. So, something seems amiss. How could there be a reward if it's not connected to the land of whirlpools? Originally, it was unrelated. However, since you intend to marry Tsunade, she is now considered your fiancée, thus partially affiliated with the land of whirlpools. Is it truly possible for this to count? If I were to have 100 fiancés, couldn't I just rack up rewards? He laughed aloud. Be cautious of exploiting bugs, or you risk being banned, came the system's warning. Suddenly, clarity struck him. He was grateful for the system's reminders, or he would have been in trouble. Accepting the system's reward information, he felt his mind grow heavy as the knowledge transferred. It was merely Material Knowledge Level 1. Yet his head felt even more burdened than before. As he organized the newfound knowledge in his mind, he realized it encompassed not just materials, but also design, manufacturing, and process optimization, far more extensive than the previous puppet technique Level 1. Vortex Victory, panting heavily, meticulously delved into the knowledge at hand. The more he studied, the more he grasped the complexities involved. However, this time he felt a sense of fulfillment, a smile gracing his face. Upon returning, he found that the previously impossible task of creating a new type of weapon had been resolved by Material 1. Yet, feeling unwell, he decided to return to his tent for a rest. Lying on his bed, he tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. His mind was burdened with thoughts. Upon his return to the land of Vortex, Tsunade would continue to fight on the front lines. He recalled the newfound knowledge of materials he had acquired. He attempted to craft a bulletproof vest for Tsunade, primarily using high-performance textile fibers. These fibers possessed energy absorption capabilities far superior to other materials. Furthermore, they exhibited remarkable softness, allowing for freedom of movement without hindrance. The vest he fashioned for ninjas bore no visible difference from others, effectively concealing its defensive capabilities. Should he wish to enhance its defensive qualities further, he could layer silicon carbide over the vest, while special steel could also be an alternative. The bloodline limit of the third Kazakage effectively countered steel, necessitating the use of silicon carbide. Fortunately, with the material knowledge he wielded, he could create both options, as their defensive properties were nearly indistinguishable. Wearing the bulletproof ninja vest would provide effective defense against penetrating injuries inflicted by shurikens and kunai. The bulletproof ninja vest was not only a shield against weaponry, but also against ninjutsu, depending on the power of the technique. Lesser techniques could be entirely defended against, while more potent ones would have their damage mitigated. With the dual-layered protection coupled with Tsunade's agile prowess, he was confident it would guard against most dangers. Additionally, as Tsunade was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she enjoyed the protection of Konohagakure, providing an extra layer of security. Thus, he could return to the land of Vortex with peace of mind. Vortex Victory surveyed the rudimentary camp. Crafting a competent bulletproof vest in such an environment seemed an insurmountable challenge. Fortunately, he had instructed Vortex Sasuke to prepare a makeshift backup laboratory in the land of Vortex. Now was the opportune moment to utilize it, as he directed his troops to retrieve the colossal sealing scroll prepared on the truck. With a swift motion, he pressed the scroll to the ground, forming hand seals before placing his hands upon the sealing characters inscribed on the scroll. The sealing scroll activated, and a series of experimental devices were summoned and laid out before him. Examining the equipment closely, he felt a wave of relief wash over him as he confirmed that the supplies prepared by Vortex Sasuke were sufficient for crafting his bulletproof vest. It appeared unnecessary to return to the land of Vortex for production. He could save ample time by manufacturing it here. As night fell, it was time to commence the creation of the bulletproof vest. Vortex Victory turned to the captain on the mountain, instructing, "Please arrange for guards around the laboratory. I require solitude to manufacture some items without disturbance." "Yes, Lord Vortex, we will ensure the task is completed," the captain replied. Vortex Victory attentively operated the equipment before him. Meanwhile, Tsunade emerged from tending to the injured, noticing the newly erected structure and the Vortex ninjas providing perimeter security. It struck her as odd that a house had appeared while she had been occupied with the wounded. Gazing at it for a moment, the captain addressed her, "Lady Tsunade, This building is a laboratory summoned by Lord Vortex using a sealing scroll. It seems he is conducting an important experiment, and we have been ordered to guard the vicinity. Then Vortex Victory must have something significant underway, Tsunade remarked, waving her hand dismissively. I shall not disturb you. I am quite fatigued after treating the injured. So I will retire. Please inform Lord Vortex when he emerges. With that, Tsunade made her way to her tent to rest. After a busy night, Vortex Victory admired the bulletproof ninja vest he had crafted, growing increasingly fond of it. The vest incorporated his chakra capacitor, linking it to the silicon carbide, upon which he had inscribed sealing technique runes. When attacked, the chakra capacitor would activate automatically, providing a basic defense against chakra-infused attacks. With such formidable defensive capabilities, he anticipated a significant enhancement in his strength once equipped in the land of Vortex. However, he intended to present it to Tsunade first to gauge its suitability. Steeling himself, he stepped outside. His expression grew serious as he noticed that the Konoha ninja had vanished from the camp during his time in the laboratory. Lord Vortex, the Konoha ninjas received orders this morning to proceed to the northern camp for a large-scale assembly. Tsunade left a letter for you, the captain informed him. Upon hearing this, Vortex Victory breathed a sigh of relief. As long as no mishaps had occurred, he accepted the letter from the captain but chose not to open it. Placing it in his pocket, Captain, please begin dismantling the camp. I wish to catch up with the Konoha ninjas before they venture too far and deliver a few items. I will return to the land of Vortex thereafter. Understood. I will ensure the task is completed, the captain responded. Vortex Victory retrieved the sealing scroll from his pocket, remotely activating the hive of black bee drones on the truck. They all took flight, dispersing to scout the direction the Konoha ninjas had taken. The black bee drones ascended, surveying from various angles until they finally spotted the Konoha ninja formation. There they are, 2 o'clock to the north. Increase speed. We must return shortly to lead the convoy away. With his body under control, he relaxed his upper body muscles while doubling the strength in his legs and enhancing chakra control therein. Utilizing the body flicker technique, Vortex Victory surged forward, his chakra surging like a tailed beast, propelling him at high speed. The towering trees of the forest posed no obstruction as he quickly caught sight of the Konoha team. A perceptive ninja at the rear sensed a massive chakra approaching rapidly and shouted in alarm, "Be on guard. Everyone, prepare yourselves. There is a tremendous chakra nearing the squad." Cold sweat broke out as panic swept through the ranks. That massive chakra, could it be a tailed beast? The scene erupted into chaos as Orochimaru, Tsunade, and several jonin stood alert, sensing the overwhelming chakra approaching with grave expressions. Just then, Vortex Victory leaped out from the forest. Addressing the line of Konoha ninjas with a sheepish grin, "My apologies. I merely came to find Tsunade. There's no need for you all to stand on guard for me." The Konoha ninjas collectively exhaled in relief, exchanging glances and casting sidelong looks at the sensing ninja. Didn't you realize how frightening the tailed beast is? Next time, just be more vigilant and refrain from making such comparisons. The sensing ninja felt a wave of frustration wash over him, his expression one of exasperation as they continued their journey. Vortex Victory, puzzled, turned to Tsunade, presenting her with the crafted bulletproof vest. This vest, designed for you while you were tending to the injured, mimics the style of the Konoha ninja vests, albeit constructed from entirely different materials. Tsunade took the bulletproof ninja vest, reflecting on the laboratory she had seen after treating the injured. It was likely created during that time. The bulletproof vest proved effective against the sand shinobi, who often coated their shurikens and kunai with poison, rendering them incapable of piercing through. The toxins were ineffective as well, and it contained chakra capacitors developed by the land of whirlpools, allowing for chakra recharging. It was connected to runes embedded in the outer layer of silicon carbide, providing basic protection against chakra-enhanced attacks. Uzumaki Victorious explained the vest to Tsunade, who joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you. I truly appreciate your gift." Uzumaki Victorious then produced a letter from his arms and handed it to her. "I haven't read this yet. Please tell me in person." Tsunade's face instantly flushed red as she snatched the letter, exclaiming, "Fool." She turned and walked away, adding, "I'll tell you next time we meet." Uzumaki Victorious, perplexed by her meaning, could only turn back and return to the convoy of the land of whirlpools. Chapter 74. Journey to the capital of the land of fire. At this moment, in the land of whirlpools, within the newly built mansion of the daimyo, Uzumaki Ashina was studying the intelligence in his hands. It was merely a delivery to the Leaf Village, yet it had escalated into a conflict with the Sand Village. Rubbing his temples, he felt a headache coming on. The 5 great ninja villages had already engaged with 3 of them. Would they soon clash with the Land of Earth as well? Regaining his composure, he addressed his subordinates, instructing them to maximize the operational efficiency of the border hive black-bee drones without conserving resources. We have just clashed with the Sand Village. We must be cautious of their retaliation. Arrange it immediately, Lord First Hokage, a Chunin reported as he exited the conference room. Elder Akira, standing nearby, commented, "This trip to the Leaf Village has yielded significant gains. We can now send an engineering team to install communication towers there." At this, Uzumaki Ashina nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the silver lining amidst the challenges. Once the communication towers were completed, selling sealed scroll mobile phones in the Leaf Village would swiftly alleviate the financial pressures brought by the immigration from the Land of Whirlpools. Uzumaki Ashina pondered aloud. However, where is that brat Uzumaki victorious? Hasn't the battle concluded yet? The intelligence indicated that the convoy had retreated from the southern front, suggesting there might have been some delays along the way. Elder Akira also appeared puzzled, noting that given the speed of the trucks, they should have reached the border of the Land of Whirlpools by now. Meanwhile, the captain of the mountain team was directing his troops to pack up and load the trucks. A cheerful Uzumaki victorious was using the body flicker technique to catch up and soon return to the convoy. Lord Hokage, all the luggage has been packed, the captain reported. Uzumaki victorious, having confirmed that nothing was amiss, replied, "Good, everyone get on board. We are heading back to the Land of Whirlpools." The convoy, laden with supplies from the Land of Whirlpools, was now empty, indicating that all materials had been transferred to the front lines of the Leaf. However, the wealth acquired could purchase several times the supplies from the Land of Fire. As the convoy set off slowly, the Black Bee Drone Command Center reported, "Lord Hokage, the Sand Shinobi camp has begun to retreat as well. According to the Black Bee Drone's observations, they are heading north." Uzumaki victorious contemplated for a moment. With both the Leaf Village and the Sand Village gathering in the north, a significant battle seemed inevitable. However, it was also possible that both sides would assemble and maintain a stalemate, which could be advantageous for the Land of Whirlpools amid the chaos in the ninja world. Since the Sand Shinobi had distanced themselves from their convoy, the Black Bee drones were ordered to return to the convoy for vigilance, ensuring safety once they entered the heart of the Land of Fire. Glancing at the map, it suddenly occurred to him that since the trucks were empty, they would conveniently pass through the capital of the Land of Fire on their return. The capital of the Land of Fire, the most resource-rich place in the world, was where the supplies needed by the Land of Whirlpools could be procured. All drivers, listen up. We will first head to the capital of the Land of Fire for a procurement, Uzumaki victorious announced. The troops of the Land of Whirlpools were filled with excitement at the prospect of visiting the capital of the Land of Fire. "I've never been to the capital. I can finally take a look around. I want to relax properly. After all, it's the capital of the Land of Fire." The convoy from the Land of Whirlpools sped along, calculating that they would reach the capital soon. In the Grand Hall, a monk suddenly appeared before the daimyo, bowing and saying, "My lord, the second Hokage of the Land of Whirlpools is approaching the daimyo castle with his convoy." The speaker was a representative of the Fire Temple, sent to protect the daimyo of the Land of Fire as one of the 12 guardians of the ninja. The daimyo, seated at the highest point in the hall, pondered for a moment before slowly responding, "Uzumaki? I recall now. He is the son of the daimyo of the Land of Whirlpools." Realizing he was the son of the daimyo, he understood the importance of maintaining proper etiquette and instructed, "You may make the necessary arrangements." After speaking, the daimyo yawned and stood up to take a rest. The monk, standing guard, had evidently grown accustomed to the character of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The courtiers kneeling on the ground spoke in unison, "We bid farewell to your lordship." The daimyo before them was the leader of the Land of Fire, wielding the highest administrative and military authority. The power of the daimyo was not merely symbolic. He could directly appoint the Hokage of the Leaf Village, and the selection of the Hokage required the daimyo's consent. The finances of the Leaf Village were also provided by the mansion of the daimyo, meaning the supplies from the Land of Whirlpools were essentially purchases made through the daimyo. As the convoy of the Land of Whirlpools approached the capital of the Land of Fire, neatly dressed soldiers were already waiting ahead. Uncertain of the situation, the ninja from the Land of Whirlpools disembarked to observe the soldiers before them. One ninja stepped forward, clearly displaying a waistband with the character for fire. and Uzumaki Victorious instantly recognized them as the personal independent unit of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the 12 Guardians of the Ninja, composed of 12 elite shinobi. It seemed the daimyo of the Land of Fire was aware that they were part of the convoy from the Land of Whirlpools. The attitude of the opposing side would be revealing. Dragon Horse Guardian Ninja, we greet you, Lord Hokage. The daimyo has been informed of your arrival and has prepared a banquet in your honor, said one of the Dragon Horse Guardians. Surprised that their journey to the capital of the Land of Whirlpools had attracted the attention of the daimyo, Uzumaki Victorious expressed his gratitude with some polite words. The other ninjas from the Land of Whirlpools felt a surge of joy at this news. With the battle concluded, a feast awaited them. The arrangements made by the daimyo of the Land of Fire were quite to his liking. Uzumaki Victorious climbed onto the carriage arranged by the Dragon Horse Guardians, while the convoy moved slowly behind. Looking out of the window, he was struck by the sight of numerous tall buildings. The scale of the Leaf Village could not possibly compare to that of the capital of the Land of Fire. It appeared that the technology of the capital was far superior to that of the Leaf. However, this was understandable, as the daimyo managed the entire Land of Fire. The Leaf Village merely governed its own territory, with resources that could not begin to compare, while other nations were embroiled in war. The Land of Fire was profiting from the chaos. Carriages laden with goods were moving in and out of the grand gates. The technological talents and wealthy merchants had no space to thrive in the 5 great countries. Clearly, the capital of the Land of Fire had attracted most of the affluent individuals and talents. Fortunately, the implementation of immigration policies has been undertaken. Otherwise, the country of the Whirlpools, relying on its own policy guidance for development, would inevitably lag behind the capital of the Fire Nation due to a lack of sufficient talent. As the carriage arrived at the heart of the capital, a resplendent palace, the Dame's Hall, came into view. The Dame has ruled over the Fire Nation for nearly a millennium, and the palace before us is merely the tip of the iceberg of the Dame's wealth. Chapter 75. The Dame of the Fire Nation, the mysterious figure the Whirlwind Ninja was escorted to the outer hall for a meal. Whirlwind Victory was led alone to the Dame's banquet hall, which appeared even more magnificent, adorned with numerous golden artifacts. The Dame of the Fire Nation sat at the head of the table, gesturing for Whirlwind Victory to take a seat. The Dame of the Whirlpool Nation. I have met your father, Whirlwind Rumina, once. It was during the wedding of Whirlwind Mizuho and Senju Hashirama. How is Whirlwind Rumina's health now? It seems the Dame's invitation to this banquet is quite straightforward, likely due to his own status as the son of the Dame of the Whirlpool Nation. Or perhaps he views the other merely as a subordinate. My father is in excellent health. He can eat 3 bowls of rice in one sitting, Whirlwind Victory replied. Ha. Being able to eat is a good thing. Unlike myself, who is increasingly losing my appetite, the Dame joyfully remarked. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a translucent gray barrier rose around the banquet hall, enveloping it entirely. A figure emerged, shrouded in a mysterious aura, within the hall. How audacious! To dare offend the Dame, shouted the captain of the soldiers surrounding the intruder, as dozens of Fire Nation soldiers brandished their spears. It is merely a trivial barrier technique. I possess the unbounded sword, specifically designed to breach barriers, the mysterious figure declared. Upon hearing this, the soldiers' tension dissipated instantly. The captain's unbounded sword is known for its efficacy against defensive barriers. He raised the sword, enveloped it with wind chakra, and struck the gray barrier. A crisp sound echoed as the sword shattered upon impact, leaving the captain dumbfounded. The barrier, unlike the ones utilized by the Whirlpool clan, contained a peculiar energy that fortified its resilience against the unbounded sword. Despite the soldiers surrounding the mysterious figure, their spears thrust forward but were met with a dazzling display of golden chakra fists that emerged from behind the figure. In an instant, the soldiers were knocked to the ground, while the ministers of the Fire Nation dove under the dining table to evade the mysterious figure's assault. The Dame, seated at the head of the table, gazed at the intruder. The mysterious figure unveiled his mask, revealing a face identical to that of the Dame. Gasps erupted from the ministers, incredulity etched across their faces. How can there be someone with the Dame's visage? This is simply unfathomable. Could he be the Dame's twin brother? Yet, I have never heard of the Dame having a sibling. The mysterious figure smiled faintly, addressing the assembly. What do you think of my face? Does it resemble our Dame? He continued. I have come to usurp the position of our Dame. Those who support me shall be spared from meeting the King of Hell. Upon hearing this, the ministers exchanged glances, pondering the audacity of the figure. One minister, undaunted, stepped forward, declaring, "Do not indulge in such daydreams. We shall not yield." "Very well, I admire your spirit," the mysterious figure responded, and suddenly, dozens of golden chakra fists materialized behind him, launching forward with ferocity. Witnessing this, Whirlwind Victory activated his body control, muscles swelling as his chakra surged, enveloping his hands. In a flash, he executed the body flicker technique, positioning himself before the ministers, forming an impenetrable wall of chakra to block the incoming golden fists. The mysterious figure, taken aback by Whirlwind Victory's sudden appearance, remarked, "Whirlpool Nation's Yondaime. Is the Whirlpool Nation truly determined to intervene in this matter?" The ministers, realizing the gravity of the situation, urged, "Yondaime, we must not allow this villain to escape. If you act, we shall reward you handsomely. Rest assured, since this scoundrel has appeared before me, I will not allow him to harm anyone here," Whirlwind Victory asserted. Motivated by his own rationale, the figure had revealed his face, and it was imperative to ensure the safety of those present. Stepping forward could also garner favor from the assembly. Such insolence. "Let me witness the strength of the Yondaime," the mysterious figure proclaimed, as the golden chakra fists transformed into a crimson hue, launching toward the target. Whirlwind Victory attempted to block with his palms, but the speed of the attacks accelerated. One fist struck him directly. With a resounding thud, he was sent flying backward, crashing onto a table laden with delicacies, scattering food everywhere. Rising from the ground, he rubbed the spot where he was hit, acknowledging the formidable weight of the figure's chakra fists. The mysterious figure observed as Whirlwind Victory regained his footing, impressed by his resilience. Indeed, the Yondaime of the Whirlpool Nation possesses formidable strength, worthy of his title. The mysterious figure leaped toward the barrier's edge, announcing, "Dame, your life shall be spared for now, but next time, there will be no shadow guards to protect you." In an instant, the barrier dissipated, and smoke bombs filled the hall. Seeing this, Whirlwind Victory formed hand seals, employing the Kagura Mind's Eye technique to sense the fugitive's escape route. However, it appeared that the barrier's influence hampered his sensory technique, limiting its range to mere meters. It was evident that the mysterious figure had prepared meticulously. Had he not fortuitously been present, the dame would have been left defenseless. As the barrier dissolved, the monk from the empty realm rushed in, approaching the dame. "I sincerely apologize for failing to apprehend the fleeing figure." The dame, stifling a yawn, mustered his energy and clapped his hands, addressing Whirlwind Victory. "You have truly worked hard. I never anticipated that a banquet would be disrupted by such chaos. Please, voice any requests you may have. I am grateful for your assistance. My Lord Dame, I have come to engage in business, and I hope you will permit the Whirlpool Nation to undertake infrastructure projects within the capital of the Fire Nation." Whirlwind Victory proposed after a moment's reflection, noting that communication towers would require parcels of land, necessitating the dame's approval. Furthermore, this could serve as a defense against the encroachment of the nobility of the Fire Nation. "Very well, Minister Kiro. Allocate a piece of land in the Fire City to Whirlwind Victory as a base for the Whirlpool Nation, so that he has a place to rest upon his next visit." "I am weary," the dame remarked. "You may deliberate on how to deal with the mysterious figure among yourselves." With that, he yawned and retired to rest. Chapter 76. The identity of the mysterious figure revealed in the banquet hall, the ministers watched the dame depart. Once the shock of the assassination attempt subsided, one minister spoke up. "The monk Kong Ming, this matter must be entrusted to you, the guardians of the 12 shinobi. As the elite ninjas tasked with protecting the daimyo, you should be able to derive insights from the minutiae of daily life." The 12 shinobi of Ryoma, on the side, grew anxious. The daimyo had clearly instructed the monk Kong Ming to devise a solution. Why had the responsibility been thrust upon them? At present, they only recognized the assailant's face, which bore a striking resemblance to the daimyo's, with no further clues available. Was this not merely forcing the 12 shinobi of Ryoma to bear the blame? The minister's words were misguided. It was precisely because we are in constant attendance to the daimyo that we lack external information, which led to the attack. Should we not seek to absolve you of blame? Must we accept it ourselves? The minister rolled his eyes, insisting that you must undertake the mission. Kongming seized the opportunity to respond, stating, "Since the minister deems us suitable, we shall accept this task. Indeed, truly worthy of the monks of the Fire Temple. Far more responsible than others," the minister remarked, casting a glance at the 12 shinobi of Ryoma. Their faces flushed with indignation at Kongming's words. surveying the surroundings. One of them devised a plan. The shadow of the whirlpool country had saved the daimyo. With his assistance, even failure would provide a chance for reprieve. He quickly spoke up. Lord Whirlpool, we are greatly indebted to your presence. Currently, Konoha is engaged in war with Tsunade, leading to a shortage of manpower. May I request your assistance in investigating the assailant? A generous reward shall await you. No problem. I have already gathered some clues regarding the mysterious individual, replied Whirlpool Victory. That is splendid news. We shall rely on you, the minister expressed, elated. Hearing of the clues, the 12 shinobi of Ryoma chimed in, as expected of Lord Whirlpool, to uncover leads concerning the mysterious figure. Do share, and we shall deliberate together. It is merely a concept. I shall inform everyone once I have clarified my thoughts. Whirlpool Victory dismissed with a wave of his hand. The 12 shinobi of Ryoma, instantly disheartened, realized they had only gleaned trivial clues, not enough to articulate further examples. It seemed they were destined to carry the blame this time. What misfortune! No, we must disrupt the situation. The daimyo was attacked during the banquet. Everyone present is a suspect. One of them asserted. The minister, alarmed, shouted, that is preposterous. Do not cast baseless accusations. Our loyalty to the daimyo is unwavering, as the heavens can attest. Instantly, the banquet hall descended into chaos. Observing the heated debate, Kongming interjected, everyone, please quiet down. We will conduct individual investigations. We will ascertain whether an assassination took place. For now, please disperse. After his words, the attendees left the banquet hall in a huff, unwilling to concede. Kongming approached, saying, I just heard about the clues regarding the assassination. My thoughts are still not clear. Allow me to serve as your guide in the capital of the Land of Fire. To help you reflect. After a moment of contemplation, Whirlpool Victory replied, Then I shall entrust this task to you, Kongming. They exited the banquet hall together. Outside, news of the daimyo's assassination began to spread wildly. Have you heard? The daimyo has been attacked. It seems the daimyo's brother has returned seeking revenge. Where was Konoha when the daimyo was assaulted? We must form our own ninja coalition. As Whirlpool Victory strolled through the streets, he listened to the discussions surrounding the attack. How could news spread so swiftly? It had barely been a short while since the incident, and already it had become the talk of the capital. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, a figure standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, was not immune to such peril. Kongming, where do you suggest we search for clues? He inquired. Let us seek a tranquil place where I can ponder deeply, Whirlpool Victory replied. They soon arrived at an empty martial arts training ground. How did you deduce that I was the one who orchestrated the attack? Kongming asked, standing at the center of the training ground, fixedly gazing at Whirlpool Victory. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, I possess considerable expertise in sealing techniques. The barrier technique activated in the banquet hall contained a unique energy, making it formidable to breach. I suspect this energy is Sage Chakra. Am I correct? Only the Sage clan of the Fire Temple possesses the ability to wield it, Whirlpool Victory asserted, his gaze unwavering. Clap, clap, clap. Regardless of the angle, I remain entirely innocent. I never anticipated that the renowned sealing techniques of the Uzumaki would manifest at the scene of my assassination. How ironic, without anyone's reminder. I would never have realized it. Kongming smiled. Sage Chakra has only been utilized by the first Hokage and the Fire Temple in recent decades. You are indeed well informed. The sealing iron wall, a unique sealing barrier technique of the Fire Temple, can only be activated through the massive stone statues crafted by them. When constructing the daimyo's palace, the Fire Temple established numerous giant statues under the pretext of safeguarding the daimyo, employing Sage Chakra to protect the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Whirlpool Victory, filled with confusion, remarked, as a monk of the Fire Temple, there is no benefit in assassinating the daimyo. I cannot comprehend why a monk would undertake such an act. Kongming nodded in agreement. Indeed, I too find it perplexing why I would resort to such methods. Perhaps there were no alternatives. The daimyo is the legitimate authority of the Land of Fire. The Hokage of Konoha need not exist. My intention was to exploit the manpower shortage during the conflict between Konoha and Tsunade to make the daimyo realize who could truly protect him, eliminate Konoha, and establish a national army. Upon hearing this explanation, Whirlpool Victory was left speechless. The commotion was merely to dismantle Konoha. In this world, strength is paramount, surely. Kongming must be aware of this. Then, Kongming, why did you fabricate a face identical to the daimyo's? Whirlpool Victory queried. At this, Kongming grew irate, responding, this was Of course, a meticulous preparation for the assassination of the daimyo. An attack executed by someone bearing an identical visage would undoubtedly compel the daimyo to bolster the military presence within the capital. Chapter 77. The Sage Clan's Prodigy. Sage Chakra in the training ground. Kongming did not deny his own intentions. His reasoning was sound, yet the daimyo had proven inept. The excuse to confront Konoha was entirely in his hands. Sighing, he lamented, "I never imagined the daimyo would remain so unperturbed," yawning as he exited the banquet hall. "Leaving the matter to me. Whirlpool, this situation has nothing to do with you. Allow me to perform a sealing technique to prevent any leaks." It seemed futile to reason further. A confrontation was inevitable. As Whirlpool Victory strode toward the arena of the training ground, he declared, "To maintain my concealed identity. I had hidden half of my strength during the banquet." Kongming glared at him. "Let me show you the prowess of the Fire Temple's Sage Clan." With that, he formed hand seals. The scene of the thousand-handed cannon was starkly different from that in the banquet hall. Golden chakra manifested, hovering behind the Monk of Clarity, forming an array of countless golden chakra fists aimed at the adversary. With the activation of body manipulation, the power of chakra control doubled as both hands formed seals. The sealing technique, the diamond chains, erupted from the monk's back as 5 chains emerged. Upon witnessing the barrage of golden chakra fists relentlessly assaulting him, it became evident that the opponent had indeed withheld their strength during their previous encounter. The diamond chains were brandished to defend against the onslaught. With a serious demeanor, the monk realized the sheer volume of chakra the opponent possessed, resulting in a stalemate that yielded no breakthroughs. It seemed necessary to breach the barrier formed by the golden chakra fists. The speed of the opponent's punches was astounding. Their destructive potential diminished considerably. Forming seals with both hands, he executed the Earth Release, Rock Fist technique, condensing chakra so that the Earth's clay solidified into a rock fist. With the colossal rock fist raised, he leapt into the air, delivering a powerful strike towards the Monk of Clarity. The collision between the golden chakra fists and the rock fist resulted in mere fragments scattering, failing to halt the rock fist's advance. The monk, enraged, exclaimed in disbelief that his fist could not shatter the stone. He formed seals once more, invoking the fierce diamond. In response to the threat posed by the rock fist, the thousand-handed cannon transformed into an enraged king, and the golden chakra fists morphed into crimson ones. The potency surged, and under the assault of the red chakra fists, the rock fist gradually disintegrated. The massive rock fist shattered into pieces, sending dust into the air and obscuring vision. Finally, it was obliterated. "I warned you not to oppose me, Lord Uzumaki," the monk declared as he retracted his chakra mode, gazing ahead. However, as the dust settled, the figure of Uzumaki Victory remained unseen, prompting a sense of foreboding. He attempted to form seals again. The sealing technique, the diamond chains, manifested as 5 golden chains plunged into the ground nearby. As the monk sought to perform a jutsu, the chains emerged from the earth, binding him securely. Gathering all his chakra, he endeavored to break free from the chain's grasp. "Damn it," he cursed, unleashing Sage Chakra, causing the diamond chains to tremble precariously. With the 5-element sealing technique, chakra concentrated in his 5 fingers, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, each representing a different elemental chakra burst forth, directly pressing against the Monk of Clarity. Seal. With that command, the chakra enveloping the monk began to dissipate, leaving him weak and collapsing to the ground. Struggling to gather his chakra, he realized the futility of his efforts against Uzumaki's relentless sealing. Uzumaki Victory observed from a distance, "At this moment, you will not escape the seals." Upon hearing this, the monk surrendered to his fate, lying back down and gazing at the sun in the sky. "I have utterly failed, indeed. You are the lord of the land of whirlpools. I wonder, however, how powerful the Hokage of the Leaf is. My thoughts appear naive." With a thud, the diamond chains vanished, and with the 5-element seal in effect, there was no need for binding. "I have failed. Do as you wish with me," the monk remarked, slowly rising to his feet. "Truth be told, I hold no interest in your plans to overthrow the Hidden Leaf Village. Had it not been for your appearance, I would not have consented to assist the 12 warriors of Malin." Uzumaki Victory replied leisurely, "Rest assured, I will have the Sage Chakra training methods for you by tomorrow. How will you complete the task assigned by the daimyo?" He continued as they approached the inn arranged by the daimyo. "I had planned this assassination meticulously, preparing contingencies. Tomorrow, everything will return to normal." Then, Lord Uzumaki, I bid you farewell until tomorrow, the monk said before turning to leave. Uzumaki Victory watched as the monk departed before returning to the inn. Approaching the monk, a figure adorned with the emblem of fire, a guardian of the 12 warriors, bowed and inquired, "My lord, today's assassination attempt had numerous complications. Shall we conduct another soon?" The 12 warriors of the north acknowledged their shortcomings, asserting that their strength had not sufficed to uphold their convictions. "The Leaf's ninja are formidable. We must deliberate further." Realizing that the monk had abandoned his plans, the 12 warriors urged, "We have not failed. Just because we cannot succeed now does not mean we will not in the future. Our generation may lack strength, but we shall wait for the next." With that, they departed. Returning to his room, the monk retrieved the sage chakra training methods and murmured, "The road ahead is still long." Chapter 78. Bidding farewell to the daimyo. Training in sage chakra. The culprit has been apprehended, and our convoy from the land of whirlpools shall return home, Uzumaki Victory announced. The monk of clarity had found a scapegoat, extricating himself entirely from the assassination plot. It remained uncertain whether he would attempt such a scheme again. However, by then, he would have returned to the land of whirlpools, merely an observer. Truly, the next generation of the land of whirlpools is impressive, capturing the perpetrator the very next day. "We welcome you to visit again," the daimyo of the land of fire remarked, watching a performance of song and dance, as the farewell banquet hosted by the daimyo concluded. The monk approached discreetly and spoke softly, "Lord Uzumaki, I have acted according to your instructions. May I have the seals on me lifted? I wish for my convoy to avoid any difficulties in the capital of the land of fire. Once we exit the city gates, the seals will naturally be undone." Uzumaki Victory accepted the sage chakra training methods, examining them thoroughly, and replied, "Rest assured, the land of whirlpools holds no interest in the affairs of the land of fire." The monk responded solemnly, "I hope that Lord Uzumaki will honor his promise. Fear not, the land of whirlpools is indifferent to the matters of the land of fire." Uzumaki Victory replied, tucking away the training methods before departing. This battle could be regarded as a significant gain. The officials fulfilled their promises, presenting a generous gift of 10 million ryo, marking a considerable profit. The most crucial aspect lies in the cultivation method of sage chakra. Mastering it would undoubtedly place one among the top ranks in the current ninja world, if not at the pinnacle of power. Upon arriving at the Vortex Nation's convoy, the truck brimmed with an abundance of supplies, showcasing the fruitful expedition to the capital of the Fire Nation. Homeward bound, Vortex Victory responded to the eager anticipation of everyone. For the Vortex Ninjas, the long journey and the battle with the sand-hidden village evoked memories of their homeland. "Yes, Lord Vortex Shadow." The crowd erupted in excitement as the driver took the helm, smoothly navigating out of the capital of the Fire Nation. As the convoy exited the city, the seals on the Monk of Clarity dissipated, allowing his anxious heart to finally find solace. Upon reaching the Lord's palace, he addressed the daimyo of the Fire Nation. "Your Excellency, my knowledge is insufficient. I humbly request to resign and return to the Fire Temple." The daimyo glanced at his 12 guards and replied, "Granted. The Fire Temple may appoint another in your stead." Following this, the performance continued even after the banquet had concluded. Perhaps weary of the spectacle, the daimyo stifled a yawn, signaling the monk to withdraw. Emerging from the palace, the monk gazed at the sun above. Realizing his own inadequacies, he resolved to nurture the next generation. If they faltered, he would guide the subsequent one. The Fire Nation did not require the Leaf Village. It could stand as its own entity. The convoy sped forth as it exited the city gates. Regrettably, Sand Ninjas had infiltrated the Fire Nation, deploying Black Bee drones for reconnaissance. Numerous traps set by the Sand Ninjas were detected, necessitating a detour that would prolong their journey by several days. During this delay, Vortex Victory delved into the methods of cultivating sage chakra, discovering that only those with innate talent could harness it, lest they be assimilated by the sage chakra itself, an assimilation akin to the petrification experienced by those who trained in the sage arts of Mayaboka Mountain. It became evident that mastering sage chakra required one to first control the sage chakra within. This presented a formidable challenge, one that demanded external assistance. Mayaboku Mountain possessed a tool capable of dispelling the internal sage chakra, preventing petrification. Lacking such an artifact in the Fire Temple, he could only pass down the knowledge to those with the requisite talent. However, he remained undeterred, for he wielded sealing techniques. He was confident in his ability to devise a method to control Sage Chakra. Thus, he resolved to adapt the sealing technique used to contain the Nine Tails. Seated in the truck's command center, he disrobed and scattered ink upon the floor, forming hand seals. The earth release technique, originally designed to manipulate the ground, was now repurposed to control the ink spread across the floor. The ink began to writhe, ascending to cover Vortex Victory's body, gradually inscribing runes upon him. As he envisioned the sealing technique, he formed the seals for the 8 trigram seal. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through him as the modified seal converged at his dantian, revealing the 8 trigram seal upon his abdomen. Cold sweat broke out, and he gasped for air as the runes on his belly began to fade. The difficulty of this endeavor was unexpected. Fortunately, the sealing technique had been successfully executed. The next step was to extract Sage Chakra. Ordinary chakra is a balance of physical and mental energy, while Sage Chakra is derived from the natural energy surrounding one. It requires a harmonious blend of these 3 forces. The most significant challenge ahead was to draw in natural energy, as outlined in the Sage Chakra cultivation method. Through meditation, he sought to amplify his mental energy and attune to the surrounding natural energy. As a member of the Vortex clan, his abundant vitality afforded him a vast reservoir of chakra and formidable mental strength. Perhaps, the innate talent for sage arts also stemmed from this immense mental power that governs the assimilation of natural energy. Next, he turned to the meditation practices of the Fire Temple, aiming to refine his mental energy to draw nearer to the natural chakra. Carefully observing the dynamics of the natural energy, settling into a meditative pose, Vortex Victory embarked on his introspective journey. As time passed, orbs of natural energy began to materialize around him. 5 hues of natural energy appeared before his eyes, and he guided them with his mental prowess. One by one, these energies entered his body, their numbers steadily increasing as he focused intently on maintaining balance within his chakra. Before long, an overwhelming surge of natural energy caused his body to stiffen, leading to partial petrification. The 8 trigram seal activated automatically, expelling the excess natural energy. Vortex Victory broke into a cold sweat, relieved that his self-developed sealing technique had averted disaster. Otherwise, he would have become a mere statue, discovered in the command center. Nevertheless, the successful absorption of natural energy sparked many insights. He realized that repeated practice was essential to enhance his proficiency. In conclusion, he resolved to master Sage Chakra. The convoy approached the borders of the Vortex Nation. The Vortex ninjas aboard the truck beheld the familiar landscape before them. After several days of delays, they had finally returned to their homeland. The tension that had gripped them during the journey gradually dissipated. At the border, the Black Bee drones had been strategically positioned. As their energy reserves dwindled, they returned to their hive to recharge. Chapter 79, Sage Mode. The contest begins. The Black Bee drones commence their rotations, each one replenishing its energy within the hive before soaring into the sky for comprehensive surveillance. In the border monitoring room, the Vortex Nation's daimyo surveillance team promptly contacted Captain Nakata via his sealing scroll phone. Captain Nakata, the Black Bee drones indicate that the convoy heading to the Leaf Village has returned to the border and is making its way into the Vortex City. Understood. Please scrutinize the travel records and report any anomalies immediately, Captain Nakata instructed. Captain Nakata, we've received intel, he reported. The convoy of the second Vortex Shadow has finally returned. The first Vortex Shadow, communicating through the sealing scroll phone, urged, carefully observe the border situation and ensure prompt reporting of any developments. The first Vortex Shadow's tone was tinged with urgency, which was understandable given that the journey, originally planned for 1 week, had now extended to 2. Meanwhile, in the Vortex Shadow's office, Vortex Ashina was mired in administrative duties, evident from the towering stack of documents cluttering his desk. A genin rushed in, exclaiming, "Report to the first Vortex Shadow. We have news from the border. The convoy of the second Vortex Shadow is en route to Vortex City." At this, he hastened his pace in processing the documents, but soon paused, gazing at the mountain of paperwork before him, muttering, "That brat has left me to handle the office, constantly buried in governance. This is the last of my responsibilities." With that, he exited, standing atop the high tower at the entrance of Vortex City, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the convoy. The route from the Vortex Nation's border to Vortex City had been expertly maintained, allowing the convoy to travel at maximum speed. Thanks to the numerous Vortex ninjas involved, As they approached Vortex City, the convoy was led by two formidable weasel tanks, majestically clearing the path for the trucks that followed. Leading the supplies procured from the capital of the Land of Fire, the convoy entered the military camp, culminating with the last two weasel tanks. Uzumaki Rumina leapt from the high tower and arrived at the adjacent military encampment. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from the command truck. Sensing this unique presence, Uzumaki Rumina instinctively retreated, adopting a defensive posture. Within the command room, Uzumaki Siri, after days of relentless extraction of natural energy, was now harnessing it. Controlling one's natural energy proved challenging. It was essential to balance it according to one's chakra in a precise 1-to-1 ratio. Upon achieving this equilibrium, Siri's chakra began to transform into Sage Chakra, a golden light enveloping him, revealing his newfound strength. His perception expanded, and the military camp materialized vividly in his mind. Without even utilizing the Kagura Shingon, his sensory abilities had already surged to remarkable heights. Sensing his father's presence outside, he pushed open the door and fixed his gaze upon him. Uzumaki Rumina was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe the overwhelming aura emanating from his son after merely a brief visit to Konoha. This aura felt vaguely familiar, and he stammered, "Senior. Sennin mode." Indeed, it was the Sage mode, the most significant gain from his journey to the Land of Fire. With his father's affirmation, Siri proudly declared that he had confirmed the Sage mode utilized by the first Hokage. There was no mistaking it. In his youth, he had encountered the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, whose formidable presence he would never forget. Steeling himself, Uzumaki Rumina remarked that the goal of this mission was indeed worthwhile. He was fortunate not to have intervened, or he would have missed the opportunity to learn Sage mode. With the troops occupied with logistics, he seized the moment for a spar. Feeling an overflow of power, he decided it was the perfect time to test his Sage mode. With that, Uzumaki Siri made his way to the arena. Uzumaki Sasuke, commanding the convoy, heard the conversation between the two and promptly rushed to the center of the arena, declaring himself the temporary referee. The two stood poised on the arena, signaling the commencement of the match. As the words left his mouth, Uzumaki Rumina immediately formed hand signs. Sealing technique, adamantine chains. For adamantine chains materialized from his back and swiftly surged forward. The chains pierced the ground, lifting him into the air, and he leaped down, his fists charged with chakra, aimed squarely at Siri's face. To his astonishment, the first Hokage unleashed a full frontal assault right from the start. Now it was for the second Hokage to respond, and Uzumaki Sasuke watched intently. Siri merely swayed to the right, effortlessly evading the incoming punch. Observing his fist miss its target, Uzumaki Rumina thought to himself that the onslaught was far from over. He was eager to see how many more blows could be avoided. The four adamantine chains transformed into long spears, relentlessly striking, while his fists continued to swing. Uzumaki Sasuke, wide-eyed, marveled at the spectacle before him. The first Hokage's attacks seemed to create afterimages, showcasing their incredible speed. Yet, even more astonishing was the second Hokage, who managed to dodge every rapid strike with ease. "Father, the Sage mode has granted me unprecedented enhancements. No attack can escape my perception. Do not waste your effort," Siri remarked with a relaxed expression. Uzumaki Rumina executed several leaps to create distance. The intensity of the exchanges had severely drained his stamina, and he was drenched in sweat. Close combat was futile. He decided to unleash a range attack with ninjutsu to see how his opponent would evade. Forming hand signs, he summoned Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Gathering a massive amount of chakra, a colossal fire dragon erupted from his mouth, engulfing the arena and hurtling towards Siri. Observing the gigantic fire dragon, Siri became serious and formed hand signs as well. Sage Art, Rock Fist Technique. Originally a technique of the Earth Release, it was now executed with Sage Chakra, wrapping his fists in golden rock. With a mighty swing, the rock fist collided with the fire dragon, shattering it into pieces, with remnants of flames cascading onto the arena's edge, continuing to burn. Exhausted from the extensive chakra expenditure to conjure such a massive fire dragon, Uzumaki Rumina acknowledged his physical state. Indeed, the Sage mode had its limits, and he was at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Siri reveled in the effects of Sage Chakra. His Sage mode not only amplified his physical prowess, but also enhanced his ninjutsu. Just as he began to appreciate the golden rock fist enveloping his own hands, the Sage mode automatically dissipated, causing the rock fist to crumble into debris. It seemed the duration of the Sage mode had expired, lasting a mere 3 minutes. Siri felt somewhat dissatisfied with the brevity of his Sage mode. Clearly, he needed to refine the sealing techniques to prolong the effects of Sage Chakra. The power of Sage mode was undeniably formidable, enhancing perception and strength exponentially. However, as the Sage mode faded, he returned to his original strength, and a sense of disparity washed over him. The formidable aura that had instilled trepidation had vanished. Uzumaki Rumina, stubbornly, spoke up. Why was the Sage mode cancelled? I still have the capacity to continue fighting. It's not my choice to end it. Sage mode can only be sustained for a limited duration. Further improvements are necessary for prolonged use. Siri responded with a hint of regret. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Rumina felt a resurgence of energy. Fortunately, he had not suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of his son. Otherwise, he would have lost face. How could this happen? If we continued, I would surely emerge victorious. Uzumaki Sasuke, observing the scene, recognized his father was beginning to boast again and quickly interjected. Since today was a test of Sage mode, and the time has elapsed, I hereby declare this match a draw. With the tension eased, Uzumaki Rumina regarded Sasuke with admiration, saying, Then let today as contest conclude. It's time to return home and rest well. Having just attained Sage mode, he was still in an exhilarating state, unaware that upon the match's conclusion, fatigue would soon envelop him. It was time to return home and recuperate his physical condition. Yet, seeing the Uzumaki ninjas still transporting supplies, he sighed inwardly. The conclusion of the match did not mean he could rest. There was still work to be done. Upon his return, he would need to head straight to the Isekai'd's office, for the match had caused a delay. However, considering the tasks he had missed during his absence, and knowing his father had assisted in handling affairs, he felt a sense of relief. As he opened the door to the Isekai'd's office, a mountain of documents lay on the desk, and his good mood evaporated instantly. He began the arduous task of addressing the paperwork, inquiring, Elder Akira, has there been any significant news from the Land of Waves recently? Lord Isekai'd, regarding major events. There has been intense conflict between the Cloud Village and the Rock Village at their borders, which could potentially lead to war. The ninja world was becoming increasingly chaotic. Yet the Land of Waves remained relatively stable. They had established a formidable reputation, deterring rogue ninjas from acting recklessly within their domain. The conflict between the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Rock Village caused a frown to crease the brow of Vortex Victory. It was as if the shackles were released from the Hidden Mist Village, allowing them to extend their reach against us. It seems I must devise a strategy to contend with the Hidden Mist Village. The population of the Land of Vortex has reached 200,000. Yet with the introduction of skilled labor and ongoing infrastructure development, the treasures of the Land of Moon are nearing depletion. It is quite unexpected that the development of the Land of Vortex would consume resources at such a rate, capable of exhausting the wealth accumulated over generations in the Land of Moon. Lord Vortex Shadow, comprehensive education has been initiated. All eligible individuals in the Land of Vortex are now enrolled in primary and secondary schools. The populace, skilled in various trades, has seen the most exceptional among them enter Vortex University for systematic study, with some graduates already contributing to the research center of the Land of Vortex. As the strength of the Land of Vortex increases, so too does its capacity to withstand dangers. After listening to the report, the sky gradually darkened. Observing the numerous documents yet to be addressed, I thought it best to defer them until tomorrow. A single day's delay would not result in calamity. After a long day, I am weary. Entering my long-absent home, I found it still clean and orderly, suggesting that someone has been diligently maintaining it. It appears my father has arranged for regular cleaning. This is fortuitous, allowing me to rest comfortably upon my return. Three Tails, nestled in the corner of its makeshift nest, slept peacefully, occasionally smiling as if lost in a delightful dream. The routine of eating and sleeping at home has made me feel somewhat heavier. I crouched down and affectionately ruffled Three Tails' head. Suddenly, Three Tails awoke, glaring at me with indignation. You return only to disturb my beautiful dreams, it exclaimed, attempting to bite the hand that dared to ruffle its fur. Rising, I smiled and replied, Do not be angry. After being away for so long, I simply missed you. Even if you speak sweetly, I shan't forgive you unless you treat me to a splendid meal, Three Tails retorted, still sulking. Very well, let us feast now, I declared. With a cheerful chime, the door swung open, revealing a feast that had been ordered on my way home, having neglected to eat earlier. seated at the dining table. Three Tails eagerly devoured bowl after bowl of delectable food. Watching it relish the meal, I was suddenly reminded that the Three Tails of the Hidden Mist Village remained in my home, making a conflict with the Hidden Mist Village seem unavoidable. Why do you stare so intently while I eat? If you do not partake, I shall finish it all. Three Tails called out, mouth full. Nothing is amiss. I was simply lost in thought. Now, let us eat, I replied, savoring my own sumptuous meal, closing my eyes in delight. Before I knew it, time slipped away amidst the enjoyment of the feast. After completing my evening routine, I lay down, contemplating the numerous official matters still awaiting my attention in the office, letting out a quiet sigh. Yet, rest is paramount. I shall address them tomorrow. As I settled in for the night, Three Tails energetically ran about the room, exercising to aid digestion after the feast. In the land of water, within the Hidden Mist Village, the Elder Council convened in the Marshal's Hall. The second Mizukage, Ghost Lantern Hanue, faced the repercussions of defeat against the Land of Vortex, resulting in a sharp decline in his standing. Many within the upper echelons were dissatisfied with the Mizukage's failure against a smaller nation, leading to significant losses for the Hidden Mist Village. In the wake of this defeat, the Land of Lightning began constructing large warships, delaying efforts to subdue the Land of Vortex. However, as tensions escalated between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth, the Hidden Mist Village found its capacity to act increasingly constrained. Following urgent preparations for war, the village rapidly trained a cadre of 1,000 combat-ready ninjas. As the Marshal, the de facto leader of the Hidden Mist Village following the second Mizukage's failure, gathered all senior members in the Marshal's Hall. He gestured to Ghost Lantern Hanue to address the assembly. Gathered ninjas of the Hidden Mist, Hanue began, his tone laced with reluctance. I have received a command from the Marshal to announce an important matter. I, the second Mizukage, Ghost Lantern Hanue, hereby resign, allowing you all to elect a new Mizukage. Upon his declaration, the hall erupted into animated discussion. How splendid! The failed Mizukage is unworthy of our leadership, exclaimed Leia, excitement bubbling within him. With the defeat of the Ghost Lantern clan, the 7 ninja tools have lost their grip on power. Now, with the tools in our hands, we can forge our own destinies. This decision birthed a new interest group within the Hidden Mist Village, comprised of many upper and middle ninjas fixated on the 7 ninja tools. United, the 7 ninja tools could pave the way for Leia to claim the position of Mizukage. Tongxiao Yeren, you must support my bid for the 3rd Mizukage. Leia insisted, his conviction evident. As my elder brother, once I ascend, I will ensure you are suitably rewarded and persuade the others of the 7 ninja tools to rally behind me. With a sense of pride, Leia believed he possessed the strength to vie for the position of 3rd Mizukage, eager to showcase his capabilities. The Marshal issued a command, and Leia boldly stepped forward, a smile gracing his features as he addressed the gathered elite of the Hidden Mist Village. The second Mizukage, Ghost Lantern Hanue, observed the candidates with mixed emotions. Having conferred with the Marshal regarding the diminishing prestige of the second Mizukage following his defeat, tensions within the village escalated. Many ninjas began to act out, no longer fearing the implications of vying for the Mizukage position. Should this continue, each future Mizukage would be met with disdain from the ninjas, leading to a fracturing of the Hidden Mist Village into numerous factions. Candidates stood upon the platform, each unwilling to yield to the others, creating chaos. Leia quietly urged the interest group of the 7 ninja tools, cast your votes for me, and the 7 ninja tools will be yours. Do not hesitate. At that moment, an unnamed figure ascended from the crowd, silencing the candidates instantly. Known for serving as the Mizukage's protector during the reign of the first Mizukage, this individual's prowess was undeniable. The Marshal seemed to hold this figure in high regard, and Leia felt a sense of trepidation. The defeated ninjas of the Hidden Mist had been redeemed by this person. The Marshal stepped forth, acknowledging the figure's significant standing among the Hidden Mist, raising a hand to signal for silence. We shall now proceed with the voting. Whoever is elected as the 3rd Mizukage must be supported by you all, understood? Upon hearing the Marshal's words, the assembly exchanged glances. Since it was their own choice, they would undoubtedly support their decision. Perhaps it would be the unnamed figure, whose qualifications and reputation were exceptional. As the votes were cast, the tally began. 1 vote for the unnamed candidate. 2 votes for the unnamed candidate. 3 votes for the unnamed candidate. Most of the senior officials in the Hidden Mist Village cast their votes for the unnamed candidate, with only a handful supporting the other contenders to avoid an embarrassing 0. However, Isekai'd wore a grim expression, utterly shocked that he received not a single vote. Is there a mistake? He muttered. Tong Chao Yi Ren. Was it not you who promised to cast your votes for me? How could I have received none? Tong Chao Yi Ren felt a bit awkward. Having anticipated that at least a few votes would come his way, he had refrained from voting himself, never imagining that Isekai'd would end up with a complete blank. Perhaps he had made an error during the voting process. Humph. Isekai'd snorted disdainfully, continuing to monitor his vote count for any changes. Yet, until the very end, not a single vote appeared. With a darkened expression, he awaited the results. Once the marshal tallied the votes, he announced the outcome. The unnamed candidate had been elected as the third Mizukage. Now, representing the land of water and hidden mist village, the newly elected third Mizukage, the unnamed, prepared to deliver his acceptance speech. He surveyed the crowd, and in his calm gaze, a glint of coldness emerged. You are the ones who have elected me. Surely, you would not want to be governed by a tyrant? A wave of unease swept through the crowd as they recalled their past transgressions, hastily averting their gazes. As the newly appointed third Mizukage, I shall disregard your previous behavior. The current turmoil in the ninja world intensifies. I require Hidden Mist Village to remain steadfast, and that is stability. Is that understood? Recognizing this as a warning regarding their prior actions, the assembly quickly affirmed their support. There are no issues. The Mizukage can count on my performance. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be at odds with themselves. Observing the consensus among the crowd, the unnamed nodded in satisfaction and declared, thus, let us conclude today's proceedings. I will be watching you. Remember the words spoken today. The assembly members exited the marshal's hall one by one. The unnamed approached the marshal and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed marshal, for maintaining stability in Hidden Mist Village during this period. I shall now take charge of the ensuing affairs. The marshal, seated with authority, gestured for the third Mizukage to take a seat and speak. There is no need for excessive formalities. It is my duty as the marshal. However, I must bring up a significant matter concerning Hidden Mist Village, the matter of the Three Tails falling into the hands of the land of whirlpools. What are your thoughts? The tense standoff between Hidden Mist Village and Cloud Village had previously precluded considerations for replacing the second Mizukage. It was imperative not to let the outside world perceive any internal conflicts within Hidden Mist Village that they might exploit. However, with the clashes between Rock and Cloud Villages escalating, Hidden Mist Village no longer needed to deliberate on potential military confrontations with Cloud Village. This was an opportune moment to replace their own Mizukage and resolve internal crises. The issue of the Three Tails in the hands of the land of whirlpools also demanded attention. The marshal, having served as the first Mizukage, began to ponder aloud. According to intelligence, the land of whirlpools has once again allied with Konoha, and they are now assaulting the land of whirlpools. Will Konoha, as before, only dispatch a few elite shinobi for rescue? This remains a question. The marshal, too, contemplated the situation, noting that even if Konoha sent reinforcements during their battle with Sand Village, the number of shinobi they could spare would be limited. However, it was prudent to prepare for contingencies. Let us first gauge the resolve of the land of whirlpools and see if they possess the fortitude to confront Hidden Mist Village. Given the tension from our last conflict, the atmosphere is quite strained. Unnamed, as the third Mizukage, you should proceed to visit and ascertain the developments in the land of whirlpools. The unnamed nodded in agreement, acknowledging the merit of the proposal. I shall prepare for this at once. Esteemed Marshal, I take my leave. The Marshal watched as the third Mizukage departed the hall, pondering the significance of the Three Tails situation, which could be both a major concern and a test of resolve. Early the next morning, in the residence of the second Mizukage of the land of whirlpools, he awoke and stretched, basking in the sunlight streaming through the window. Instantly, a wave of relaxation washed over him, erasing all fatigue. Chapter 82, New Generation Researchers. Large unmanned aerial vehicles in the office of the Mizukage in the city of whirlpools, Uzumaki Sarayu was diligently attending to the remaining administrative duties. After a busy morning, he finally finished his work and could take a moment to rest. Reflecting on the intelligence from Hidden Mist Village, he realized that his previously constrained body was now free to move. If left unattended, the hands of Hidden Mist Village would soon reach for the land of whirlpools. With half of its borders facing the sea, the land of whirlpools had extensive points of attack, necessitating a strategic response. To ensure effective defense, entirely new shinobi tools needed to be designed. He decided to head to the research center for further discussions. Upon arriving at the research center, he was greeted by many fresh faces, indicating that Whirlpool University had produced numerous outstanding talents. Mizuki'd, welcome to inspect our work, greeted Uzumaki Sasuke with a smile. I have come to design a coastal defense strategy for the land of whirlpools and arrange for personnel to assemble in the conference room. After speaking, Uzumaki Sarayu entered the conference room, took his seat, and closed his eyes to ponder. The research center had been established for quite some time, producing its most significant achievements through his inventions. If conditions allowed, he wished to encourage independent thinking among the researchers. As he awaited their arrival, he contemplated how to devise a strategy to thwart Hidden Mist Village's advances. One by one, squad leaders and researchers entered the room. Observing the second Mizuki'd in a meditative state, they marveled at his dedication. He truly works tirelessly. Should we disturb his rest? Suddenly, Uzumaki Sarayu opened his eyes and surveyed the room. It appears everyone is present. Given the current environment in the ninja world, Hidden Mist Village poses a substantial threat to the land of whirlpools. Let us consider how to keep them at bay without jeopardizing our homeland. Uzumaki-ya and Uzumaki Wutian began whispering among themselves. Did we not defeat Hidden Mist Village? Why should we still be concerned? They mused. After all, they are one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Even a starving camel is larger than a horse. We should heed the Mizuki'd's guidance. Uzumaki Sasuke then posed a question. Mizuki'd, if they were to attack again, could we not simply defeat them at sea as we did last time? You are correct in part, Uzumaki Sarayu replied. The last time Hidden Mist Village launched an offensive, they underestimated us, flaunting their intentions, which allowed us to gather intelligence. Having learned from their previous missteps, if they strike again, they will surely conceal their intentions, and the war will come to the land of whirlpools. The senior officials of the land of whirlpools, having absorbed his insights, recognized their previous arrogance, perhaps a consequence of their consecutive victories. They recalled how they had used sensory ninjas for reconnaissance. Yet such tactics could not operate around the clock. However, it was not too late to comprehend this, as they had yet to face any losses. Mizuki'd, fear not. We possess the Hive Black Bee drone system, which can be deployed for coastal reconnaissance, Elder Chiming suggested with a smile. The mention of this proposal called for an assessment of the new generation of researchers. Uzumaki Sarayu turned to the new recruits and inquired, what do you believe are the shortcomings of Elder Chiming's proposal? Shortcomings? Upon hearing the Mizuki'd's question, several researchers appeared bewildered. Shortcomings? Is there an issue? This proposal seems excellent. Minutes passed as the researchers continued to ponder, while Uzumaki Sarayu frowned, observing their lack of awareness. It appeared that the new generation of researchers had yet to mature, failing to identify such an obvious flaw. Suddenly, a female researcher shyly rose to her feet and spoke softly. The Black Bee drone must contend with the harsh weather of the sea and the corrosive effects that come from it. Overall, the Black Bee drone is simply too small. Upon hearing this, Vortex Victory's eyes lit up. He had finally received the answer he sought, and with a smile, he remarked, well said. The other researchers should learn from her, for one must consider matters comprehensively. What is the name of this young lady? Hearing the praise from Lord Vortex, her face flushed bright red as she stammered, even if I do not speak, the others will eventually figure it out. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Vortex. My name is Yamamura Lindsay. The new generation of researchers exchanged glances, understanding one another without words. They realized that just moments ago, they had no clue about the question posed. Without Lindsay providing the answer, they would surely have struggled to arrive at a solution. Fortunately, Lindsay was among them. Otherwise, the second generation would have deemed the new researchers inadequate. Since it was Yamamura Lindsay who identified the problem, the task of resolving the drone's issues at sea was entrusted to her, leading to the establishment of the Marine Drone Research Group. Lindsay was appointed as the leader of the new generation of researchers, with all new researchers answering to her. Should they require assistance, they could consult Elder Chiming. Lindsay's mind suddenly felt overwhelmed, and she was dizzy with disbelief at being entrusted with such a heavy responsibility, having only just arrived at the research center. She could not betray Lord Vortex's trust and vowed to fulfill the task, standing up and declaring, I will certainly complete the mission entrusted to me by Lord Vortex. Upon saying this, she felt a surge of clarity, though her cheeks burned with shyness. Vortex Victory looked on in astonishment. Was this a new bloodline limit? Very well. The new generation of researchers may now proceed to explore their respective projects. Lindsay, hearing this, clumsily led the way out, appearing somewhat dazed, hoping her choice was indeed the correct one. As the primary leader of the research center, Vortex Sasuke spoke up. Lord Vortex, is there truly no issue? The new generation of researchers has only recently graduated from Vortex University. Not at all, replied Vortex Victory. We already possess a viable approach for conducting large-scale drone research. Furthermore, I have instructed them to carry out the research. I have not suggested we stand idly by. Should they encounter challenges, you may guide them, but do not provide them with the answers. Vortex Victory continued with a smile. The reconnaissance methods have been established. We now need to determine how to implement defenses, especially considering the last conflict between the land of Vortex and the village hidden in the mist. Haven't we already devised one solution? Why must we contemplate yet another defensive strategy? We could simply mount rocket launchers on our warships for artillery support, saving time and effort. Elder Chiming interjected, questioning Lord Vortex. Once we develop an observational drone suitable for the sea, will the next battle not unfold similarly to the last? Vortex Victory shook his head in disappointment, stating, in the previous conflict, luck played a significant role for the land of Vortex. The village hidden in the mist underestimated us, allowing them to approach via the most direct route, which was easily predictable. Otherwise, amidst the vast ocean, employing sensing ninjas to locate the enemy would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Chapter 83, Missile Speedboats, Anti-Ship Missiles. The conference room, which had previously been filled with diverse opinions, fell silent upon hearing that luck had favored the land of Vortex to such a degree. Upon reflection, if the village hidden in the mist had chosen an alternate route, the disparity in numbers would have posed a formidable challenge. Vortex Sasuke, observing the hushed room, raised a question. Lord Vortex, we are currently researching an observational drone suitable for the sea, so if the mist ninjas were to take a detour, would that not pose any issues? Vortex Victory, regrettably shaking his head, replied, during that battle, we happened to have two nearby islands, otherwise, facing the mist, who are adept in water. Our warships, which are average in speed, would have been swiftly pursued once the rocket launchers fired. A confrontation on the water would have resulted in predictable outcomes. The situation now is different. Our available forces are significantly larger. The village hidden in the mist can now allocate more resources. They have thousands of ninjas at their disposal. If they divide into several groups to attack the land of Vortex, how are we to respond? Hearing this, beads of cold sweat began to form on foreheads. Considering the multitude of ninjas from the mist, if they gathered and utilized rocket launchers in advance, they could inflict substantial damage. If they employed a dispersed wolf pack strategy, the effectiveness of rocket launchers against ninjas would be notably diminished. In such a scenario, defense would have to be restricted to the homeland of the land of Vortex, as the flames of war could obliterate the hard-won stability of the nation. What course of action should we take? Elder Chiming urgently inquired. Observing the lack of ideas among the assembly, Vortex Victory sighed inwardly, recognizing the scarcity of talent within the land of Vortex. He stated, the sea is vast. The last battle was resolved on the water, and this one must also be settled there. But how does that differ from what you just said? Vortex Sasuke pondered, unable to comprehend. Noticing the absence of questions, Vortex Victory continued, our maritime defenses must extend significantly, allowing us to detect enemies from a considerable distance and intercept them, annihilating any who dare to invade. Our warships, equipped with rocket launchers, are outdated and sluggish. We need to establish a rapid response unit. A rapid response unit? A new type of warship? It seemed that our Lord Vortex intended to redesign the warships. This was astonishing. Was Lord Vortex's thought process so distinct from ours? Lord Vortex, what preparations do you require? We shall execute them immediately, Vortex Sasuke mused, envisioning yet another invention. As he spoke, Vortex Victory took out tools and paper and began sketching. I just thought of this. Let me explain as I draw. Upon reaching material number 1, many concepts could be realized one by one. A speedboat appeared on the blueprint, yet puzzlingly, it only carried 20 shells. Lord Vortex, 20 shells seem rather scant in firepower. Elder Chiming remarked. The shells on the speedboat were not rocket artillery. To enhance the speed of the vessel, equipping it with rocket launchers would be excessively heavy. Moreover, their firepower would be insufficient, easily countered by many ninjutsu techniques. The shells represented newly designed anti-ship missiles specifically for the speedboat. With advancements in our technology, the warheads would incorporate semi-armor-piercing explosive designs, and engines would be installed in the rear, providing an additional thrust towards the target. They would autonomously engage the enemy and evade tangible ninjutsu attacks. 4 unavoidable techniques. The warhead could penetrate them, striking the rear of the enemy's warships. Finally, having completed the design sketch for the anti-ship missile, he presented it to the assembly, sharing the design concept. The room was filled with astonishment. With such an impressive anti-ship missile, would rocket artillery become obsolete in the future? Rocket launchers occupy space, and their effectiveness relies on extensive volleys to achieve significant impact. Even a few could be easily destroyed by a lower-ranking ninja. Lord Vortex, does this mean we will no longer need the rocket artillery units? What are you all thinking? Just because it is powerful does not mean it is affordable. Our resources in the land of Vortex are not sufficient to replace rocket artillery with anti-ship missiles. Vortex Victory sighed and spoke with a hint of irritation. The others exchanged glances, feeling a bit awkward. Since we aren't adept at making money, it's better not to continue this discussion. Let us focus on the upcoming design instead. There, on the speedboat, a cannon was mounted, longer and more slender than that on the Weasel tank. It appeared that the naval cannon had superior armor-piercing capabilities. After all, it was intended to target enemy warships. The speedboat also featured a designated deck, clearly meant for accommodating a large drone. Additionally, the stern of the vessel had been equipped with a propeller, powered by a specially designed engine. It was capable of reaching a speed of 50 knots, truly living up to its name as a speedboat, allowing for swift incursions and evasions. After half an hour, the blueprints began to take shape, the entire design completed. Everyone was left in awe. Such a thick stack of design documents had been finished in merely 30 minutes. Truly, the second-generation Vortex Shadow was impressive, outpacing even my own efforts in design. Vortex Victory stretched and said to everyone, "Well, the design is complete. The strategy for defending Mist Village revolves around the large drone and anti-ship speedboat. The next step is manufacturing. Although our design skills may be lacking, our manufacturing prowess is unquestionable. We will ensure the task is accomplished, Lord Vortex Shadow." In the land of water, Mist Village, the third-generation water shadow, Nameless, recalled the marshal's instructions. Every new water shadow must visit the feudal lord of the land of water for a formal introduction, detailing the affairs of Mist Village and requesting funding for the upcoming year. Once the visit concluded, he would casually head to the land of Vortex to discuss matters concerning the Three Tails. As he meticulously sifted through the intelligence in his hands, he noted that since assuming the role of the third water shadow, most of the active elements within Mist Village had calmed down. However, the emerging faction, the 7 ninja swordsmen, had grown increasingly brazen. He issued orders for Black Ho Thunder Fong, designated to escort the feudal lord of the land of water, to assemble immediately at the Water Shadow Palace. "Yes, Lord Water Shadow," the subordinate promptly exited to carry out the command. Upon receiving the order, Black Ho Thunder Fong broke out in a cold sweat, muttering complaints. "Damn it, the 7 ninja swordsmen are undermining me. The prodigal mantis refuses to heed my commands. Surely, they Haven T attributed their recent actions to me?" With a furrowed brow, Black Ho Thunder Fong arrived at the Water Shadow Palace and immediately approached the third Water Shadow to explain, "Lord Water Shadow, I assure you, I am not the one provoking you during this period. My dealings with the 7 ninja swordsmen are entirely separate. I implore you to see through this situation clearly." Chapter 84, Swordfish, Missile Speedboat. The journey commenced with a visit to the feudal lord of the land of water, where no disrespect could be afforded. "Just manage your own affairs. I will investigate who is causing unrest in Mist Village," the third water shadow, Nameless, replied coldly, not even glancing back. Faced with the water shadow's pressure, Black Ho Thunder Fong felt powerless to resist, trailing behind as a reluctant escort. He hoped not to face repercussions. Otherwise, he might be forced to flee with the Thunderblade. As the third water shadow departed for the feudal lord's palace, the Umbu swiftly mobilized. Numerous active troublemakers from Mist Village were apprehended, resolving the internal turmoil within. Inside the opulent palace of the feudal lord, the third water shadow, Nameless, observed the lavish festivities, where performers showcased their talents to please the nobles seated above. Closing his eyes, he pondered the rebellion in Mist Village. Suddenly, a Mist Village genin burst in, delivering intelligence before hastily retreating. Finally opening his eyes, the third water shadow, Nameless, examined the reports. It seemed that the operation had proceeded successfully, with all sources of instability eliminated. The feudal lord of the land of water boomed, "Come, new water shadow, drink. Drink heartily." The grand banquet was a celebration of his ascension to the third water shadow. Nameless raised his cup in acknowledgement and downed its contents. Witnessing the third water shadow's hearty gulp, the feudal lord erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, esteemed ministers, let us all raise a toast. With the meeting with the feudal lord completed as per the marshal's directives, the next course of action would be to head to the land of Vortex and address the matters concerning the three tales. In the land of Vortex, within the Vortex Shadow Palace office, Vortex Victory dozed leisurely, his head resting on the desk, drooling onto the documents beside him. Suddenly, the door creaked open, jolting him awake. He quickly gathered himself, maintaining the dignity of the Vortex Shadow. Vortex Aruna entered, looking lively, and remarked, looking closely at your face. It's smeared with ink from the documents. No need to feign diligence. I've seen through your tricks. Vortex Victory hurriedly cleaned himself up and sheepishly replied, Father, what brings you here today? Despite his apparent drowsiness, all governmental affairs had been arranged. Today is the launch of the missile speedboat. You haven't forgotten, have you? The shipyard is nearly ready. We are merely awaiting your presence, Vortex Aruna said with a hint of annoyance, realizing he had indeed forgotten about the launching ceremony. Vortex Victory quickly responded, I've been swamped with work and lost track of time. I'll head over immediately. Aruna couldn't help but complain. Not seeing it is one thing, but to acknowledge you were busy while clearly not is another. Ha ha ha, let us go. We mustn't keep them waiting. With that, Vortex Victory took the lead towards the shipyard. At this moment, the research center personnel had gathered at the shipbuilding site. As Vortex Victory finally arrived, he sheepishly addressed the assembled crowd. Thank you all for your patience. Thanks to your hard work, the missile speedboat has been completed, and we are now holding the launching ceremony. He approached the newly constructed missile speedboat. As the new missile speedboat emerged, the old wooden vessels were gradually being dismantled to make way for the new member. Compared to the outdated wooden ships, the missile speedboat was crafted from advanced steel, exuding an imposing presence. For missile launchers were distributed on either side, complemented by a forward-mounted naval cannon, all exuding a deadly aura. Above, a square device housed a communications tower, capable of long-distance communication and controlling a large drone. The missile speedboat, which had initially required a group effort to pull out, was effortlessly extracted by Vortex Victory, who, concentrating chakra, yanked it out with his bare hands. The missile speedboat glided out of the dock and tipped sideways into the sea, causing a significant splash. Observers gasped as the vessel nearly skimmed the water's surface. What if it sinks? Hurry, we need to rescue it. That missile speedboat is incredibly valuable. Despite the commotion, Vortex Victory remained calm, merely observing. The design of the missile speedboat was engineered to withstand winds of up to level 7 and could navigate in waves reaching heights of 26 meters. This sudden shift could be considered a test to see if any design flaws existed. Eventually, the missile speedboat stabilized, rising proudly on the ocean's surface. We have succeeded. Our newly crafted missile speedboat is a triumph. I was utterly startled, thinking I would sink upon entering the water. A cheer erupted on sight, indicating that thus far, everything was proceeding smoothly. Victory of the whirlpool, I remarked, noticing a vacant space in the center of the missile boat, designated for a large, unmanned aerial vehicle. Elder Chiming, how is the progress of the New Generation Research Institute's large, unmanned drone? Lord Yueying, a senior researcher, reminded. It's said to be in the final stages of completion. Elder Chiming responded joyfully. It appears that the coastal defense strategy is taking shape, with the required weaponry now beginning to materialize. Next, we must focus on realizing its operational capabilities. Since the missile boat has already been launched, let us inspect its interior. Victory of the Whirlpool was the first to step inside the missile boat. Inside, there were numerous screens, fully automated to control the vessel. All equipment was fitted with miniature inspection scrolls, which would display any issues found. Despite clear markings on the blueprints, everyone couldn't help but gasp upon seeing the actual object. With our missile boat, we could easily subdue the Water Nation, thus freeing ourselves from their threats. One vessel is hardly sufficient. We need at least 1,000. Victory of the Whirlpool remarked, his expression darkening. With a population of 200,000, the technology personnel in the Whirlpool country were scarce. Constructing missile boats to meet the coastal defense strategy would require considerable time. The number of ninjas was merely 1/10 of the enemy's. And yet there were thoughts of attacking the Water Nation. However, the surrounding waters were also home to the Soup Nation and the Bear Nation. Without the backing of the 5 hidden villages, perhaps they could be considered for conquest. After observing, Victory of the Whirlpool addressed the group. Next, we will conduct sea trials for the missile boats to test the performance of various equipment, striving for finalization and confirmation for production. With the construction completed, the missile boat was officially named Swordfish. Chapter 85. The Third Mizuki's Invasion and the Conduct of Exercises. During this period, the Swordfish missile boat underwent intensive construction. Victory of the Whirlpool was managing state affairs when he suddenly noticed in his intelligence report that the Swordfish missile boat had achieved preliminary combat readiness. It was time for deep-sea testing, as quite some time had passed. Once the training was successfully completed, the coastal defense strategy would officially be implemented. A lower-ranking ninja rushed in to report, Lord Yueying, the newly appointed third Mizuki of the Water Nation, has come to visit. How should we proceed? Hozuki Mangetsu has stepped down? It seems the recent failure has greatly affected him. Having met the third Mizuki during previous negotiations on behalf of the Mist Village, what intentions might he have in visiting the Whirlpool country this time? Arrange for the third Mizuki to be welcomed in the reception room and notify the daimyo and elders. Proper etiquette must be observed. It seemed that to uncover the truth, one could only engage and discern his intentions. Victory of the Whirlpool arrived first at the reception room, where the high-ranking officials of the Whirlpool country gradually gathered, their expressions serious. What purpose does the Mizuki have in coming to the Whirlpool country? We have had no interactions since the conclusion of the battle, remarked Uchiha Sasuke. Interactions? Upon hearing this word, it could only refer to the Three Tails, which remained in the Whirlpool country. Only the Three Tails could compel the third Mizuki to visit. After contemplating for a moment, Victory of the Whirlpool devised a strategy. Uchiha Sasuke, the Swordfish missile boat unit is prepared. We require an exercise. You must prepare immediately. Yes, I will ensure the order is fulfilled. Although uncertain about the urgency of the Swordfish missile boat exercise, Uchiha Sasuke resolutely set out to prepare. Before long, the third Mizuki, with long black hair adorned with ornaments and his eyes half closed, entered the reception room. He appeared much more formidable than during their last meeting, likely due to his newfound status. Lord Second Yueying, it has indeed been a while, he began with a smile. It seems we have both become leaders of our respective nations. I did not anticipate our paths would cross again. Since you have become a trusted Mizuki, I wonder what brings you to the Whirlpool country. Victory of the Whirlpool replied, Mizuki, since you have inquired, I shall not beat around the bush. I asked that the Whirlpool country return the Three Tails to the Mist Village. Upon hearing this, the third Mizuki slowly opened his eyes, his formidable presence radiating throughout the room. Victory of the Whirlpool met his intensity with unwavering resolve, chakra flaring in his eyes, crimson flames dancing within them. The high-ranking officials of the Whirlpool country also emanated chakra that filled the reception hall. Black Fong Leia, serving as a guard, trembled in fear at the prospect of a confrontation in the Yueying Hall. Reluctantly, he released his chakra in a defensive posture. Suddenly, the third Mizuki retracted his aura and began to applaud. Clap, clap, clap. Yueying, since our last encounter, your strength has grown considerably. Indeed, replied Victory of the Whirlpool, calming his own aura. This time is markedly different from the last. Previously, the land of lightning loomed over the land of water. Now, tensions have begun between the land of lightning and the land of earth. The Mist Village should have been preparing for a long time, capable of deploying thousands of ninjas. What do you think? Shall we wage war or seek peace? Elder Qiming felt a chill run down his spine, pondering whether it would be wise to return the Three Tails. As the atmosphere in the reception room grew tense, Uchiha Sasuke rushed in, stating, Report to Lord Yueying. The Swordfish missile boat is ready for live-fire exercises. Upon hearing this, Victory of the Whirlpool smiled. Third Mizuki, you are welcome to observe the exercises of our new weaponry. It would not be too late to decide on war or peace after witnessing the demonstration. The third Mizuki, surprised by the new weapon exercises, thought, the Whirlpool country is developing new weaponry at this juncture, aiming to intimidate me. The defensive strategies against rocket artillery have been researched by the Mist Village. Must they start anew? He was eager to see what weaponry could enable the Whirlpool country to remain unfazed in the face of thousands of ninjas. The group arrived at the military dock, where 20 Swordfish missile boats lay anchored. The third Mizuki gazed at the imposing steel vessels before him, recognizing their formidable appearance. Compared to the Mist Village's own ships, they seemed to belong to a different era. Yet, with only 4 launch tubes, How could they stand against a multitude of rocket artillery? What other tricks did this steel vessel possess? Everyone, please board the ship. We are ready to commence the demonstration. Instructed victory of the Whirlpool. Yueying, I wish to see if your claims hold true enough to alter my stance. The third Mizukage replied as he boarded the swordfish missile boat. In an instant, I was astounded by the intricate configurations within, where numerous screens displayed an array of incomprehensible numbers. Within the command center of the swordfish missile boats, the order to initiate the exercise was issued. Swordfish missile boat fleet. Prepare for a genuine battlefield simulation. The drill commences. The swordfish missile boats accelerated, their speed surging instantaneously to 50 knots. The third Mizukage could only gaze through the window. Watching the scene outside was by at breathtaking velocity. Such swiftness was unparalleled. The Mist Village's warships could not keep pace. Faced with this advantage, their vessels were left vulnerable to unilateral attacks. Fortunately, in the vastness of the ocean, locating one's own ship was no simple task. Upon reaching the designated maritime area, a large drone took to the skies. The commander of the swordfish missile boat fleet, Captain He, issued a command. A large drone? Another new piece of equipment? What purpose does it serve? The third Mizukage pondered. Once airborne, the drone began transmitting monitoring visuals. The drone operator, remotely controlling the large drone, reported. Transmission from Window 1 is normal. Windows 2, 3, and 4 are also operational. Observing the transmission screens, weapon operators meticulously checked their displays. The capability to fly and relay images was astounding. The third Mizukage murmured, with the vast ocean laid bare to the land of waves. Our ship's positions will be unmistakably clear. Chapter 86. Target Ship 1, Target Ship 2. Fortunately, the swordfish missile boats of the land of waves were equipped with only 4 rocket launcher ports. Even with rapid firing, they could not establish a dense barrage, rendering the rocket launcher's power less formidable than anticipated. For the Mist Village, with their comprehensive understanding of rocket artillery, this posed little challenge. As the target ship entered the exercise zone, it increased its speed. Designed after the swordfish missile boats, the target ship also reached 50 knots. In addition to its engine, the hull was armed with shuriken machine guns for defensive simulations. Upon witnessing the target ship's velocity, the third Mizukage was further astonished. Without prior comparison, the swiftness of the swordfish missile boats had seemed remarkable. The Mist Ninjas could abandon their warships and pursue directly from the sea. But given the speed of the swordfish missile boats, they would soon be outpaced and unable to maintain their target. Clearly, the swordfish missile boats were indeed instruments of intimidation. The large drone locked onto its target, and researchers onshore connected their devices to observe. A cheer erupted. We succeeded. Our large drone has acquired the target. Overwhelmed with emotion, Captain Yamamura shed tears of joy. He had not let down the trust placed in him and his team, successfully leading the design and construction of the large drone. Report to Lord Yagura. The target ship has been locked on. Shall we launch the anti-ship missile? Anti-ship missile? Another unfamiliar weapon. Was it possible that the swordfish missile boats were not launching rockets, but anti-ship missiles? The third Mizukage furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the situation. Launch anti-ship missile 1. Commanded the Vortex Victory. Lock onto the target and fire the anti-ship missile. The first weapon operator prepared for launch. A thunderous roar erupted from the weapon's launch bay. According to intelligence, the sound was akin to that of a rocket launcher. Was it possible the rocket artillery had been upgraded to enhance its explosive power? The anti-ship missile flew low, skimming the ocean's surface, guided by the large drone, and began its trajectory towards the target. The missile's speed increased as the target ship came into view, prompting the missile's engine to roar to life. A resounding boom echoed in the air. As the anti-ship missile approached the target ship activated its defensive countermeasures. The ship's operator reported, the target ship is equipped with several shuriken machine guns. Following the report, the machine guns opened fire, simulating enemy projectiles to intercept the advancing missile. A dense barrage formed, and the third Mizukage watched the incoming footage from the large drone. The barrage of shuriken was so concentrated that it seemed the anti-ship missile was destined to fail. However, even in failure, this would allow the Mist Village to assume the initiative in forthcoming negotiations, leaving the land of waves to face embarrassment. Yet, the ensuing scene was beyond the third Mizukage's expectations. The anti-ship missile, confronted by the defensive barrage of shuriken, adjusted its trajectory, executing a sharp 90-degree turn to evade the incoming onslaught. Once the evasion was complete, It redirected its course towards the target ship, striking it directly and penetrating the hull. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, sending debris from the target ship soaring into the sky, transforming it into a constellation of fragments scattered across the ocean. The flames that erupted were vividly captured by the large drone's camera. The third Uzushiogakure approached the swordfish missile boat's window, gazing outward. Though a distance separated them from the target ship, the sight of smoke billowing into the sky indicated the anti-ship missile's potency rivaled that of S-rank ninjutsu. However, the anti-ship missile had exploited a vulnerability in the shuriken machine gun's firing pattern. As long as the mist ninjas were unaware of this flaw, they could manage it. The anti-ship missile was formidable, yet its practicality might be lacking. Report to Lord Yagura. The anti-ship missile evaded the defensive network and struck its target. The target ship has been completely destroyed, and the test is complete with full marks, the large drone operator reported. Noticing the third Uzushiogakure's astonished expression, he quickly regained his composure. It seemed that this test of the anti-ship missile had not deterred the land of waves from pursuing their objective of acquiring the three-tailed beast. Bring the second target ship into the exercise zone for Test 2, commanded Vortex Victory. There is indeed a second target ship? Test 2. Besides the anti-ship missile, is there another weapon? The third Uzushiogakuре mused. As the second target ship entered the exercise zone and accelerated, he recalled the previous experience. The speed of the second target ship mirrored that of the last. What changes would Test 2 reveal? The large drone locked onto the second target ship. The drone operator relayed information. The second weapon operator is preparing to launch. Vortex Victory issued a direct command. Second operator, you are clear to launch the anti-ship missile. The second weapon operator initiated the launch sequence. A thunderous roar resounded as an anti-ship missile was fired from the second launcher, soaring across the ocean surface. As the second anti-ship missile approached its target, the second target ship activated its defensive measures. The ship's operator reported, I intend to see what designs the Land of Waves has in store. Following the same procedures as before, the anticipation grew. The third Uzushiogakuре focused intently on the display screen, eager to witness the outcome. The second target vessel, equipped with several shuriken machine guns, commenced defensive measures against incoming anti-ship missiles by launching shuriken projectiles. One by one, the shurikens were discharged from the machine guns. Yet the anti-ship missiles did not attempt evasive maneuvers this time. Engaging defense mode, the missiles activated their Chakra Capacitors, illuminating the runes inscribed upon them. As the shurikens struck the missiles, they were deflected by the protective runes, though each impact dimmed the runes' glow. The third Uzushiogakuре, along with the nameless observer, failed to discern the diminishing light of the runes, only witnessing the missiles withstand the barrage of shuriken attacks. The engines of the anti-ship missiles roared to life, and with a thunderous explosion, they ignored the dense shuriken barrage, successfully striking the second target vessel. Another resounding blast echoed, akin to a volcanic eruption, as flames shot skyward, scattering debris from the second target vessel across the sea. Chapter 87. Anti-ship missile test fire, successful drill this time. The third Uzushiogakuре and the nameless observer were not gazing out the window, but were fixated on the screen displaying the smoke-shrouded wreckage. Uzumaki Victory regarded them with a knowing smile. In that moment, the nameless observer understood that the effectiveness of the drill had been demonstrated. Yet, the exercise was not over. There remained one final live-fire drill, a necessity to instill caution in the third Uzushiogakuре and the nameless observer regarding the new vessels of the land of the whirlpool. Notify the target vessel operators to maneuver all targets into the exercise zone, commanded Uzumaki Victory. Understood, all target vessels are commencing operations and accelerating toward the exercise area. The target vessel operators responded. In total, 28 vessels entered the exercise zone, with the first 2 being meticulously prepared targets. The subsequent 28 vessels were constructed from disposable materials. Their engines pushed to the limits, achieving formidable speeds exceeding 50 knots. Though the hulls appeared on the verge of disintegration, their exteriors gleamed with vibrant paint, concealing their true condition. Shuriken machine guns were also installed, functioning identically to the originals, albeit with simplified materials and designs permitting only single use. The 28 target vessels were capable of maneuvering and evading. On board each swordfish and missile boat, targets were assigned based on the captured models displayed on the screens. And at the same time, anti-ship missiles were launched. Received, preparing immediately, replied the captains of the 20 swordfish and missile boats. Not merely a single large drone began to ascend. These drones had only recently been constructed and were not yet equipped on all swordfish and missile boats. However, all swordfish and missile boats could form a base station, sharing intelligence seamlessly. 10 large drones soared into the sky, displaying images on the screens within the swordfish and missile boats. The 28 target vessels appeared on the screens of the swordfish and missile boats, with neither being able to escape the watchful eyes of the large drones. The hidden village of Mist lacked aerial ninjas, raising the question of how to thwart the drones above. All units, prepare to select targets for launch, commanded the weapon operators, who were choosing from the images relayed by the large drones, marking the designated target vessels. Swordfish 1, missile boat, launch position 1 is ready. Swordfish 20, missile boats. Positions 1, 2, 3, and 4 are ready, reported the captains, confirming their readiness. Launch anti-ship missiles. Uzumaki Victory issued the final command. Boom, boom, boom. This time, it was not just a single missile, but a simultaneous launch from 20 swordfish and missile boats. Each launched 4 missiles, totaling 80 anti-ship missiles streaking across the sea toward their locked targets. From the perspective of the large drones, the missiles flew accurately toward their targets, with none veering off course. As the anti-ship missiles approached, the target vessels began to maneuver at high speed, unleashing a relentless barrage of shuriken projectiles, forming an impenetrable defensive formation. The anti-ship missiles initiated evasive maneuvers, activating their protective runes. However, the foremost missile fell victim to the shuriken machine guns, resulting in a violent explosion. Flames erupted on the surface of the sea. The third Isekai'd and the nameless observer watched with excitement. Realizing that the dense defense had proven effective, the strategies of the hidden village of Mist against rocket artillery had not faltered. Yet, a wall of flames formed, and one by one, the anti-ship missiles traversed the fire and penetrated the shuriken defense circle. The defensive formation created by the 28 target vessels was exceedingly dense. Of the 80 anti-ship missiles, 20 were intercepted. However, the remaining 60 missiles targeted the vessels still attempting to evade. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the missiles struck the evading vessels. Flames erupted, dark smoke billowed upward, and shattered wreckage began to sink into the sea. Yet, before they could fully submerge, the flaming debris was struck once more by the anti-ship missiles. Boom, boom, boom. The remnants were reduced to minute fragments, vanishing from the surface of the water. The crew of the swordfish and missile boats, alongside the researchers on shore, erupted in cheers. The 3 simulated combat drills had all been successful. The swordfish and missile boats proved to be formidable. All thanks to Lord Uzumaki, they shouted in unison. Uzumaki Reina, watching the screens from the shore, whispered, "The coastal defense strategy can now be implemented. It remains to be seen how the third Isekai'd and the nameless observer will respond." The third Isekai'd and the nameless observer gazed at the vessels that had been destroyed, unable to quell their inner turmoil. The mobility and power of the swordfish and missile boats were unmatched, and the sight of the obliterated target vessels evoked memories of the aging ships from the hidden village of Mist. All departments, prepare to return, commanded Uzumaki Victory. Having spoken, Uzumaki Victory approached the third Isekai'd and the nameless observer, suggesting, "Isekai'd, our swordfish and missile boats contain a conference room. Shall we discuss matters privately?" "Indeed. Let us converse in private," agreed the third Isekai'd. Together, they entered the conference room, flanked by Uzumaki Sasuke on the right and Kurosai Raiga on the left. Inwardly, Kurosai Raiga pondered. "It seems the hidden village of Mist will return empty-handed. Will this implicate me? Should I consider defection on the way back?" Nevertheless, he acknowledged the prowess of the land of the Whirlpool's swordfish and missile boats, which would render the hidden village's vessels obsolete. Uzumaki Victory produced a set of tea utensils prepared in advance, stating, "The unique tea leaves of the land of the Whirlpool are specially reserved for the Isekai'd. Let us savor the tea while discussing the affairs between our nations." The third Isekai'd regarded the conference room within the swordfish and missile boats, feeling it was ill-suited for tea and conversation. Observing the drill allowed him to enter the conference room for discussions, signifying his willingness to negotiate. In the ninja world, strength speaks volumes, and the demonstrated power of the swordfish and missile boats warranted such treatment. Until a solution was devised, the land of the Whirlpool resembled a porcupine shell bristling with sharp quills. Any who dared to touch it would draw blood. Under the protection of the tortoise shell, one remains impervious to even the slightest harm. The third Isekai'd, with closed eyes, savored the tea in his cup and remarked, "Indeed, The tea leaves from the land of whirlpools are exceptional. None from other nations possess such a unique flavor. The tea from the land of water pales in comparison. Thus I concede. Chapter 88. Negotiations. This exercise involved 30 target ships in a simplified configuration alongside the expenditure of anti-ship missiles. A considerable investment was required to conduct this training. Fortunately, the exercise proved effective. The third Mizukage acknowledged that with the warships of the hidden mist village, it was impossible to breach the defense perimeter of the swordfish and missile boats. With a smile, Uzumaki Victory continued to steep his second cup of tea, stating, "There is no notion of winning or losing. No matter how formidable the swordfish and missile boats may be, they cannot land on the shores. The land of whirlpools holds a slight advantage over the hidden mist village in this confined space." The third Mizukage pondered silently, questioning whether things were truly as the Uzumaki claimed. According to intelligence from the hidden mist village, the land of whirlpools had developed land-mobile weasel tanks, capable of piercing through the defensive barriers of the land of moon with their cannon fire, a capacity that rockets do not possess. Transforming anti-ship missiles into a land version was not a daunting task. The vastness of the ocean posed significant defensive challenges for the land of water, especially as the opponent developed new ninja tools, placing the hidden mist village in a passive position. The terrain of the land of water greatly favored the hidden mist village, allowing its mist ninjas to disperse and conceal themselves effectively. The third Mizukage then resumed savoring his tea, speculating whether the land of whirlpools possessed adequate anti-ship missiles to counter the scattered mist ninjas. Anti-ship missiles are costly to produce, as many materials must be procured from the land of fire and the land of lightning. Continuous conflict between these two nations has rendered mass production of such missiles unfeasible. However, the existing stockpile could fulfill the coastal defense strategy of the land of whirlpools. The primary conflict between the hidden mist village and the land of whirlpools centered around the Three Tails. Currently, the swordfish and missile boats could mitigate this conflict. Diverting these discussions would be advantageous for the land of whirlpools. Uzumaki Victory, enjoying his tea, stated, "The hidden mist village and the land of whirlpools have only a minor disagreement. There are ample opportunities for dialogue. The previous claim to retrieve the Three Tails has now become difficult to voice. The sole gain from my visit to the land of whirlpools has been an understanding of new equipment. Had the warships launched a sudden attack, the hidden mist village might have become a testing ground for the land of whirlpools' new ninja tools. Are there truly many avenues for exchange? The land of whirlpools and the hidden mist village had no prior interactions. Could this meeting truly alter their previous state?" The third Mizukage intended to carefully listen to the insights of the Uzumaki. Uzumaki Victory, with a broad smile, began to elucidate. The relationship between the land of lightning and the land of water is fraught with tension. The land of water lacks mineral weapons, while the land of fire is engaged in conflict with the land of wind, leading to a ban on food exports. The situation is increasingly complex, as the 5 great hidden villages of the ninja world constantly seek to deplete each other's strength. Any resources that could weaken the opposing forces are promptly withheld from export, often necessitating procurement from other regions, which dramatically escalates costs. The land of whirlpools, as an ally of the land of fire, can procure substantial quantities of food and trade iron ore with the land of lightning. The land of whirlpools merely needs to extract a small fee, enabling the land of water to obtain the necessary resources. The third Mizukage fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, as tensions in the ninja world escalated, acquiring essential materials became increasingly challenging. While there were still means to obtain resources from other regions, the costs had surged from a few times to several times the original price, exacerbated by the increasing number of wandering samurai and rogue ninjas on the roads. The land of whirlpools was willing to act as a bridge connecting the great nations, aiding the hidden mist village in securing resources. Although a portion of the fee would be charged, it would still be more economical than gathering materials independently. The feudal lord of the land of water remained resentful of the earlier failures of the hidden mist village, a sentiment that contributed to the downfall of the second Mizukage. Now, with the ascension of the third Mizukage, the emotional state of the feudal lord had somewhat stabilized. However, the financial support extended to the hidden mist village had correspondingly diminished. The reduction in support had led to the emergence of many active dissidents within the hidden mist village. Upon departing, a number of them were apprehended. Yet, as the prices of necessary supplies continued to rise, the ranks of those opposing the hidden mist village would likewise swell. At present, the land of whirlpools evidently possessed the capability to protect itself. Collaboration might present a valuable opportunity to stabilize the internal dynamics of the hidden mist village, providing a favorable report to the marshal upon returning. Suddenly, a ringing sound echoed from outside the conference room. The third Mizuki'd, puzzled, received a report. All personnel aboard ship number 1, the swordfish and missile boats, have arrived at the military dock of the land of whirlpools. Soldiers disembark in an orderly fashion, while researchers board to inspect operational conditions. It appeared that the swordfish and missile boats had returned to the dock of the land of whirlpools, and it was time to make a decision. The third Mizuki'd rose to extend his hand. Observing this, Uzumaki Victory smiled broadly and quickly stood up. The two parties shook hands, signifying the conclusion of their transaction. With this agreement, it seemed that the land of whirlpools and the hidden mist village could coexist peacefully for the time being. This transaction would also allow the complete recovery of expenses incurred by the swordfish and missile boat units, effectively utilizing the resources of the land of water to fortify the defenses of the hidden mist village. The third Mizuki'd, with his eyes gently closed, spoke. I hope these exchanges will strengthen our ties and bring blessings for the future. Rest assured, our exchanges will flourish, Uzumaki Victory replied. The conflicts between the land of whirlpools and the hidden mist village could be deemed resolved. As they disembarked in succession, the third Mizuki'd remarked, the newly constructed coastal defense perimeter of the land of whirlpools is indeed formidable. However, for me, countering anti-ship missiles is quite straightforward. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Victory was momentarily taken aback. A ninja of peak prowess certainly need not fear an assault from anti-ship missiles. However, the land of whirlpools had more than just anti-ship missiles at its disposal. Undoubtedly, the strength of formidable ninjas should not be underestimated. Yet the Uzumaki clan's whirlpool ninjas were also exceptionally powerful, as the second Hokage, Uzumaki Victory himself, was quite formidable. With confidence, Uzumaki Victory stated, I have great faith in the strength of the Uzumaki clan. The second Mizuki'd fell to your prowess. How about we engage in a friendly competition? Hearing these words, the third Mizuki'd couldn't help but reflect. It seemed he had recognized that the hidden mist village would face the swordfish and missile boats at sea, perpetually under the threat posed by the land of whirlpools. If lower-ranking ninjas could not compete, then perhaps arranging a contest between their highest-ranking individuals could break the constraints imposed by the land of whirlpools. Standing at the pinnacle of the hidden mist village was the third Mizuki'd, while at the summit of the land of whirlpools stood the second Hokage, Uzumaki Victory. Thus, they would proceed to the training arena of the land of whirlpools for a fair comparison. Chapter 89, Uzumaki Victory versus the third Mizuki'd. At this moment, around the training arena, the troops were gathered. Previously, the renowned Clan S forces were engaged in rigorous training on the training grounds. However, upon learning of the match between their second-generation Hokage and the third-generation Mizuki'd, the leaders of various units gathered to spectate. An assembly of soldiers from the clan encircled the area, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Whispers filled the air, who would emerge victorious. It was said that the third-generation Mizuki'd had been mentored by the first-generation Mizuki'd. Indeed, he later served as the first-generation Mizuki'd's bodyguard. The young Hokage might face significant challenges, as the murmurs of doubt suggested. Yet, there were those who confidently proclaimed the Hokage's impending triumph. As the third-generation Mizuki'd, known as Nameless, stepped onto the arena, his half-closed eyes slowly opened, and an aura of power began to emanate from him. So, Hokage, let our contest officially commence. He formed hand seals. Summoning technique, Sword of Water. With both hands pressed to the ground, seawater surged forth, extracting a sword of water, preparing for an assault. Hokage Victory gazed intently at the unfolding scene, noting that the sword wielded by Nameless was an impressive 2 meters in length. The extended blade, cumbersome for ninjutsu and mobility, had largely fallen out of favor among ninjas, who preferred shorter swords for ease of use. Yet, his opponent had chosen to wield an unusually long weapon. Chakra concentrated. The body under control, muscles swelling, and chakra manipulation heightened. Hand seals were formed. Sealing technique, adamantine chains. 5 adamantine chains rose from his back, and he retrieved shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, launching them forth as he executed another set of hand seals. Shadow clone technique, shuriken barrage. With immense force, the shuriken sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, countless shuriken hurtling towards their target. Nameless, the third-generation Mizuki'd, fixed his gaze ahead upon the approaching shuriken. Gripping the sword of water tightly, murmuring softly, "Water release, 1,000 water blades." Water chakra enveloped the 2-meter-long sword, and with a deft flick of his wrist, countless slashes of seawater materialized before him. One by one, the shuriken were struck down by the sword of water. In an instant, as all were deflected, Nameless swiftly retracted his weapon and lunged forward with astonishing speed, drawing his sword. Water release, water blade II slash. Despite the distance between them, the 2-meter sword, augmented by water chakra, had extraordinary reach, striking within a 5-meter radius. As the Hokage charged forward, Victory sensed the impending danger and summoned the 5 adamantine chains to form a shield. He leapt backward, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Yet, Nameless water blade II slash cleaved through the adamantine chains as if they were mere paper, a clear cut appearing before his eyes. Victory, relieved that he had not remained stationary to defend, realized with dismay how sharp his opponent's sword was, easily severing the chains. Recognizing that proximity would only lead to defeat, he resolved to attack from a distance, channeling chakra as more adamantine chains emerged from his back, forming hand seals once more. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Chakra of the fire nature coalesced in his mouth, unleashing 4 blazing fire dragons that launched an assault from the front, back, left, and right. The surrounding forces watched in anticipation of how the Mizukage would defend against this onslaught. Nameless observed the 4 fiery dragons approaching from all directions. Futile attempt, enter my range, and you shall not escape my blade. As the fire dragons approached within 5 meters, the II slash commenced, the attached 1,000 water blades extinguishing the flames with precision. All targets within range fell victim to the 3rd-generation Mizukage's blade, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence, murmuring among themselves. How can one engage when they would be cleaved in 2 upon approach? The released ninjutsu can also slice. Such a revelation is unexpected. How would the Hokage respond? Victory pondered his strategy from a distance, but Nameless would not grant him a moment's respite. The 3rd-generation Mizukage moved swiftly, declaring, "Water release, phantom water blade." At incredible speed, numerous clones of Nameless emerged, each indistinguishable from the real one. Victory found himself momentarily frozen, relying on his senses to discern reality. But in an instant, water release, water blade II slash was executed, and before Victory could react, he was caught by the blade's edge, cleaved in 2. Gasps erupted from the assembled forces as they exclaimed, "This is impossible. How could the Hokage be cut in half?" Vengeance, vengeance. The 2 halves of Victory fell. But then, thump, 2 wooden blocks appeared in his place. It was a substitution technique. A collective sigh of relief swept through the clan as their hearts settled. They were terrified, grateful that it was merely a technique. As Nameless realized the sensation in his hand felt amiss upon striking, he closed his eyes and heightened his sensory perception. He discovered the truth. With enhanced perception, he moved forward at great speed. Yes, right below. He executed another water release, water blade II slash, this time from above, creating a long fissure in the earth. Clang. The water blade II slash was halted underground, and Nameless withdrew his sword in disbelief, astonished that his strike had been blocked. The earth began to crack open, releasing a powerful aura. In sage mode, his fiery red eyes locked onto Nameless. The adamantine chains transformed to gold using sage chakra, forming a shield to intercept the II slash. Nameless recognized the familiar presence of his opponent's aura as the shield blocked his slash. Determined, he prepared for another onslaught. Water release, 1,000 water blade II slash. The sword descended once more, accompanied by water-infused cutting power. Anticipating the attack, Victory summoned a colossal golden rock fist from the earth. Sage art, rock fist technique. Countless water-infused slashes struck the massive golden fist, leaving only minor marks. Ultimately, the II slash collided with the enormous fist, resulting in a powerful shockwave that sent the sword flying into the air. Nameless leapt and caught the airborne sword. The stage was set for an epic confrontation as the 3rd-generation Mizukage, gripping the liberated sword, observed the transformed Hokage, Victory, with a furrowed brow. The shift in power was palpable, and the quality of their ninjutsu had reached new heights. What was once a clear advantage had become a formidable challenge, and Nameless braced himself for the next decisive strike. Water release, water blade slash. He returned the sword to its sheath, channeling his focus and awaiting his opponent's entry into his lethal range. The enhancement of Sage Mode has elevated one's condition to an unprecedented level. Vortex Victory steadies his massive golden rock fist, prepared for defense. A sense of danger resurfaces, despite having successfully parried the opponent's strike moments ago. The feeling of impending peril lingers. Slowly advancing, he approaches the third Mizukage, Nameless. The sense of crisis intensifies as the third Mizukage, Nameless, awaits Vortex Victory's approach. This is the moment. With a technique honed over time, the water release, Waterblade draw, is unleashed. The attack, charged with accumulated power, is aimed at Vortex Victory as he steps into the strike zone. The katana, wielded with swiftness and conviction to sever all, swings forth. The golden rock fist acts as a barrier against the oncoming slash, while the shield formed by the adamantine chains provides a second layer of defense. A flash of blue light streaks past. In the instant the strike descends, Vortex Victory executes dual-layered defense. However, the perceptual enhancement granted by Sage Mode ensures that the sense of crisis does not dissipate. Utilizing the body flicker technique, he evades the katana's waterblade attack. The immense golden rock fist and the adamantine shield are cleaved in two by the third Mizukage, Nameless. A cold sweat breaks out. Had he remained stationary to absorb the blow, it would have been perilous. His instincts were indeed correct. Facing his attack, the Vortex Shadow remains unscathed. The third Mizukage, Nameless, forms hand seals. Summoning technique. The ground erupts with seawater, causing the katana's water blade to slip from his grasp and return to the ocean. He finally recalls why the aura of the Vortex Shadow is so familiar. During the first 5 Kage Summit, he served as a guard for the first Mizukage. When the tailed beasts were allocated, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, emanated this very presence, referred to as Sage Mode according to the first Mizukage's description. Continuing the battle would certainly place him at a disadvantage. The mutual probing can reach its conclusion. The third Mizukage, Nameless, slightly closes his eyes and states, "Let this battle end here. Should we continue, it would no longer be a contest, but a fight for survival. How do you assess my strength in this encounter? Third Mizukage, can you protect the land of the Vortex?" Vortex Victory responds with a smile. The third Mizukage, Nameless, steps forward to shake hands. Vortex Victory reciprocates. "May our future dealings be characterized by mutual understanding and smooth cooperation," the third Mizukage, Nameless, expresses. Vortex Victory replies, "Then let us part ways. The affairs of Kirigakure are quite demanding." After departing, the third Mizukage, Nameless, turns away. Black Scythe Thunder Fong immediately shields him, muttering in disbelief. "Why did we not continue the fight? There was no definitive outcome. I have found that brat irksome for quite some time." Does he still believe that the second Mizukage's defeat was mere luck? The reason we could part ways is solely due to our strengths. Indeed, the third Mizukage, Nameless, responds. Hearing this, Black Scythe Thunder Fong sighs, with swordfish and missile boats at sea, and that brat acting as an obstacle on land. The land of the Vortex is truly a bane to Kirigakure. The land of lightning can be neglected for now. The land of fire is engaged in battle with the land of wind. It seems we have found our opportunity. Third Mizukage, while Konoha is embroiled in conflict. Shall we seize some territory from the land of fire? This matter shall be deliberated upon return to Kirigakure. The third Mizukage, Nameless, contemplates. Diverting internal conflicts to engage in external warfare is indeed the best course of action. However, he hesitates when faced with the formidable Konoha and feels the need to confer with the marshal. In the training grounds, the watching daimyo troops observe the sudden cessation of combat. Is it over? Yet no victor has been declared. It must be that the Vortex Shadow emerged victorious. Otherwise, the opponent would not have ceased the contest. Our Vortex Shadow is truly remarkable. Vortex Victory arrives at the military dock, where the Yamamura Forest Research Team is engaged in mathematical calculations under a makeshift tent along the shore. What are you still doing here after the exercise has concluded? Upon seeing the Vortex Shadow, Yamamura Forest stands up, visibly anxious. Vortex Shadow, there is an issue with signal transmission. I have discovered that the speed can be further optimized, and I am currently conducting calculations. It is unexpected that the mathematical talents nurtured by Vortex University are beginning to emerge. Initially unable to comprehend mathematical formulas, they are now capable of inventing new ones. As long as the learning model proves effective, it will lead to a continuous influx of resources, accelerating the cultivation of talents needed by the land of the Vortex. The recent large unmanned aerial vehicle, UAV, has demonstrated commendable flight altitude and transmission speed. According to the specifications, this UAV utilizes wind-style Chakra Capacitors as fuel, powered by a turbojet engine. It can carry cameras at a flight altitude of 15,000 meters, reaching a maximum speed of 600 kilometers per hour with a range of 2,000 kilometers. Although critical challenges were addressed with my guidance, most issues were resolved by the Yamamura Forest team through their diligent research. Their relentless pursuit has enabled this large UAV to successfully achieve its objectives during the exercise. Vortex Victory smiles at the leader of the Yamamura Forest team, saying, "The large UAV performed exceptionally in the exercise, yet it lacks a resounding name. I entrust you to devise one." No, that is unacceptable. Many problems I could not solve were addressed by the Vortex Shadow, and I cannot claim credit for his achievements. Yamamura Forest vehemently denies, his face flushed. Noticing Yamamura Forest's embarrassment, Vortex Victory gently touzles his hair and says, "As the Vortex Shadow, I decree that this project is yours. It is only fitting that your team decides on the name." The Yamamura Forest team exchanges glances, eager to propose names. After a brief pause, someone finally voices their idea. "How about Sky-Flying Eagle? We have the Black Bee UAV. Let us name this larger one Sky-Flying Big Black Bee. Or simply Big Goose, for a goose can be quite fierce." The research team enthusiastically presents various names, each hoping to have their suggestion chosen for the large UAV. The discussion continues, with each member asserting their preference. Yamamura Forest gathers his courage and proclaims, "With so many names proposed, I, as the team leader, shall make the choice. Let us combine our ideas and settle on Sky-Flying Big Goose for the large UAV." Suddenly, silence ensues. Over time, the team has grown accustomed to the leader resolving issues, and they have learned to accept his suggestions without opposition. Observing the acceptance of his chosen name, Yamamura Forest visibly relaxes, though he soon becomes bashful again. It is fortunate that everyone accepted his name. Had there been dissent, he would have been at a loss for how to respond. Vortex Victory recognizes that Yamamura Forest's role as the leader of the research team is indeed a valuable training experience. The introverted yet intelligent Yamamura Forest is gradually learning to employ his intellect to guide the team's progress. Thus, the name shall be Sky-Flying Big Goose for the large UAV. During this period, everyone has worked diligently, so I shall grant you all a break, Vortex Victory instructs. In the mountain village, Lindsay appeared not joyful, but rather contemplative upon hearing of the impending holiday. Finally, summoning his courage, he spoke. "Lord Wuying, I have an idea. Might it be possible to postpone the holiday? I wish to equip a modified large drone with anti-ship missiles. Is this a commendable idea? What challenges lie in its realization?" I had initially thought to wait until after the holiday to gather the large drone team for the design of another model. I did not anticipate that Lindsay would propose such an idea. Lord Wuying, the large drone, akin to a flying goose, cannot take off with the anti-ship missiles attached. As he felt Wuying's gaze upon him, Lindsay's voice grew ever softer. Yet, recalling Wuying's inquiry and his own thirst for knowledge, he boldly declared, "The current payload capacity is insufficient, and I am working on researching a more powerful turbojet engine. Additionally, the transmission of information may fail in adverse weather conditions, which I am also seeking to resolve." With a smile, Wuying gestured towards the robust Chow ninja standing nearby and said, "Do you see that large fellow? Understand now?" Lindsay pondered for a moment and responded, "If the payload capacity is inadequate, then we should simply enlarge the drone. There is no stipulation that it must be unmanned. We could switch to a piloted system for information transmission." Lindsay wished to pose another question, but was halted by Wuying. "Did you not just arrive at answers to 2 questions? Now, consider the remaining ones from a different perspective. If you still cannot find a solution, feel free to ask again." "Understood, Lord Wuying," Lindsay replied, his cheeks flushed. He encouraged himself, determined to succeed. As the sun began its descent, Wuying stood at the dock and announced to everyone, "Please pause your work. Today's exercise was immensely successful, and at the daimyo's camp, a splendid feast awaits you all." Shipbuilders, researchers, and Chow ninjas eagerly set aside their tasks to indulge in the culinary delights. At the daimyo's camp in the training square, dozens of chefs busily tossed ingredients in woks, presenting dish after dish at the dining tables. At this moment, Wuying sat at the head of the table, observing the joyous scene. Such a gathering had not occurred in a long time, ever since the land of waves triumphed over the village hidden in mist. Events had unfolded one after another, keeping everyone on edge. This banquet was intended for all to release their pent-up tension. An Umbu approached, whispering, "Lord Wuying, the intelligence from the land of soup has been compiled and is in this booklet." Wuying took the booklet and began to peruse it. The land of soup boasts numerous natural hot springs and has begun to promote tourism centered around them. Many affluent individuals flock to enjoy the hot springs, and several wealthy merchants have settled there, leading to significant economic growth. To protect their nation, ninjas established the village hidden in soup. However, the turmoil of the ninja world did not reach the land of soup, and its residents have grown increasingly prosperous, with a strong inclination towards peace. Yet, the land of soup possesses both light and shadow. The village hidden in soup does not enjoy the superficial tranquility it projects. The affluent populace has attracted various sects to establish themselves within the land of soup. Beneath the surface, numerous nefarious new cults lurk, manipulating the underprivileged. Wu Ying's mother, Lu Ming, approached, noticing her son still engaged in official matters. "Why are you still busy? The land of water has been dissuaded." Such joyous news calls for a few celebratory drinks. Afterward, Lu Ming glanced at the intelligence in Wu Ying's hands. The report detailed the land of soup's influence, population, economic conditions, and primary sources of income in great depth. The land of soup? There is hardly any connection between it and the land of waves, not even in commerce. Perhaps residents of the land of waves might vacation there. Given its renowned hot springs, Lu Ming said with intrigue, "What interest do we have in the land of soup? I recall the village hidden in soup once held considerable power, yet it seems the land of soup has been favored by fortune, remaining unscathed amidst the ninja world's conflicts. With its wealth, the land of soup delegates its more challenging issues to the 5 great hidden villages, leading to the gradual decline of the village hidden in soup, leaving it with no opportunity to provoke the land of waves. The weakening of the village hidden in soup is indeed beneficial for the land of waves. Currently, every hidden village in the ninja world seeks to expand its territory. Why did the village hidden in sand engage in conflict with Konoha? Was it not for a piece of fertile land? Once peace is restored in the ninja world, expanding the land of waves will be even more arduous than it is now. As Wu Ying organized the information at hand, he spoke, "Father, what do you think about integrating the land of soup into the land of waves?" Lu Ming's cup fell to the ground in shock at this groundbreaking revelation. However, upon reflection, the current situation appears quite favorable for the land of waves. The collaboration with the land of water has just begun, while the land of lightning and the land of earth are embroiled in minor conflicts. The war between the land of wind and the land of fire has reached a stalemate. The remaining smaller nations, inspired by the land of moon, dare not provoke the land of waves. The prosperous land of soup's incorporation into the land of waves might raise the alarm among the 5 great hidden villages. Yet, by the time they are capable of intervening, the land of waves may have fully absorbed the land of soup. The key to the integration of the land of soup into the land of waves lies with the malevolent cults hidden underground. Wu Ying extracted detailed intelligence on the cults separately. Chapter 92, Daimyo of the Land of Soup, Minister Fukuda the Land of Soup, with the village hidden in soup in decline, lacks sufficient strength to confront the land of waves. As long as the daimyo of soup is dealt with, the integration of the land of soup into the land of waves will be halfway accomplished. Resolving this issue does not necessarily require assassination. It depends on whether the daimyo of soup possesses the self-awareness to fully align with the land of waves. Assassination should only be considered a last resort, as the death of a daimyo will inevitably create a stir in other nations. The underground cults can conveniently take the blame. Even if the major countries realize that the assassination was orchestrated by us, as long as it remains concealed, what can they do in the face of accusations? The benefits would have already been reaped by the land of waves. Moreover, the land of soup is not situated within the buffer zone of the 5 great hidden villages. The 5 great hidden villages have no vested interests in it. Furthermore, all major nations are expanding their territories, with countless dark corners that are difficult to quantify. The emerging underground cults are pivotal in this scenario. The cults attract followers primarily from the lower classes. Once they amass a sufficient number of adherents, the cults appear to flourish. They then seduce wealthy merchants, who, seeing the multitude of followers, instinctively trust everything the cults proclaim, allowing the underground cults to harvest their riches. Thus, by managing the cults effectively, one can control a significant portion of the lower-class populace. Once the land of soup is under control, the underground cults can be eradicated, achieving a unification of power. The wealthiest individuals in the land of Soup predominantly hail from that very nation, seeking to settle there to enjoy its stable environment. As long as they do not feel threatened, they will likely recognize their place. However, there remains the esteemed Lord of the Land of Soup, whose recognition of their position is fervently hoped for. They must relinquish their hold on power and ensure a smooth transfer of authority. Uzumaki Victory handed over the intelligence to Elder Chiming and spoke. Notify them that I will represent the Land of Tides in an official visit. Please prepare accordingly. Elder Chiming inquired with puzzlement. But Lord Uzumaki, the Land of Tides has little interaction with the Land of Soup. What preparations should the delegation make? Certainly, we must muster sufficient personnel. As the Land of Soup will soon be integrated into the Land of Tides, Elder Chiming murmured softly, astonished that the Land of Tides might rise to prominence. Perhaps one day, the presence of the Hidden Leaf Village would no longer be needed as a shield. Uzumaki Sasuke, you will lead a team to infiltrate several underground sects in the Land of Soup, and your forces will discreetly proceed there, masquerading as members of those sections. Following this, Uzumaki Victory continued, Uzumaki Shinya, you shall lead the assault to assassinate the Lord of the Land of Soup. Once successful, the sect members will initiate an attack on the capital station guards. Uzumaki Taro, you are to command the Tide Ninjas to intercept any rescue efforts from the Hidden Soup Village. We need only wait for the dust to settle in the capital. Uzumaki Sasuke and the others received their orders and promptly assured their commitment to the tasks assigned. As the banquet continued, Uzumaki Victory raised his goblet and proclaimed loudly, To our triumphant return! To our triumphant return! A chorus of voices echoed back, and the other captains at their tables joined in the fervor. Victory! 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 They savored the wine in their cups, knowing this operation would serve as a test of their joint military capabilities, with land, sea, and air forces coordinating their efforts. The swordfish, missile boats, flying goose, large drone units, and Tide Ninjas would strike from all directions. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Land of Soup was indulging in the comforts of his hot springs, a servant beside him feeding him peeled grapes. Minister Fukuda hurried in, exclaiming, My lord, the Land of Tides has contacted us, stating that their second Hokage will visit our realm. The Lord of the Land of Soup, savoring his grapes, spat the seeds into the servant's hand and inquired, What has prompted such a sudden visit from the Land of Tides? Your Excellency, the Land of Tides has recently grown increasingly powerful, having repelled the invading Mist Village, defeated the Moon Country, and even engaged with the Sand Village, which is currently battling the Leaf Village. The Lord of the Land of Soup waved dismissively and rose, the servant quickly draping a towel over him as he carelessly remarked, They only know how to fight. The Land of Soup is blessed with my leadership. War has not dared approach our borders, and their victories hold no significance for us. With that, he reclined on a lounge chair, and the servant promptly presented a refreshing drink. Minister Fukuda, sensing his lord's disinterest in foreign conflicts, shifted his approach. Your Excellency, the Land of Tides is facing continuous warfare, and their finances are likely strained. The Land of Soup is renowned for its wealth. Perhaps they seek our assistance. The Lord burst into laughter, finding great amusement in the minister's words. The Land of Soup flourishes precisely because of my divine favor. This abundance of hot springs is akin to a windfall from the heavens. No matter how fierce the wars in the Land of Tides, it is of no consequence to us. Wealth flows effortlessly into the Land of Soup. He instructed that proper hospitality be prepared to showcase the affluence of the Land of Soup to their visitors. During his respite, the Lord continued to manage state affairs, and his subordinates felt fortunate to serve such a magnificent leader. I shall retire now. Your Excellency, please rest well, Minister Fukuda said as he slowly exited the bath. The Lord of the Land of Soup mused to himself, relishing a rare occurrence amidst the monotony of indulgence. He hoped that the Land of Tides would bring forth a delightful surprise as he gradually succumbed to slumber on the lounge chair, while the servant hastily draped a towel over him. Just as Minister Fukuda exited the Lord's hall, several enigmatic figures approached, prompting the guards to swiftly intervene. I know them. Allow them to enter, he instructed, recognizing the visitors. The mysterious figures approached Minister Fukuda, presenting him with a letter and bowing respectfully. I convey the gratitude of our leader for your assistance. At the forthcoming celebration in the Land of Tides, we shall welcome many more followers into our Flying Sky sect. May blessings be upon you. Fukuda, upon examining the letter, wore a displeased expression and muttered, Wasn't it said there would be many? Why is there only one letter? Don't treat us as mere followers. That would be tedious. My lord, it is inconvenient to carry more. The letter contains the address for further correspondence, they replied. Fukuda's expression shifted upon reading the contents of the letter, and he smiled, saying, "Blessings indeed. May the Flying Sky sect flourish and its followers multiply." He then proceeded to the address to collect his remuneration. Lord Uzumaki Taro, is it acceptable to give 20 million ryo to the Minister of the Land of Soup? Chapter 93, Gathering and Departure. A small trial of anti-ship missiles at this moment. The tranquil environment of the Land of Soup surrounded Minister Fukuda, who was accompanied by only a handful of guards. They awaited their rendezvous at the designated location, confident that the Tide Ninja's prowess would easily allow them to capture Fukuda, enabling one of their own to impersonate him. I fail to see the purpose of keeping Minister Fukuda alive, one of his subordinates remarked. Many of the Lord's affairs are personally resolved by Fukuda, and there are numerous secrets we cannot grasp in the short term. Our personnel have already infiltrated the banquet. We should not jeopardize the entire plan for a minor convenience. Uzumaki Taro explained from the side. Minutes later, Minister Fukuda arrived at the location, opening the door to reveal a room brimming with silver. He muttered to himself, "It seems the Flying Sky sect is quite wealthy." He thought to himself that the next time he assisted them, he would need to double his fee. Estimating the room's contents to be around 20 million ryo, a lucrative venture indeed. The proliferation of sects in the Land of Soup was advantageous, as each contributed to his income. One of Fukuda's retainers spoke up, "Minister, isn't it risky to allow the Flying Sky sect into the banquet hosted by the Lord? What danger could there be? The banquet will mostly be filled with wealthy merchants, prime targets for the sect. Besides, if issues arise, it won't be my concern. The hidden soup village's inadequate defense will bear the blame." Although aware of the approximate amount, Fukuda remained seated, counting the silver in the room. Seeing that his lord disregarded his concerns, the retainer chose not to press the issue further, for he too was there for the monetary gain. Meanwhile, in the Land of Tides, Uzumaki Victory received intelligence confirming that Uzumaki Taro had successfully infiltrated several underground sects and established connections with Minister Fukuda of the Land of Soup. He immediately transmitted a message to the Land of Soup, stating their intent to visit. Long before Uzumaki Taro dealt with the underground sects, the forces of the Land of Tides had commenced training exercises, honing their collaborative tactics. The swordfish and missile boats had constructed numerous new vessels, ensuring that the forthcoming operation would remain undetected by the Land of Soup. From this moment, there are 30 swordfish missile boats, carrying 800 whirlpool ninjas. To facilitate smooth operations in the capital of the Land of Soup, 3 Black Bee drone hives have been prepared to ensure real-time intelligence on personnel in every street. The Flying Goose, a large drone, is tasked with vigilant surveillance of the skies above the sea, preventing the swordfish and missile boats from being detected by the ninjas or fishermen of the Land of Soup. The objective is to dismantle the defensive systems near the ports of the Land of Soup. With preparations complete, Victory of the Whirlpool boards the swordfish missile boats. Standing at the dock, Whirlpool Amin speaks, assuring Victory that the failure of the operation against the Land of Soup is inconsequential. As the development of the Whirlpool Nation continues at a brisk pace, he emphasizes the importance of personal safety, expressing confidence that the operation will surely succeed. After waving goodbye, the swordfish missile boats set sail, gradually departing from the military dock of the Whirlpool Nation. Whirlpool Amin remains at the dock, observing the increasingly distant fleet. There is no need for concern regarding the safety of the second Hokage, as he wields the Sage Mode that only the first Hokage could master. Amin cannot fathom anyone capable of overcoming the second Hokage. Elder Chiming interjects, expressing his hope that his worries are unfounded. With the departure of the young man, the burden of administrative duties once again falls upon him, which he finds troublesome. With that, Whirlpool Amin departs from the military dock. The swordfish missile boats navigate through the radiated waters of the Whirlpool Nation. The Flying Goose, the large drone, is meticulously timed and commences its ascent, maintaining constant vigilance over the sea's surface. Victory of the Whirlpool issues commands. The Flying Goose has evolved from its prototype into a production model with ample supply. Each swordfish missile boat is equipped with one. Acknowledging the command, the operators of Flying Goose drones numbered 1 through 10 initiate their takeoff. The 10 flying geese gracefully ascend into the azure sky. Transmission from Drone 1 is normal, the operator reports. Transmission from Drones 2 and 10 is also normal. Follows the report as all visuals come through clearly. Amidst the vast ocean, the swordfish missile boats glide unnoticed. Report to Lord Whirlpool at 3 o'clock. A ship flying the pirate flag has been detected, announces the operator of Drone 3. According to intelligence, the pirates belong to the Bloodhand pirate crew, notorious for plundering coastal towns, leaving a trail of bloodshed, adds the operator of Drone 4. Victory of the Whirlpool contemplates deeply. The seas abound with pirates, particularly now that turmoil has erupted in the ninja world. Defectors and rogue ninjas, unable to survive, have taken to piracy. Before the Whirlpool nation repelled the Mist Village, these pirates would occasionally harass the nation's fishing vessels, abducting civilians for ransom. The Whirlpool ninjas are unable to locate the hiding places of the pirates amidst the boundless ocean. However, since repelling the Mist Village, the strength of the Whirlpool nation has spread across the seas, and most pirates no longer dare to provoke it. Initially intending to avoid unnecessary conflict by navigating around the pirates, the heinous deeds of the Bloodhand pirate crew compel a different course of action. Swordfish missile boats, Captain Kawakami. You are tasked with leading the mission to completely annihilate the Bloodhand pirate crew, commands Victory of the Whirlpool. Understood, I will ensure the mission is accomplished, replies Captain Kawakami with determination. Taking a deep breath, Captain Kawakami is eager to engage in real combat. He had previously worried about mismanaging affairs concerning the Land of Soup, but now he sees this as an opportunity for training. The Bloodhand pirate crew sails a wooden vessel, rendering other teams unnecessary. Anti-ship missiles alone will suffice to eliminate them. Nevertheless, for caution's sake, he instructs ninjas on Swordfish 1, prepare for defense. Drones 2 and 3, launch 3 anti-ship missiles. A squad of Whirlpool ninjas emerges onto the deck, ready for action. Acknowledged, launching now, the weapons operator confirms. Boom, boom, boom. 3 anti-ship missiles soar over the waves. The lookout of the Bloodhand pirate crew squints into the distance, spotting fireballs approaching. What is that? An unfamiliar long-range ninja tool? He cries, urging his comrades to take cover. Everyone, prepare for a ninja attack. The captain, a formidable figure, rushes out to respond as the missiles close in. Everyone, use ninjutsu to intercept. We cannot allow an unknown weapon to destroy our ship. The captain, skilled in his craft, swiftly forms hand seals and unleashes water release, water barrier. A tremendous torrent erupts from his mouth, enveloping the entire ship in a protective water screen. Impressive, he has conjured such a massive barrier, he muses. But his relief is short-lived as he realizes the chakra expended will leave him fatigued. As the anti-ship missiles near the pirate vessel, they suddenly veer, searching for a weakness in the water barrier, yet the technique secures the ship tightly. The missiles activate their chakra capacitors, runes illuminating their surfaces, indicating a desire to penetrate the water barrier. The captain maintains his focus, dismissively observing the fiery projectiles. Do they think these fire-tipped spears can breach my ninjutsu? Yet, as the missiles pierce the water barrier, the captain's expression shifts to one of horror as he witnesses the missiles breach his defenses. There is no time for reaction. The high-speed missiles strike the pirate vessel, resulting in a devastating explosion. Boom! The pirate ship splinters into pieces, and the subsequent 2 missiles create additional thunderous eruptions as they strike home. With the waves roiling, debris gradually sinks beneath the surface. Captain Kawakami watches the footage transmitted back by the Flying Goose, exhilarated as the pirate ship vanishes beneath the waves. Report to Lord Whirlpool, mission accomplished with resounding success. He exclaims, elated. Excellent work, continue onward. We must reach the Land of Soup before nightfall, Victory of the Whirlpool observes, assessing Captain Kawakami's capability to lead future operations at sea without error. Captain Kawakami's successful completion of this mission proves his competence to command the Swordfish missile boats effectively. The journey ahead is smooth, with minimal hindrances. The Flying Goose drones maintain continuous surveillance from the skies, adeptly avoiding any fishing boats encountered. Should concealment fail, Whirlpool ninjas are prepared to cast illusions, ensuring the large vessels remain undetected as they approach the waters near the Land of Soup. Lord Whirlpool, the Flying Goose drones have now visualized the dock of the Land of Soup, announces the operator of Drone 1. On the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, the Swordfish and missile boats proceeded to the port of the Land of Soup, while the remaining Swordfish and missile boats searched for concealed locations. The Whirlpool ninja chose the opportune moment to land in the Land of Soup, and upon arrival, established contact with Jiraiya of the Flying Heaven sect. Orders for an assault were given, and once all personnel were properly arranged, communication was facilitated through a sealed scroll phone. Victory in the whirlpool was declared, and commands were issued. The swordfish and missile boats, constructed entirely of steel, drew considerable attention upon their arrival at the port of the Land of Soup. The feudal lord commanded Minister Fukuda to proceed to the port to await the arrival of the fleet from the Land of Whirlpool. Upon sighting the swordfish and missile boats, Minister Fukuda swallowed hard, recognizing the prowess of the Land of Whirlpool that had once repelled the hidden mist village. The warships of the Land of Soup were also docked at this port, originally intended to showcase the nation's affluence with the latest technology, equipped with 20 brass cannons. However, when compared to the firepower of the swordfish and missile boats, it became evident how antiquated the warships of the Land of Soup truly were. The brass cannons aboard the warships fired, yet doubts lingered about their ability to penetrate the iron-clad vessels of their opponents. Although the warships of the Land of Whirlpool appeared to have fewer cannons, the ingenuity of the nation that invented the rocket launcher was not to be underestimated. As the Whirlpool ninja provided protection on either side, Victory descended from the swordfish and missile boats. From the deck, he observed the dock of the Land of Soup, where warships equipped with numerous brass cannons were moored. It was evident that the economic prosperity of the Land of Soup had spurred technological advancements. Perhaps after witnessing the swordfish and missile boats today, the Land of Soup would be inspired to follow suit. With the assistance of ninjas, the advent of steam engines might soon dawn upon the Land of Soup. Yet, given that the Land of Soup had repeatedly reduced funding for the hidden soup village, it remained uncertain whether the soup ninjas would lend their assistance earnestly. Should the conquest of the Land of Soup succeed, all the scientific talents involved would surely belong to the Land of Whirlpool. Upon seeing personnel from the Land of Whirlpool disembark, Minister Fukuda was roused from his contemplation, promptly donning a smile and approaching with a greeting. "Greetings, Lord Victory. The feudal lord has instructed me to await your esteemed presence at the port. I appreciate your efforts, Minister Fukuda, for coming all the way from the capital to greet me at the port. It is indeed a thoughtful gesture from the feudal lord." Victory replied with a smile. The affluent Land of Soup had arranged 10 luxurious carriages awaiting at the port. As Minister Fukuda approached the carriages, he boasted. The horses used to pull these carriages were imported at great expense from the Land of Leaf, ensuring remarkable speed. It appeared that the Land of Soup truly allocated its wealth toward indulgence. However, this might also reduce their capacity for resistance. Such splendid horses. It would be a pity to use them for mere transport, mused Victory, stroking one of the magnificent steeds. Inside the carriage, he was astonished to find gemstones embedded within its design. The journey to the capital of the Land of Soup commenced. As he lifted the curtain to gaze outside, he saw numerous bathhouse hotels bustling with visitors, indicating a thriving business. Despite the ongoing conflicts throughout the ninja world, the atmosphere in the Land of Soup bore no signs of tension, suggesting a collective belief that war would not encroach upon their territory. However, they would soon be disillusioned. For the purpose of this visit was to conquer the Land of Soup. After a considerable journey, the gates of the capital finally came into view, and by the time they arrived, night had fully descended. Minister Fukuda arranged for them to stay at the most opulent hot spring hotel in the Land of Soup. A procession of maids emerged from the hotel's entrance to greet them. Minister Fukuda, visibly pleased with the arrangements, nodded approvingly and declared, "Your task today is to attend to Lord Victory well. Do you understand?" "Yes, Minister Fukuda," the maids replied in unison. Chapter 95, The Banquet Begins. The missile boat troops mobilize. As evening fell, it was no longer suitable to host a banquet. Instead, they would indulge in the Land of Soup's renowned hot springs to rejuvenate from their arduous journey. Upon returning to his room, the sealed scroll phone suddenly rang. The signal was at its peak, indicating that the Land of Soup had successfully deployed communication towers. The Flying Heaven Goose, a large drone, had spent several hours in flight, generating a detailed map of the Land of Soup on the sealed scroll phone. The system within the phone had been updated, now equipped with numerous specialized applications, including a positioning feature to better direct operations. The map clearly marked the camps of the Land of Soup's forces, with indications that the Whirlpool ninjas had already laid an ambush in the surrounding areas. All warships of the Land of Soup were clearly identified, ensuring the total destruction of the first strike. Next came a period of rest in anticipation of the banquet the following day. Early the next morning, Victory rose at dawn and opened his door. The maid was already waiting outside and promptly approached to serve him. Lord Victory. The banquet hosted by the feudal lord begins in the afternoon. I shall guide you on a tour of the land of soup, with some time before the banquet. A brief exploration of the land of soup seemed a delightful choice. I would like to see the land of soup, so I appreciate your assistance, Victory said. It is no trouble. Rather, it is my honor, the maid replied, leading Victory on a tour. As Victory observed the desolate streets, he felt a wave of confusion. They had been bustling with activity just the day before, yet now they appeared abandoned. Noticing Victory's puzzled expression, the maid quickly explained, Lord Victory. The land of soup is renowned for its hot springs, attracting crowds mostly in the afternoon or evening. However, as they approached, they spotted a lavishly dressed couple worshipping an eerie statue. What is happening? What are they worshipping? Victory inquired. The maid, slightly flustered, collected herself and responded. The land of soup has many sects that frequently partake in rituals to honor their deities. This is quite common. The couple, noticing Victory's approach, hurried over and grasped his hands, asking, Would you like to join the Divine Descent sect? It guarantees your health. Simply offer half of your fortune, and the leader will alleviate your ailments. Reports indicated that the land of soup had many sects, but Victory was taken aback by their brazen recruitment on the street. A group of soldiers from the land of soup approached, loudly admonishing, Do you not see it as Lord Victory? Depart at once, or face the consequences. The couple hastily retreated, casting lingering glances back. Victory remarked, Is it customary for your sects to recruit publicly? And half of one's fortune seems excessive. What of it? The sects are overseen by Minister Fukuda. As long as they pay, they can recruit legally. Originally, the hidden soup village would have curtailed the sect's expansion. But under Minister Fukuda's oppression, the hidden soup village has vanished, a soldier interjected. Commander, refrain from speaking so recklessly. Everyone may continue to browse, and by afternoon, the sects will not dare to emerge. The soldiers grumbled as they departed the scene. The land of Whirlpool is indeed a worthy ally. By overthrowing Minister Fukuda, the hearts of the people will naturally gravitate towards us. Fortunately, the multitude of sect followers allowed the Whirlpool ninjas to conceal themselves within the capital of the land of soup. The grand banquet in the land of soup has officially commenced. The streets are adorned with a myriad of flowers, and the hot spring inns have begun to beckon patrons. A large band is playing melodious tunes, while hundreds of dancers gracefully sway to the rhythm in the square. The officials of the land of soup kneel on either side of the square, quietly observing the dancers' performance, accustomed as they are to the opulence of their lord. Minister Fukuda personally emerges to welcome guests, expressing hopes that Lord Uzumaki will enjoy his time in the land of soup. The lord of the land of soup drinks merrily, as the maidens refill his goblet with exquisite wine. This gathering feels less like a welcome for the land of Uzumaki and more like a jubilant celebration to uplift the spirits of the townsfolk. Uzumaki Shinri observes the lord of the land of soup indulging in drink. Your Excellency, I, Uzumaki Shinri, have come to pay a visit on behalf of the land of Uzumaki, he declares. Let us set aside discussions of state affairs for today and revel in joyous festivities. The lord of soup, now in high spirits from the drink, does not dispute this, as he is not inclined towards serious discourse either. After all, daily responsibilities in the land of Uzumaki leave little room for respite, and this banquet serves as a perfect opportunity for relaxation, free from political discussions. Uzumaki Shinri, recognizing the lord's keen understanding, recalls his earlier suspicions. No matter how powerful one may be, the need for assistance from the affluent land of soup brings him delight. Taking his seat, Uzumaki Shinri observes the jubilant celebration and discreetly utilizes his sealing scroll mobile device to send out messages. The swordfish and missile boats commence a blockade of the entire land of soup, ensuring that no information escapes. Uzumaki Sasuke eliminates the internal forces within the borders of the land of soup while leading the Uzumaki ninja to dismantle the capital's defenses. Captain Kawakami receives orders. The swordfish and missile boats prepare to launch an assault. The airborne goose, a large, unmanned drone, begins transmitting images of the military docks of the land of soup, where numerous warships are displayed. The land of soup boasts 300 warships of various sizes, and deploying anti-ship missiles against them is sheer extravagance. All forces are to engage within the attack range, utilizing anti-ship missiles against the more formidable vessels, while the remaining lower-threat targets are to be dispatched with naval gunfire. Captain Kawakami issues the command. In the vast expanse of the ocean, the swordfish and missile boats navigate according to high-definition maps, entering the blind spots of the land of Soup's defensive forces. It is only upon reaching the lookout tower's line of sight that the swordfish and missile boats are detected. The lookout, upon spotting 27 swordfish and missile boats approaching, immediately sounds the alarm bell. The commander of the Isekai'd fleet rushes from the camp, shouting for all to board the warships and prepare for the enemy's assault. The commander, channeling chakra, leaps to the tower, astounded that vessels from the land of Uzumaki have reached the land of Soup. Soldiers begin to rush towards the warships, while the ninjas of Soup's hidden village activate the barrier above. "Report, Captain. We have reached the attack range," announces a drone operator. Captain Kawakami, eager for action, shouts, "Launch the anti-ship missiles." "Received." "Commencing missile launch," replies the weapon operator. With a sudden whoosh, the launch doors open. Boom, boom, boom. The anti-ship missiles ascend, soaring over the surface of the sea, heading towards the encampment of the land of Soup. Chapter 76. Precision Strike. Complete destruction of resistance. The lookout at the tower, witnessing the barrage of anti-ship missiles approaching, shouts in terror. Cannon fire. The ships of the land of Uzumaki unleash their own artillery in retaliation, bracing for the incoming assault. The commander of the Isekai'd fleet gazes at the incoming missiles from atop the tower, quickly activating multiple defensive barriers. Based on his knowledge of his own bronze cannons, he believes the enemy's firepower lacks the ability to breach the defenses. The enemy's projectiles appear elongated. His defenses consist of several layers. The loss of one or two barriers would be inconsequential. Navy soldiers take their positions at the bronze cannon fortifications. Yet the range of the cannons cannot reach the swordfish and missile boats launching attacks from the outskirts. They can only wait for the enemy to draw closer. As the anti-ship missiles reach their designated range, their engines roar to life. One by one, the missiles activate their chakra capacitors, enhancing their penetrating capabilities. Boom. The barriers of the land of Soup are utterly ineffective, as the anti-ship missiles pierce through them. The ninjas controlling the defensive barriers of the land of Soup can scarcely believe their eyes. Although the barrier jutsu of the Soup hidden village is not the most formidable in the ninja world, the land of Soup's wealth has allowed for the use of numerous chakra-infused materials, significantly bolstering their defensive capabilities. They never anticipated that they would fail to hold for even a second, being directly breached by the enemy. As the anti-ship missiles strike the defensive fortifications, the ninjas of the Soup hidden village shout in unison, "Flee! They are targeting us!" Boom. The missiles precisely hit their targets, with the large warships taking direct hits and the defensive structures obliterated. The ninjas defending the fortifications collapse helplessly to the ground. Although some escape the explosions, they are rendered combat ineffective by the shockwaves. Explosions erupt from the large warships of the land of Soup, flames shooting into the sky as thick smoke begins to envelop the area. The Navy soldiers of the land of Soup, still boarding their vessels, witness their ships disintegrating into splinters, burning timber scattering in all directions. Panic ensues among the Navy soldiers as they frantically seek cover, abandoning any thoughts of counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. The large warships, equipped with bronze cannons and ample gunpowder and shells, erupt in a series of massive explosions, affecting many nearby soldiers. The commander of the Isekai'd fleet can only watch in shock from the tower as their camp is engulfed in flames, with no means to retaliate. "Report, Captain. All major defensive structures of the land of Soup have been destroyed," reports the operator of the large, unmanned drone. Captain Kawakami, utilizing his ceiling scroll mobile device, instructs, "Approach the coast at full speed and maintain control of the situation." The lookout, fortunate not to be among the targets of the attack, shakily approaches the alarm bell and strikes it forcefully, shouting, "The enemy's ships are nearing the coast." Upon hearing the lookout's warning, the commander of the Isekai'd fleet realizes the enemy intends to land, providing them with an opportunity. He shouts orders, "All personnel, gather near the tower and remain concealed." The soldiers of the land of Soup, now possessing a sense of direction, overcome their fear and panic, hastily running towards the tower. Captain Kawakami, observing the numerical data on the transmission screen that marks the distance between both parties, issues commands as the enemy approaches. "Fire naval guns freely. Destroy the remaining defensive structures." "Received." "Naval guns are authorized to fire," responds the cannon operator. Each swordfish and missile boat is equipped with a naval gun, and the operators quickly select their targets on the screen to avoid redundant strikes. "South, 5 o'clock direction, 30-degree angle, commence firing, announces the operator of the large, unmanned drone. Compiling the necessary data for the report, the swordfish and missile boats have all adjusted their cannon muzzles. Thunderous booms reverberate as the naval artillery targets the remaining small and medium-sized warships and the lookout tower at the dock. Soldiers from the Kingdom of Soup, hurrying towards the tower, turn in terror to see the onslaught of cannon fire raining down from the sky once again. Their minds now blank. They are unable to distinguish between the two waves of bombardment, only aware that this barrage is far more intense. The soldiers begin to flee in desperation, unwilling to endure another artillery assault. As a shell strikes the lookout tower, the lookout leaps down, gasping for breath. Witnessing the tower split in two and collapse before his very eyes, the guns continue to fire, with the artillery of the swordfish and missile boats launching 6 shells per minute, totaling nearly 500 rounds in a brief span. The commander of the Spring Jade fleet struggles to his feet, surveying the ruins of the military dock, murmuring to himself that it is all over. With no chance of retaliation left, he stands frozen, grappling with the destruction of the military installation he had built, the culmination of years of effort obliterated in mere moments. How can they fight on? Does the navy of the Kingdom of Soup still stand a chance? With their vessels all destroyed, can they still be called a navy? All personnel raise white flags and surrender. The commander of the Spring Jade fleet faces the most difficult decision, as only a small contingent of soldiers gathers at the tower. Unable to confront the well-equipped forces of the Kingdom of Vortex, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Soup are incredulous that their commander has ordered them to surrender. Is the commander truly surrendering? Defeated and utterly vanquished, their surveillance personnel at sea have consistently failed to detect the movements of the Vortex naval fleet, indicating that this operation has been meticulously planned. The commander of the Spring Jade fleet sighs heavily. Captain, the commander of the Kingdom of Soup has raised a white flag in surrender, announces the operator of the large drone. Captain Kawashima gazes at the screen displaying the scene of surrender and speaks. Accelerate towards the military dock. Remain vigilant to avoid being deceived. The daimyo's forces begin disembarking to control the soldiers of the Kingdom of Soup, while the commander of the Spring Jade fleet is securely bound and brought before the captain. Commander of the Spring Jade fleet, do not be angry. We have come to integrate the Kingdom of Soup into the Kingdom of Vortex. We will all be on the same side from now on, Captain Kawashima says, as the heart of the Spring Jade fleet commander sinks. He contemplates the continuous warfare of the Kingdom of Vortex and its financial troubles. It is well known throughout the ninja world that the Kingdom of Soup is affluent, and the Kingdom of Vortex seeks to plunder its wealth. He never anticipated that the intent was to merge the Kingdom of Soup into the Kingdom of Vortex. Please consider this carefully, he adds, as Captain Kawashima gestures for his subordinates to take the commander away. Chapter 97. Long-distance coordinated warfare. Captain Kawashima picks up a sealed communication device and sends a message. The naval base has been completely occupied, and the waters of the Kingdom of Soup are fully blockaded. The first step of this military operation is complete, ensuring that no information can escape and eliminating any variables. Once the blockade is established, we can proceed to the next phase. Vortex City Kazak has been awaiting news of the blockade's completion and is already preparing interception works on the road to the capital of the Kingdom of Soup. Naval intelligence reaches the hands of the villagers of Soup Hidden, prompting an immediate gathering of the Soup ninjas. Chen Sutongying holds the intelligence report in hand, sharing it with everyone. They struggle to believe the astonishing news. According to numerous fleeing naval personnel, the navy of the Kingdom of Soup has been completely annihilated. The seasoned Jonin, Wonha, urgently states, Lord Soup Shadow, the Vortex Shadow is meeting with the daimyo in the capital. We must hurry to rescue the daimyo. Only then does Sutongying realize that regardless of the navy's fate, the most pressing concern is the safety of the daimyo of the Kingdom of Soup. All Soup ninjas, assemble and head to the capital of the Kingdom of Soup, he commands. In the square of Soup Hidden Village, Ying observes the assembled ninjas. A total of 200 summoned in haste. He sighs inwardly. Since the reduction of funding for the daimyo of the Kingdom of Soup, the village has struggled to maintain its numbers. He hopes this mission will demonstrate the strength of Soup Hidden Village and secure more funding. Our task is to venture to the capital of the Kingdom of Soup and rescue the daimyo from the clutches of the Kingdom of Vortex, he declares. However, as soon as the Soup ninjas step beyond the village, they are spotted by the aerial gander, a large drone, sealing the communication device. Kaze dons a mask and heads to the gathering place of the cult's adherents. The primary force intercepting the soup ninjas comprises cult followers, many of whom are ninjas and unstable elements from the kingdom of soup. Brothers and sisters, the divine has issued a command. The village of Soup Hidden obstructs our development. The divine has foretold that all ninjas from Soup Hidden will pass this way. Strike them and lure them to the western clearing for a decisive battle, where the divine will lead us to victory. Kaze, masquerading as the messenger of the divine, incites fervor among the followers. Victory! Victory! The cultists, thrilled by the prospect of annihilating Soup Hidden village, rally around the idea of conquering the kingdom of Soup and spreading their faith throughout the ninja world. They lie in ambush along the main road, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Soup ninjas. Kaze retreats, and a subordinate queries, Lord Kaze, can the cultists truly attract the Soup ninjas? The underground sect has always been a target for Soup Hidden village. How could we let the mice escape? The cultists quietly maintain their ambush, and upon detecting the approach of the Soup ninjas, cruel smiles spread across their faces. The divine is omnipotent. The Soup ninjas have appeared just as foretold. The cultists brandish their blood-red spears, preparing for an assault as the Soup ninjas draw near. Chen Sutongying senses something amiss in the air and speaks up. Wenhe, do you sense anything unusual? I feel uneasy. Lord Soup Shadow, perhaps it is just concern for the daimyo. He will surely be fine, Wenhe reassures. The kingdom of Soup has not been embroiled in conflict, and Chang's vigilance is not what it once was in his youth. Upon arrival, eliminate them, the cultists command, launching their spears at the Soup ninjas. The sudden onslaught catches the ninjas off guard, many rendered unable to retaliate. Everyone, defend yourselves and protect your comrades. Chen Sutongying shouts. The cultists unleash a volley of spears, inflicting considerable damage on the Soup ninjas. Sensing their objective achieved, they swiftly retreat towards the western clearing. Shall we pursue Lord Soup Shadow? Wenhe inquires. Chen Sutongying, observing his injured subordinates, grits his teeth and replies. When did the underground sect dare to attack Soup Hidden village? This must be a scheme of the Kingdom of Vortex. If we do not pursue now, they will surely harass us further along the route. The Soup ninjas charge after the cultists, determined to eliminate them. The cultists await in the western clearing. Confident that the divine has not deceived them, the Soup ninjas have indeed arrived. The ensuing battle will be their opportunity to utterly destroy Soup Hidden village. Both sides engage fiercely in combat in the clearing, the cultists disregarding their own casualties as they fight desperately. It becomes evident that the followers are no match for the Soup ninjas, but then again, such was to be expected. The devotees have indeed proven formidable, having already obliterated the hidden Soup village. Uzumaki Seiya produced a sealing scroll mobile device, sending a message that the devotees were no match for the Soup shinobi. He requested the swordfish missile boats to deploy anti-ship missiles for an assault, pinpointing the location directly on the sealing scroll mobile. The rationale behind luring the Soup shinobi to the western open ground was due to the effective strike range of the anti-ship missiles. To ensure absolute certainty, 30 kunai machine guns were also installed on the hillside to guarantee the annihilation of the enemy. Captain Kawakami received the coordinates and confirmed via the sealing scroll mobile that it fell well within the missile strike range. From the 11th to the 15th, the swordfish missile boats launched anti-ship missiles at the designated location upon Captain Kawakami's command. The weapons operator acknowledged, and with a resounding boom, 20 anti-ship missiles ascended into the sky, tracing a parabolic trajectory. The devotees, having engaged in battle for only a brief period, were soon met with a deafening roar as the engines of the missiles ignited. A miracle, the spear of the divine. The devotees erupted in exuberant laughter, convinced that following the divine directive would lead to victory. The anti-ship missiles struck their target with a resounding explosion, sending flames and debris into the air, causing panic among the devotees. How could the divines attack harm us? Have you forsaken us, O Lord? They cried out. The skirmish, which had been ongoing, left almost all combatants incapacitated on the ground. Only a few elite shinobi from the hidden Soup village, including the Soup Shadow, remained standing, panting heavily. It appeared that the expansive western ground had caused the missile strikes to be somewhat dispersed, combined with the elite shinobi and the Soup Shadow employing a joint ninjutsu. The united water release. Water barrier enveloped the entire village of Soup shinobi. Ultimately, the anti-ship missiles breached the water barrier but were diverted by its powerful currents. However, the force of the explosions still rendered most of the Soup shinobi dazed, with only a few trembling figures managing to stand. Uzumaki Seiya leaped down from the hillside. Recognizing the emblem of the Uzumaki clan on the forehead protectors of his foes, and everything became clear to him. Chapter 98. The Black Bee drones conduct reconnaissance and eliminate targets. The Uzumaki ninjas bound all the soup shinobi. Uzumaki Seiya utilized the sealing scroll mobile to relay information, ordering a complete blockade of the roads leading to the capital of the land of soup, effectively capturing the majority of the soup shinobi's combat strength. His primary mission was to prevent any personnel from entering the capital for rescue, thereby ensuring the economic stability of the land of soup. Uzumaki Sasuke was indeed within the capital, tasked with neutralizing the defending soldiers to prevent them from discovering any anomalies that could disrupt the capital. The Flying Goose, a large drone, had minimal effect in densely populated areas. As per Uzumaki Sasuke's orders, the Black Bee drones began their operations, scanning for patrolling soldiers in the capital. With the advancements in technology from the land of Uzumaki, these drones were now capable of autonomously identifying threats without the need for extensive human intervention. Each target location was marked on the sealing scroll mobile as the operation unfolded. The Uzumaki ninjas assembled, with various team leaders directing their members according to the instructions on the sealing scroll mobile. Everyone must take on tasks that suit their abilities. I do not wish for anyone to make unnecessary sacrifices, Uzumaki Sasuke declared. Meanwhile, the streets were alive with revelry as the populace celebrated with the daimyo. The cacophony effectively concealing the movements of the Uzumaki ninjas and minimizing the risk of exposure. Uzumaki Sasuke himself advanced to eliminate the enemies within the capital. Based on the feedback from the Black Bee drones, the defending personnel around the daimyo's residence came into view. He released his own Black Bee drones into the defensive perimeter of the daimyo's residence for covert observation before initiating action. In addition to the swarm of Black Bee drones deployed by the land of Uzumaki, the specialized Uzumaki ninjas carried 2 drones each to form a smaller reconnaissance circle for greater detail. As a few soup shinobi patrolled the garden surrounding the daimyo's residence, Uzumaki Sasuke had already set a precise ambush based on the intel from the Black Bee drones. "Ryo, which bathhouse should we visit later?" one of the soup shinobi remarked. "The one where the soup shadow resides is the best, but it's too expensive," came the reply. The soup shinobi continued their conversation, their guard lowered, unaware that the land of Uzumaki was progressively seizing control of their territory. As the soup shinobi drew nearer, Uzumaki Sasuke raised 3 fingers. 3, 2, 1. Hidden among the flowers in the garden, he suddenly appeared behind the soup shinobi. Channeling chakra, he struck swiftly, rendering the soup shinobi completely devoid of combat capability. The fallen figure collapsed silently to the ground, and Sasuke quickly bound him, concealing the body among the foliage. Uzumaki Sasuke checked the sealing scroll mobile, observing the footage transmitted by the Black Bee drones. The entire defensive perimeter of the daimyo's residence had been thoroughly mapped out, with the terrain displayed on the sealing scroll mobile. The Uzumaki ninjas expedited the clearing of the daimyo's defenses, as the majority of personnel were caught off guard and offered no resistance. The next target was the most prominent structure within the defensive perimeter, identified as the resting quarters of the Deputy Minister of Security. Upon arrival at the door, Uzumaki Sasuke formed hand seals to perform a transformation jutsu, disguising himself as a recently captured soup shinobi. He knocked on the door. "Who is it? Can't you see I'm trying to rest?" The irritable Deputy Minister of Security shouted, irritated at the interruption. The Chief Minister had been invited to the banquet by the daimyo, leaving the Deputy Minister in charge of the security around the daimyo's residence. Unhappy, he had left soldiers to patrol while he returned to his quarters to drink in solitude, lamenting why he could not enjoy the feast. "Minister, there are disturbances in the northern area. We need you to take charge," Uzumaki Sasuke spoke up. The Deputy Minister, grumbling, opened the door and immediately swung a fist at his subordinate. Instinctively, Uzumaki Sasuke dodged the blow, narrowly avoiding the Deputy Minister's punch. The Deputy Minister of Uchiwan immediately closed his eyes, observing his subordinates retreating before him, and spoke. "I wonder who is impersonating my subordinate. If you choose silence, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With a thud, the transformation technique was dispelled, revealing Uzumaki Sasuke, who remarked, "I never anticipated that merely evading the minister's fist would lead to my discovery. As the Minister of Security for the land of soup, what sort of individuals have I not encountered? Yet, I truly did not expect the Whirlpool Ninja from the land of whirlpools to intrude into my lounge. What could their intentions be?" The deputy minister of Yuchuan glared ahead and reprimanded. Sasuke, unfazed by the sudden turn of events, replied calmly, "The plan is already halfway complete. It matters not to disclose it to you. The land of soup will soon fall under the control of the land of whirlpools, and perhaps in the future, the minister shall be one of our own." Suddenly, the lounge window was shattered, sending glass fragments cascading to the floor as several whirlpool ninjas surrounded the deputy minister completely. Realizing escape was impossible, he slowly repositioned himself to the window devoid of glass, forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. The deputy minister unleashed all his chakra, condensing it into a massive fireball that soared into the sky, capturing the attention of the entire capital of the land of soup. The explosion of the fireball was clearly visible in the plaza of the Grand Hall, where an unmistakable quietude fell over the crowd. Uzumaki Seiji frowned as he watched the fireball explode in the sky. It appeared that their assault on the capital of the land of soup was met with staunch resistance, necessitating an adjustment of their plans. The deputy minister, panting, could not help but chuckle. There's no escape for me now. However, I can still raise the alarm for my comrades. Chapter 99. Surrounding the Grand Hall of the Land of Soup. The Whirlpool Ninja, standing by the window, immediately advanced to restrain the deputy minister. How could you fail to intercept him while standing right beside him? This oversight infuriated the Whirlpool Ninjas. The deputy minister was forced to the ground, the shards of glass cutting into his skin, blood trickling down, rendering him a pitiful sight. Yet, it was this very predicament that threatened to derail their plans. Unable to devise a solution, Sasuke could only consult his superior, the Whirlpool Shadow. He picked up the ceiling scroll phone and dialed the number. "Lord Whirlpool Shadow, my subordinate has failed in his duties. The great fireball technique caused quite a commotion. Should we deploy forces for a direct assault?" He continued, "Today, the entire city is engaged in festivities. A bit of noise is plausible. Utilize ninjutsu. It could be mistaken for fireworks, and perhaps we can muddle through." Uzumaki Seiji whispered, "Fireworks? Could that truly work? Would the minister of the land of soup really be deceived?" Sasuke pondered in silence, sighing inwardly. They could only attempt it and see if it was feasible. Otherwise, a direct assault would surely wreak havoc on the capital of the land of soup. Thus, everyone prepared to use fire-style ninjutsu, launching it into the sky as a guise for fireworks. Sasuke resolved to give it a try, no matter the outcome. They positioned themselves by the window, forming hand seals in unison. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Chakra coalesced, and 3 fiery dragons erupted from their mouths, soaring into the sky. They danced about before colliding and exploding, their flames resembling fireworks, dotting the night sky. The once quiet crowd in the plaza of the land of soup erupted into excitement. The minister of the land of soup began clapping, laughing as he exclaimed, "Whoever orchestrated this program deserves commendation. Such splendid fireworks can be enjoyed even in daylight." Receiving praise from the minister was the highest honor for the creators of the spectacle. As the banquet concluded, his subordinates would seek out the designer to convey the minister's accolades. Minister Fukuda chimed in, "Not only should my praise be relayed, but they must also be handsomely rewarded." The minister of the land of soup laughed heartily, delighted. It seemed that the peaceful environment had significantly lowered the vigilance of the land of soup, allowing them to pass unnoticed. Continuing with their planned execution, the minister had been successfully deceived. Uzumaki Seiji sent a message via the ceiling scroll phone. Upon receiving a response from the Whirlpool Shadow, Sasuke laughed joyously. Deputy Minister. Your great dragon fire technique, which you desperately unleashed, has been mistaken for a magnificent firework, and now the minister is merrily drinking again." Pinned to the ground, the deputy minister turned his head away from Sasuke. Based on his understanding of the minister, he did not suspect the veracity of Sasuke's words. The minister had made many foolish decisions, yet the stability of the land of soup led many to feel secure enough to remain there, causing him to believe himself invulnerable, as if it were solely due to his leadership that they were free from war. However, when true conflict arose, the minister would hardly believe that his nation could be invaded. With nothing more to say, the deputy minister was taken away by the Whirlpool Ninjas. Sasuke gazed at the targets in the ceiling scroll phone, systematically eliminating them, opening up full communication channels, and commanded, "Ensure all targets are detained, leave sufficient personnel for oversight, and the rest shall proceed to the Grand Hall." "Understood. We are heading to the Grand Hall immediately," the Whirlpool Ninjas responded in unison. In the capital of the land of soup, the Whirlpool Ninjas and the Minister's forces began mobilizing, converging around the Grand Hall. A large band continued to play, and hundreds of dancers had already taken their turn performing. Various songs and stage plays unfolded in the plaza, while officials of the Land of Soup knelt along the sides. Now somewhat inebriated, growing increasingly animated, creating a lively atmosphere. Observing his assembled subordinates, Sasuke issued his directive: completely encircle the Grand Hall. From this moment forward, no one is to enter or exit. Remember, no one is permitted above or below. The Whirlpool Ninjas collectively affirmed, we guarantee the completion of the task. Scattered Whirlpool Ninjas began deploying Black Bee drones to patrol the perimeter, preventing any approach. Spread out, maintain stealth, Sasuke instructed. He then retrieved the sealing scroll phone, transmitting. The third phase of the plan has been successfully completed. The threats to the capital of the Land of Soup have been eliminated, and we have now surrounded the Grand Hall. Uzumaki Seiji, taking out his sealing scroll phone, received the message. They had finally reached the final step, awaiting the minister's choice. He issued a command to Uzumaki Jiro, hidden among the Flying God sect. Rising suddenly from the plaza, Jiro made his way to the performance center. Drawing the attention of all, Minister Fukuda furrowed his brow, questioning what the Flying God sect was doing on stage. It was utterly audacious. They had initially allowed them in simply to draw a few heads and attract followers. Did they not recognize their own status? Without his consent, could they have entered? Now they dared to cause a disruption. Fukuda hastily addressed the minister. I did not anticipate that someone would come to create chaos. I shall deal with this immediately. Handle it swiftly. My pleasant mood has been disturbed, the minister of the Land of Soup remarked, indulging in delicacies fed to him by a maid. Hasten forth. For Minister Fukuda is poised to reprimand the others. One must ensure that the adversary is expelled before they utter the words that they were the ones who brought this chaos into the hall. It is imperative not to tarnish one's standing in the eyes of the daimyo. Uzumaki Jiro raised the staff of the Flying Heaven sect high above his head, proclaiming loudly that the sect, as a divine representative, would take control of the kingdom of Tang, a decaying realm now destined for divine governance. His words echoed throughout the Grand Hall, igniting a sense of urgency in Minister Fukuda. How dare they preach upon the stage? Do they not feel fear? The situation was escalating, becoming increasingly perilous for himself. The daimyo of Tang was instantly captivated, having heard reports of the underground sects within Tang Hidden Village. His nation was rife with clandestine factions, many of which had insidious influences over the populace, necessitating an increase in military expenditure to eradicate them. He had thought this merely a tactic to secure funds, but was now confronted with the grim reality of their existence. The audacity of the adversary to propagate their beliefs at his banquet was indeed amusing. The daimyo of Tang laughed heartily, for it had been ages since anything had piqued his interest. Minister Fukuda, he bellowed, how audacious of you to allow such insolence in the presence of the daimyo. Will you not hastily retreat? The Flying Heaven sect, as the divine representatives, ought to lead the entire kingdom of Tang. Come forth, followers. Upon finishing his declaration, numerous individuals masquerading as disciples of the Uzumaki clan emerged from the crowd. Chapter 100. The Daimyo Hall under control at this moment. The plaza of the Daimyo Hall was filled with hundreds of individuals, all clad in the garb of the Flying Heaven sect, silently observing the flustered Minister Fukuda. The minister, once fervently reprimanding, now felt a chill run down his spine under the watchful gazes of so many disciples and found himself rendered speechless. Overcome with fear, he could only shuffle backward, slowly retreating towards the Grand Hall. The ministers flanking the plaza were equally distressed, glancing around in alarm. Surrounded by members of the Flying Heaven sect, some glared defiantly, while others bowed their heads, hoping to avoid attention. One bold official stood, pointing at the disciples and shouting, "You members of the Flying Heaven sect dare to disrupt a banquet hosted by the daimyo? What are the guards doing? Hurry and apprehend them." Yet, as he spoke, the Uzumaki ninjas posing as disciples swiftly subdued him and forced him back into his seat. The official's face flushed with indignation, powerless to resist. He could only await the arrival of the guards to arrest those who had offended him. However, after a prolonged wait, no soldiers appeared to apprehend the intruding Flying Heaven sect. Where were the guards who should protect the daimyo hall? The official, sensing something amiss, shouted, "Who let you in? What has happened to the guards?" Upon hearing this, Minister Fukuda was gripped by terror, turning to flee. He rushed towards the two remaining guards beside the daimyo, desperately seeking their protection. The guards quickly positioned themselves before the daimyo of Tang, preventing Fukuda from approaching. Observing that the situation was under the control of the Uzumaki ninjas, Uzumaki Shinjin exchanged a knowing glance, signaling that it was time to proceed. The 4 Uzumaki ninjas, encircling the hall, immediately received the command and began forming hand seals. In an instant, feathers appeared in the sky, cascading gently to the ground. As the furious ministers felt their eyelids grow heavy amidst the falling feathers, they struggled to remain alert but ultimately succumbed to the beckoning of sleep, collapsing onto the banquet tables. Only those within the grand hall remained unaffected, for they were the highest echelons of the kingdom of Tang. Subduing them meant controlling the entire realm. The high-ranking officials, undeterred, sat quietly, observing the unfolding events, perhaps believing that the armies of Tang could fend off any external threats. In the current predicament, all that was needed was for the soldiers in the capital to notice and rescue them from the clutches of the Flying Heaven sect. Uzumaki Jiro approached the daimyo, addressing him directly. Your Excellency, the entire daimyo hall is now under my control, thanks to the convenience provided by Minister Fukuda, which allowed us safe entry. Minister Fukuda, now in a fury, retorted, I thought we were all in this for profit. What is wrong with accepting payment? It is you who act unethically by plotting rebellion during the daimyo's banquet. He then knelt before the daimyo, pleading, Your Excellency, please understand. I merely collected a small protection fee. I have done nothing else, and the Flying Heaven sect has no connection to me. The daimyo of Tang, with a serious expression, kicked him aside and declared, I command all military forces of the kingdom of Tang. Even if you were to abduct me, what of it? Is your sect not motivated by wealth? Name your price, and let us part amicably. Uzumaki Jiro fixed his gaze upon the daimyo, advancing closer, increasing the pressure. The 2 guards beside him provided little reassurance, for the entire venue had been commandeered by the Flying Heaven sect. The daimyo surveyed his surroundings, seeking a place to hide. His eyes brightened upon spotting the Uzumaki shadow, a force that had triumphed against formidable foes. Surely, their strength was formidable. He hurriedly approached the Uzumaki shadow, seeking refuge behind them. Uzumaki Shinjin watched in disbelief as the daimyo cowered behind him, pondering what expression would grace the face of the mastermind should they realize their role. Fearing that the Uzumaki shadow might betray him, the daimyo implored, I know the Uzumaki shadow is here seeking economic aid. If you can help the kingdom of Tang repel the Flying Heaven sect, I assure you, there will be ample rewards. Minister Fukuda, noticing the presence of the Uzumaki shadow, quickly rose to confront them. How dare a mere sect invade the daimyo hall, especially when we have invited the mighty Uzumaki shadow, who repelled the mist-hidden village. At this moment, Uzumaki Jiro found the situation both amusing and exasperating, realizing that he was being threatened by someone he had sought to intimidate. Nevertheless, he felt a swell of pride at the acknowledgement of the Uzumaki nation. At this juncture, Uzumaki Jiro decided to reveal his true identity, dispelling the transformation technique to unveil his combat attire from the Uzumaki nation. Yuzuki Shadow, rest assured that all present here have been secured. There are no oversights. Fukuda's reprimand faltered once more, astonished to discover that the Flying Heaven sect was indeed affiliated with the Uzumaki nation. This revelation meant that all his actions had been laid bare before them. However, if the Flying Heaven sect was indeed tied to the Uzumaki nation, then the matter had escalated into a conflict between 2 realms. He discreetly concealed himself, hoping to become invisible, diverting attention away from himself. The high-ranking officials of the Kingdom of Tang were equally taken aback by this development. It had been ages since any nation had dared to assault Tang, and yet, here it was, unfolding before their very eyes. The daimyo of Tang was left in shock, confronted by the very Uzumaki shadow he had invited. The leader of the Flying Heaven sect has emerged. What, then, is the motive behind this sect's abduction of the high-ranking officials of the Land of Soup? I am the child of destiny. How could this nation be vulnerable to invasion from others with my presence? The daimyo of the Land of Soup, in a state of panic, surveyed the surroundings and exclaimed, Vortex Shadow, what is your true intention? I am willing to agree to any terms. The wealth of the Land of Soup is well known. Is it money you seek? I can provide it without the need for such grand displays. Command your men to withdraw. Are you truly prepared to accept any condition? Vortex Victory replied, fixing his gaze upon the daimyo of the Land of Soup. What I require is something that conveniently resides within you, the identity of the daimyo of the Land of Soup. A collective gasp arose from the high-ranking officials present in the Grand Hall. They had not anticipated that the ambitions of the Vortex Nation would extend to the complete annexation of the Land of Soup. Chapter 101. The daimyo of the Land of Soup compromises. Moments ago, the daimyo had been boasting of the wealth and resources of the Land of Soup, casually suggesting various conditions. Now, he stood frozen, rendered speechless. After a long pause, the daimyo finally regained his composure, a surge of anger coursing through him as he declared, "Vortex Shadow, do you underestimate the Land of Soup? Even if you were to triumph over the hidden mist village, the Land of Soup is not to be trifled with. We possess over 300 naval vessels, each equipped with refined cannons. Moreover, we have our own Soup hidden village, home to the ninjas who protect our land." Vortex Victory understood that the daimyo's ultimate reliance lay with the military of the Land of Soup. However, that last bastion of hope had already been eradicated by the Vortex Nation. To obliterate the daimyo's final hope was imperative. Otherwise, capitulation would remain elusive. "My lord, do you truly think I am unaware of the circumstances in the Land of Soup? Before arriving, I conducted a thorough investigation. The Land of Soup is now entirely at my mercy," Vortex Victory stated, his eyes fixed on the daimyo. The daimyo's face paled in terror as he struggled to accept this grim reality, his legs growing weak, and he sank slowly to the ground, murmuring, "Impossible, this cannot be." Although the Land of Soup has been free from conflict for many years, and its soldiers somewhat lax, they feast upon the finest provisions. Equipped with weapons crafted by the Iron Nation, the Vortex Nation has only been here for a day. How could our entire military have fallen so swiftly? "You must be deceiving me." The daimyo's disbelief was mirrored by the other high-ranking officials of the Land of Soup, who could not fathom that their military could be so easily overpowered. "To quell your doubts, I had prepared for this moment," Vortex Victory continued, producing a sealing scroll to contact two individuals who had long been ready. Captain Kawasaka and Vortex City Wild had received orders to bring the captured members of the Soup Hidden Village and the Admiral of the Soup Jade Fleet to the capital of the Land of Soup. They had already secured their prisoners outside the daimyo's hall. Upon seeing these two individuals, the daimyo realized that Vortex Victory's words were not mere fabrications. The two primary pillars of his military might, now bound and brought before him, confirmed his worst fears. Overcome with despair, the daimyo lamented, "So our military has been reduced to the hands of you two inept fools. It is all over, the Land of Soup is doomed." With a final push of determination, the daimyo lifted his gaze towards Vortex Victory and shouted, "The Land of Soup has not wronged the Vortex Nation. Why do you treat us thus? Was today's banquet not grand enough?" His voice crescendoed into a shout, drawing the attention of the high-ranking officials who were similarly stirred by their leader's turmoil. Vortex Victory, maintaining a stoic demeanor, addressed the daimyo. "This is the reality of the ninja world. The Land of Wind attacks the Land of Earth. The Hidden Mist Village assaults the Vortex Nation, and the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning engage in mutual hostilities, all in pursuit of strengthening their own nations." The officials of the Land of Soup recognized the futility of their pleas, but felt compelled to persist. "Lord Vortex Shadow, the daimyo of the Land of Soup has held legitimacy for centuries. Even if you were to seize the Land of Soup by force, such an acquisition would not ensure stability. How about we negotiate alternative terms?" Vortex Victory surveyed the expressions of the high-ranking officials and spoke. "Do you truly believe I am oblivious to your plight? The Flying Heaven Sect's actions were orchestrated for this very moment. If you agree to my demands and allow the Land of Soup to merge with the Vortex Nation, your safety is assured. However, should you refuse, I advise you to prepare yourselves for the consequences." He then cast a meaningful glance at the daimyo, adding, "This includes you, my lord. Ponder your options wisely." Upon hearing these words, the officials of the Land of Soup felt a flicker of intrigue. After all, merging with the Vortex Nation would allow their families to retain wealth and status, even if they were no longer high-ranking officials of the Land of Soup. If Vortex Shadow pursued retribution, the survival of their families would be in jeopardy. The high-ranking officials turned their attention to their daimyo, eager to discern his choice. The daimyo, fixated on Vortex Victory, remained silent for an extended period. "My lord, consider not only your own fate, but that of your family. If you were to depart, would they not be devastated?" Vortex Victory urged, locking eyes with the daimyo. After much contemplation, the daimyo finally bowed his head, speaking slowly, "I concede. I have lost the Land of Soup. Please, Vortex Shadow, uphold your promise." The officials present felt a tumult of emotions, uncertain whether to rejoice or mourn. They had preserved their lives, yet the land of soup was slipping from their grasp. Then let the daimyo announce this decision. Soon, everyone shall awaken from this slumber. Vortex Victory instructed. The daimyo sighed, returning to his seat, awaiting the moment the others would regain consciousness. Several Vortex ninjas transformed into the daimyo's guards, standing beside him. Vortex Victory gestured for the illusion to be dispelled. The 4 ninjas received the command and formed hand seals. The illusion was lifted. Officials along the sides of the plaza rubbed their heavy heads, shaking them vigorously. Suddenly, the realization struck them that the Flying Heaven sect had taken control of the daimyo's hall, prompting them to look around in alarm. One official turned to the daimyo and inquired, "My lord, where has the Flying Heaven sect vanished to?" "It is thanks to Lord Vortex of the Vortex Nation that we were able to expel the Flying Heaven sect from the daimyo's hall, allowing us to awaken," the daimyo of the land of soup replied, forcing a smile despite the stiffness of his face. The atmosphere in the hall became lively, as they had not anticipated that Lord Vortex would intervene on their behalf. They quickly rose and bowed, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Vortex, for assisting us in dealing with the Flying Heaven sect and freeing us from this threat." The high-ranking officials in the hall felt a mix of emotions. The true culprit was right before them, yet they were compelled to offer thanks. At that moment, the daimyo addressed the assembly, stating, "We owe our gratitude to Lord Vortex. Without his aid, the entire land of soup would have been obliterated by the Flying Heaven sect. Now, we remain uncertain of where the sect has fled, but I have a brilliant idea. Let us merge the land of soup with the Vortex Nation." A wave of panic swept through the crowd as they began to voice their concerns. "Your Highness, we still possess our own military, and the Flying Sky sect is not to be feared. The land of soup is exceedingly affluent. We can employ ninjas from other villages with gold to eradicate the Flying Sky sect within our borders." Chapter 102. The Fall of the Daimyo of the Land of Soup. At this moment, anxiety pervaded the air as the land of soup faced annexation by the land of Whirlpool. Many residents, having lived in the land of soup for generations, dreaded its disappearance. Some pondered whether they would soon have to shed their official attire. The square erupted into chaos, with everyone eager to voice their opinions. Yet, all this proved futile. The daimyo of the land of soup glanced at Uzumaki Victory, who remained quietly seated, sighed deeply, and spoke. "I understand that everyone wishes for the land of soup to endure, but the Flying Sky sect is indeed formidable. Our navy and the hidden soup village have been breached. The entire land of soup is now sealed, and news cannot escape." The daimyo felt bewildered when the land of Whirlpool attacked the military port of the land of soup. Many had noticed. Was there any merit in reversing the truth here? It seemed impossible. The daimyo must be attempting to intimidate us. How could the Flying Sky sect be so powerful? Admiral Izumi Yu and Izumi Soyo emerged from the side of the hall, kneeling and declaring loudly, "We sincerely apologize for betraying your trust. All of the defenses in the land of soup have been dismantled by the Flying Sky sect. There is nothing we can do now. Entrusting the land of soup to the land of Whirlpool will better protect everyone, which is the duty of a daimyo." Tears involuntarily streamed down the daimyo's face as he lamented. The officials in the square exchanged glances, some sensing the complexity of the situation. Witnessing the daimyo weep, others felt a deep sorrow as well. At that moment, Uzumaki Victory stood up, smiling as he spoke. "I had not anticipated such tumult during my visit to the land of soup. The Flying Sky sect nearly ensnared us all. Without the formidable strength of the land of Whirlpool, the Flying Sky sect would be but a fragile entity in our hands." The daimyo, concerned for the safety of the people, realized that the strength of the land of soup alone could not vanquish the Flying Sky sect. Ultimately, he resolved to apply for integration into the land of Whirlpool. After much hesitation, he consented, hoping for a harmonious future with everyone. The officials in the square felt a mix of emotions. If the Flying Sky sect was indeed so powerful, then the presence of the Whirlpool shadow here made aiding the land of Whirlpool the wisest choice. Yet, why must they merge into the land of Whirlpool? Observing the smiling Whirlpool shadow addressing the crowd, they silently mused that perhaps this was the condition necessary for the salvation of the land of soup. At this juncture, Minister Fukuda leaped forward, quickly kneeling and exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the land of Whirlpool, Lord Uzumaki Victory. Henceforth, let the land of soup be renamed the land of Whirlpool. I hope you will uphold justice and eradicate the Flying Sky sect from within your borders." Minister Fukuda had his own motives. As the first to pledge allegiance to the land of Whirlpool, he hoped to secure his safety and perhaps gain tangible benefits by setting an example. Following his declaration, many officials, concerned about losing their official garb, seized the opportunity to kneel and proclaim, "We willingly become subjects of the land of Whirlpool," bowing to Lord Uzumaki victory. Those still wavering in their loyalties witnessed others acknowledging their allegiance to the land of Whirlpool and hastily followed suit. The residents of the land of Soup, aware that the land of Whirlpool was their sole hope for salvation, also knelt. They all chanted in unison, "We pay our respects to the land of Whirlpool. Lord Uzumaki victory. From now on, the land of Soup shall be known as the land of Whirlpool, and we hope you will uphold justice for us." Seeing everyone kneel in acceptance of the land of Whirlpool's identity, the daimyo of the land of Soup wiped his tears and stepped down from his position, saying, "Please, Lord Uzumaki, take your seat and oversee the affairs of the land of Whirlpool." Uzumaki victory did not decline. He had come to the land of Soup for this very purpose. Once seated in the daimyo's position, an official concerned for the land of Soup stood and declared, "The Flying Sky sect has seized control of the former defenders of the land of Soup. I implore you, Lord Uzumaki, to rescue them." "Indeed, I share this intention." Uzumaki victory smiled as he explained, "I have already notified the forces of the land of Whirlpool to come. There is no need for concern." Uzumaki City had long since segmented the land of Soup into several modules, particularly the capital, which had been entirely sealed off. Information within the land of Soup was now stagnant. No news could penetrate its borders. The external situation could be portrayed in any manner. If they maintained the blockade for a few more days, the residents of the land of Soup would fully realize that their military strength had been obliterated by the Flying Sky sect, and only the land of Whirlpool could save them. When news eventually emerged from outside, it would be claimed that the navy of the land of Soup had been defeated by the land of Whirlpool. It could be spun as a rumor concocted by a resistance organization opposing the merger with the land of Whirlpool. Life continued unchanged for the residents of the land of Soup. Ultimately, the news would become mere gossip among neighbors. Moreover, should the population of the land of Whirlpool remain insufficient, given the lengthy immigration process, it would still fall short of the population of the land of Soup. To forcibly integrate the land of Soup into the land of Whirlpool would likely lead to future complications with resistance movements. The hearts of the residents would not align with the land of Whirlpool. There was a possibility of further division. After all, the land of Soup had existed for several centuries. Larger nations did not require such convoluted efforts to annex smaller ones. The populace of a small nation was like a drop of water in the ocean, creating no significant waves. Let us conclude this discussion and continue our revelry. Uzumaki victory stated. Minister Fukuda promptly called for the dancers to return and commence their performance. Yet, burdened with their thoughts, the audience found it nearly impossible to focus on the display. The daimyo of the land of Soup began to drink excessively, indifferent to any attempts at moderation. Ultimately, the banquet concluded with little fanfare, and the higher-ups of the land of Soup returned to their families. The daimyo, not inebriated, wished to observe the final moments of clarity before retreating from the daimyo's hall. Upon arriving home, he found his wife instructing their child in reading. Not wanting to disturb them, he could only pace restlessly. "Why are you turning about? How come you are home today? Don't you usually stay at the daimyo's hall?" his wife inquired. Unsure of how to respond, the daimyo stammered, "Perhaps I will be returning to the daimyo's hall more frequently. The land of Soup may vanish from my grasp." His wife rose to fetch a sobering tea, handing it to him with a disapproving glance. "My dear daimyo, given your many absurdities, how could the land of Soup still thrive? It is not that you have wronged the land of Soup, it is simply its fate. As long as our family is well, that is what matters." Strangely comforted by her words, the daimyo declared, "Do not call me daimyo any longer. From now on, refer to me as Yuchi." Chapter 103. Plundering the wealth of the land of Soup. The land of Whirlpool gains recognition within the opulent daimyo's hall. The maidens trembled with uncertainty. The daimyo had vacated, and the new lord was the recently arrived Whirlpool shadow. The maidens were filled with trepidation regarding their futures. Now was not the time to address the maidens of the daimyo's hall. They were instructed to withdraw. Thus, Uzumaki victory turned to his subordinate, Uzumaki Jiro, and continued speaking. "The esteemed Deming Hall has been entrusted to your management. This place is the most familiar to the Deming of the land of Soup, and remaining here poses considerable danger. A decision regarding the continuation of Deming Hall shall be made once the dust settles. Although the Deming has surrendered, one cannot dismiss the possibility of being swayed. leading to disruptions from the shadows. Once the public sentiment stabilizes, the threat posed by the Deming can be alleviated. Additionally, the wealth of the Land of Soup is a target in this endeavor. The upper echelons of the Land of Soup are excellent allies. Instruct them to amass wealth throughout the entire region, which will ultimately be delivered to us. Their status as high-ranking officials will be stripped away, yet their lives shall be spared, allowing capable members of their families to continue serving in official capacities. Uzumaki Shori surveyed the resplendent Deming Hall. All the Demings he had encountered were exceedingly affluent, while his own country, the Land of Whirlpool, continued to toil for money. This operation employs over 100 anti-ship missiles and several hundred naval artillery shells, with manpower being relatively scant. Moreover, as the Land of Whirlpool initiates the construction of communication towers and railways in Konoha, substantial financial resources are required. Should this assault on the Land of Soup yield no rewards, the Land of Whirlpool will face a period of hardship. Uzumaki Jiro promptly organized the Umbu to gather intelligence on the wealth of the entire upper echelon of the Land of Soup. As dusk approached, Minister Fukuda returned to his family, increasingly filled with trepidation. However, a smile broke across his face as he realized he had returned home. Minister Fukuda, it is late. Why have you not yet retired? Uzumaki Jiro suddenly appeared behind him and spoke. Startled, Minister Fukuda froze and exclaimed, "Do not kill me. I was the first to come forth and pledge allegiance to Lord Uzumaki. Killing me would tarnish your reputation. Minister Fukuda, calm your heart. The Land of Whirlpool does not intend to resort to forceful purging. I have come to be forthright with you. This visit is to facilitate the extraction of wealth from the Land of Soup. How this extraction occurs is entrusted to you. Ensure that this task is executed diligently." Uzumaki Jiro replied with a smile. Cold sweat broke out on Minister Fukuda's brow at the thought of orchestrating the extraction. Would he still be able to remain in his position as a minister? He could extract the wealth of the Land of Soup while simultaneously risking his own downfall, truly a dual-edged sword. Moreover, Minister Fukuda, do not think of concealing the wealth extracted from the Land of Soup. We will conduct covert assessments, Uzumaki Jiro stated with sudden seriousness. Rest assured, Lord Uzumaki. I will complete the task you have assigned to me, Minister Fukuda replied, head bowed and teeth gritted in agreement. When he looked up again, Uzumaki Jiro had vanished without a trace, leaving Fukuda to mutter complaints under his breath about the relentless grip of the other party. In just a few days, the entire upper echelon of the former Land of Soup began to take action. The capital of the Land of Soup was soon filled with voices of grievance. The Deming had just stepped down, and already the ministers were unable to contain their greed, scouring the land. Not merely one minister, but many were involved. Was it truly necessary to flee the Land of Soup? Now that it was the Land of Whirlpool, perhaps they were determined to seize every last vestige of power, greedily devouring all in sight. With the ministers' rampant extraction, carts laden with amassed wealth were transported to Deming Hall. Before long, a single warehouse designated for storing the plundered riches was filled to the brim as carts continued to arrive. At this point, the wealth had yet to account for the treasures passed down through generations of the Deming. Uzumaki Jiro gazed in astonishment at the mountainous pile of riches. Swallowing hard as he spoke, Lord Uzumaki, just how much is this? I have never seen such a vast fortune. I have not seen it either. It seems I underestimated the wealth of the Land of Soup. However, this amount is sufficient for the Land of Whirlpool. Issue a command to cease the extraction operations. Uzumaki Shori replied, feigning calmness. Your subordinate will execute this immediately, Uzumaki Jiro said, reluctantly shifting his gaze away from the treasure. As it was time for the morning assembly, officials gathered in the plaza of Deming Hall. After several days of plundering, the officials in the plaza appeared listless, clearly pained by the thought of their wealth being seized. Minister Fukuda, who had instigated the extraction, had lost several pounds, standing solitary in the hall, ostracized for having offended many ministers in pursuit of gold. Uzumaki Shori, seated in the position of Deming, addressed the assembly. I bring you good news. The sky cult, which has plagued the former Land of Soup, has been eradicated by our forces. Effective immediately, all temporary controls are lifted. The officials exchanged glances, this being the most uplifting news they had heard in some time. They all knelt in unison, exclaiming, "Thank you, Lord Uzumaki, for aiding us in vanquishing the true scourge that has devastated the Land of Soup. From this day forth, the Land of Soup shall be incorporated into the Land of Whirlpool." In truth, the officials' acknowledgement held little significance. The common folk had gradually begun to accept the reality of their new governance over the past few days, as the rule of the land of Whirlpool had already commenced. Ding! Congratulations, host, for annexing the entire land of Soup and gaining the recognition of its residents, thereby expanding the territory of the land of Whirlpool. Reward: Sage Chakra Level 1. Uzumaki Shori was momentarily taken aback. This reward was indeed quite practical. He had been pondering how to extend the duration of Sage Mode beyond 3 minutes, and now he had received a system reward of Sage Chakra Level 1. Now was not the time to claim the reward. Observing the officials still kneeling, Uzumaki Shori proclaimed loudly, "From the moment I pledged the incorporation of the land of Soup into the land of Whirlpool, it has already become a part of us. The land of Whirlpool shall not permit the existence of a cult like the Sky Cult." At that moment, an official, visibly agitated, stood up and said, "Lord Uzumaki, the ministers of the former land of Soup are plundering our wealth. Please, Lord Uzumaki, deliver us justice." "Such matters exist?" Uzumaki Shori responded, "Rest assured. If such is the case, I will certainly take action." With that, he cast a glance at Minister Fukuda, whose body trembled under the scrutiny, unable to draw a breath. However, once the gaze shifted away, Fukuda let out a quiet sigh of relief. It was inconsequential. He had merely acted according to Lord Uzumaki's instructions, and at most, he would lose his position as a minister. Chapter 104. The bomber development completed, the land of water shortly thereafter. The issues among the officials at Deming Hall were resolved. The atmosphere gradually became more stable, perhaps with some officials realizing that as soon as the new Lord Uzumaki took office, the ministers of the former land of Soup had begun to plunder. The new lord had also played a part in this, but to preserve their own positions, they remained silent. Having concluded his governmental duties, Uzumaki Shori finally had the opportunity to accept the system's reward. System, grant me Sage Chakra Level 1. Not only did knowledge of Sage Chakra flood into his mind, but a surge of Sage Chakra also began to nourish his body, steadily aligning it to adapt to this new energy. Remarkable changes unfolded within him. As the knowledge of Sage Chakra was transmitted, he experienced a throbbing pain in his head, a heaviness weighing down upon him. Yet, as his body gradually conformed to the Sage Chakra, the adverse effects of the knowledge transfer vanished completely, leaving him with a sense of lightness. As he organized the newfound knowledge in his mind, he noted the instructions for the Sage Chakra's bodily transformation, though it required a certain level of physical aptitude. Those with high aptitude could achieve it in a few years, while those with lesser qualities might never succeed in a lifetime. Nevertheless, the system had already begun the transformation of his body. The first step had been completed. Within the body, a celestial chakra swirled, and the forthcoming transformation would yield remarkable results for Uzumaki victory. A formidable aura emanated from his being, instantly incapacitating the ministers of the Grand Hall, leaving them unable to move, desperately bracing against the surrounding pressure. The officials in the square stood at a distance, yet the overwhelming force still bore down upon them, causing them to sway unsteadily. Immersed in the knowledge of celestial chakra, Uzumaki victory took a moment to regain his composure, realizing that everyone around him was overwhelmed by his presence. Gradually, he reined in the celestial chakra within him, allowing his aura to dissipate. "I sincerely apologize. My strength has seen a breakthrough, and my aura unconsciously expanded. I assure you, next time, I will strive to achieve my growth in solitude," Uzumaki victory said with a hint of embarrassment. The ministers of the land of Soup internally chuckled, comparing their family's strength to that of the Uzumaki clan. With the prowess of a single shadow, Uzumaki could obliterate them entirely, not to mention the formidable forces of the land of Uzumaki. From this point onward, they could only resign themselves to fate. As the morning meeting concluded, it was time to establish contact with the capital of the land of Uzumaki. In the skies, a massive drone, equipped with communication technology, was already in flight, forming an interconnected network. Producing a sealing scroll mobile, Uzumaki victory dialed the office number of the Uzumaki Shadow. Upon seeing the number, Uzumaki Rumina felt a surge of excitement. It had been several days since their departure. However, they were confronting an entire nation. Unlike the conquest of a mere forest in the land of Moon, this time they aimed to fully annex the land of Soup. The past few days had been devoid of proper rest, with constant concern for the departing team. "You little rascal, you still remember to call back. Why not provide daily updates?" Uzumaki Rumina exclaimed. "I wish I could report daily, but conditions have not permitted it. The connection devices were only just activated. But let us set that aside. The land of soup is now officially part of the land of Uzumaki. Uzumaki Victory smiled. What? You managed to annex the land of soup in just a few days? Despite having gathered all intelligence before their departure, the rapidity of this accomplishment was astonishing. While we merely need to execute our designated tasks to neutralize their military forces, will the upper echelons of the land of soup acquiesce? Will the populace remain calm? Uzumaki Rumina's emotions were in turmoil. He was elated at the swift annexation, yet troubled by what contributions he could offer to the land of Uzumaki. It was Victory who orchestrated this rise, leaving him feeling somewhat redundant. You little rascal, are you deceiving me? Can you truly conquer the land of soup in such a short span without future repercussions? At that moment, in the Uzumaki Shadow's office, Yamamura Lindsay was engulfed in his own tumultuous thoughts. The second Uzumaki Shadow had indeed succeeded in annexing the land of soup. Overlooking the first Uzumaki Shadow's conversation, he boldly declared, "Esteemed second Uzumaki Shadow, the land of Uzumaki owes its flourishing to your efforts. Please ensure safety in the land of soup." Only after speaking did Yamamura Lindsay realize his face was flushed. "Thank you for your kind words, but these achievements belong to the entire land of Uzumaki." The conquest of the land of soup was executed by the Flying Heaven sect, masquerading as our saviors to assist the entirety of the land of soup. The wise are but a minority. We have successfully secured control over the land of soup, even renaming it the land of Uzumaki. Uzumaki Victory explained. However, with the blockade lifted, information will inevitably disseminate. The Hidden Mist Village will likely seize this opportunity. We must prepare our defenses, Uzumaki Victory declared. Have several ships of swordfish and missile boats been constructed for the land of Uzumaki? The research center is working overtime. We have completed the construction of 20 new vessels and 300 anti-ship missiles, with countless naval guns, Uzumaki Rumina replied, smiling at the successful completion of the task under his supervision. At this juncture, Yamamura Lindsay interjected, "Esteemed second Uzumaki Shadow, our team has finalized the bomber's design, requiring 2 soldiers for operation." This was unexpected good news for Uzumaki Victory. He had not anticipated this success from the previous commission. "As I am unable to conduct inspections in the land of Uzumaki, I will leave that to the research center," Yamamura Lindsay said, his face glowing with pride in his own capabilities. Meanwhile, in the water country's Hidden Mist Village, the third Mizukage, Nameless, had completed the internal governance of the Hidden Mist Village. All destabilizing elements had been eradicated, and an assembly of elite shinobi was convened. The route to the land of soup had been blocked by the land of Uzumaki for several days, prompting a secret investigation by the Umbu to discern the intentions of the land of Uzumaki. With the blockade ending, information finally surfaced. Receiving intelligence from the land of soup, the more Nameless scrutinized it, the graver his expression became. He had not anticipated such significant developments within the land of soup in just a few days of blockade. "What is this intelligence that has you so troubled, third Mizukage?" the marshal inquired, stroking his dragon-headed cane. "Perhaps soon there will be no more land of soup," Nameless replied, feeling the weight of the situation.